Chapter 6 1. Unnerved by the episode at Ellen's house, Grillo had taken refuge in writing, a discipline he felt more in need of the deeper this pool of ambiguities became. At first it was easy. He struck out for the dry ground of fact, and stated it in prose Swift would have been proud of. Later he could extract from this account the sections to be sent through to Abernethy. For now his duty was to set down as much as he could remember. Midway through the process he got a call from Hotchkiss, who suggested that they might have an hour drinking and talking together. The Grove had only 2 bars, he explained, Starkey's and Deerdale being the less tame of the 2, and consequently the preferable. An hour after the conversation, with the bulk of the previous night's events securely laid on paper, Grillo left the hotel and met with Hotchkiss. Starkey's was practically empty. In one corner an old man sat quietly singing to himself, and there were 2 kids at the bar who looked too young to be drinking. Otherwise they had the place to themselves. Even so, Hotchkiss barely raised his voice above a whisper throughout the entire conversation. "You don't know much about me," he said at the outset. "I realized that last night. It's time you knew." He didn't need any further encouragement to tell. His account was offered without emotion, as though the burden of feeling were so heavy it had long ago squeezed the tears from him. Grillo was glad of the fact. If the teller could be dispassionate, then it freed him to be the same, probing between the lines of Hotchkiss's account for details the man had passed over. He spoke of Carolyn's part in the story first, of course, not praising or damning his daughter, merely describing her and the tragedy that had taken her from him. Then he threw the net of his story wider, and drew in others, first giving a thumbnail portrait of Trudy Katz, Joyce Maguire, and Arlene Farrell, then relating how each of them had fared. Grillo was busily filling in details for himself as Hotchkiss spoke, creating a family tree whose roots went where Hotchkiss's account so often returned, underground. "That's where the answers are," he said more than once. "I believe Fletcher and the Jaff, whoever they are, whatever they are, were responsible for what happened to my Carolyn. And to the other girls." "They were in the caves all this time?" "We saw them escape, didn't we?" Hotchkiss said. "So yes, I think they waited down there all these years." He swallowed a mouthful of scotch. "After last night at the mall, I just stayed up, trying to work it all out, trying to make sense of it all." "And?" "I've decided to go down into the caves." "What the hell for?" "All those years, locked away, they must have been doing something. Maybe they left clues. Maybe we can find a way to destroy them down there." "Fletcher's already gone," Grillo reminded him. "Has he?" Hotchkiss said. "I don't know any more. Things linger, Grillo. They seem to disappear, but they linger just out of sight. In the mind, in the ground. You climb down a little way and you're in the past, every step another 1,000 years." "My memory doesn't go back that far," Grillo quipped. "But it does," Hotchkiss said in deadly earnest. "It goes back to being a speck in the sea. That's what haunts us." He raised his hand. "Looks solid, doesn't it?" he said. "But it's mostly water." He seemed to be struggling for another thought, but it wouldn't come. "The creatures the Jaff made look like they've been dug up," Grillo said. "You think that's what you're going to find down there?" Hotchkiss's response was the thought he'd been unable to shape a moment earlier. "When she died," he said, "Carolyn, I mean. When Carolyn died, I had dreams of her just dissolving in front of me. Not rotting, dissolving, like the sea took her back." "Do you still have those dreams?" "Nope. I never dream now." "Everybody dreams." "Then I don't allow myself to remember them," Hotchkiss said. "So, are you with me?" "With you on what?" "The descent." "You really want to do it? I thought it was virtually impossible to get down there." "So we die trying," Hotchkiss said. "I've got a story to write." "Let me tell you, my friend, Hotchkiss said. "That's where the story is. The only story. Right beneath our feet. I should warn you, I'm claustrophobic." "We'll soon sweat that out of you," Hotchkiss replied, with a smile Grillo thought might have been a jot more reassuring. 2. Though Howe had valiantly fought off sleep through most of the afternoon, by early evening he could barely keep his eyes open. When he told JoBeth he wanted to return to the hotel, Mama intervened, telling him she'd feel much comforted if he remained in the house. She made up the spare room he'd spent the previous night on the sofa, and he retired to it. His body had taken a considerable beating in the last few days. His hand was still badly bruised, and his back, though the punctures inflicted by the Tirata were not deep, still ached, none of which kept him from sleep for more than a few moments. JoBeth prepared food for Mama, salad for Mama, as ever, and herself, going through the familiar domestic processes as though nothing in the world had changed since a week ago, and for short spaces of time involved in her labors, forgetting the horrors. Then a look on her mother's face, or the sight of the shiny new lock on the back door, brought the memories back. She could no longer put them into any kind of order. There was just humiliation and pain upon further humiliation and further pain. Leering through it all, the Jaff. Near to her, too near to her, coming so close on occasion to persuading her to his vision the way he'd persuaded Tommy Ray. Of all her fears, the one that distressed her the most was that she might actually have been capable of joining the enemy. When he'd explained to her how he wanted reasons rather than feelings, she'd understood, even been moved to sympathy, and that teasing talk of the art and the island he wanted to show her. "JoBeth." "Mama? Are you all right?" "Yes, of course. Yes." "What were you thinking of? The expression on your face just about last night? You should put it out of your head." "Maybe I'll drive over to see Lois, talk with her for a while. Would you mind?" "No, I'll be fine here. Howard's with me." "Then I'll go." Of all her friends in the Grove, none represented the normality from which her life had departed as perfectly as Lois. For all her moral strictures, she had a strong and simple faith in what was good. In essence, she wanted the world a peaceful place, where children raised in love could in their turn raise children. She knew evil, too. It was any force mounted against that vision. The terrorist, the anarchist, the lunatic. Now JoBeth knew that such human forces had allies on a more rarefied plane of being. One of those was her father. It was never more important that she sought the company of those whose definition of good was unshakable. She heard noise and laughter from Lois's house as she got out of the car, which was welcome after the hours of fear and unease she'd spent. She knocked on the door. The raucousness continued unabated. It sounded to be quite a crowd. "Lois!" she called, but such was the level of hilarity from within, both calls and knocks went unheard, so she rapped on the window, again calling. The drapes were drawn aside, and Lois's quizzical face appeared, mouthing JoBeth's name. The room behind her was full of people. She was at the door 10 seconds later, with an expression on her face so unusual JoBeth almost failed to recognize her. A smile of welcome. Behind her, every light in the house seemed to be burning, a dazzling wash of light that spilled onto the step. "Surprise," said Lois. "Yes, I just thought I'd call round. But you've got company?" "Sort of," Lois replied. "It's a little difficult just at the moment." She cast a glance back into the house. It seemed to be a costume party she was flinging. A man dressed in a full cowboy outfit sauntered up the stairs, spurs glinting, past another in full military garb. Crossing the hall, arm in arm with a woman in black, was a guest who'd come as a surgeon of all things, his face masked. That Lois should have planned such a jamboree without mentioning it to JoBeth was odd enough. Lord knows they had spare time enough at the store to chat. But that she was throwing it at all, staid, reliable Lois, was doubly odd. "I don't suppose it matters," Lois was saying. "You're a friend, after all. You should be a part of it, right?" A part of what was the question on Jo Beth's lips, but she had no time to ask it before she was drawn inside by Lois, who took her arm with proprietorial force, and the door was shut hard behind her. "Isn't it wonderful?" Lois said. She was positively glowing. "Have you had the people come to see you?" "People?" "The visitors." Jo Beth merely nodded, which was sufficient to set Lois bubbling in a new direction. "Next door, the Kritzlers had visitors from Masquerade. You know that series about the sisters?" "The TV show?" "Of course, the TV show. And my Mel, well, you know how much he loves the old westerns." None of this made much of any sense, but Jo Beth let Lois race on, for fear that asking a question out of turn might mark her as uninitiated, and she'd be denied any further confessions. "Me, I'm the luckiest one," Lois burbled. So lucky. All the people from Day by Day came over. The whole family. Alan, Virginia, Benny, Jane. They even brought Morgan, imagine." "Where did they come from, Lois?" "They just appeared in the kitchen," came the answer. "And of course they've been telling me all the gossip about the family." Only the store obsessed Lois as much as Day by Day, the story of America's favorite family. She would regularly sit and tell Jo Beth every detail of the previous night's episode as though it were part of her own life. Now it seemed the delusion had taken hold of her. She was talking about the Pattersons as though they were actually guests in her house. "They're every bit as sweet as I knew they'd be," she was saying, "though I didn't think they'd mix with the people from Masquerade. You know, with the Pattersons being so ordinary. That's what I love about them. They're so—" "Lois, stop this." "What's wrong?" she said. "You tell me." "Nothing's wrong. Everything's wonderful. The visitors are here, and I couldn't be happier." She smiled at a man in a pale blue jacket who waved a welcome. "That's Todd, from The Last Laugh," she said. Late-night satire was no more to Jo Beth's taste than Day by Day, but the man did look vaguely familiar, as did the girl he'd been showing card tricks to, and the man who was clearly competing with him for her affections, who might have passed, even at this range, for the host of Mama's favorite game show, Hideaway. "What's going on here?" Jo Beth said. "Is it a look-alike party or something?" Lois's smile, which had been a permanent fixture since her greeting Jo Beth at the door, slipped a little. "You don't believe me," she said. "Believe you?" "About the Pattersons?" "No, of course not." "But they came, Jo Beth," she said, now suddenly in deadly earnest. "I suppose I'd always wanted to meet them, and they came." She took hold of Jo Beth's hand, her smile igniting again. "You'll see," she said. "And don't worry, you'll have somebody come to you if you want them badly enough. It's happening all over town, not just TV people, people from billboards and magazines. Beautiful people, wonderful people. There's no need to be frightened. They belong to us." She drew a little closer. "I never really understood that until last night. Only they need us just as much, don't they? Maybe more. So they won't do us any harm." She pushed open the door from which much of the laughter was coming. Jo Beth followed Lois in. The lights that had first dazzled her in the hallway were brighter here, though there was no source apparent. It was as if the people in the room came already lit, their hair gleaming, their eyes and teeth the same. Mel was standing at the mantelpiece, portly, bald and proud, surveying a room filled with famous faces. Just as Lois had promised, the stars had come to Palomo Grove. The Patterson family, Alan and Virginia, Benny and Jane, even their mutt Morgan, were holding court in the center of the room, with several other characters from the series, Mrs. Klein from next door, the bane of Virginia's life, the Haywards, who owned the corner store, also in attendance. Alan Patterson was engaged in an animated discussion with Hester Darcy, much abused heroine of Masquerade. Her oversexed sister, who had poisoned half the family to gain control of incalculable wealth, was in the corner making eyes at a man from an ad for briefs who'd come, as he was best known, almost naked. "Everybody," Lois said, raising her voice above the hubbub, "everybody, please. I want you all to meet a friend of mine, one of my very best friends." The familiar faces all turned to look, like the covers of a dozen TV guides, all staring Jo Beth's way. She wanted to get out of this insanity before it touched her, but Lois had a firm grip of her hand. Besides, this was part of the whole insanity. If she was to understand it, she had to stay put.
"This is JoBeth McGuire," Lois said.
Everybody smiled, even the cowboy. "You look as though you need a drink," Mel said when Lois had taken JoBeth on one complete circuit of the room.
"I don't drink liquor, Mr. Knapp."
"Doesn't mean you don't look as though you need it," came the reply. "I think we've all got to change our ways after tonight, don't you? Or maybe last night." He glanced over at Lois, whose laughter was rising in peals. "I've never seen her so happy," he said, "and that makes me happy."
"But do you know where all these people come from?" JoBeth said.
Mel shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine. Come through, will you? I need a drink if you don't. Lois has always denied herself these little pleasures. I always said, God isn't looking, and if he is, he doesn't care." They pressed their way through the guests to the hallway. Numbers of people had gathered there to escape the crush in the lounge, among them several church members. Maylene Mallet, Al Grigsby, Ruby Shepherd. They smiled at JoBeth, no sign on their faces that they found this gathering untoward. Had they perhaps brought visitors of their own?
"Did you go down to the mall last night?" JoBeth asked Mel as she watched him pour her orange juice.
"I did indeed," he said.
"And Maylene, and Lois, and the Kritzlers?"
"I think so. I forget who was there exactly, but yes, I'm sure most of them. Are you sure you wouldn't like something in the juice?"
"Maybe I will," she said vaguely, her mind putting the pieces of this mystery together.
"Good for you," said Mel. "The Lord isn't looking, and even if he is—"
"He doesn't care."
She took the drink. "That's right. He doesn't care." She sipped it, then gulped.
"What's in it?" she said.
"Vodka."
"Is the world going mad, Mr. Knapp?"
"I think it is," came the reply. "What's more, I like it that way." Howie woke at a little after 10, not because he was sufficiently rested, but because he'd rolled over in sleep and trapped his wounded hand under his body. Pain soon slapped him conscious. He sat up and studied his throbbing knuckles in the moonlight. The cuts had opened again. He dressed and went to the bathroom to wash them of blood, then went in search of a bandage. JoBeth's mother provided one, along with the expertise to bind his hand properly, plus the information that JoBeth had gone to Lois Knapp's house.
"She's late now," Mama said.
"It's not 10:30 yet."
"Even so."
"You want me to go look for her?"
"Would you? You can take Tommy Ray's car."
"Is it far?"
"No."
"Then I think I'll walk." The warmth of the night, and his being out in it without hounds on his heels, put him in mind of his first night here in the Grove, seeing JoBeth in Buttrick's steakhouse, speaking with her, falling, in a matter of seconds, in love. The calamities that had come upon the Grove since were a direct result of that meeting. But, significant as his feelings for JoBeth were, he couldn't quite bring himself to believe they'd brought such vast consequence. Was it possible that beyond the enmity between the Jaff and Fletcher, beyond quiddity and the struggle for its possession, lay an even vaster plot? He'd always vexed himself with such imponderables, like trying to imagine infinity, or what it would feel like to touch the sun. The pleasure lay not in a solution, but in the stretch it took to tackle the question. The difference in this case lay with his place in the problem. Suns and infinities vexed far greater minds than his, but what he felt for JoBeth vexed only him, and if, as some buried instinct in him, Fletcher's echo, perhaps, suggested, the fact of their meeting was a tiny but vital part of some massive tale, then he could not leave the thinking to those greater minds. The responsibility, at least in part, devolved upon him, upon them both. How much he wished it didn't. How much he longed to have time to court JoBeth like any small-town suitor, to lay plans for the future without the weight of an inexplicable past pressing upon them. But that couldn't be, any more than a written thing could be unwritten, or a wished-for thing unwished.
If he'd wanted any more concrete proof of that, none could have been had but the scene that awaited him beyond the door of Lois Knapp's house.
"There's someone here to see you, JoBeth."
She turned and met the same expression that must have been on her face when 2 hours and more before she'd stepped into the lounge.
"Howie," she said.
"What's going on here?"
"A party?"
"Yeah, I can see that. But all these actors, where'd they come from? They can't all live in the Grove."
"They're not actors," she said. "They're people from the TV, and a few movies, too. Not many, but—"
Wait. He moved closer to her. "Are these Lois's friends?" he said.
"They sure are," she said.
"This town just keeps on going, doesn't it? Just when you think you've got it fixed in your head."
"But they're not actors, Howie."
"You just said they were."
"No, I said they were people from TV. See the Patterson family over there? They even have that dog with them."
"Morgan," Howie said. "My mother used to watch that show." The dog, a lovable mongrel in a long tradition of lovable mongrels, heard his name called and scooted over, followed by Benny, the youngest of the Patterson children.
"Hi," the kid said. "I'm Benny."
"I'm Howie. This is—"
"JoBeth, yeah, we met. You want to come outside and play ball with me, Howie? I'm bored."
"It's dark out there."
"No, it isn't,"
Benny said. He directed Howie's gaze towards the patio doors. They were open. The night beyond was, as Benny had said, far from dark. It was as if the odd radiance that permeated the house, about which he'd had no time to speak with JoBeth, had seeped out into the yard.
"See?"
Benny said. "I see."
"So come on, huh?"
"In a minute."
"Promise?"
"I promise. By the way, what's your real name?" The kid looked puzzled.
"Benny," he said. "Always was."
He and the mutt headed off for the bright night. Before Howie could put the countless questions in his head into askable order, he felt a friendly pat on the back, and a rotund voice inquired, "Something to drink?" Howie raised his bandaged hand in apology for the absence of a handshake. "Good to have you here, anyhow. JoBeth was telling me about you. I'm Mel, by the way, Lois's husband. You met Lois already, I gather." "That's right." "I don't know where she got to. I think one of those cowboys is having his way with her." He raised his glass. "To which I say, better him than me." He faked a look of shame. "What am I saying? I should have the bastard out on the street, gun him down, eh?" He grinned. "That's the New West for you, right? Can't be fucking bothered. You want another vodka, JoBeth? You're going to have something, Howie." "Why not?" "Funny, isn't it?" Mel said. "It's only when these damn dreams come in you realize who you are. Me? I'm a coward. And I don't love her." He turned from them. "Never did love her," he said as he reeled away. "Bitch. Fucking bitch." Howie watched him enveloped by the crowd, then looked back at JoBeth. Very slowly he said, "I don't have the slightest clue what's happening. Do you?"
"Yes."
"Tell me. Words of one syllable."
"This is because of last night, what your father did."
"The fire?"
"Or what came from it. All these people," she smiled, surveying them, "Lois, Mel, Ruby over there, all of them were at the mall last night. Whatever came from your father—"
"Keep your voice down, will you? They're staring at us."
"I'm not talking loud, Howie," she said. "Don't be so paranoid."
"I tell you, they're staring." He could feel the intensity of their gazes, faces he'd only ever seen in glossy magazines or on the television screen, staring at him with strange, almost troubled looks.
"So let them stare," she said. "They don't mean any harm."
"How do you know that?"
"I've been here all evening. It's just like a normal party."
"You're slurring your words."
"So why shouldn't I have a little fun once in a while?"
"I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying you're in no state to judge whether they're dangerous or not."
"What are you trying to do, Howie?" she said. "Keep all these people to yourself?"
"No, of course not."
"I don't want to be a part of the Jaff."
"JoBeth!"
"He may be my father. Doesn't mean I like it that way."
The room had fallen entirely silent at the mention of the Jaff. Now everyone in the room, cowboys, soap opera stars, sitcom folks, beauties and all, were looking their way.
"Oh, shit," said Howie softly. "You shouldn't have said that." He scanned the faces surrounding them. "That was a mistake. She didn't mean it. She's not... She doesn't belong... What I mean is, we're together, she and me. We're together, see? My father was Fletcher, and hers wasn't." It was like being in sinking sand. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. One of the cowboys spoke first. He had eyes the press would call ice blue. "You're Fletcher's son?"
"Yes, I am."
"So you know what we're to do?" Howie suddenly understood the significance of the stares he'd been garnering since he'd entered. These creatures, hallucigenia, Fletcher had called them, knew him, or at least thought they did. Now he'd identified himself, and the need in their faces couldn't have been plainer. "Tell us what to do," one of the women said. "We're here for Fletcher," said another. "Fletcher's gone," said Howie. "Then for you. You're his son. What are we here to do?" "Do you want the child of the Jaff destroyed?" said the cowboy, turning his blue eyes on Joe Beth. "Jesus Christ, no!" He reached out to take hold of Joe Beth's arm, but she'd already retreated from him, slow steps towards the door. "Come back," he said. "They're not going to hurt you." From the look on her face, his words were scant comfort in such company. "Joe Beth," he said, "I'm not going to let them hurt you." He started towards her, but his father's creatures weren't about to let their only hope for guidance go. Before he could reach her, he felt a hand snatch at his shirt, and then another, and another, until he was entirely surrounded by pleading, adoring faces. "I can't help you," he yelled. "Let me alone." From the corner of his eye he saw Joe Beth, running scared to the door, opening it and slipping away. He called after her, but the din of pleas had risen around him until his every syllable was drowned out. He started to push harder through the crowd. Dreams they might be, but they were solid enough, and warm, and, it seemed, frightened. They needed a leader, and they'd elected him. It was not a role he was prepared to accept, especially not if it separated him from Joe Beth. "Get the fuck out of my way!" he demanded, clawing his way through the backlit, glossy faces. Their fervor didn't diminish, but grew in proportion to his resistance. It was only by ducking down and tunneling his way through his admirers that he got free of them. They followed him out into the hallway. The front door stood open. He sprinted for it like a star besieged by fans, and was out into the night before they caught up with him. Some instinct kept them from coming after him into the open, though one or two, Benny and the dog Morgan leading, followed. The boys shout, "Come back and see us sometime soon," pursuing him like a threat down the street. Chapter 7 1. The bullet struck Tesla in the side like a blow from a heavyweight champ. She was thrown backwards, the sight of Tommy Ray's grinning face replaced with the stars through the open roof. They got bigger in moments, swelling like bright sores, edging out the clean darkness. What happened next was beyond her powers of comprehension.
She heard a commotion and a shot, followed by shrieks from the women Raoul had told her would be gathering about this time.
But she couldn't find the will to be much interested in what was happening on Earth. The ugly spectacle above her claimed all her attention, a sick and brimming sky about to drown her in tainted light. Is this death? She wondered. If so, it was overrated. There was a story to be had there, she began to think, about a woman who... The thought went the way of consciousness. Out. The second shot she'd heard had been fired at Raoul, who'd come at Tesla's assassin at speed, leaping over the fire. The bullet missed him, but he threw himself aside to avoid another, giving Tommy Ray time to dart out of the door he'd entered through into a crowd of women, which he parted with a third shot aimed over their veiled heads. They put up a clamor and fled, holding their children after them. Nuncio in hand, he headed off down the hill to where he'd left the car. A backward glance confirmed that the woman's companion, whose misbegotten features and weird turn of speed had taken him aback, was not giving chase. Raoul put his hand to Tesla's cheek. She was feverish, but alive. He took off his shirt and clamped the bundle to her wound, laying her limp hand upon it to keep it in place. Then he went out into the darkness and called the women out of hiding. He knew all of them by name. They, in turn, knew and trusted him. They came when called. "Look after Tesla," he instructed them. Then he went after the death boy and his prize. Tommy Ray was within sight of the car, or rather its ghost form in the moonlight, when his foot slid from beneath him. In his effort to keep hold of gun and vial, both went from his hands. He fell heavily, face down in sharp dirt. Stones stabbed his cheek, chin, arms, and hands. As he got to his feet, blood began to run. "My face," he said, hoping to God he'd not damaged his looks. There was more bad news to come. He could hear the sound of the ugly fuck following down the hill.
"Want to die, do you?" he grunted to his pursuer. "No problem. We can supply, no problem."
He scrabbled for the gun, but it had skidded some distance from him. The vial was there beneath his hand, however. He picked it up. Even as he did so, he realized it was no longer passive. It was warm in his bloodied palm. There was motion behind the glass. He grasped it more tightly, to be certain it didn't slip from him again. It responded instantly, the fluid glowing between his fingers. Many years had passed since the rest of the Nuncio had worked its work upon Fletcher and Jaffe. This, the remnants, had been buried, out of sight, amid stones too revered to be turned. It had grown cold, forgetful of its message. But it remembered now. Tommy Ray's enthusiasm woke old ambition. He saw it push against the walls of the vial, bright as a knife, as a gun-flash. Then it broke its cage, and came at him, between his fingers, spread now against its attack, up towards his already wounded face. Its touch seemed light enough, a spatter of warmth, like a jism when he jerked off, hitting his eye and the corner of his mouth. But it flipped him over onto his back, the stones bringing blood to his elbows, ass and spine. He tried to yell, but no sound came. He tried to open his eyes so as to see where he was lying, but he couldn't do that either. Jesus! He couldn't even breathe. His hands, touched by the Nuncio as it leapt, were clamped to his face, blocking eyes, nose, and mouth. It was like being screwed down in a coffin made for someone 2 sizes smaller than he. Again he cried out against the gag of his palm, but it was a lost cause. Somewhere at the back of his head, a voice said, "Let go. This is what you want. To be the death boy, you first have to know death. Feel it, understand it, suffer it." In this, as in perhaps no other lesson in his short life, he was a good pupil. He stopped resisting the panic, and went with it, riding it like a wave at Zuma, towards the darkness of some unmapped shore. The Nuncio went with him. He felt it make new stuff of him with every sweating second, prancing on the points of his stiffened hair, beating a rhythm, death's rhythm, between the throbs of his heart. Suddenly it was full of him, or he of it, or both. His hands came off his face like suckers, and he breathed again. After 6 gasps, he sat up and looked down at his palms. They were bloody, both from his cut face and from their own injuries, but the stains faded before a more insistent reality. Granted a grave-dweller's sight, he saw his own flesh corrupting before his eyes. The skin darkened and swelled with gases, then broke open, the lesions spilling pus and water. Seeing, he grinned, and felt the grin spreading up from the corners of his mouth to his ears as his face split. It wasn't just the bone of his smile he was showing. The rods of his arms, wrists, and fingers were appearing now, as decay uncovered them. Beneath his shirt, his heart and lungs sank into sewerage and drained away. His balls were washed with them, his withered dick the same. And still the grin grew wider, until all the muscle had gone from his face, and he was smiling the death boy's smile, wide as any smile could get. The vision didn't linger. Once given, it was gone, and he was left kneeling on the sharp stones, staring down at his bloody palms. "I'm the death boy," he said, and stood up, turning to face the lucky fuck who'd be the first to see him transfigured. The man had stopped in his tracks a few yards off. "Look at me," Tommy Ray said. "I'm the death boy." The poor shit just stared, not understanding. Tommy Ray laughed. All desire to kill the man had gone out of him. He wanted this witness alive to testify in days to come, to say, "I was there, and it was awesome, seeing Tommy Ray McGuire die and rise again." He took a moment to look at the remains of the Nuncio fragments of the vial and a few spots of spilled fluid on the stones. There was not enough to gather up and take back to the Jaff, But he was bringing something better now. Himself, changed, cleansed of fear, cleansed of flesh. Without looking back at the witness, he about-faced and left him to his confusion. Though the glory of corruption had left him now, a subtle after-sight remained, which he didn't comprehend until a piece of stone underfoot caught his eye. He bent to pick it up. A pretty thing for JoBeth, maybe. Once in his hand, he realized it was not stone at all, but a bird's skull, fractured and dirty. To his eyes it gleamed. "Death shines," he thought. "When I see it, it shines." Pocketing the skull, he sauntered back to the car and reversed down the hill until the road offered space enough for him to turn. Then he was away at a speed that would have been suicidal on such bends and in such darkness, had suicide not been one of his many playthings now. Raoul put his fingers to one of the splashes of Nuncio. It rose in beads to meet his hand, winding into the spirals of his fingerprints, then climbing up through the marrow of hand, wrist, and forearm, before petering out at his elbow. He felt, or imagined he felt, some subtle reconfiguration in his muscle, as though his hand, which had never quite lost its simian proportions, was being coaxed a little closer to the human. He let the sensation delay him only a moment. Tesla's condition concerned him more than his own. It was as he went to make his way back up the hill that it occurred to him that the drops of Nuncio left in the ground might somehow help heal the woman. If she didn't have comfort of some kind soon, she'd surely die. What was there to lose in letting the great work do what it could? With that thought in mind, he started back towards the mission, knowing that were he to attempt to touch the broken vial, it would be he who received its benefit. Tesla would have to be carried down the road to where these precious drops were scattered. The women had set their candles all around Tesla. She looked like a corpse already. He was swift with his instructions. They wrapped her up and helped him carry her down the road a little way. She wasn't heavy. He took her head and shoulders, and two of the women supported her lower half. A third held the bundled shirt, now thoroughly soaked, to the bullet hole. It was a slow process, stumbling in the darkness, but having been twice touched by the Nuncio, Raoul had no difficulty finding the spot again. Like called to like. Warning the women to keep feet and fingers clear of the spilled fluid, he took Tesla's weight entirely into his own arms and laid her down, her head haloed by splashes of the Nuncio. The remains of the vial itself still contained the bulk of the fluid, at most a teaspoonful. With great gentleness he turned her head towards the vial. At her proximity, the fluid inside had begun a firefly dance. The poison brightness that had rained on Tesla as she fell before Tommy Ray's bullet had solidified in seconds, become a grey, featureless place where she lay now without any sense of how she'd come to be there. She couldn't remember the mission, Raoul, or Tommy Ray. Even her own name was beyond her. It was all outside the wall where she couldn't go. Perhaps would never go again. She had no feelings either way about this. With no memory, she had nothing to mourn. But now something began to scratch at the wall from the other side. She heard it humming to itself as it worked, like a lover digging at the stone of her cell, determined to reach her. She listened and waited, no longer quite so forgetful, nor so indifferent to escape. Her name came back to her first, heard in the hum from outside, then a memory of the pain the bullet had brought with it, and the grinning face of Tommy Ray, and Raoul, and the mission, and Nuncio. That was the power she'd come looking for, and now, in its turn, it was looking for her, eroding the walls of limbo. Her exchanges with Fletcher about its transforming talents had been all too brief, but she understood its basic function well enough. It ran with whatever baton it was passed, a race against entropy towards some conclusion not even its client-victim could guess, much less its subject. Was she ready for such a proving touch? It had made a swollen evil of Jaffe, and a bewildered saint of Fletcher. What might it make of her? At the last possible moment, Raoul doubted the wisdom of this medicine, and reached to take Tesla out of the way of the Nuncio's touch. But it was already leaping from the shattered vial towards her face. She inhaled it like a liquid breath. Around her head the other drops flew towards her scalp and neck. She gasped, her whole body responding with tremors to the entry of the messenger. Then, just as suddenly, every jitter in her joints and nerves ceased. Raoul murmured, "Don't die! Don't die!" He was about to put his mouth to hers in one last snatch at preserving her, when he saw the motion behind her closed lids. Her eyes were roving back and forth wildly, scanning some sight only she could see. "Alive," he murmured. Behind him, the women, who had witnessed this entire scene without comprehending any of it, began to pray and wail, either out of gratitude or of fear of what they'd seen. He didn't know, but he added his own muttered prayers, no more certain of his reasons than of theirs. 2. The walls went suddenly, like a dam first breached in a tiny place, then broken from side to side by the flood behind it. She had expected the world she'd left to be waiting when the walls were rubble. She was wrong. There was no sign of the mission, nor of Raoul. Instead, there was laid before her a desert, lit by a sun which had yet to reach its full ferocity, and crossed by a gusting wind which picked her up the instant the walls fell, and carried her over the ground. Her velocity was terrifying, but she had no way to slow herself, or indeed change direction, because she possessed neither limbs nor body. She was thought here, pure, in a pure place. Then ahead, a sight that gave the lie to that. There was sign of human occupancy on the horizon, a town set in the middle of this nowhere. Her speed didn't slow as she approached. This apparently was not her destination, if indeed she had one. It occurred to her that perhaps she could simply travel and travel, that this state of being was simply one of motion, a journey without purpose or conclusion. She had time, as she passed through the main street, to register that though the town was solidly constructed, stores and houses arrayed to either side, it was also completely characterless. That is, unpeopled and unparticularized. There were no signs on the stores or at the cross-streets, no mark of human presence whatsoever. Even as she registered this weirdness, she was at the other side of the town, and once more speeding over sun-scorched ground. The sight of the town, however brief, had given weight to her suspicion that she was utterly alone here. Not only was her journey to be endless, but unaccompanied, too. This was hell, she thought, or a good working definition of same. She began to wonder how long it would be before her mind took refuge from this horror in insanity. A day, a week? Were there even such distinctions here? Did the sun set and rise again? She strained to turn her sight skyward, but the sun was behind her, and having no body, she neither threw a shadow by which to read its position, nor possessed the power to turn and see it for herself. There was something else to see, however, more curious than the town. A single tower or pylon, built of steel, standing in the middle of the desert, with wires tethering it as though it might at any moment float away. Again she was at it, and passed in seconds. Again it gave her no comfort. But once beyond it, a new sensation crept over her. That she and the clouds and the sand beneath her were all fleeing from something. Had some entity been lurking in that blank town just out of sight, and now, aroused by a human presence here, was coming after her? She couldn't turn, she couldn't hear, she couldn't even feel its footsteps in the earth as it approached. But it would come. If not now, then soon. It was relentless, inevitable. And the first moment she saw it would be her last. Then refuge, a fair distance away yet, but growing in size as she speeded towards it, what appeared to be a small stone hut. Its walls painted white. Her sickening pace slowed. The ride apparently had a destination after all, this hovel. Her sight was fixed upon the place, looking for signs of occupancy, but her peripheral vision nevertheless caught sight of a movement way off to the right of the hut. Though slowing, her speed was still considerable, and her inability to scan the scene prevented her catching more than a glimpse of the figure. But it was human, female, clothed in rags. That much she did grasp. Even if the hut turned out to be as empty as the town, she had the comfort, albeit slight, that some other soul wandered these wastes. She looked hard for the woman again, but she'd come and gone. And there was more urgent business, the fact that the hut was almost upon her, or her upon it, and her speed was still sufficient to demolish hovel and visitor on impact. She readied herself, reflecting that a death by dashing would be preferable to the unending journey she'd feared. And then she was at a dead stop, and at the door. From 200 miles an hour to 0 in half a heartbeat. The door was closed, but she sensed something over her shoulder. Bodice though she was, it was impossible not to think of over and behind, which reached into her field of vision. It was serpentine, the thickness of her wrist, and so dark that even in bright sunlight she could make out no detail of its anatomy. It had no patterning, no head, no eyes, no mouth, no digits. It had strength, however, enough to push the door open. Then it withdrew, leaving her undecided as to whether she'd seen the whole beast or merely one of its limbs. The hut was not large. One glance, and she'd taken it in, the walls unadorned stone, the floor bare earth. There was no bed, nor any furniture, only a small fire burning in the middle of the floor, its smoke given an escape route through a hole in the middle of the roof, but instead choosing to stay and dirty the air between her and the hut's sole occupant. He looked as old as the stone of this hovel's walls, naked and grimy, his paper skin stretched to splitting point over bird's bones. He'd singed off his beard patchily, leaving clumps of grey hairs in places. She wondered he had the wit to do that. The expression on his face suggested a mind in an advanced state of catatonia. But no sooner had she entered than he looked up at her, seeing her despite the fact that she had no substance. He cleared his throat, spitting the phlegm into the fire. "Close the door," he said. "You can see me?" she replied. "And hear me?" "Of course," he replied. "Now close the door." "How do I do that?" she wanted to know. "I've got no hands, nothing." "You can do it," he replied. "Just imagine yourself." "Huh?" "Oh, for fuck's sake, how difficult can it be? You've looked at yourself often enough. Picture what you look like. Make yourself real. Go on." "Do it for me." His tone veered between that of bully and wheedler. "You have to close the door." "I'm trying." "Not hard enough," came the reply. She paused a moment before daring the next question. "I'm dead, aren't I?" she said. "Dead? No." "No?" "The Nuncio preserved you. You're alive and kicking, but your body's still back at the mission. I want it here. We've got business to do." The good news that she was still alive, albeit separated flesh from spirit, fueled her. She thought hard of the body she'd almost lost, the body she'd grown into over a period of 32 years. It was by no means perfect, but at least it was all hers. No silicone, no nips and tucks. She liked her hands and her fine-boned wrists, her squinty breasts with the left nipple twice the size of the right, her cunt, her ass. Most of all, she liked her face, with its quirks and laugh lines. To imagine it was the trick, to picture its essentials and so bring it into this other place where her spirit had come. The old man was aiding her in the process, she guessed. His gaze, though still on the door, was directed inward. The sinews of his neck stood out like harp strings, his lipless mouth twitched. His energies helped. She felt herself losing her lightness, becoming substantial here, like a soup thickening in the heat of her imagining. There was a moment of doubt, when she almost regretted losing the ease of being thought, but then she remembered her face smiling back at her when she stepped from the shower in the morning. It was a fine feeling, maturing in that flesh, learning to enjoy it for its own sake, the simple pleasure of a good belch, or, better yet, a solid fart, the kind that had Butch blaming himself, teaching her tongue to distinguish between vodkas, her eyes to appreciate Matisse. There were more gains than losses in bringing her body to her mind. "Almost," she heard him say. "I feel it." "A little more. Conjure." She looked down at the ground, aware that she had the freedom to do so. Her feet were there, standing on the threshold, naked. So, solidifying in front of her eyes, was the rest of her body. She was stark naked. "Now," said the man at the fire, "close the door." She turned and did so, her nakedness embarrassing her not at all. particularly after the effort she'd used bringing her body here. She worked out of the gym 3 times a week. She knew her belly was trim and her ass tight. Besides, her host was unconcerned, both with his own nudity and, it seemed, with giving her more than a cursory glance. If there'd ever been lechery in those eyes, it had long ago dried up. "So," he said, "I'm Kissoon, your Tesla. Sit. Talk with me." "I've got a lot of questions," she told him.
"I'd be surprised if you hadn't."
"I can ask?"
"Ask. But first, sit."
She squatted down on the opposite side of the fire to him. The floor was warm, the air, too. Within 30 seconds her pores had begun to ooze. It was pleasant. "First," she said, "how did I get here? And where am I?"
"New Mexico is where you are," Kissoon replied. "And the how of it, well, that's a more difficult question. But what it comes down to is this. I've been watching you and several others, waiting for a chance to bring someone here. Your near death, and the Nuncio, helped erode your resistance to the journey. Indeed, you had little choice."
"How much do you know about what's happening in the grove?" she asked him.
He made dry sounds with his mouth, as though trying to summon saliva. When he finally replied, it was with a weary tone. "Oh, God in heaven, too much," he said. "I know too much."
"The art? Quiddity? All that?"
"Yes," he said, with the same dispirited air. "All that. It was me began it, fool that I am. The creature you know as the Jaff once sat where you're sitting now. He was just a man then, Randolph Jaffe, impressive in his way. He had to have been, to have got here in the first place. But still, just a man."
"Did he come the way I came?" she asked. "I mean, was he near death?"
"No. He just had a greater hunger for the art than most who went after it. He wasn't put off by the smoke-screens and the shams and all the tricks that throw most people off the scent. He kept looking until he found me."
Kissoon regarded Tesla with eyes narrowed, as if he might sharpen his sight that way and get inside her skull.
"What to tell?" he said. "Always the same problem. What to tell?"
"You sound like Grillo," she remarked. "Have you spied on him?"
"Once or twice when he crossed the path," Kissoon said. "But he's not important. You are. You're very important."
"How do you figure that?"
"You're here, for one. Nobody's been here since Randolph, and look what consequences that brought. This is no normal place, Tesla. I'm sure you've already guessed that. This is a loop, a time out of time, which I made for myself."
"Out of time?" she said. "I don't understand."
"Where to begin?" he said. "That's the other question, isn't it? First what to tell, then where to begin. Well, you know about the art, about quiddity. Do you also know about the shoal?" She shook her head. "It is, or was, one of the oldest orders in world religion. A tiny sect, 17 of us at any one time, who had one dogma, the art, one heaven, quiddity, and one purpose, to keep both pure. This is its sign," he said, picking a small object up from the ground in front of him and tossing it across to her. At first glance she thought it was a crucifix. It was a cross, and at its center was a man spread-eagled. But a closer perusal gave the lie to that. On each of the forearms of the symbol other forms were inscribed, which seemed to be corruptions of, or developments from, the central figure. "You believe me?" he said.
"I believe you."
She threw the symbol back over to his side of the fire. "Quiddity must be preserved at any cost. No doubt you understood this from Fletcher?"
"He said that, yes. Was he one of the shoal?"
Kissoon looked disdainful. "No, he'd never have made the grade. He was just an employee. The Jaff hired him to provide a chemical ride, a shortcut to the art and quiddity.
That was the Nuncio?
It was.
Did it do the job?
It might have done, if Fletcher hadn't been touched with it himself.
That was why they fought, she said.
Yes, Kissoon replied. Of course, but you know this. Fletcher must have told you.
We didn't have much time. He explained bits and pieces. A lot of it was vague.
He was no genius. Finding the Nuncio was more luck than talent.
You met him?
I told you nobody's been here since Jaffe. I'm alone.
No, you're not, Tesla said. There was somebody outside.
The Licks, you mean? The serpent that opened the door? Just a little creation of mine, a doodle. Though I have enjoyed breeding them.
No, not that, she said. There was a woman in the desert. I saw her.
Really? Kissoon said, a subtle shadow seeming to cross his face. A woman?
He made a little smile.
Well, forgive me, he said. I do dream still, once in a while. And there was a time when I could conjure whatever I desired by dreaming it. She was naked?
I don't think so.
Beautiful?
I didn't get that close.
Oh, a pity. But best for you. You're vulnerable here, and I wouldn't want you hurt by a possessive mistress.
His voice had lightened, become almost artificially casual.
If you see her again, keep your distance, he advised. On no account approach her.
I won't.
I hope she finds her way here. Not that I could do much now. The carcass,
he looked down at his withered body,
has seen better days. But I could look. I like to look. Even at you, if you don't mind me saying.
What do you mean, even? Tesla said.
Kissoon laughed, low and dry. Yes, I'm sorry. I meant it as a compliment. Oh, these years alone I've lost my social graces.
You could go back, surely, she said. You brought me here. Isn't there a two-way traffic?
Yes and no, he said.
Meaning?
Meaning I could, but I can't.
Why?
I'm the last of the shoal, he said. The last living preserver of quiddity. The rest have been murdered, and all attempts to replace them brought to nothing. Do you blame me for keeping out of sight? For watching from a safe distance? If I die without somehow re-establishing the tradition of the shoal, quiddity will be left unguarded, and I think you understand enough to know how cataclysmic that could be. The only possible way I can get out into the world and begin that vital work is in another shape, another body.
Who are the murderers, do you know? Again that subtle shadow.
I have my suspicions, he replied.
But you're not telling.
The history of the shoal's littered with attempts on its integrity. It's got enemies human, sub, in, ab. If I started to explain, we'd never be finished.
Is any of this written down?
You mean, can you research it? No. But you can read between the lines of other histories, and you'll find the shoal everywhere. It's the secret behind all other secrets. Entire religions were seeded and nurtured to distract attention from it, to direct spiritual seekers away from the shoal, the art and what the art opened onto. It wasn't difficult. People are easily thrown off track if the right scent is laid down, promises of revelation, resurrection of the body, that sort of thing.
Are you saying—
Don't interrupt, Kissoon said. Please. I'm getting into my rhythm here.
I'm sorry, Tesla said. It's almost like a pitch, she thought, like he's trying to sell me this whole extraordinary story.
So, as I was saying, you can find the shoal everywhere if you know how to look. And some people did. There were several men and women down the years, like Jaffe, who managed to look through the shams and the smoke-screens and just kept on digging up the clues, breaking the codes and the codes within the codes, until they got close to the art. Then, of course, the shoal would be obliged to step in and act as we thought fit on a case-by-case basis. Some of these seekers, Gurdjieff, Melville, Emily Dickinson, an interesting cross-section, we simply initiated into a most sacred and secret adepthood.
to train them to take over in our stead when death depleted our numbers. Others we judged unfit.
What did you do with them?
Used our skills to blank all memory of their discovery from their heads, which often proved fatal, of course. You can't take a man's search for meaning away one day and expect him to survive it, especially if he's come close to finding an answer. It's my suspicion one of our rejects had remembered himself or herself
and murdered the shoal.
It seems the likeliest theory. It has to be somebody who knows about the shoal and its workings. Which brings me to Randolph Chaffee.
It's hard for me to think of him as Randolph, Tesla said, even as human.
Believe me, he is. He's also the greatest error of judgment I ever made. I told him too much.
More than you're telling me?
The situation's desperate now, Kissoon said. If I don't tell you and get help from you, we're all lost. But with Chaffee, it was my stupidity. I wanted someone to share my loneliness with, and I chose badly. Had the others been alive, they would have stepped in, stopped me making such a crass decision. They would have seen the corruption in him. I didn't. I was pleased he'd found me. I wanted the company, wanted somebody to help me carry the burden of the art. What I created was a worse burden, someone with the power to get access to quiddity, but without the least spiritual refinement.
He's got an army, too.
I know.
Where do they come from?
The same place everything originates. The mind.
Everything?
You're asking questions again.
I can't help it.
Yes, everything. The world and all its works, its makings and unmakings, gods, lice and cuttlefish, all from the mind.
I don't believe you.
Why assume I care?
The mind can't create everything.
I didn't say the human mind.
Oh.
If you listened more closely, you wouldn't ask so many questions.
But you want me to understand, or you wouldn't be spending all this time.
Time out of time. But yes, I want you to understand. Given the sacrifice you'll have to make, it's important you know why.
What sacrifice?
I told you, I can't get out of this place in my body. I'll be found and murdered like the others. She shuddered, despite the warmth.
I don't think I follow, she said.
Yes, you do.
You want me to get you out somehow? Carry your thoughts?
Near enough.
Can't I simply act for you? She said. Be your agent? I'm good out there.
I'm sure you are.
You brief me, I'll do what it takes.
Kissoon shook his head. There's so much you don't know, he said. So vast a picture I haven't even tried to unveil. I doubt your imagination could cope with it.
Try me, she said.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Well, the issue here isn't simply the Jaff. He may taint quiddity, but it'll survive.
So what's the big problem? Tesla said. You give me all this shit about needing sacrifice. What for? If quiddity can look after itself, what for?
Will you not simply trust me?
She looked hard at him. The fire had sunk low, but her eyes were by now well used to the amber gloom. Part of her wanted very much to put her trust in someone, but she'd spent most of her adult life learning the danger of that. Men, agents, studio executives, so many of them had asked her for her trust in the past, and she'd given it, and been fucked over. It was too late to learn a new way now. She was cynical to the marrow. If she ever stopped being that, she'd stop being Tesla, and she liked being Tesla. It therefore followed, as night-day, that cynicism suited her too. So she said, "No, I'm sorry, I can't trust you. Don't take it personally. I'd be the same whoever you were. I want to know the bottom line."
"What does that mean?"
"I want the truth, or I don't give you anything."
"Are you so sure you can refuse?" Kissoon said.
She half turned her face from him, glancing back, tight-lipped, the way her favorite heroines did, with a look of accusation. "That was a threat," she said.
"You could construe it that way," he observed.
"Well, fuck you."
He shrugged. His passivity, the almost lazy way he regarded her, inflamed her further. "I don't have to sit and listen to this, you know."
"No?"
"No. You're hiding something from me."
"Now you're being ridiculous."
"I don't think so." She stood up. His eyes didn't follow her face, but lingered at groin height. She was suddenly uncomfortable being naked in his presence. She wanted the clothes that were, presumably, still back at the mission, stale and bloody as they'd be. If she was to get back there, she'd better start walking. She turned to the door. Behind her, Kissoon said,
"Wait, Tesla. Please wait. The error's mine. I concede the error's mine. Come back, will you?"
His tone was placating, but she read a less benign undertow. He's riled, she thought. For all his spiritual poise, he's pissed. It was a lesson in the facilities of dialogue to hear the bristle beneath the purr. She turned back to hear more, no longer certain that she could get the truth from this man. She only had to be threatened once to doubt. "Go on," she said. "You won't sit?" "That's right," she said. She had to pretend she wasn't afraid, though suddenly she was, had to think of her skin as fashion enough, stand and be defiantly naked. "I won't sit."
"Then I'll try to explain as quickly as I can,"
he said. He'd effectively smoothed out every ambiguity in his manner. He was considerate, even humble.
"Even I, you must understand, don't have all the facts at my disposal," he said. "But I have enough, I hope, to convince you of the danger we're in."
"Who's we?"
"The inhabitants of the cosm."
"Again?"
"Fletcher didn't explain this to you?"
"No." He sighed.
"Think of quiddity as a sea," he said.
"I'm thinking."
"On one side of that sea is the reality we inhabit, a continent of being, if you like, the perimeters of which are sleep and death."
"So far, so good?"
"Now, suppose there's another continent on the other side of the sea."
"Another reality?"
"Yes, as vast and complex as our own, as full of energies and species and appetites, but dominated, as the cosm is, by one species in particular, with strange appetites."
"I don't like the sound of this."
"You wanted the truth?"
"I'm not saying I believe you."
"That other place is the metacosm. That species is the Yad Ouroboros. They exist."
"And the appetites?" she said, not certain she really wanted to know.
"For purity, for singularity, for madness."
"Some hunger."
"You were right when you accused me of not telling the truth. I told a part of it only. The shoal did stand guard the shores of quiddity to prevent the art from being misused by human ambition, but it also stood to watch the sea."
"For an invasion?"
"That's what we feared, maybe even expected. It wasn't simply our paranoia. The profoundest dreams of evil are those in which we sent the yard across quiddity. The deepest terrors, the foulest imaginings that haunt human heads are the echoes of their echoes. I am giving you more reason to be afraid, Tesla, than you could hear from any other lips. I'm telling you what only the strongest psyches can bear."
"Is there any good news?" Tesla said.
"Whoever promised that? Whoever said there'd be good news?"
"Jesus," she replied. "And Buddha? Mohammed?"
"Fragments of stories massaged into cults by the shoal. Distractions."
"I can't believe that."
"Why not?"
"Are you a Christian?"
"No." "Buddhist? Muslim? Hindu?"
"No."
No. "But you insist on believing the good news anyway," Kissoon said. "Convenient."
She felt she'd been struck very hard across the face by a teacher who'd been 3 or 4 steps ahead of her throughout the entire argument, leading her steadily and stealthily to a place where she could not help but mouth absurdities. And absurd it was, to cling to hopes for heaven when she poured piss on every religion that passed beneath her window. But she reeled not because Kissoon had scored a solid debating point. She'd taken her lumps in countless arguments and come back to give worse. What made her sick to her stomach was that her defense against so much else he'd said was forfeit at the same moment. If even a part of what he'd told her was true, and the world she lived in, the cosm, was in jeopardy, then what right did she have to value her little life over his desperate need for assistance? Even assuming she could find her way out of this time out of time, she couldn't return to the world without wondering every moment if in leaving him she'd lost the cosm's one chance for survival. She had to stay, had to give herself over to him, not because she entirely believed him, but because she couldn't risk being wrong.
"Don't be afraid," she heard him say. "The situation's no worse than it was 5 minutes ago, when you were quite the debater. You just know the truth now."
"Not much comfort," she said.
"No," he replied softly. "I do see that. And you must see that this burden has been hard to carry alone, and that without assistance my back'll break."
"I understand," she said.
She'd stepped away from the fire and was standing against the wall of the hut, both for its support and for its coolness against her spine. Leaning there, she stared at the ground, aware that Kissoon had started to stand up. She didn't look at him, but she heard his grunts, and then his request.
"I need to occupy your body," he said, "which means, I'm afraid, that you must vacate it."
The fire had dwindled to almost nothing, but its smoke was thickening. It pressed the top of her skull, making it impossible for her to raise her head and look at him even if she'd wanted to. She started to tremble. First her knees, then her fingers. Kissoon continued to talk as he approached. She heard his soft shuffling.
"This won't hurt," he said. "If you just stand still and keep your eyes on the ground—"
A slow thought came. Was he making the smoke heavy by some means in order to stop her looking at him?
"It'll be over quickly."
"He sounds like an anesthetist," she thought. The trembling intensified. The smoke pressed more heavily upon her the closer he came. She was certain now that this was indeed his doing. He didn't want her looking up at him. Why? Was he coming at her with knives, to scoop out her brain so he could slip in behind her eyes? Resisting curiosity had never been one of her stronger points. The closer he came, the more she wanted to push against the weight of smoke and look directly at him, but it was difficult. Her body was weak, as though her blood had gone to dishwater. The smoke was like a lead hat, its brim too tight around her brow. The harder she pushed, the heavier it became. "He really doesn't want me to look," she thought, that thought feeding her passion to do so. She braced herself against the wall. He was within 2 yards of her now. She could smell him. His sweat was bitter and stale. "Push," she told herself. "Push. It's only smoke. He's making you think you're being crushed, but it's only smoke."
"Relax,"
he murmured, the anesthetist again. Instead, she put one last surge of effort into raising her head. The lead hat dug into her temples. Her skull creaked beneath the weight of the crown. But her head moved, trembling as she fought the weight. Once begun, the motion became easier. She lifted her chin an inch, then another 2, raising her eyes at the same moment until she was looking straight at him. Standing, he was crooked in every place but one, each joint and juncture a little askew, shoulder on neck, hand on arm, thigh on hip, a zigzag with a single straight line prodding from his groin. She stared, appalled. "What the fuck's that for?" she said.
"Couldn't help myself," he said. "I'm sorry."
"Oh, yeah?"
"When I said I want your body, I don't mean that way."
"Where have I heard that before?"
"Believe me," he said, "it's just my flesh responding to yours. Automatic. Be flattered."
She might have laughed in different circumstances.
Had she been able to open the door and walk away, for instance, instead of being lost out of time, with a beast on the threshold and a desert beyond? Every time she thought she had a grasp of what was going on here, she lost it again. The man was one surprise after another, and none of them pleasant. He reached towards her, his pupils vast, crowding out the whites. She thought of Raoul, of how there was beauty in his gaze, despite his hybrid's face. There was no beauty here, nothing even vaguely readable. No appetite, no anger. If there was feeling at all, it was eclipsed. "I can't do this," she said.
"You must. Give up the body. I have to have the body, or the yard wins. You want that?"
"No."
"Then stop resisting. Your spirit'll be safe in Trinity."
"Where?"
Momentarily he let something show in his eyes, a spark of fury. Self-directed, she thought.
"Trinity?"
she said, throwing the question out to delay his touching and claiming her.
"What's Trinity?"
As she asked this question, several things happened simultaneously, their speed defying her power to divide one from the other, but central to them all the fact that his hold on the situation slipped as she asked him about Trinity. First she felt the smoke dissolving above her, its weight no longer bearing her down. Taking her chance while it was still available, she reached for the handle of the door. Her eyes were still on him, however, and in the same instant as her release she saw him transfigured. It was a glimpse, no more, but so powerful as to be unforgettable. He appeared with his upper body covered in blood, splashes of it reaching as far as his face. He knew she saw, because his hands went up to cover the stains, but his hands and arms were also running with blood. Was it his? Before she could look to find a wound, he had control of the vision once again, but like a juggler attempting to hold too many balls in the air, catching one meant losing another. The blood vanished, and he appeared before her unscathed again, only to unleash some other secret his will had kept in check. It was far more cataclysmic than the blood splashes, its shock wave striking the door behind her. Too powerful for the licks, even if they were masked. It was a force Kissoon was clearly in terror of. His eyes went from her to the door itself, his hands dropping to his sides and all expression gone from his face. She sensed that every particle of his energies was being put to a single purpose, the stilling of whatever raged on the threshold. This, too, had its consequence, as the hold he'd had upon her, bringing her here and keeping her, finally and comprehensively slipped. She felt the reality she'd left catch hold of her spine and pull. She didn't even attempt to resist. It was as inevitable a claim as gravity. The last glimpse she had of Kissoon, he was once more blood-stained, and standing, his face still drained of expression, in front of the door. Then it threw itself open. There was a moment when she was certain whatever had beaten against the door would be waiting on the step to devour her, and Kissoon, too. She thought she even glimpsed its brightness, so bright, so blindingly bright, flood Kissoon's features. But his will got the better of it at the last moment, and its glare diminished at the very moment the world she'd left claimed her and hauled her through the door. She was flung back the way she'd come, at 10 times the speed of her arrival, so fast she wasn't even able to interpret the sights she was passing, the steel tower, the town, until she was miles beyond them. She wasn't alone this time, however. There was somebody near to her, calling her name.
"Tesla! Tesla! Tesla!"
She knew the voice. It was Raoul. "I hear you," she muttered, aware that through the blur of speed another, darker reality was vaguely visible. There were points of light in it, candle flames, perhaps, and faces.
"Tesla!
"Almost there," she gasped. "Almost there. Almost there."
Now the desert was being subsumed. The darkness took precedence. She opened her eyes wide to see Raoul more clearly. There was a wide smile on his face as he went down on his haunches to greet her.
"You came back,"
he said. The desert had gone. It was all night now, stones beneath her, stars above, and, as she guessed, candles being carried by a ring of astonished women. Beneath her, between body and ground, were the clothes she'd slipped from when she'd called her body to her, recreating it in Kissoon's loop. She reached up to touch Raoul's face, as much as to be certain she was indeed back in the solid world, as for the contact. His cheeks were wet.
"You've been working hard," she said, thinking it was sweat. Then she realized her error. Not sweat at all. Tears. "Oh, poor Raoul," she said, and sat up to embrace him. "Did I disappear completely?" He pressed himself to her. "First like fog," he said. "Then just gone." "Why are we here?" she said. "I was in the mission when he shot me." Thinking of the shot, she looked down at where the bullet had struck. There was no wound, not even blood. "The Nuncio," she said. "It healed me." The fact was not lost on the women. Seeing the unmarked skin, they muttered prayers and backed away. "No," she murmured, still looking down at her body. "It wasn't the Nuncio. This is the body I imagined." "Imagined?" said Raoul. "Conjured," she replied, scarcely even aware of Raoul's confusion, because she had a puzzle of her own. Her left nipple, twice the size of its neighbor, was now on the right. She kept staring at them, shaking her head. It wasn't the kind of thing she'd make a mistake about. Somehow, on the journey to the loop or back, she'd been flipped. She'd brought her legs up for study. Several scratches, butcher's work, that had adorned one shin, now marked the other. "I can't figure it," she said to Raoul. Not even understanding the question, he was hard-pressed to reply, so simply shrugged. "Never mind," she said, and started to get dressed. Only then did she ask what had happened to the Nuncio. "Did I get it all?" she said. "No, the death boy got it." "Tommy Ray? Oh, Jesus. So now the Jaff has a son and a half." "But you were touched, too," Raoul said. "So was I. It got into my hand, climbed up to the elbow." "So it's us against them." Raoul shook his head. "I can't be of use to you," he said. "You can and you must," she said. "There's so many questions we have to have answered. I can't do it on my own. You must come with me." His reluctance was perfectly apparent without his voicing it. "I know you're afraid, but please, Raoul. You brought me back from the dead." "Not me." "You helped. You wouldn't want that wasted, would you?" She could hear something of Kissoon's persuasions in her own, and didn't much like the sound. But then she'd never experienced a steeper learning curve in her life than in the time she'd spent with Kissoon. He'd made his mark without so much as laying a finger on her. But if she'd been asked whether he was a liar or a prophet, a savior or a lunatic, she couldn't have said. Perhaps that ambiguity was the steepest part of the curve, though what lesson she'd gained from it she couldn't say. Her thoughts went back to Raoul and his reluctance. There was no time for involved argument. "You simply have to come," she told him. "There's no getting out of it." "But the mission is empty, Raoul. The only treasure it had was the Nuncio, and that's gone."
"It had memories," he said softly, the tense of his reply signaling his acceptance.
"There'll be other memories, better times to remember," she said. "Now, if you've got people to say goodbye to, say it, because we're rolling."
He nodded and began to address the women in Spanish. Tesla had a smattering of the language, enough to confirm that he was indeed making his farewells. Leaving him to it, she headed up the hill towards the car. As she walked, the solution to the puzzle of the flipped body appeared in her head without the problem being consciously turned. In Kissoon's hut she'd imagined herself the way she most often saw herself, in a mirror. How many times in her 30-odd years had she looked at her own reflection, building up a portrait in which right was left and vice versa? She'd come back from the loop a different woman, literally, a woman who'd only ever existed as an image in glass. Now that image was flesh and blood and walking the world. Behind its face the mind remained the same, she hoped, albeit touched by the Nuncio and by knowing Kissoon. Not, in some, negligible influences. What with one thing and another, she was a whole new story. No better time to tell herself to the world than the present. Tomorrow might never come. Part 6. In Secrets Most Revealed. Chapter 1. Tommy Ray had been in the driver's seat of a car since his 16th birthday. Wheels had signaled freedom from Mama, the pastor, the grove, and all they stood for. Now he was heading back to the very place a few years ago he couldn't have escaped from fast enough, his foot on the accelerator every mile of the way. He wanted to walk the grove again with the news his body carried, wanted to go back to his father who'd taught him so much. Until the Jaff, the best life had offered was an offshore wind and a west swell at Topanga. Him on a crest knowing the girls were all watching him from the beach. But he'd always known those high times couldn't last forever. New heroes came along, summer after summer. He'd been one of them, supplanting surfers no more than a couple of years older, who weren't quite as lithe. Boy-men, like himself, who'd been the cream of the swell the season before, suddenly old news. He wasn't stupid. He knew it was only a matter of time before he joined their ranks. But now he had a purpose in his belly and brain he'd never had before. He'd discovered ways to think and behave the airheads at Topanga never even guessed existed. Much of that he had to thank the Jaff for. But even his father, for all his wild advice, hadn't prepared him for what had happened to the mission. He was a myth now. Death at the wheel of a Chevy, racing for home. He knew music that would have people dancing till they dropped, and when they dropped and went to meet, he knew all about that too. He'd seen the spectacle at work on his own flesh. It gave him a boner, remembering. But the night's fun had only just started. Less than 100 miles north of the mission, his route took him through a small village on the fringes of which lay a cemetery. The moon was still high. Its brightness gleamed on the tombs, washing the color from the flowers that were laid here and there. He stopped the car to get a better look. After all, this was his territory from now on. It was home. If he'd needed any further proof that what had happened at the mission was not the invention of a crazy man, he got it when he pushed open the gate and wandered in. There was no wind to stir the grass, which grew to knee-height in several places, where tombs had been left untended. But there was movement there, nevertheless. He advanced a few more paces and saw human figures rising into view from a dozen places. They were dead. Had their appearance not testified to the fact, the luminescence of their bodies, which were as bright as the bone shard he'd found beside the car, would have marked them as part of his clan. They knew who had come to visit them. Their eyes, or in the case of the ancients among them, their sockets, was set on him as they moved to do him homage. None even glanced at the ground as they came, though it was uneven. They knew this turf too well, familiar with the spots where badly built tombs had toppled or a casket been pushed back up to the surface by some motion in the earth. Their progress was, however, slow. He was in no hurry. He sat himself down on the grave, which contained, the stone recorded, 7 children and their mother, and watched the ghosts come his way. The closer they came, the more of their condition he saw. It wasn't pretty. A wind blew out of them, twisting them out of true. Their faces were either too wide or too long, their eyes bulging, their mouths blown open, cheeks flopping. Their ugliness put Tommy Ray in mind of a film he'd seen of pilots enduring G-force, the difference being that these were not volunteers. They suffered against their will. He was not disturbed in the least by their distortions, nor by the holes in their wretched bodies, or their slashed and severed limbs. It was nothing he hadn't seen in comic books by the age of 6, or on a ghost train ride. The horrors were everywhere if you wanted to look, on bubble-gum cards and Saturday morning cartoons, or in the stores on T-shirts and album covers. He smiled to think of that. There were outposts of his empire everywhere. No place was untouched by the death boy's finger. The speediest of these, his first devotees, was a man who looked to have died young, and recently. He wore a pair of jeans 2 sizes too big for him, and a muscle shirt adorned with a hand presenting the fuck sign to the world. He also wore a hat, which he took off when he came within a few yards of Tommy Ray. The head beneath had been practically shaved, exposing several long cuts to view, the fatal wounds, presumably. There was no blood out of them now, just a whine of the wind that blew through the man's gut. A little distance from Tommy Ray, he stopped. "Do you speak?" the death boy asked him.
The man opened his mouth, which was already wide, a little wider, and proceeded to make a reply as best he could by working it up from his throat. Watching him, Tommy Ray remembered a performer he'd seen on a late show who'd swallowed and then regurgitated live goldfish. Though it was several years ago, the sight had struck a chord in Tommy Ray's imagination. The spectacle of a man able to reverse his system by practice, vomiting up what he'd held in his throat, not in the stomach, surely. No fish, however scaly, could survive an acid, had been worth the queasiness he'd felt while watching. Now the fuck you man was giving a similar performance, only with words instead of fishes. They came at last, but dry as his innards. "Yes," he said, "I speak." "Do you know who I am?" Tommy Ray asked. The man made a moan. "Yes or no?" "No." "I'm the Death Boy, and you're the fuck you man. How about that? Don't we make a pair?" "You're here for us," the dead man said. "What do you mean?" "We're not buried, not blessed." "Don't look at me for help," Tommy Ray said. "I'm burying nobody. I came to look because this is my kind of place now. I'm going to be king of the dead." "Yes?" "Depend on it." Another of the lost souls, a wide-hipped woman, had approached, and puked up some words of her own. "You," she said, "are shining." "Yeah?" said Tommy Ray. "Doesn't surprise me. You're bright, too. Real bright." "We belong together," the woman said. "All of us," said a third cadaver. "Now you're getting the picture." "Save us," said the woman. "I already told the fuck you man," Tommy Ray said. "I'm burying nobody." "We'll follow you," the woman said. "Follow?" Tommy Ray replied, a shudder of excitement running down his spine at the idea of returning to the grove with such a congregation in tow. Maybe there were other places he could visit along the way, and swell the numbers as he went. "I like the idea," he said. "But how?" "You lead, we'll follow," came the response. Tommy Ray stood up. "Why not?" he said, and started back towards the car. Even as he went, he found himself thinking, "This is going to be the end of me." And thinking, didn't care. Once at the wheel, he looked back towards the cemetery. A wind had blown up from somewhere, and in it he saw the company that he'd chosen to keep seem to dissolve, their bodies coming undone as though they were made of sand and being blown apart. Specks of their dust blew in his face. He squinted against it, unwilling to look away from the spectacle. Though their bodies were disappearing, he could still hear their howls. They were like the wind, or were the wind, making their presence known. With their dissolution complete, he turned from the blast and put his foot on the accelerator. The car leapt forward, kicking up another spurt of dust, to join the pursuing dervishes. He had been right about there being more places along the route to gather ghosts. "I'll always be right from now on," he thought. "Death's never wrong. Never, ever wrong." He found another cemetery within an hour's drive of the first, with a dust dervish of half-dissolved souls running back and forth along its front wall like a dog on a leash, impatiently awaiting the arrival of its master. Word of his coming had gone before him, apparently. They were waiting, these souls, ready to join the throng. He didn't even have to slow the car. At his approach, the dust storm came to meet him, momentarily smothering the vehicle before rising to join the souls behind. Tommy Ray just drove straight on. Towards dawn, his unhappy band found yet more adherents. There had been a collision at a crossroads earlier in the night. There was broken glass scattered across the road, blood, and one of the two cars, now barely recognizable as such, overturned to the side of the road. He slowed to look, not expecting there to be any haunters here, but even as he did so, he heard the now familiar whining wind and saw two wretched forms, a man and a woman, appear from the darkness. They had not yet got the trick of their condition. The wind that blew through them, or out of them, threatened with every faltering step they took to throw them over onto their broken heads. But, nearly dead as they were, they sensed their lord in Tommy Ray, and came obediently. He smiled to see them. Their fresh wounds, glass in their faces and their eyes, excited him. There was no exchange of words.
As they drew closer, they seemed to take a signal from their comrades in death behind Tommy Ray's car, allowing their bodies to erode completely and join the wind. His legion swelled. Tommy Ray drove on. There were other such meetings along the way. They seemed to multiply the further north he drove, as though word of his approach went through the earth from buried thing to buried thing, graveyard whispers, so that there were dusty phantoms waiting all along the way. By no means all of them had come to join the party. Some had apparently come simply to stare at the passing parade. There was fear on their faces when they looked at Tommy Ray. He'd become the terror in the ghost train now, and they were the chilled punters. There were hierarchies even among the dead, it seemed, and he was too elevated a company for many of them to keep, his ambition too great, his appetite too depraved. They preferred quiet rot to such adventure. It was early morning by the time he reached the nameless hick town in which he'd lost his wallet, but the daylight did not reveal the host in the dust storm that followed him. To any who chose to look, and few did in such a blinding wind, a cloud of dirty air came in the car's wake. That was the sum of it. He had other business here than the collecting of lost souls, though he didn't doubt for a moment that in such a wretched place life was quickly and violently over, and many bodies never laid to sanctified rest. No, his business here was revenge upon the pocket-picker, or if not upon him, at least upon the den where it had happened. He found the place easily. The front door wasn't locked, as he'd expected at such an early hour, nor, once he stepped inside, did he find the bar empty. Last night's drinkers were still scattered around the place in various stages of collapse. One lay face down on the floor, vomit spattered around him. Another two were sprawled at tables. Behind the bar itself was a man Tommy Ray vaguely remembered as the doorman who'd taken his money for the backroom show. A lump of a man with a face that looked to have been bruised so many times it'd never lose the stain. "Looking for someone?" he demanded to know. Tommy Ray ignored him, crossing to the door that led on the arena where he'd seen the woman and the dog performing. It was open. The space beyond was empty, the players gone home to their beds and their kennels. The barman was a yard from him when he turned back into the bar. "I asked the fucking question," he said. Tommy Ray was a little taken aback by the man's blindness. Did he not recognize the fact that he was speaking to a transformed creature? Had his perception been so dulled by years of drinking and dog shows he couldn't see the death boy when he came visiting? More fool him. "Get out of my way," Tommy Ray said. Instead, the man took hold of the front of Tommy Ray's shirt. "You've been here before," he said. "Yeah." "Left something behind, did you?" He pulled Tommy Ray closer till they were practically nose to nose. He had a sick man's breath. "I'd let go if I were you," Tommy Ray warned. The man looked amused at this. "You're looking to get your fucking balls ripped off," he said. "Or do you want to join the show?" His eyes widened at this notion. "Is that what you came looking for? An audition?" "I told you—" Tommy Ray began. "I don't give a fuck what you told me. I'm doing the talking now. Hear me?" He put one vast hand over Tommy Ray's mouth. "So, do you want to show me something or not?" The image of what he'd seen in the room behind him came back into Tommy Ray's head as he stared up at his assaulter. The woman glassy-eyed, the dog glassy-eyed. He'd seen death here, in life. He opened his mouth against the man's palm and pressed his tongue against the stale skin. The man grinned. "Yeah," he said. He dropped his hand from Tommy Ray's face. "You got something to show?" he said again. "Here," Tommy Ray murmured. "What?" "Come in. Come in." "What are you talking about?" "Not talking to you. Here. Come in. Here." His gaze went from the man's face to the door. "Don't give me shit, kid," the man responded. "You're on your own." "Come in!" Tommy Ray yelled. "Shut the fuck up!" "Come in!" His din maddened the man. He hit Tommy Ray across the face so hard the blow knocked the boy out of his grip to the floor. Tommy Ray didn't get up. He simply stared at the door and made his invitation one more time. "Please come in," he said more quietly. Was it because he asked this time instead of demanded that the Legion obeyed? or simply that they'd been mustering themselves and were only now ready to come to his aid. Either way, they began to rattle the closed doors. The barman grunted and turned. Even to his bleary eyes it must have been perfectly apparent that it was no natural wind that was pushing to come in. It pressed too rhythmically, it beat its fist too heavily. And its howls, its howls were nothing like the howls of any storm he'd heard before. He turned back to Tommy Ray. "What the fuck's out there?" he said. Tommy Ray just lay where he'd been thrown and smiled up at the man, that legendary smile, that forgive-me-my-trespasses smile that would never be the same again, now that he was the death boy. "Die," that smile now said. "Die while I watch you. Die slowly. Die quickly, I don't care. It's all the same to the death boy." As the smile spread, the doors opened, shards of the lock and splinters of wood thrown across the bar before the invading wind. Out in the sunlight, the spirits in this storm had not been visible, but they made themselves so now, congealing their dust in front of the witnesses' eyes. One of the men slumped on the table, roused himself in time to see 3 figures forming from the head down in front of him, their torsos trailing like innards of dust. He backed off against the wall, where they threw themselves upon him. Tommy Ray heard his screech, but didn't see what kind of death they gave him. His eyes were on the spirits that were coming at the bartender. Their faces were all appetite, he saw, as though traveling together in that caravan had given them time to simplify themselves. They were no longer as distinct from each other as they'd been. Perhaps their dust had mingled in the storm, and each had become a little like the other. Unparticularized, they were more terrible than they'd been at the cemetery wall. He shuddered at the sight, the remnants of the man he'd been in fear of them, the death boy in bliss. These were soldiers in his army, eyes vast, mouths vaster, dust and want in one howling legion. The bartender started to pray out loud, but he wasn't putting his faith in prayer alone. He reached down to his side and picked Tommy Ray up, one-handed, holding him close. Then, with his hostage taken, he opened the door to the sex arena and backed through it. Tommy Ray heard him repeating something as they went, the hook of the prayer, perhaps. Santo Dios, Santo Dios. But neither words nor hostage slowed the advance of the wind and its dusty freight. They came after him, throwing the door wide. Tommy Ray saw their mouths grow huger still, and then the blur of faces was upon them both. He lost sight of what happened next. The dust filled his eyes before he had an opportunity to close them, but he felt the bartender's grip slide from him, and the next moment a rush of wet heat. The howling in the wind instantly rose in volume to a keening that he tried to stop his ears against, but it came anyway, boring into the bone of his head like 100 drills. When he opened his eyes, he was red. Chest, arms, legs, hands, all red. The bartender, the source of the color, had been dragged onto the stage where the night before Tommy had seen the woman and the dog. His head was in one corner, upended. His arms, hands locked in supplication, in another. The rest of him lay center stage, the neck still pumping. Tommy Ray tried not to be sickened. He was the death boy, after all, but this was too much. And yet he told himself, what had he expected when he'd invited them over the threshold? This was not a circus he had in tow. It was not sane. It was not civilized. Shaking, sickened, and chastened, he got to his feet and hauled himself back out into the bar. His legion's labors here were as cataclysmic as those he'd turned his back upon. All 3 of the bar's occupants had been brutally slaughtered. Giving the scene only the most casual perusal, he crossed through the destruction to the door. Events inside the bar had inevitably attracted an audience outside, even at such an early hour, but the velocity of the wind, in which his ghost army was once more dissolved, kept all but the most adventurous, youths and children, from approaching the scene, and even they were cowed by the suspicion that the air howling around them was not entirely empty. They watched the blond, blood-spattered boy emerge from the bar and cross to his car, but made no attempt to apprehend him. Their scrutiny made Tommy Ray take note of his gait. Instead of slouching, he walked more upright. When they remembered the death boy, he thought, let them remember someone terrible. As he drove, he began to believe he'd left the Legion behind, that they'd found the game of murder more exciting than following the leader, and were going on to slaughter the rest of the town.
He didn't much mind the desertion. Indeed, he was in part thankful for it. The revelations that had seemed so welcome the previous night had lost some of their glamour. He was sticky and stinking with another man's blood. He was bruised from the bartender's handling of him. Naively enough, he'd believed that the touch of the nuncio had made him immortal. What was the use of being the death boy, after all, if death could still master you? And learning the error of his ways, he'd come closer to losing his life than he cared to think too hard about. As to his saviors, his legion, he'd been equally naive in his belief that he had control of them. They were not the shambling, fawning refugees he'd taken them for the previous night, or if they had been, their being together had changed their nature. Now they were lethal, and would probably have slipped from his control sooner or later anyhow. He was better off without them. He stopped to wipe the blood from his face before crossing the border, turned his bloodied shirt inside out to conceal the worst of the stains, then drove on. As he reached the border itself, he saw the dust cloud in the mirror, and knew his relief at losing his legion had been premature. Whatever slaughter had detained them, they'd done with it. He put his foot down, hoping against hope to lose them, but they had the scent of him and followed like a pack of loyal but lethal dogs, closing on the car till they were once more swirling behind him. Once over the border, the cloud picked up its pace, so that instead of following, it surrounded the car, to left and right. There was more purpose in the maneuver than mere intimacy. Spirits hauled the windows and rattled at the passenger door, finally pulling it open. Tommy Ray reached to drag it closed again. As he did so, the bartender's head, much battered by being carried by the storm, was pitched out of the dust onto the seat beside him. Then the door was slammed, and the cloud once more took its dutiful place as his train. His instinct was to stop and throw the trophy out onto the street, but he knew that to do so would confirm his weakness in his legion's estimation. They'd not brought him the head simply to humor him, though that might be their pretense. There was a warning here, even a threat. Don't try to cheat or betray them, the dusty, bloody ball announced from its gaping mouth, or you and I'll be brothers. He took the silent message to heart. Though he was still ostensibly the leader, the dynamic changed thereafter. Every few miles the cloud would once more pick up its pace and merge one way or another, pointing him towards more of their number. Many waiting in the unlikeliest of places, squalid street corners and minor intersections, often at intersections, once in the lot of a motel, once outside a boarded-up gas station, where a man, a woman, and a child all waited as though they'd known this transport would be coming along. As the numbers swelled, so did the scale of the storm that carried them, until its passage was sufficient to cause minor damage along the highway, driving cars off the road and blowing down signs. It even made the news bulletin. Tommy Ray heard the report as he drove. It was described as a freak wind, which had blown up off the ocean and was proceeding north towards Los Angeles County. He wondered, as he listened, if anyone in Paloma Grove would hear the report. The Jaff, maybe, or Joe Beth. He hoped so. He hoped they heard and understood what was coming their way. The town had seen some strange sights since his father's return from the Rock, but nothing, surely, the equal of the wind he had in tow, or the living dust that danced on its back. Chapter 2. It was hunger that drove William out from his home on Saturday morning. He went reluctantly, like a man at an orgy suddenly aware that his bladder had to be emptied, and exiting with many a backward glance. But hunger, like the need to piss, couldn't be ignored forever, and William had exhausted what few supplies his refrigerator had contained very quickly. Working as he did at the mall, he'd never stocked up on food, but taken a quarter of an hour every day to wander around the supermarket and pick up whatever got him salivating. But he'd not been shopping now for 2 days, and if he wasn't to starve to death in the lap of the tasty but inedible luxuries gathered behind the drawn blinds of his home, he had to fetch himself something to eat. This was easier said than done. His mind was so wholly obsessed by the company he was keeping that the simple problem of making himself presentable for a public appearance and going down to the mall became a major challenge. Until recently his life had been so very organized. The week's shirts were always washed and pressed on a Sunday, laid out on his dresser with the 5 bow ties selected from his 111 to complement the shade of the shirt. His kitchen could have been shot for an ad campaign, its surfaces always pristine. The sink smelled of lemon, the washing machine of his flower-scented fabric conditioner, his toilet bowl of pine. But Babylon had taken control of his house. He'd last seen his best suit being worn by the notorious bisexual Marcella St. John, while she straddled one of her girlfriends. His bow ties had been purloined for a competition to see which of 3 erections could wear the most, a tournament won by Moses the Hose Jasper, who'd ended up sporting 17. Rather than try and tidy up or claim any of these belongings back, William decided to let the celebrants have their way. He rummaged in his bottom drawer and found a sweatshirt and jeans he'd not worn for several years, put them on, and wandered down to the mall. At about the time he was doing so, Jo Beth was waking with the worst hangover of her life. The worst because the first. Her memories of the previous night's events were uncertain. She remembered going to Lois's house, of course, and the guests, and Howie arriving, but how all of this had ended up, she couldn't be sure. She got up feeling giddy and sick, and went to the bathroom. Mamma, hearing her moving about, came upstairs and was waiting for her when she emerged. "Are you all right?" she asked. "No," Jo Beth freely admitted. "I feel terrible." "You were drinking last night." "Yes," she said. There was no purpose in denial. "Where did you go?" "To see Lois." "There'd be no liquor in Lois's house," Mamma said. "There was last night, and a lot more besides." "Don't lie to me, Jo Beth." "I'm not lying." "Lois would never have that poison in the house." "I think you should hear her tell it herself," Jo Beth said, defying Mamma's accusing looks. "I think we should both go down to the store and speak to her." "I'm not leaving the house," Mamma told her flatly. "You went out into the yard the night before last. Today you can get in the car." She spoke as she'd never spoken to Mamma before, with a kind of rage in her tone, which was in part response to Mamma's calling her a liar, and in part against herself for not being able to think her way through the blur of the previous night. What had happened between Howie and herself? Had they argued? She thought so. They'd certainly parted on the street. But why? It was another reason to speak to Lois. "I mean what I say, Mamma," she said. "We're both of us going to go down to the mall." "No, I can't," Mamma said. "Really, I can't. I feel so sick today." "No, you don't." "Yes, my stomach—" "No, Mamma, enough of that. You can't pretend to be sick for the rest of your life just because you're afraid." "I'm afraid too, Mamma." "It's good you're afraid." "No, it's not. It's what the Jaff wants, what he feeds on, the fear inside. I know that because I've seen it working, and it's horrible." "We can pray. Prayer won't do us any good any longer. It didn't help the pastor. It won't help us." She was raising her voice, which in turn made her head spin, but she knew this had to be said now before full sobriety returned, and with it fear of offending. "You always said it was dangerous outside," she went on, not liking to hurt Mamma the way she surely was, but unable to stem the flow of feeling. "Well, it is dangerous, even more than you thought. But inside, Mamma," she jabbed at her chest, meaning her heart, meaning Howie and Tommy Ray, and the terror that she'd lost them both. "Inside, it's worse. Even worse. To have things, dreams, just for a while, then have them taken away before you can get a hold of them properly." "You're not making any sense, Jo Beth," Mamma said. "Lois will tell you," she replied. "I'm going to take you down to see Lois, and then you'll believe." Howie sat at the window and let the sun dry the sweat on his skin. Its smell was as familiar to him as his own face in the mirror. More familiar, perhaps, because his face kept changing and the smell of sweat didn't. He needed the comfort of such familiarity now, with nothing certain in all the world but that nothing was certain. He could find no way through the tangle of feelings in his gut. What had seemed simple the day before, when he'd stood in the sun at the back of the house and kissed Jo Beth, was no longer simple. Fletcher might be dead, but he'd left a legacy here in the grove, a legacy of dream creatures which viewed him as some substitute for their lost creator. He couldn't be that. Even if they didn't share Fletcher's view of Jo Beth, which after last night's confrontation they surely did, he still couldn't fulfill their expectations. He'd come here a desperado and become, albeit fleetingly, a lover. Now they wanted to make a general of him, wanted marching orders and battle plans. He could supply neither. Nor would Fletcher have been able to offer such direction. The army he'd created would have to elect a leader from its own ranks, or disperse. He'd rehearsed these arguments so often now he almost believed them, or rather had almost convinced himself he wasn't a coward for wanting to believe them. But the trick hadn't worked. He came back and back to the same stark fact. That once, in the woods, Fletcher had warned him to make a choice between Jo Beth and his destiny, and he'd flown in the face of that advice. The consequences of his desertion, whether direct or indirect, was immaterial now, had been Fletcher's public death, a last desperate attempt to seize some hope for the future. Now here was he, the unprodigal son, willfully turning his back on the product of that sacrifice. And yet, always and yet, if he sided with Fletcher's army, then he became part of the war he and Jo Beth had studiously attempted to remain untouched by. She would become one of the enemy, simply by birth. What he wanted more than anything, ever in his life, more than the pubic hair he'd tried to will into growing at age 11, more than the motorcycle he'd stolen at 14, more than his mother back from death for 2 minutes just so he could tell her how sorry he was for all the times he'd made her cry, more at this moment than Jo Beth, was certainty. Just to be told which way was the right way, which act was the right act, and have the comfort that, even if it turned out not to be the way or the act, it was not his responsibility. But there was nobody to tell him. He had to think this out for himself, sit in the sun and let the sweat dry on his skin, and work it out for himself. The mall was not as busy as it usually was on a Saturday morning, but William nevertheless met half a dozen people he knew on his way to the supermarket. One was his assistant Valerie. "Are you all right?" she wanted to know. "I've been calling your house. You never answer." "I've been ill," he said. "I didn't bother to open the office yesterday. What with all the trouble the night before, it was a real mess. Roger went down, you know, when the alarm started." "Roger?" She stared at him. "Yes, Roger." "Oh, yes," William said, not knowing whether this was Valerie's husband, brother, or dog, and not much caring. "He's been ill, too," she said. "I think you should take a few days off," William suggested. "That would be nice. A lot of people are going away at the moment, have you noticed? Just taking off. We won't lose much business." He made some polite remark about how she should treat herself to a rest, and parted from her. The music in the market reminded him of what he'd left at home. It sounded so much like the soundtracks of some of his early movies, a wash of nondescript melodies bearing no relation to the scenes they accompanied. The memory hurried him up and down the long aisles, filling his basket more by instinct than planning. He didn't bother to cater for his guests. They only fed on each other. He wasn't the only shopper in the store ignoring practical purchases, household cleaners, detergents, and the like, in favor of quick-fix items and junk foods. Distracted as he was, he noticed others doing just as he was doing, indiscriminately filling up their carts and baskets with trash, as though new reassurances had supplanted the rituals of cooking and eating. He saw on the purchasers' faces he'd known by name once, but could only half remember now, the same secretive look he'd known had been on his own face all his life. They were going about their shopping, pretending there was nothing different about this particular Saturday, but everything was different now. They all had secrets, or almost all, and those that didn't were either leaving town, like Valerie, or pretending not to notice, which was, in its way, another secret. As he reached the checkout, adding 2 fistfuls of Hershey bars to his basket load, he saw a face he hadn't set eyes on in many a long year. Joyce McGuire. She came in with her daughter, Jo Beth, arm in arm. If he had ever seen them together, it must have been before Jo Beth grew to be a woman. Now, side by side, the similarities in their faces was enough to take his breath away. He stared, unable to prevent himself from remembering the day at the lake and the way Joyce had looked as she'd stripped down. Did the daughter look that way now, beneath her loose clothes, he wondered? Small, dark nipples, long, tanned thighs. He realized suddenly that he was not the only customer looking towards the McGuire women. Practically everyone was doing the same. Nor could he doubt that similar thoughts were in every head, that here, in the flesh, was one of the first clues to the apocalypse that was stealing up over the grove. 18 years ago, Joyce McGuire had given birth in circumstances that had then seemed merely scandalous. Now she stepped back into the public eye at the very time the most ludicrous rumors surrounding the League of Virgins seemed to be being proved true. There were presences walking the grove, or lurking beneath it, which had power over lesser beings. Their influence had made flesh children in the body of Joyce McGuire. Was it perhaps that same influence that had made his dreams? They, too, were flesh from mind. He looked back at Joyce, and understood something about himself he'd never grasped before, that he and the woman, beholder and beheld, were forever and intimately associated. The realization lasted a moment only. It was too difficult to grasp for any longer. But it made him put down his basket and press his way past the line waiting at the checkout, then walk straight towards Joyce McGuire. She saw him coming, and a look of fear crossed her face. He smiled at her. She tried to back away, but her daughter had hold of her hand. "It's all right, Mama," he heard her say. "Yes," he said, extending his own hand to Joyce. "Yes, it is. Really it is. I'm so pleased to see you." The sincere emotion, simply stated, seemed to mellow her anxiety. The frown softened. She even began to smile. "William Witt," he said, putting his hand in hers. "You probably don't remember me, but—" "I remember you," she said. "I'm glad." "See, Mama," Jo Beth said, "this isn't so bad." "I haven't seen you in the grove for such a long time," William said. "I've been unwell," Joyce said. "And now?" She declined to answer at first. Then she said, "I think I'm getting better." "That's good to hear." As he spoke, the sound of sobbing came to them from one of the aisles. Jo Beth noticed it more than any of the other customers. A strange tension between her mother and Mr. Witt, whom she'd seen most every morning of her working life, but never dressed in so disheveled a fashion, had claimed their attention utterly, and everyone else in the line seemed to be making a studied attempt not to notice. She let go of Mamma's arm and went to investigate, tracing the sound of the weeping from aisle to aisle until she found its source. Ruth Guilford, who was the receptionist at the offices of Mamma's doctor, and was familiar to Jo Beth, was standing in front of a selection of cereals, a box of one brand in her left hand and of another in her right, tears pouring down her cheeks. The cart at her side was heaped high with more boxes of cereal, as though she'd simply taken one of each as she wheeled her way along the aisle. "Mrs. Guilford?" Jo Beth ventured. The woman didn't stop sobbing, but tried to speak through her tears, which resulted in a watery and at times incoherent monologue. "Don't know what he wants," she seemed to be saying. "After all this time, don't know what he wants." "Can I help?" Jo Beth said. "Do you want me to take you home?" The word home made Ruth look around at Jo Beth, attempting to focus on her through the tears. "I don't know what he wants," she said again. "Who?" Jo Beth said. "All these years, and he's got something hiding from me." "Your husband?" "I said nothing, but I knew. I always knew. He loved somebody else. And now he's got her in the house." The tears redoubled. Jo Beth went to her and very gently claimed the packets of cereal from her hands, putting them back on the shelves. With her talismans gone, Ruth Guilford took fierce hold of Jo Beth.
"Help me," she said.
"Of course."
"I don't want to go home. He's got somebody there."
"All right. Not if you don't want to."
She started to coax the woman away from the serial display. Once out of their influence, her anguish diminished somewhat. "You're Jo Beth, aren't you?" she managed.
"That's right."
"Will you take me to my car? I don't think I can get there on my own."
"We're going. You'll be fine,"
Jo Beth reassured her, moving to Ruth's right-hand side so as to protect her from the gaze of those waiting in line if they chose to stare. She doubted they would. Ruth Guilford's collapse was too tender a sight for them to look straight at. It would remind them all too forcibly of what secrets they themselves were barely holding in check. Mamma was at the door, with William Witt. Jo Beth decided to forsake introductions, which Ruth was in no state to respond to anyway, and just tell Mamma she'd meet her at the bookstore, which had still been closed when they'd arrived. For the first time in her life, Lois was late opening up. But it was Mamma who took the initiative. "Mr. Witt will bring me home, Jo Beth," she said. "Don't worry about me." Jo Beth glanced at Witt, who had the look of a man almost mesmerized.
"Are you sure?" she said.
It had never occurred to her before, but perhaps the ever-unctuous Mr. Witt was the type Mamma had been warning her about all these years. The deep, silent type, whose secrets were always the most depraved. But Mamma was insistent, almost casual in the way she waved Jo Beth off.
"Crazy," Jo Beth thought as she escorted Ruth to the car. "The whole world's gone crazy. People changing at a moment's notice as though the way they'd been all these years was just a pretense. Mamma sick, Mr. Witt neat, Ruth Guilford in charge. Were they just reinventing themselves, or was this the way they'd always been?"
As they got to the car, Ruth Guilford was taken over by another, even more desperate, bout of crying, and tried to return to the supermarket, insistent that she couldn't go back home without cereal. Jo Beth gently persuaded her otherwise, and volunteered to drive home with her, an invitation which was gratefully accepted. Jo Beth's thoughts returned to Mamma as she drove Ruth home, but they were literally overtaken as a convoy of 4 black stretch limos purred past and turned up the hill, their presence so utterly alien they might just have driven in from another dimension.
"Visitors," she thought. "As if there weren't enough."
Chapter 3. "So it begins," said the Jeff. He was standing at the highest window of Coney Eye, looking down upon the driveway. It was a little before noon, and the limos gliding up the driveway announced the first of the party guests. He would have liked to have Tommy Ray at his side at this juncture, but the boy had not yet returned from his trip to the mission. No matter. Lamar had proved a more than able substitute. There had been one uncomfortable moment when Jaff had finally put off the mask of being Buddy Vance and presented his true face to the comedian. But it hadn't taken long to bring the man around. In some regard he was more preferable company to Tommy Ray, more sensual, more cynical. What was more, he had a thorough knowledge of the guests who would soon be gathering in Buddy Vance's memory, a more thorough knowledge, indeed, than the widow Rochelle. She had sunk deeper and deeper into a drug-induced stupor since the previous evening, a condition which Lamar had taken sexual advantage of, much to the Jaff's amusement. Once upon a time, so long ago, he might have done the same, of course. No, not might. Would. Rochelle Vance was undoubtedly beautiful, and her addiction, informed as it was by a constant undercurrent of rage, made her even more attractive. But these were affairs of the flesh, and for another life. There were more urgent pursuits, namely the power to be garnered from the guests who were even now gathering below. Lamar had run down the list with him, offering some savage observation or other on practically every one. Corrupt lawyers, addicted actors, reformed whores, pimps, priapists, hitmen, white men with black souls, hot men with cold, ass-kissers, coke-sniffers, the wretched high, the more wretched low, egotists, onanists, and hedonists to a man. Where better to find the kind of forces he needed to keep him from harm when the art opened? He would find fears in these addicted, bewildered, inflated souls of a kind he'd never have found in the mere bourgeois. From them he'd raise tirata the like of which the world had never seen. Then he'd be ready. Fletcher was dead, and his army, if it had indeed manifested itself, was keeping its head low. There was nothing left between the Jaff and quiddity. As he stood at the window and watched the victims disembark, greeting one another with rhinestone smiles and pinched kisses, his thoughts went, of all places, to that dead-letter room in Omaha, Nebraska, where so many lives ago he'd first had a hint of America's secret self. He remembered Homer, who'd opened the door to that treasure house and later died against it, his life stabbed out by the blunt-bladed knife the Jaff still carried in his jacket pocket. Death had meant something then, been an experience to go in dread of. It wasn't until he'd stepped into the loop that he'd realized how irrelevant such fears were, when time could be suspended even by a minor charlatan like Kissoon. Presumably the shaman was still secure in his refuge, as far from his spiritual creditors, or the lynch mob, as it was possible to get, lingering in the loop, planning the getting of power, or holding it at bay. That last notion occurred to him now for the first time, like a long postponed solution to a puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been gnawing at. Kissoon had been holding the moment, because if he once let it slip, he'd unleash his own death. "Well," he murmured. Lamar was behind him. "Well, what?" "Just musing," the Jaff said. He turned from the window. "Is the widow already downstairs?" "I'm trying to rouse her." "Who's greeting the guests?" "Nobody." "Go to it." "I thought you wanted me here." "Later. Once they've all arrived, you can bring them up one by one." "As you wish." "One question." "Only one?" "Why aren't you afraid of me?" Lamar narrowed his already narrow eyes, then said, "I've still got my sense of the ridiculous." Without waiting for any riposte from the Jaff, he opened the door and headed about his duties as host. The Jaff turned back to the window. Another limo was at the gates, this one white, its driver showing his passengers' invitations to the guards. "One by one," the Jaff murmured to himself. "One by wretched one." Grillo's invitation to the party at Coney Eye had been delivered by hand mid-morning, its courier, Ellen Nguyen. Her manner was friendly but brisk. There was no trace of the intimacy that had flowered between them the previous afternoon. He invited her into his hotel room, but she insisted that there was no time. "I'm needed up at the house," she said. "Rochelle seems to be completely out of it. I don't think you need give a second thought to being recognized. But you will need the invitation. Fill in whatever name you want to invent. There'll be a lot of security, so don't lose it. This is one party you won't be able to talk your way into." "Where will you be?" "I don't even think I'll be there." "I thought you said you were going up there now." "Just for the preparations. As soon as the party starts, I'm out. I don't want to mix with those people. Parasites, all of them. None of them really loved Buddy. It's just a show." "Well, I'll tell it like I see it." "Do that," she said, turning to go. "Could we just talk a moment?" Grillo said. "About what? I haven't got much time." "About you and me," Grillo said. "About what happened yesterday." She looked at him without focusing her gaze. "What happened, she said. "We were both there. What's to say?" "Well, for one, how about trying it again?" Again the unfixed look. "I don't think so," she said. "You didn't give me a chance," he said. "Oh, no," she replied, eager to correct any error he was about to make. "You were fine. But things have changed." "Since yesterday?" "Yes," she said. "I can't quite tell you how." She let the sentence hang, then took another thought up. "We're both adults. We know how these things work." He was about to say that no, he didn't know how this or any other thing worked any longer.
but that after this conversation his self-esteem was enfeebled enough without beating it to its knees with further confessions. "Be careful at the party," she said, as she once more turned to go. He couldn't keep himself from saying, "Thanks for that, at least." She returned him a small, enigmatic smile and left. Chapter 4. The trip back to the Grove had been lengthy for Tommy Ray, but it was lengthier still for Tesla and Raoul, though for less metaphysical reasons. For one, Tesla's car was not so hot, and it had taken quite a beating on the way down. It was now much the worse for wear. For another, though she had been raised from near death by the touch of the nuncio, it had left her with side effects, the full extent of which she didn't really grasp until they were over the border. Though she was driving a solid car along a solid highway, her grasp of that solidity was not as good as it had been. She felt a pull on her from other places and other states of mind. She'd driven high on drugs and drink in the past, but what she was experiencing now was a wilder ride altogether, as though her brain had summoned up from memory fragments of every trip she'd ever taken, every hallucinogen, every tranquilizer, and was running her through the lot, giving her mind a shot of each. One moment she knew she was whooping like a wild thing. She could hear herself like another voice. The next she was floating in ether, with the highway dissolving in front of her. The next her thoughts were filthier than the New York subway, and it was all she could do to stop herself putting an end to the whole damn farce of living with one turn of the wheel. Through it all, two facts. One, that of Raoul, sitting beside her, gripping the dashboard with white-knuckled hands, his fear pungent. The other, the place that she'd visited in her nunciate dream, Kissoon's Loop. Though it was not as real as the car she was traveling in, and the smell of Raoul, it was no less insistent. She carried its memory with her every mile they covered. Trinity, he'd called it, and it, or Kissoon himself, wanted her back. She felt its pull, almost like a physical claim upon her. She resisted it, though not entirely willingly. Though she'd been glad to be delivered back into life, what she'd seen and heard in her time in Trinity made her curious to return, even anxious. The more she resisted, the more exhausted she became, until by the time they reached the outskirts of L.A., she was like someone deprived of sleep, with waking dreams threatening to erupt at any moment into the texture of reality. "We're going to have to stop for a while," she told Raoul, aware that she was slurring as she spoke, "or I'm going to end up killing us both." "You want to sleep?" "I don't know," she said, afraid that to sleep would invite as many problems as it would solve. "At least rest, get some coffee inside me, and put my mind in order." "Here?" said Raoul. "Here what?" "We stop here?" "No," she said. "We'll go back to my apartment. It's half an hour from here. That's if we fly." "You already are, baby," her mind said, "and you'll probably never stop. You're a resurrected woman. What do you expect? That life should simply fumble on as though nothing had happened? Forget it. Things'll never be the same again." But West Hollywood hadn't changed. Still Boys Town, prettified, the bars, the style stores where she bought her jewelry. She took a left off Santa Monica onto North Huntley Drive, where she'd lived for the 5 years she'd been in L.A. It was almost noon now, and the smog was burning off the city. She parked the car in the garage below the building and took Raoul up to apartment 5. The windows of her downstairs neighbor, a sour, repressed little man with whom she'd exchanged no more than 3 sentences in half a decade, and 2 of those invective, were open, and he doubtless saw her passing. She estimated it would take him 20 minutes at the most to inform the block that Miss Lonely Hearts, as she'd heard he called her, was back in town, looking like shit, and accompanied by Quasimodo. So be it. She had other things to worry about, like how to align her key with a lock, a trick which repeatedly defeated her confounded senses. Raoul came to the rescue, taking the key from her trembling fingers and letting them both in. The apartment, as usual, was a disaster area. She left the door wide and opened the windows to let in some less stale air, then played her messages. Her agent had called twice, both times to report that there was no further news on the Castaway screenplay.
Sarah Lynn had called asking if she knew where Grillo was. Following Sarah Lynn, Tesla's mother. Her contribution more a litany of sins than a message, crimes committed by the world in general and her father in particular. Finally, there was a message from Mickey DeFalco, who made spare bucks providing orgasmic grunts for fuck films and needed a partner for a gig. In the background, a barking dog. "And as soon as you're back," he said in signing off, "come and get this fucking dog before it eats me out of house and home." She caught Raoul watching her as she listened to the calls, his bemusement unconcealed. "My peer group," she said when Mickey had said his farewells. "Aren't they a gas? Look, I'm going to have a little nap. It's obvious where everything is, right? Refrigerator, TV, toilet. Wake me in an hour, yeah?" "An hour. I'd like tea, but we don't have the time." She stared at him, staring at her. "Am I making any sense?" "Yes," he replied doubtfully. "Slurring my words?" "Yes." "Thought so. Okay, the apartment's yours. Don't answer the phone. See you in an hour." She stumbled through to the bathroom without waiting for further confirmation, stripped down completely, contemplated a shower, settled for a splash of cold water on her face, breasts, and arms, then went through to the bedroom. The room was hot, but she knew better than to open the window. When her immediate neighbor Ron woke, which was around now, he would start to play opera. It was either the heat of the room or Lucia de Lammermoor. She chose to sweat. Left to his own devices, Raoul found a selection of edibles in the refrigerator, took them to the open window, sat down, and shook. He could not remember being so afraid back since the day Fletcher's madness had begun. Now, as then, the rules of the world had suddenly changed without warning, and he no longer knew what his purpose was to be. In his heart of hearts he'd given up hoping to see Fletcher again. The shrine he'd kept at the mission, which had been a beacon at the start, had become a memorial. He'd expected to die there, alone, humoured to the last as a half-wit, which in many ways he was. He could scarcely write, except to scrawl his own name. He couldn't read. Most of the objects in the woman's room were a total mystery to him. He was lost. A cry from the next room stirred him from self-pity. "Tesla!" he called. There was no coherent reply, only further muted cries. He got up and followed the sound. The door to her bedroom was closed. He hesitated, hand on handle, nervous of entering without invitation. Then another sound of cries reached him. He pushed the door open. He'd never in his life seen a woman so exposed. The sight of Tesla sprawled on the bed transfixed him. Her arms were at her sides, gripping the sheet, her head rolled from side to side. But there was a fogginess about her body that reminded him of what had happened on the road below the mission. She was moving away from him again, back towards the loop. Her shouts had become moans now. They were not of pleasure. She was going unwillingly. He called her name again, very loudly. She suddenly sat bolt upright, eyes wide and staring at him. "Jesus," she said. She was panting as though she'd just run a race. "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." "You are shouting," he said, trying to begin to explain his presence in the room. Only now did she seem to realize their situation, her nakedness, his embarrassed fascination. She reached for a sheet and started to haul it over her, but her intention was distracted by what she'd just experienced. "I was there," she said. "I know." "Trinity. Kissoon's Loop." As they'd driven back up the coast, she'd done her best to explain to him the vision she'd had while the nuncio had been healing her, both as a way to fix its details in her head and to keep a recurrence at bay by coaxing the memories out of the sealed cell of her inner life and into shared experience. She painted a repulsive picture of Kissoon. "You saw him?" Raoul said. "I didn't get to the hut," she replied. "But he wants me there. I can feel him pulling." She put her hand on her stomach. "I can feel him now, Raoul." "I'm here," he said. "I won't let you go." "I know, and I'm glad." She reached out. "Take hold of my hand, huh?" He tentatively approached the bed. "Please," she said. He did so. "I saw that town again," she went on. "It seems so real, except there's nobody there, nobody at all. It's
It's like a stage, like something's going to be performed there.
Performed?
This is making no sense, I know, but I'm just telling you what I feel. Something terrible's going to happen there, Raoul. The worst thing imaginable.
You don't know what?
Or maybe it already happened, she said. Maybe that's why there's nobody in the town. No, that's not it. It's not over. It's just about to happen. She tried to make sense of her confusions the best way she knew. If she were setting a scene in that town for a movie, what would it be? A gunfight on Main Street? The citizens locked up behind their doors while the white hats and the black hats shouted out? Possibly. Or a town vacated as some stomping behemoth appeared on the horizon. The classic 50s monster scenario. A creature woken by nuclear tests. That's closer, she said.
What is?
Maybe it's a dinosaur movie. Or a giant tarantula. I don't know. That's definitely closer. Christ, this is frustrating. I know something about this place, Raoul, and I can't quite get hold of it.
From next door, the strains of Donizetti's masterpiece. She knew it so well now she could have sung along with it, had she had the voice.
I'm going to make some coffee, she said. Wake myself up. Will you go and ask Ron for some milk?
Yes, of course.
Just tell him you're a friend of mine.
Raoul got up off the bed, detaching his hand from hers.
Ron's apartment's number 4, she called after him, then went through to the bathroom and took her postponed shower, still vexed by the problem of the town. By the time she'd sluiced herself down and found a clean T-shirt and jeans, Raoul was back in the apartment, and the telephone was ringing. From the other end, Opera and Ron.
"Where did you find him?" he wanted to know. "And does he have a brother?"
"Is it impossible to have a private life around here?" she said.
"You shouldn't have paraded him, girl," Ron replied. "What is he, a truck driver? Marines? He's so broad."
"That he is."
"If he gets bored, just send him back over."
"He'll be flattered," Tesla said, and put the phone down.
"You've got yourself an admirer," she told Raoul. "Ron thinks you're very sexy." Raoul's look was less perplexed than she'd anticipated. It made her ask, "Are there gay apes, do you suppose?"
"Gay?" "Homosexual. Men who like other men in bed."
"Is Ron?"
"Is Ron?" she laughed. "Yes, Ron is. It's that kind of neighborhood. That's why I like it."
She started to measure out the coffee into the cups. As she heard the granules slide from the spoon, she felt the vision beginning in on her again. She dropped the spoon, turned to Raoul. He was a long way from her, across a room that seemed to be filling with dust.
"Raoul?" she said.
"What's wrong?" she saw him say. Saw rather than heard. The volume had been turned down to 0 in the world she was slipping from. Panic set in. She reached out for Raoul with both hands. "Don't let me go," she yelled at him. "I don't want to go. I don't—" Then the dust came between them, eroding him. Her hands missed his in the storm, and instead of falling into his solid embrace, she was pitched back into the desert, moving at speed across by now familiar terrain, the same baked earth she'd traveled twice before. Her apartment had disappeared completely. She was back in the loop, heading through the town. Above her, the sky was delicately tinted, as it had been the first time she traveled here. The sun was still close to the horizon. She could see it clearly, unlike that first time. More than see, stare at, without having to look away. She could even make out details. Solar flares leaping from its rim like arms of fire, a cluster of sunspots marking its burning face. When she looked back to Earth, she was approaching the town. With the first flush of panic over, she began to take control of her circumstances, reminding herself sharply that this was the 3rd time she'd been here, and she should be able to grasp the trick of it by now. She willed her pace to slow, and found that indeed she was slowing, giving her more time to study the town as she came to its fringes. Her instinct, seeing it for the first time, had been that it was somehow fake. That instinct was now confirmed.
The boards of the houses were not weather-beaten, nor even painted. There were no curtains at the windows, no keyholes in the doors. And beyond those doors and windows? She told her floating system to veer towards one of the houses, and peered through the window. The roof of the house had been improperly finished. Sunlight darted between the cracks and illuminated the interior. It was empty. There was no furniture, nor any other sign of human habitation. There was not even any division of the interior into rooms. The building was a complete sham. And if this one, then the next two, presumably. She moved along the road to confirm the suspicion. It was also completely deserted. As she drew away from the second window, she felt the pull she'd experienced back in the other world. Kissoon was trying to bring her to him. She hoped now that Raoul made no attempt to wake her, if indeed her body was still present in the world she'd left. Though she had a fear of this place and a profound suspicion of the man who'd called her here, her curiosity laid stronger claim upon her. The mysteries of Paloma Grove had been bizarre enough, but nothing in Fletcher's hurried transfer of information about the Jaff, the art, and quiddity went far towards explaining this place. The answers lay with Kissoon, she'd not the slightest doubt of that. If she could dig between the lines of his conversation, oblique as it was, she might have a hope of understanding. And, with her new-found confidence in this condition, she felt easier at the thought of returning to the hut. If he threatened her, or got a hard-on, she'd simply leave. It was within her power. Anything was within her power, if she wanted it badly enough. If she could look at the sun and not be blinded, she could certainly deal with Kissoon's fumbling claims on her body. She started on through the town, aware that she was now walking, or had at least decided to present herself with that illusion. Once she'd imagined herself here, as she'd done the first time, the process of bringing her flesh with her was automatic. She couldn't feel the ground beneath her feet, nor did the act of walking take the least effort, but she had carried with her from the other world that idea of how to advance, and was using it here, whether it was necessary or not. Probably not. Probably a thought was all that was required to whisk her around. But the more of the reality she knew best that she imported into this place, she reasoned, the more control she had over it. She would operate here by the rules she'd assumed were universal, until recently. Then, if they changed, she'd know it was not her doing. The more she thought this through, the more solid she felt. Her shadow deepened beneath her. She began to feel the ground hot beneath her feet. Reassuring as it was to have natural senses here, Kissoon clearly did not approve. She felt his pull on her strengthen, like he'd put his hand into her stomach and was tugging. "All right," she murmured. "I'm coming, but in my time, not in yours." There was more than weight and shadow in the condition she was learning. There was smell and sound. Both of these brought surprises, both unwelcome. To her nostrils a sickening smell, one she knew without a doubt to be that of putrefying meat. Was there a dead animal somewhere on the street? She could see nothing. But sound gave her a second clue. Her ears, sharper than they'd ever been, caught the seething of insect life. She listened closely to discover its direction, and, guessing it, crossed the street to another of the houses. It was as featureless as those whose windows she'd peered through, but this one was not empty. The strengthening stench and the sound that came with it confirmed that instinct. There was something dead behind that banal facade. Many things she began to suspect. The smell was getting to be overpowering. It made her innards churn. But she had to see what secret this town concealed. Halfway across the street she felt another tug on her stomach. She resisted it, but Kissoon wasn't quite so ready to let her off the hook this time. He pulled again, harder, and she found herself moved down the street against her will. One moment she was approaching the house of the stench, the next she was 20 yards from where she'd been. "I want to see," she said through gritted teeth, hoping that Kissoon could hear her. Even if he couldn't, he pulled again. This time she was ready for the tug, and actively fought against it, demanding that her body move back towards the house. "You're not going to stop me," she said. In reply, he pulled once more, and despite her best efforts, hauled her even further from her target. "Fuck you!" she yelled out loud, furious at his intervention. He used her anger against her. As she burned energy in her outburst, he pulled yet again, and this time succeeded in moving her almost all the way down the street to the other end of the town. There was nothing she could do to resist him. He was, quite simply, stronger than her, and the more furious she became, the more his grip strengthened, until she was moving at some speed away from the town, prey to his summons the way she'd been the first time she'd come into the loop. She knew her anger was weakening her resistance, and calmly instructed herself to control it as the desert speeded by. "Calm yourself, woman," she told herself. "He's just a bully. Nothing more, nothing less. Chill out." Her advice to herself worked. She felt self-determination beginning to swell in her again. She didn't allow herself the luxury of satisfaction. She simply exercised the power she'd claimed back to show herself once more. Kissoon didn't relinquish his claim, of course. She felt his fist in her gut pulling as hard as ever. It hurt, but she resisted, and went on resisting, until she had almost come to a dead stop. He'd succeeded in one of his ambitions, at least, however. The town was a speck on the horizon behind her. The trek back to it was presently beyond her. She was not certain, even if she began it, that she could resist his tugging for such a distance. Again she offered herself some silent advice, this time to stand still for a few moments and take stock of her situation. She'd lost the fight in the town. There was no two ways about that. But she'd gained a few sticky questions to ask Kissoon when she was finally face to face with him. One, what the source of the stench actually was, and two, why he was so afraid of her seeing it. But given the strength he clearly possessed, even at this distance, she knew she had to be careful. The greatest mistake she could make in these circumstances was to assume any government she had over herself was permanent. Her presence here was at Kissoon's behest, and whatever he'd told her about being a prisoner here himself, he knew more about its rules than she did. She was prey every moment to his power, the limits of which she could only guess. She had to proceed with greater caution, or risk losing what little authority she had over her condition. Turning her back on the town, she began to move in the direction of the hut. The solidity she'd earned in the town had not been taken from her, but when she moved it was with a lightness of step utterly unlike anything she'd experienced hitherto. A moonwalk of a type, her strides long and easy, her speed impossible even for the fastest of sprinters. Sensing her approach, Kissoon no longer hauled on her gut, though he maintained a presence there, as if to remind her of the strength he could use should he turn his will to it. Ahead now she saw the second of the landmarks here, the tower. The wind whined in its tethering wires. Again she slowed her pace so as to study the structure better. There was very little to see. It stood perhaps 100 feet high, was made of steel, and had atop it a simple wood platform covered on 3 of its sides by sheets of corrugated iron. Its function defied her. As a viewing platform it seemed singularly useless, given that there was so little to view, nor did it seem to be serving any technical purpose. Besides the corrugated iron up top, and some parcel hanging between, there was no sign of aerials or monitoring apparatus. She thought of Buñuel, of all people, and of her favourite of his films, Simone del Desierto, a satiric vision of St. Simon tempted by the devil as he sat in penitence on the top of a pillar in the middle of nowhere. Perhaps the tower had been built for a similarly masochist saint. If so, he'd gone to dust, or godhood. There was nothing more to be seen here, she decided, and moved on past the tower, leaving it to its whining, enigmatic life. She could not yet see Kissoon's hut, but she knew it couldn't be far. There was no dust storm on the horizon to keep it from sight. The scene before her, the desert floor and the sky above, was exactly as she remembered it from her last trip here. The fact momentarily struck her as strange, that nothing whatsoever seemed to have changed. Maybe nothing ever changed here, she thought. Maybe it was forever, this place. Or like a movie, rerun and rerun until the sprocket hole snapped or the picture burned up in the gate. She'd no sooner imagined constancy than a rogue element she'd almost forgotten came into view. The woman. Last time, with Kissoon drawing her to the hut, she'd had no chance to make contact with this other player on the desert stage. Indeed, Kissoon had attempted to convince her that the woman had been a mirage, a projection of his erotic musings, and to be avoided. But now, with the woman close enough to call to, Tesla thought the explanation a likelier fantasy than the woman. However perverse Kissoon was, and she didn't doubt he'd had his moments, the figure before her was no masturbatory aid. True, she was close to naked, the shreds of clothing wrapped around her body pitifully inadequate. True, she had a face luminous with intelligence. But her long hair looked to have been torn out in several places, the blood dried to a dirty brown on her brow and cheeks. Her body was thin and badly bruised, scratches on her thighs and arms only partially healed. There was a more profound wound, Tesla suspected, beneath the scraps of what might have once been a white dress. It was glued to the middle of her body, and she hugged herself there, almost bent double with pain. She was no pin-up, nor a mirage. She existed in the same plane of being as Tesla, and suffered here. As she'd suspected, Kissoon was aware that his warning had been ignored, and had begun to tug on Tesla once more. This time she was completely prepared for it. Instead of raging against his claim on her, she stood quite still, preserving her calm. His mind-fingers fought for purchase, then began to slip through her innards. He snatched at them again, slipped again, and snatched. She didn't respond in any way, but simply kept her place, her eyes fixed on the woman all the time. She'd stood upright, and was no longer holding her belly, but let her hands hang by her sides. Very slowly Tesla began to walk towards her, preserving as best she could the calm that was denying Kissoon his hold. The woman made no move, either to advance or retreat. With every step Tesla took, she got a better impression of her. She was 50, maybe, her eyes, though sunk in their sockets, the liveliest part of her. The rest was fatigue. Around her neck she wore a chain on which hung a simple cross. It was all that remained of the life she might once have had before she'd become lost in this wilderness. Suddenly she opened her mouth, a look of anguish crossing her face. She started to speak, but either her vocal cords weren't strong enough, or her lungs large enough for the words to cover the space between them. "Wait," Tesla told her, concerned the woman not exhaust what little energy she had. "Let me get closer." If she understood, the woman ignored the instruction, and began to speak again, repeating something over and over. "I can't hear you," Tesla shouted back, aware that her distress at the woman's distress was giving Kissoon a handle on her. "Wait, will you?" she said, picking up speed. As she did so, she realized that the look on the woman's face was not anguish at all, but fear, that her eyes were no longer looking at Tesla, but at something else, and that the word she was repeating was, "Licks! Licks!" In horror she turned to see the desert floor behind her alive with licks, a dozen on first glance, twice that on second. They were all exactly the same, like snakes from which every distinguishing mark had been struck, reducing them to 10-foot lengths of writhing muscle, coming at her at full speed. She had thought the one she'd glimpsed previously, pulling open the door, mouthless. She'd been wrong. They had mouths, all right, black holes lined with black teeth, opened wide. She was readying herself for their attack when she realized, too late, they'd been summoned as a distraction. Kissoon clutched her gut and pulled. The desert slid away beneath her, the licks dividing as she was hauled through their throng. Ahead the hut. She was at its threshold in seconds, the door opening on cue. "Come on in," Kissoon said. "It's been too long." Left behind in Tesla's apartment, Raoul could only wait. He had no doubt of where she'd gone, or who'd claimed her, but without a means of access he was helpless. Which wasn't to say he didn't sense her. His system had been touched by the nuncio twice, and it knew she was not that far from him. When in the car, Tesla had attempted to describe what her trip into the loop had felt like. He'd badly wanted to articulate something he'd come to understand in the years he'd spent at the mission. His vocabulary was not equal to the task, however. It still wasn't, but the feelings had borne strongly upon the way he now sensed Tesla. She was in a different place. But place was just another kind of being, and all states could, if the means were found, speak with every other state. Ape with man, man with moon. It was nothing to do with technologies. It was about the indivisibility of the world. Just as Fletcher had made the Nuncio from a soup of disciplines, not caring where science became magic or logic nonsense, just as Tesla moved between realities like a dreaming fog, in defiance of established law, just as he had moved from the apparently simian to the apparently human, and never known where one became the other, or if it ever did, so he knew he might reach now, if only he had the wit or the words, which he didn't, through to the place where Tesla was. It was very close, as were all spaces at all times, parts of the same landscape of mind, but he could shape none of this into action. It was beyond him, as yet. All he could do was know, and wait, which in its way was more painful than believing himself forsaken. "You're a fuckhead and a liar," she said when she had closed the door. The fire was burning brightly. There was very little smoke. Kissoon sat on its far side, staring up at her, his eyes brighter than she remembered. There was excitement in them. "You wanted to come back," he said to her. "Don't deny it. I felt it in you. You could have resisted while you were out there in the cosm, but you really didn't want to. Tell me I'm a liar about that, I dare you." "No," she said. "I admit it. I'm curious." "Good." "But that doesn't give you the right to just drag me here." "How else was I to show you the way?" he asked her lightly. "Show me the way," she said, knowing he was infuriating her deliberately, but unable to get the sensation of helplessness out of her head. She hated nothing more vehemently than to be out of control, and his hold of her made her mad as hell. "I'm not stupid," she said, "and I'm not a toy you can just pull on when it suits you." "I don't mean to treat you as either," Kissoon said. "Please, can't we make peace? We're on the same side, after all." "Are we?" "You can't doubt that." "Can't I?" "After all I told you," Kissoon said, "the secrets I shared with you." "Seems to me there's a few you're not willing to share." "Oh?" Kissoon said, his gaze moving from her to the flames. "The town, for instance." "What about it?" "I wanted to see what was in the house, but no, you just hauled me away." Kissoon sighed. "I don't deny it," he said. "If I hadn't, you wouldn't be here." "I don't follow." "Don't you sense the atmosphere there? I can't believe you don't. The sheer dread." Now it was she who expelled breath softly between her teeth. "Yes," she said. "I felt something." "The Yard Ouroboros has its agents everywhere," Kissoon said. "I believe one of them is in hiding in that town. I don't know what form it takes, and I don't want to know. But it would be fatal to look, I suspect. Anyway, I'm not about to risk it, and you shouldn't either, however curious you are." It was difficult to argue with this point of view when it so closely approximated her own feelings. Only minutes ago, back in her apartment, she'd told Raoul she sensed something about to happen in that empty Main Street. Now Kissoon was confirming her suspicion. "I suppose I have to thank you, then," she said reluctantly. "Don't bother," Kissoon replied. "I didn't save you for your sake. I saved you for more important duties." He took a moment to dig at the core of the fire with a blackened stick. It blazed higher, and the hut was illuminated more brightly than ever. "I'm sorry," he went on, "if I frightened you when you were last here. I say if. I know I did, and I can't apologize enough." He didn't look at her through this speech, which had a rehearsed quality to it. But coming from a man she suspected had a major ego, it was doubly welcome. "I was moved, shall we say, by your physical presence in a way I hadn't quite taken account of, and you were right to be suspicious of my motives." He put one hand between his legs and took his penis between forefinger and thumb. "I'm chastened now," he said, "as you can see." She looked. He was quite limp. "Apology accepted," she said. "So now we can get back to business, I hope." "I'm not going to give my body to you, Kissoon," she said flatly. "If that's what you mean by business, no deal." Kissoon nodded. "I can't say I blame you. Apologies sometimes aren't enough. But you must understand the gravity of this. Even now, up in Palomo Grove, the Jaff is preparing to use the art. I can stop him, but not from here." "Teach me, then." "There isn't time." "I'm a quick learner." Kissoon looked up at her, his face sharp. "That really is a monstrous arrogance," he said. "You step into the middle of a tragedy that's been moving towards its final act for centuries and think you can just change its course with a few words. This isn't Hollywood. This is the real world." His cold fury subdued her, but not much. "All right, so I get feisty once in a while. Shoot me for it. I've told you I'll help, but I won't do any of this body-swapping shit." "Maybe, then—" "What?" "You can find someone who is willing to give themselves over to me?" "That's a tough call. What am I supposed to tell them?" "You're persuasive," he said. She thought back to the world she'd stepped out of. The apartment building had 21 occupants. Could she persuade Ron, or Edgar, or one of her friends, Mickey DeFalco, perhaps, to step back into the loop with her? She doubted it. It was only when her seeking centered on Raoul that she glimpsed a little hope. Might he dare what she wouldn't? "Maybe I can help," she said. "Quickly?" "Yes, quickly. If you can get me back to my apartment." "Easily done. I'm not promising anything, mind you. I understand. And I want something from you in return." "What's that?" "The woman I tried to speak to, the one you said was a sex aide." "I wondered when you'd get to her." "She's hurt." "Don't believe it." "I saw for myself." "It's a yard trick," Kissoon said. "She's been wandering around out there for a while now, trying to get me to open the door to her. Sometimes she pretends she's hurt, sometimes she's all purrs like a sex kitten, rubs herself against the door." He shuddered. "I hear her rubbing herself, begging me to let her in. It's just another trick." As with almost every statement Kissoon made, Tesla found herself not knowing whether to believe or disbelieve. On her last visit he'd told her he thought the woman was most likely a dream mistress. Now he was saying she was an yard agent. One, but not both. "I want to speak to her myself," she said. "Make up my own mind. She doesn't look that dangerous." "You don't know," Kissoon warned. "Appearances lie. I keep her at bay with the licks, out of fear of what she might do." She contemplated asking what he could possibly fear about a woman so clearly in pain, then decided it was a question for a less desperate hour. "I'll go back, then," she said. "You understand the urgency?" "You don't have to keep telling me," Tesla said. "Yes, I understand. But like I said, you're asking a lot. People get attached to their bodies." Joke. "If all goes well and I can stop the art being used, then the supplier gets his flesh back intact. If I fail, it's the end of the world anyway, so what will it matter?" "Nice," Tesla said. "I try." She turned back to the door. "Go quickly," he said, "and don't get distracted." The door opened without her touching it. "You're still a condescending fucker, Kissoon," was Tesla's parting remark. Then she'd stepped out into the same early morning light. Off to the left of the hut, a cloud shadow seemed to be moving over the desert floor. She studied it a moment, and saw that the sun-beaten ground was covered with licks, a small sea of them. Sensing her gaze, they stopped moving and raised their heads towards her. Hadn't Kissoon said that he'd made these creatures? "Go, will you?" she heard him say. "There isn't much time." Had she acted upon his instructions immediately, she'd have missed the sight of the woman appearing beyond the licks. She didn't, so she didn't. and the sight of her, despite the warnings Kissoon had issued, held her on the step. If this was indeed one of the Iad Ouroboros's agents, as Kissoon had claimed, it was a brilliant conceit to present herself in such a vulnerable guise. Try as she might, she couldn't quite believe a villainy as vast or indeed as ambitious as the Iad would present itself in so wretched a manner. Wasn't evil too full of itself, even in its machinations, to come so undressed? She couldn't ignore her instinct, which told her unequivocally that in this, at least, Kissoon was wrong. The woman was no agent. She was a human being in pain. Tesla could turn her back on many appeals, but never on that. Ignoring a further entreaty from the man in the hut behind her, she took a step towards the woman. The Licks were alive to her approach. They began to seethe as she stepped towards them, raising their heads like cobras. The sight quickened her approach rather than slowing it. If this was Kissoon's instruction, and it surely was, then their keeping her from the woman only further reinforced her suspicion that she was being misled. He was trying to keep them apart. Why? Because this wretched, anguished woman was dangerous? No, every fibre of Tesla's being refused that interpretation. He wanted to keep them apart because of something that might pass between them, something that might be said or done that would throw him into doubt. The Licks had new instructions, it seemed. To harm Tesla would be to keep the messenger from her purpose, so they instead turned their heads towards the woman. She saw their intention, and fear came over her face. It occurred to Tesla that she was familiar with their malice, that maybe she'd dared them before in an attempt to get to Kissoon, or one of his visitors. She certainly seemed versed in how best to confuse them, running back and forth quickly so that they tied their nest in knots, trying to decide which way to lunge. Tesla added her own contribution to the defense by yelling at them as she picked up her pace, suddenly certain that they dared not harm her as long as Kissoon was so desperate to be out of his prison, and she his only hope. "Get away from her!" she yelled at them. "Leave her alone, fuckheads!" But they had their target fixed and weren't about to be deflected from it by shouts. As Tesla came within a few yards of them, they started after their quarry. "Run!" Tesla yelled. The woman heeded the advice, but too late. The speediest from the nest was at her heels, then climbing her body to wind itself around her. There was a vile elegance to its motion, whipping around the woman's torso and pulling her to the ground. The Licks that followed were quickly upon her. By the time Tesla got within a few yards of the woman, she was all but indistinguishable from her attackers. They'd virtually mummified her. Still she fought them, tearing at their bodies as they closed ranks around her. Tesla didn't waste time with further words. She simply tore at the Licks with her bare hands, first attempting to free the woman's face for fear they smothered her, then, that done, pulling her arms free. Though they were many, they weren't particularly strong. Several simply broke apart as she hauled on them, yellow-white blood oozing from them over her hands and spraying up in her face. She let disgust fuel her, fighting their every twisting trick, pulling and pulling at them until she was sticky with fluids. The woman they'd come so close to killing had taken fire from her rescuer and was struggling free of her assassin's grip. Sensing that victory was available, albeit snatched, Tesla readied herself for escape. She could not go alone, she knew. The woman had to come with her back to the apartment in North Huntley Drive, or she'd be prey to further attacks, and after such an assault she'd have little power to resist them. Kissoon had taught her to imagine her way into the loop. Could she now do the same in the opposite direction, not only for herself, but on the woman's behalf? If not, they'd both fall to the Licks, who seemed to be appearing from all sides now, as though an alarm call had been sent out from their maker. Putting their approach out of her mind as best she could, Tesla pictured herself and the woman in front of her out of this place and into another. Not any other. Into West Hollywood. North Huntley Drive. Her apartment. "You do this," she told herself. "If Kissoon can do it, you can." She heard the woman cry out, the first sound she'd actually made. There was a disturbance in the scene around them, but not the instant transfer from Kissoon's loop to West Hollywood she'd hoped for. and the licks were massing around them in greater and yet greater numbers. "Again," Tesla told herself. "Do it again." She focused on the woman in front of her, who was still tearing pieces of the licks from around her body and pulling them from her hair. It was this mirage she had to focus on. The other passenger, herself, was easily imagined. "Go," she said. "Please, God, go!" This time the images in her head gelled. She not only saw herself and the woman clearly, she saw them in flight, the world around them dissolving and reconfiguring like a jigsaw blown to pieces and remade as another puzzle. She knew the scene. It was the very spot she'd left from. The coffee was still, spilled across the floor. The sun was pouring in through the window. Raoul was standing in the middle of the room, waiting for her return. She knew by the look on his face that she'd succeeded in bringing the woman through with her. What she hadn't realized, until she looked, was that she'd brought the whole image, including the licks that had been battening upon her. Though they were separated from Kissoon, their unnatural life was no less fevered here than in the loop. The woman dropped them to the floor of the apartment, where they continued to writhe, their shit-smelling blood oozing on the floor. But they were only pieces, heads, tails, midsections, and already the violence of their motion was slowing. Rather than waste time stomping them out, Tesla called Raoul to her, and together they carried the woman through to the bedroom and laid her down. She'd fought hard, and was the worst for it. The wounds on her body had reopened, but she seemed not so much in pain as simply exhausted. "Watch over her," Tesla told Raoul. "I'm going to get some water to clean her up." "What happened?" he wanted to know. "I almost sold your soul to a fuckhead and a liar," Tesla said. "But don't worry. I just bought it back." Chapter 5. A week previous, the arrival in Paloma Grove of so many of the brightest stars in Hollywood's firmament would have brought the inhabitants of the town out onto the streets in significant numbers. But today there was barely a witness on the sidewalks to watch them appear. The limos eased their way up the hill unnoticed, their passengers either getting high or fixing their makeup behind smoked glass windows, the older ones wondering how long it would be before people gathered to pay hypocritical tribute to them, the way they were to Buddy Vance, the younger assuming a cure for death would have been found by the time mortality threatened. There were few among the gathering assembly who had truly loved Buddy. Many had envied him. Some had lusted after him. Nearly all had taken some pleasure in his fall from grace. But love came infrequently in company such as this. It was a flaw in armor they could ill afford to shed. The passengers in the limos were aware of the absence of admirers. Even though many of them had no desire to be recognized, it offended their tender egos being greeted with such indifference. They quickly turned the insult to good purpose. In car after car the same subject arose: why the dead man had chosen to hide himself away in a God-forsaken shithole like Paloma Grove. He'd had secrets, that was why. But what? His drink problem? Everybody knew about that. Drugs? Who cared? Women? He'd been the first to boast about his dick and its doings. No, there must have been some other dirt that drove him to this hellhole. Theories flowed like vitriol as the mourners turned over the possibilities, breaking off from their bitchery to step out of their cars and offer their condolences to the widow at the threshold of Coney Eye, only to pick it up again as soon as they stepped inside. Buddy's collection of Carnavalia caused considerable comment, dividing its audience down the middle. Many considered it a perfect encapsulation of the dead man, vulgar, opportunist, and now, out of its context, useless. Others declared it a revelation, a side of the deceased they'd never known existed. One or two approached Rochelle to see if any of the pieces were available for sale. She told them that nobody yet knew to whom the will would ascribe them, but that if they came to her, she'd happily give them away. Jokemeister Lamar went among the celebrants with a smile plastered from ear to ear. In all the years since his parting from Buddy, he'd never dared believe he'd be where he now was, lording himself over Buddy's court. He made no attempt to disguise his pleasure. What was the use? Life was too short.
Better take pleasure where there was pleasure to be taken before it was snatched away. The thought of the Jaff, only 2 floors above, added an extra glitter to his smile. He didn't know what the man's full intentions were, but it was entertaining to think of these people as fodder. He held all of them in contempt, having seen them, or their like, perform acts of moral acrobatics that would have shamed a pope, all for the achieving of profit, position, or profile, sometimes all 3. He'd come to view with disgust the self-obsession of his tribe, the ambition that drove so many of them to bring down their betters and smother the little good in themselves. He'd never let that contempt show, however. He had to work among them. It was better to conceal his feelings. Buddy, poor Buddy, had never been able to achieve such detachment. With a little too much drink in his system, he'd railed loud and long against fools he refused to suffer. It was this indiscretion, above all others, that had been his downfall. In a town where words were cheap, talk could be expensive. They'd forgive embezzlement, addiction, molestation of minors, rape, and even on occasion murder. But Buddy had called them fools. They'd never forgiven him that. Lamar worked the room, kissing the beauties, acknowledging the studs, shaking the hands of the hirers and firers of both. He imagined Buddy's revulsion at this ritual. Time and time again during their years together he'd had to coax Buddy out of a party just like this one because he couldn't keep his insults to himself. Time and time again he'd failed. "You're looking good, Lamb." The overnourished face in front of him was Sam Sagansky, one of Hollywood's most successful power brokers. At his side stood a big-breasted waif, one in a long line of big-breasted waifs Sam had raised to glitterdom, then parted from in public dramas that had left the women's careers destroyed and his reputation as a lady-killer enhanced. "What does it feel like?" Sagansky wanted to know, "being at his funeral?" "It's not exactly that, Sam." "Still, he's dead and you're not. Don't tell me it doesn't make you feel good." "I guess so. We're survivors, Lamb. We've got a right to scratch our balls and laugh. Life's good." "Yeah," Lamar said. "I suppose it is." "We're all winners here, honey?" He turned to his wife, who displayed her dental work. "Don't know any better feeling than that." "I'll catch you later, Sam." "Are there going to be fireworks?" the waif wondered. Lamar thought of the Jaff waiting upstairs, and smiled. Once round the room, then he headed up to see his master. "Quite a crowd," the Jaff said. "You approve?" "Wholly." "I wanted a word before things got too busy." "About what?" "Rochelle." "Ah. I know you're planning something heavy-duty, and believe me, I couldn't be happier. If you wipe them all off the face of the fucking earth, you'll be doing the world a favor." "I'm sorry to disappoint you," said the Jaff. "They won't all be joining the great power breakfast in the sky. I may take a few liberties with them, but I'm not interested in death. That's more my son's area of endeavor." "I just want to be certain Rochelle can be kept out of it." "I won't lay a finger on her," the Jaff replied. "There. Does that satisfy you?" "It does, yes. Thanks. So, shall we begin?" "What are you planning?" "I just want you to bring the guests up to see me one by one. Let them get a little liquor in their systems first, then show them the house." "Men or women?" "Bring the men first," the Jaff said, wandering back over to the window. "They're more pliable." "Is it my imagination, or is it getting dark?" "Just clouding over." "Rain?" "I doubt it." "Pity." "Ah, more guests at the gate. You'd better go down and welcome them in." Chapter 6. It was an empty gesture, Howie knew, to go back to the woods on the edge of Deerdell. There could be no repetition of the meeting he'd had there. Fletcher had gone, and with him so much clarification. But he went back anyway, vaguely hoping that returning to the place he'd met his father would spark some memory, however vestigial, which would help him dig through to the truth.
The sun was veiled with a hazy layer of cloud, but it was as hot beneath the trees as it had been on the other 2 occasions he'd come here. Hotter, perhaps. Certainly clammier. Though he'd intended to make directly for the place where he'd met Fletcher, his route became as wandering as his thoughts. He didn't try to correct it. He'd made his gesture of respect coming here, figuratively tipped his hat to his mother's memory and to the man who'd reluctantly fathered him. But chance, or some sense he was not even aware of, brought him back on to his intended course, and without even realizing it at first, he stepped from the trees into the circle of clear ground where, 18 years before, his life had been conjured. That was the right word. Not conceived. Conjured. Fletcher had been a magician, of a kind. That was the only word Howie had been able to find to describe him. And he, Howie, had been a trick. Except that instead of applause and bouquets, all they'd got, Howie, his mother, and the magician, was misery and pain. He'd wasted valuable years in failing to come here sooner, and learning this essential fact about himself, that he was no desperado at all, just a rabbit pulled from a hat, held up by the ears and squirming. He wandered towards the cave entrance, which was still fenced off and marked with police notices warning adventurers away. Standing at the barricade, he peered down into the gaping hole in the ground. Somewhere down there, in the dark, his father had waited and waited, holding on to his enemy like death itself. Now there was only the comedian down there, and from what he'd gathered the corpse would never be recovered. He looked up, and his whole system somersaulted. He wasn't alone. On the far side of the grave stood Jo Beth. He stared, convinced that she was going to disappear. She couldn't be here, not after last night. But his eyes kept seeing her. They were too far apart for him to ask what she was doing here without raising his voice, which he didn't want to do. He wanted to hold the spell. And besides, did he really need an answer? She was here because he was here, because she was here, and so on. It was she who moved first, her hand going up to the button of the dark dress she wore, and undoing it. The expression on her face didn't seem to change, but he couldn't be certain he wasn't missing nuances. He'd taken off his spectacles when he'd stepped among the trees, and, short of digging for them in his shirt pocket, he could only watch and wait and hope the moment would come for them to approach each other. Meanwhile, she had unbuttoned the top of her dress, and now she slipped the buckle of the belt. Still, he resisted making any approach, though it was barely within his power to control himself. She was letting the belt of her dress drop now, and, crossing her arms, took the hem in her hands to pull it up over her head. He didn't dare breathe, for fear he miss an instant of this ritual. She was wearing white underwear, but her breasts, when they came into view, were bare. She had made him hard. He moved a little to adjust his position, which motion she took as her cue, dropping the dress to the ground and moving towards him. One step was enough. He started to walk towards her in his turn, each keeping close to their barricade. He shrugged off his jacket as he walked and dropped it behind him. As they came within a few feet of each other, she said, "I knew you'd be here. I don't know how. I was driving up from the mall with Ruth." "Who?" "That doesn't matter now. I just wanted to say I'm sorry." "About what?" "Last night. I didn't trust you, and I should have." She put her hand to his face. "Do you forgive me?" "Nothing to forgive," he said. "I want to make love to you." "Yes," he said, as though she hadn't needed to tell him which was true. It was easy. After all that had happened to separate them, it was easy. They were like magnets. However or whoever pulled them apart, they were bound to come back together like this. They couldn't help themselves. Didn't want to. She started to pull his shirt from his trousers. He helped her, holding it over his head. There were 2 seconds of darkness while it covered his face, in which her image, face, breasts, and underwear, was as sharp in his head as a scene lit by lightning. Then she was there again, unbuckling his belt. He heeled off his shoes, then performed a monopodal dance to pull his socks off. Finally he let his trousers drop and stepped out of them. "I was afraid," she said. "Not now. You're not afraid now." "No." "I'm not the devil. I'm not Fletcher's. I'm yours." "I love you." She put her palms on his chest and ran them outwards as if smoothing pillows. He put his arms around her and pulled her towards him. His dick was doing push-ups in his shorts. He placated it by kissing her, moving his hands down her back to the band of her panties, then sliding beneath. Her kisses were moving from his nose to chin, he licking at her lips when her mouth crossed his. She pressed her body against him. "Here," she said softly. "Yes?" "Yes, why not? No one to see us." "I want to, Howie." He smiled. She stepped away from him, going down on her knees in front of him and pulling his shorts down far enough that his dick sprang into view. She took hold of it gently, then suddenly harder, using her hold to bring him down to ground level. He knelt in front of her. She still didn't relinquish her hold, but rubbed him until he put his hand over hers and coaxed her fingers away. "Not good?" she said. "Too good," he breathed. "I don't want to shoot." "Shoot?" "Come. Spurt. Lose it." "I want you to lose it," she said, lying down in front of him. His dick was now solid against his belly. "I want you to lose it in me." He leaned over and put his hands on her hips, then began to pull her panties down. The hair around her slit was a darker blonde than her hair, but not much. He put his face to her and licked between the lips. Her body tensed beneath him, then relaxed. He ran his tongue up from her cunt to her navel, from her navel to her breasts, from her breasts to her face, until he was lying on top of her. "I love you," he said, and entered her. Chapter 7. It was only as she was washing the bloodstains from the woman's neck that Tesla came to look more closely at the cross around her neck. She recognized it instantly, as a companion to the medallion Kissoon had shown her. The same central figure, spread-eagled, the same 4 lines of variations on the human spreading from it. "Shoal," she said. The woman opened her eyes. There was no period of coming to. One moment she was to all intents and purposes asleep. The next her eyes were wide and alert. They were dark gray. "Where am I?" she said. "My name's Tesla. You're in my apartment." "In the Cosm?" the woman said. Her voice was frail, eroded by heat, wind, and fatigue. "Yes," Tesla said. "We're out of the loop. Kissoon can't get us here." This, she knew, was not altogether true. The shaman had twice reached Tesla in this very apartment, once in her sleep, once while coffee-making. There was nothing, presumably, to stop him doing the same again. But she'd felt no touch from him, nothing at all. Perhaps he was too concerned that she'd get about her labors on his behalf to interfere. Perhaps he had other plans, who knew? "What's your name?" she asked. "Mary Morales?" she said. "You're one of the shoal," Tesla said. Mary's eyes flickered towards Raoul, who was at the door. "Don't worry," Tesla said. "If you can trust me, you can certainly trust him. If you won't trust either of us, then we're all lost. So tell me—" "Yes, I'm one of the shoal." "Kissoon told me he was the last." "He and I." "The rest were murdered, like he said?" She nodded. Again her gaze went to Raoul. "I told you," Tesla began. "Something strange about him," Mary said. "He's not human." "Don't worry, I know," Tesla said. "Yad?" "Ape," she said. She turned to Raoul. "Don't mind me telling her, do you?" Raoul said and did nothing by way of response. "How?" Mary wanted to know. "It's quite a story. I thought maybe you'd know more about it than me. Fletcher? A guy called Jaffe, or the Jaff? No? No. So, we've both got things to learn." Back in the wastes of the loop, Kissoon sat in his hut and called for help. The Morales woman had escaped. Her wounds were surely profound, but she'd survived worse. He had to reach her, which meant stretching his influence into real time. He'd done it before, of course. He'd brought Tesla to him that way. Before her, there'd been a few others who'd strayed along the Jornada del Muerto. Randolph Jaffe had been one such wanderer, whom he'd been able to guide into the loop. It wasn't so difficult, but the influence he wished to exercise now was not upon a human mind. It was upon creatures who had no mind, nor, in any legitimate sense, were even alive. He pictured the licks now, lying inert on a tile floor. They'd been forgotten. Good. They weren't particularly subtle beasts. To work their mischief best, they needed the victims distracted. That, at the moment, they surely were. If he was quick, he could still silence the witness. His call had been answered. Help was coming in crawling hundreds under the door, beetles, ants, scorpions. He unlocked his crossed legs and drew his feet up to his body to give them free access to his genitals. Years ago he'd been able to achieve erection and ejaculation by will alone, but age and the loop had taken its toll. He needed help now, and given that the laws of this suit explicitly forbade the conjurer to touch himself, a little artificial aid was required. They knew their business, crawling up over him, the motion of their limbs and their bites and stings arousing him. This was the way he'd made the licks, ejaculating onto his own excrement. Seminal suits had always been his favorite kind. Now, as they worked on him, he let his thoughts return to the licks on the tiles, allowing the rolls of sensation climbing his thronged perineum and balls to push his intention out towards the place where they lay. A little life was all they needed, to bring a little death. Mary Morales had asked to be told Tesla's story before she told her own, and for all her quiet voice, she spoke like a woman whose requests were seldom denied. This one certainly wasn't. Tesla was happy to tell her story, or rather, the story. So little of it was hers, as best she could, hoping that Mary would be able to throw some light on its more puzzling details. She held her silence, however, until Tesla had finished, which, by the time she'd told what she knew about Fletcher, the Jaff, the children of both, the Nuncio and Kissoon, was close to half an hour. It might have been much longer, but that she'd had practice in the craft of concision, preparing plot summaries for studios. She'd practiced with Shakespeare. The tragedies were easy, the comedies a bitch, until she'd had the trick of it down pat. But this story was not so easily pigeonholed. When she started to tell the tale, it spilled out in all directions. It was a love story and an origin of species. It was about insanity, apathy, and a lost ape. When it was tragic, as in Vance's death, it was also farcical. When its settings were most mundane, as at the Mall, its substance was often visionary. She could find no way to tell all this neatly. It refused. Every time she thought she had a clear line to a point, something would intersect. If she said, "It's all connected," once in her telling, she said it a dozen times, though she didn't always know, in fact seldom, how or why. Perhaps Mary could furnish the connections. "I'm about done," Tesla said. "It's your turn." The other woman took a moment to gather her strength. Then she said, "You've certainly got a good grasp of recent events, but you want to know what happened to shape those events. Of course. They're a mystery to you. But I have to say much of it's a mystery to me, too. I can't answer all the problems. There's a lot I don't know. If your account proves anything, it's that there's a good deal neither of us knows. But I can tell you some facts straight off. First, and simplest, it was Kissoon who murdered the rest of the shoal." "Kissoon? Are you kidding me?" "I was one of them, remember?" Mary said. "He'd been conspiring against us for years." "Conspiring with whom?" "At a guess? The Yad Ouroboros, or their representatives in the Cosm. With the shoal dead, he might have intended to use the art and let the Yad through." "Shit! So what he told me about the Yad and quiddity, all of that's true?" "Oh, yes. He only tells lies when he needs to. He told you the truth. That's part of his brilliance." "I don't see what's so brilliant about hiding in a hut, Tesla said. Then, "Wait a minute. This doesn't figure. If he's responsible for the deaths of the shoal, what's he got to fear? Why is he hiding at all?" "He isn't hiding. He's trapped there. Trinity's his prison. The only way he can get out is by finding another body to get out in." "Exactly." "Me. Or Randolph Jaffe before you." "But neither of us fell for it. And he doesn't get many visitors. It takes a very extraordinary set of circumstances to bring anyone within sighting distance of the loop. He created it to hide his crime. Now it hides him. Once in a while somebody like the Jaff, driven half insane, gets to the point where Kissoon can take control and guide him in. Or you, with the Nuncio in your system. But otherwise he's alone. Why is he trapped? I trapped him. He thought I was dead. Had my body brought into the loop with the others. But I rose, confronted him, angered him to the point where he attacked me, putting my blood on his hands." "And Chest," Tesla said, remembering the glimpse she'd had of Kissoon's blood-spattered body when she'd first escaped him. "The conditions of the looping suit are explicit. Blood may not be spilled inside the loop, or the conjurer becomes its prisoner." "What do you mean by suit?" "Petition, maneuver, trick." "Trick? You call making a loop in time a trick?" "It's an ancient suit," Mary said. "A time out of time. You'll find accounts of it everywhere. But there are laws pertaining to all conditions of matter, and I made him break one. He became his own victim." "And you were trapped there too?" "Not strictly. But I wanted him dead, and I knew nobody in the cosm who could do it, not with the rest of the shoal murdered. I had to stay and hope to kill him." "Then you'd have shed blood too?" "Better that and be trapped than he go on living. He'd killed 15 great men and women, pure good souls, just had them slaughtered, tortured some of them for the pleasure of it. Not personally, of course. He'd had agents. But he'd masterminded the whole thing, arranged that we be separated from each other so that he could dispatch us one by one, then had our bodies taken back in time to Trinity, where he knew no trace would remain." "Where are they?" "In the town. What's left of them." "My God!" Tesla remembered the house of the stench and shuddered. "I almost got to see them for myself." "Kissoon prevented you, of course." "Not forcibly. It was more a matter of persuasion. He's very convincing." "Certainly. He had us all fooled for years. The shoal was, the most difficult society to join in the world. There are means, incredibly elaborate, to test and purify possible members before they even realize the society exists. Somehow Kissoon faked his way through those procedures. Or else the Yard somehow tainted him once he was a member, which is possible." "Is as little known about the Yard as he said?" "Scarcely any information emerges from the metacosm. It's a sealed condition of being. What we know about the Yard can be summed up in a few words. They are many. Their definition of life is not that of you humans. Indeed, maybe its antithesis. And they want the cosm." "What do you mean, you humans?" Tesla said. "You're as human as I am." "Yes and no," Mary replied. "I certainly was once as you are, but the processes of purification change your nature. If I'd been human, I couldn't have survived in Trinity for 20-odd years, with scorpions to eat and mud to drink. I'd be dead, the way Kissoon intended." "How come you survived the murder attempt and the others didn't?" "Luck. Instinct. Sheer refusal to let that bastard win." "It isn't just quiddity that's at stake, though that's valuable enough. It's the cosm. If the Yard break through, nothing on this plane of being will survive intact. I believe—" She stopped talking suddenly and sat up in bed. "What is it?" Tesla said. "I heard something next door." "Grand Opera," Tesla said. Lucia de Lammermoor still trailed through. "No," Mary said. "Something else." Raoul was already off in search of the sound's source before Tesla asked him. She turned her attention back to Mary. "There's still some stuff I haven't got straight," she said. A lot of stuff, like why Kissoon went to the trouble of taking the bodies into the loop. Why didn't he destroy them out here in the normal world? And why did you let him take you? I was wounded, almost dead, near enough for him and his assassins to think I was dead. It was only when they were tossing me on a pile of bodies I came to my senses. So what happened to his assassins? Knowing Kissoon, he probably let them die in the loop, trying to find their way out. That sort of thing would amuse him. So for 20-odd years, the only human beings in the loop, or near human, were you and Kissoon. Me half mad, and him all the way. And those fucking licks, whatever they are. His shit and semen is what they are, Mary said. His turds got fat and frisky. Jesus. They're trapped there the way he is, Mary said with some satisfaction. At Zero, if Zero can be— Raoul's yell from the next room stopped her in mid-thought. Tesla was up and through the kitchen in seconds to find him wrestling with one of Kissoon's shit creatures. Her assumption that they'd been dying when they were brought through from the loop could not have been farther off the mark. If anything, the beast in his hands looked stronger than those she and Mary had fought, despite being only the head end. Its mouth was wide and closing on Raoul's face. It had already struck there twice, at least. There was blood pouring from a wound in the center of his forehead. She crossed to him and took hold of it with both hands, more disgusted by its feel and smell than ever, now she knew its origins. Even with 4 hands to keep it from doing further damage, it was not about to be subdued. It had the strength of 3 of its earlier incarnations. She knew it was only a matter of time before it wore them both down and got to Raoul's face again. This time it wouldn't be just his frown it bit off. "I'm going to let go," Tesla said, "and get a knife, okay?" "Be quick about it." "You betcha. On a count of 3, right? Get ready to take the whole thing." "I'm ready." 1, 2, 3. She let go on 3 and ran through to the sink. There were piles of unwashed dishes beside it. She rummaged amongst the chaos looking for a suitable weapon, the dishes sliding in every direction, several of them smashing as they fell to the floor. But the avalanche uncovered steel, one of a set of kitchen knives her mother had given her 2 Christmases ago. She picked it up. Its handle was sticky with last week's lasagna, and the mold had sprouted since, but it felt good in her hand. As she turned back to go to Raoul's aid, it struck her that there had been more than one of the Lick's pieces brought through from the loop. 5 or 6 at least, she thought, and that only one was visible. The others had gone from the floor. She had not time to concern herself any further. Raoul cried out. She rushed to his aid, stabbing at the body of the Licks with a knife. The beast responded instantly to the attack, snapping its head around, black needle-teeth bared. She aimed a stab at its face, opening a wound in its jaw, from which the dirty yellow muck that she'd taken for blood till minutes ago spat in fat spurts. Its gyrations became a frenzy, which Raoul was only barely able to control. "Count of 3, she said to him. "What this time?" "Throw it." "It can move quickly." "I'll stop it," she said. "Just do as I say. On 3. 1, 2, 3. He did as instructed. The Licks flew across the room and hit the floor. As it struggled to get itself ready to attack again, Tesla raised the knife and brought it down in one 2-handed stab that transfixed the creature. Mother had good taste in knives. The blade sliced into the creature and buried itself in the floor, effectively nailing it down while its life fluids continued to leak from the wounds. "Got you, you fucker," she said, then turned to Raoul. The attack had left him shaking, and the blood was still flowing copiously from his face. "Better wash those wounds," Tesla told him. "You don't know what kind of poison's in those things." He nodded and headed through to the bathroom while she returned her gaze to the death throes of the Licks. Just as she recaptured the thought she'd had as she emerged with a knife— where were the rest of them? She heard Raoul say, "Tesla," and she knew where they'd gone. He was standing at the door of her bedroom. It was clear from the expression of horror on his face what he was looking at, but it still brought a sob of revulsion from her to see what Kissoon's beasts had done to the woman she'd left lying on her bed. They were still busy with their murder. 6 of them in all, like the one that had attacked Raoul, stronger than those they'd encountered in the loop. Mary's resistance had profited her not at all. While Tesla had been busy digging for a blade to protect Raoul, an attack mounted as a distraction. They'd crawled on her and wound themselves around her neck and head. She'd struggled fiercely, her fight throwing her half off the bed where her body, a racked bag of bones, still lay. One of the Licks unraveled itself from around her face. It had crushed her features beyond recognition. She was suddenly aware of Raoul, still shuddering at her shoulder. "Nothing to be done," she said. "You should go wash." He nodded grimly and left her side. The licks were running down, their motions becoming sluggish. Presumably Kissoon had better things to do with his energies than waste them pressing his agents to further mischief. She closed the door on the sight, sickened to her stomach, and went back through to check under the furniture that there were no others lurking around. The creature she'd nailed to the floor was now completely dead, or at least inert. She stepped past it and went to find another weapon before checking the rest of the apartment. In the bathroom, Raoul let the bloodied water run from the sink and peered at the hurt the licks had done him. It was superficial, but some of its poison had got into his system, as Tesla had warned. His whole body seemed to be shaking from the inside out, and the arm that had been touched by the nuncio was throbbing as though he'd just plunged it into boiling water. He looked down. The arm was insubstantial in front of him, the sink behind it showing through more solid flesh and bone. Panicking, he looked back up at his reflection. That, too, was growing hazy, the bathroom wall blurring, and some other image, harsh and bright, demanding to be seen behind it. He opened his mouth to cry for Tesla's help, but before he could do so his image disappeared from the mirror entirely, and so, a moment of utter dislocation later, did the mirror itself. The glare grew blinding around him, and something took hold of his nunciate arm. He remembered Tesla describing Kissoon's grip on her gut. Now that same mind took his hand and pulled. As the last trace of Tesla's apartment gave way to an endless burning horizon, he threw his untainted arm out to where the sink had been. He seemed to connect with something in the world he'd left, but he couldn't be sure. Then all hope was gone, and he was in Kissoon's loop. Tesla heard something drop in the bathroom. "Raoul?" she said. There was no answer. "Raoul? Are you all right?" Fearing the worst, she went quickly, knife in hand. The door was closed, but not locked. "Are you there?" she said. When she received no reply a third time, she opened the door. A bloody towel had been dropped on the floor, or fallen, carrying a number of toiletry items with it, the noise she'd heard. But Raoul was not there. Shit! She turned off the faucet, which was still gushing, and about-faced, calling his name again, then going through the apartment, dreading with every turn she was going to find him prey to the same horror that had claimed Mary. But there was no sign of him, nor of any further licks. Finally, steeling herself for the sight on the sheet, she opened her bedroom door. He was not there either. Standing at the door brought back to Tesla the look of horror on his face when he'd seen Mary's corpse. Had that simply been too much for him? She shut off the sight of the body on the bed and went to the front door. It was ajar, the way she'd left it when they'd first come in. Leaving it that way, she started down the stairs and along the side of the building, calling after him as she went, the certainty growing in her that he'd simply decided he could stand no more of this madness, and had taken to the streets of West Hollywood. If he had, he was exchanging one madness for another, but that was his choice, and she couldn't be responsible for the consequences. He wasn't in the street when she reached it. In the porch of the house opposite, two young men were sitting enjoying the last light of the afternoon. She knew the names of neither, but she crossed to them and said, "Have you seen a man?" which raised eyebrows and smiles from both. "Recently?" one of them said. "Just now. Ran out of the building opposite." "We just came out here," said the other. "Sorry." "What did he do?" the first said, looking at the knife in Tesla's hand. "Too much or not enough?" "Not enough," Tesla said. "Fuck him," came the reply. "There's plenty more." "Not like him," she replied. "Trust me, not like him. Thanks anyhow." "What did he look like?" came the question as she recrossed the street. A little vengeful part of Tesla, one she wasn't much proud of, but which always came to the fore when someone did the dirty on her like this, replied, "Like a fucking monkey," in a voice that must have been heard halfway down Santa Monica and Melrose. "He looked like a fucking monkey." "So, Tesla, babe, what now?" She poured herself a tequila, sat herself down, and reviewed the overall picture. Raoul gone. Kissoon in league with the Yad. Mary Morales dead in the bedroom. Not a lot to take comfort from. She poured herself a second tequila, not unaware that drunkenness, like sleep, might put her closer to Kissoon than she'd strictly like to be, but needing the burn of it in her throat and belly. There was no purpose in staying in the apartment. The real action was back in Palomo Grove. She put a call through to Grillo. He was not at the hotel. She asked the hotel operator to put her through to the front desk and inquired there if anyone knew where he was. Nobody did. He'd gone out in the middle of the afternoon, she was told. It was now 4:25. They estimated he'd been gone an hour at least. To the party on the hill, she guessed. With nothing to detain her at North Huntley Drive, but mourning her sudden loss of allies, her best move now, she decided, was to go find Grillo, before circumstance took him from her, too. Chapter 8. Grillo hadn't come to the Grove with garb appropriate for the gathering up at Coney Eye, but this being California, where sneakers and jeans were formal dress, he thought he wouldn't be conspicuous in his casual gear. That was the first of the afternoon's many errors. Even the guards at the front gate were wearing tuxedos and black ties, but he had the invitation, on which he'd inscribed a false name, John Swift, and it was not questioned. This was not the first time he'd slipped into a gathering under an assumed identity. Back in his days as an investigative reporter, as opposed to his present role as muckraker, he'd attended a neo-Nazis revival meeting in Detroit as a distant relation of Goebbels, several faith-healing sessions by a defrocked priest, whose scam he'd later uncovered in a series of pieces that had earned him a Pulitzer nomination, and, most memorably, a gathering of sadomasochists, his account of which had been smothered by the senator he'd seen chained up eating dog food. In those various companies he'd felt like a just man in dangerous company, going in search of truth, Philip Marlowe with a pen. Here he simply felt nauseous. A beggar sickened at the feast. From Ellen's account of the party he'd expected to see famous faces. What he hadn't anticipated was the strange authority they'd had over him, quite out of proportion to their skills. Gathered under Buddy Vance's roof were dozens of the most well-known faces in the world, legends, idols, style-makers. Around them faces he couldn't have put names to, but he recognized from copies of Variety and Hollywood Reporter. The potentates of the industry, agents, lawyers, and studio executives. Tesla and her frequent railings against the new Hollywood saved the sourest venom for these, the business school types who'd superseded the old-style studio bosses, Warner, Selznick, Goldwyn, and their clan, to rule the dream factories with their demographics and their calculators. These were the men and women who chose next year's deities and put their names on audiences' lips around the world. It didn't always work, of course. The public was fickle, sometimes positively perverse, deciding to deify an unknown against all expectation. But the system was prepared for such anomalies. The rank outsider would be drawn into the pantheon at startling speed, and everyone would claim how they'd known all along the man was a star. There were several such stars among this gathering, young actors who could not have known Buddy Vance personally, but were presumably here because this was the party of the week, the place to be seen, and the company to be seen in. He caught sight of Rochelle across the room, but she was engaged in being flattered, a whole gamut of admirers gathered around her, feeding on her beauty. She didn't look Grillo's way. Even if she had, he doubted she would have recognized him. She had the distracted, dreamy air of one high on something other than admiration. Besides which, experience had taught him that his face was interchangeable with many others. There was a blandness about him which he'd put down to being so much a mongrel. Swedish, Russian, Lithuanian, Jewish, and English trails could be found in his blood. They effectively cancelled each other out. He was everything and nothing. In such circumstances as these, it gave him a strange confidence. He could pass himself off as any number of characters and not be called on it unless he made a major faux pas, and even then he could usually extricate himself. Accepting a glass of champagne from one of the waiters, he mingled with the crowd, mentally noting the names of faces he recognized and the names of the company they kept. Though nobody in the room other than Rochelle had the slightest idea who he was, he garnered nods from almost everyone whose eyes he met, and even a wave or two from individuals who were presumably scoring points among their circle as to how many of this dazzling congregation they were acquainted with. He fueled the fiction, nodding when he was nodded at, waving when he was waved at, so that by the time he'd crossed the room his credentials were firmly established. He was one of the boys. This, in turn, led to an approach by a woman in her late 50s, who buttonholed him with a glance and a sharp, "So who are you?" He hadn't prepared a detailed alter ego, as he had with the neo-Nazis in the Faith Theater, so he simply said, "Swift, Jonathan?" She nodded, almost as though she knew. "I'm Evelyn Quayle," she said. "Please call me Eve, everyone does." "Eve it is. What do people call you?" "Swift," he said. "Fine," she said. "Would you catch that waiter and get me a fresh glass of champagne? They move so damn fast." It was not the last she drank. She knew a great deal about the company they were keeping, which she furnished in greater detail the more glasses of champagne and compliments Grillo provided, one of the latter quite genuine. He'd guessed Eve to be in her mid-50s. In fact, she admitted to 71. "You don't look anything like that." "Control, my dear," she said. "I have every vice, but none to excess. Would you reach for another of those glasses before they slip by?" She was the perfect gossip, beneficent in her bitchery. There was scarcely a man or woman in the room she couldn't supply some dirt about. The anorexic in scarlet, for instance, was the twin sister of Annie Crystal, darling of the celebrity game shows. She was wasting away at a rate that would prove fatal, Eve opined, within 3 months. By contrast, Merv Turner, one of the recently sacked board of Universal, had put on so much weight since exiting the Black Tower his wife refused to have sex with him. As for Liza Andrietta, poor child, she'd been hospitalized for 3 weeks after the birth of her second child, having been persuaded by her therapist that in nature the mother always ate the placenta. She'd eaten her own, and been so traumatized she'd almost orphaned her child before it had seen its mother's face. "Madness," she said, smiling from ear to ear. "Isn't it?" Grillo had to agree. "A wonderful madness," she went on. "I have been part of it all my life, and it's as wild now as it ever was. I'm getting rather warm. Shall we step outside for a while?" "Sure." She took Grillo's arm. "You listen well," she said, as they stepped out into the garden, "which is unusual in this kind of company." "Really?" said Grillo. "What are you, a writer?" "Yes," he said, relieved not to have to lie to the woman. He liked her. "It's not much of a trade." "None of us have much of a trade," she said. "Let's be honest. We're not finding a cure for cancer. We're indulging, sweetheart. Just indulging." She drew Grillo across to the locomotive facade which stood out in the garden. "Will you look at this? So ugly, don't you think?" "I don't know. They've got a certain appeal. My first husband collected American abstract expressionists. Pollock, Rothko. Chilly stuff. I divorced him." "Because of the painting?" "Because of the collecting. The relentless collecting. It's a sickness, Swift. I said to him towards the end, 'Ethan, I don't want to be just another of your possessions. They go or I go.' He chose the stuff that didn't talk back at him. He was that kind of man, cultured but stupid." Grillo smiled. "You're laughing at me?" she chided. "Absolutely not. I'm enchanted." She sparkled at the compliment. "You don't know anybody here, do you?" she remarked suddenly. The observation left him flummoxed. "You're a gatecrasher. I watched you when you first came in, eyeing the hostess in case she set eyes on you. I thought, at last, someone who knows nobody and wants to, and me who knows everybody and wishes she didn't. A marriage made in heaven. What's your real name?" "I told you." "Don't insult me," she said. "My name's Grillo." "Grillo. Nathan Grillo. But please, just Grillo. I'm a journalist." "Oh, how boring. I thought you were maybe an angel come down to judge us, like Sodom and Gomorrah. Christ knows we deserve it." "You don't like these people much," he said. "Oh, my dear, I'd rather be here than Idaho, but only for the weather. The conversation's shit." She pressed close to him. "Don't look now, but we've got company." A short, balding, and faintly familiar man was approaching. "What's his name?" Grillo whispered. "Paul Lamar. He was Buddy's partner." "Comedian?" "So his agent had claimed." "Have you seen any of his films?" "No. There's more laughs in Mein Kampf." Grillo was still attempting to suppress his guffaws when Lamar presented himself to Eve. "You look wonderful. he said. "As ever." He turned to Grillo. "And who's your friend?" he asked. Eve glanced at Grillo with a tiny smile on her face. "My guilty secret?" she said. Lamar turned his spotlight smile on Grillo. "I'm sorry I didn't catch your name." "Secrets shouldn't have names," Eve said. "It spoils their charm." "I'm suitably slapped down," Lamar said. "Allow me to correct the error and give you a tour of the house." "I don't think I can manage the stairs, sweetheart," Eve said. "But this was Buddy's palace. He was very proud of it." "Never proud enough to invite me," she returned. "It was a retreat," Lamar said. "That's why he lavished so much attention on it. You should come and look, if only for him. Both of you." "Why not?" said Grillo. Evelyn sighed. "Such curiosity," she said. "Well, lead on." Lamar did so, taking them back into the lounge, where the tempo of the gathering had subtly altered. With drinks imbibed and the buffet scavenged, the guests were settling into a quieter mode, eased on by a small band offering languid versions of the standards. A few people were dancing. Conversation was no longer raucous, but subdued. Deals were being done, plots being laid. Grillo found the atmosphere unnerving, and so, clearly, did Evelyn. She took his arm as they ran the gauntlet of whispers and followed Lamar out the other side to the stairs. The front door was closed. Two of the guards from the gate stood with their backs to it, hands fisted in front of their crotches. Despite the drifting melody of show tunes, all celebration had gone out of the place. What remained was paranoia. Lamar was already a dozen steps up the flight. "Come along, Evelyn," he said, beckoning to her. "It's not steep." "It is at my age." "You don't look a day over—" "Don't sweet-talk me," she said. "I'll come in my own good time." With Grillo at her side, she started to climb the stairs, her age evidencing itself for the first time. There were a few guests at the top of the flight, Grillo saw, empty glasses in hand. None of them was speaking, even in whispers. The suspicion grew on him that all was far from well here. An instinct confirmed when he glanced back down the stairs. Rochelle was standing at the bottom, looking up. She stared straight at him. He, certain he'd been recognized and was about to have his bluff called, stared back. But she said nothing. She looked at him until he looked away. When he glanced back down to the hallway, she'd gone. "There's something wrong here," he murmured in Eve's ear. "I don't think we should do this." "Darling, I'm halfway up," she replied loudly and tugged on his arm. "Don't desert me now." Grillo glanced up at Lamar to find the comedian's eyes were on him just as Rochelle's had been. "They know," he thought. "They know, and they're saying nothing." Again he tried to dissuade Eve. "Can't we go later?" he said. She was not about to be turned. "I'm going, with or without you," she said, and carried on climbing. "This is the first landing," Lamar announced when they got there. Besides the curious, silent guests, there was not much to see, given that Eve had already stated her aversion to Vance's art collection. She knew several of the loiterers by name and said hello. They acknowledged her, but only distractedly. There was something about their languor that put Grillo in mind of addicts who'd just found a fix. Eve was not one to be so lightly treated. "Sagansky," she said to one of their number. He had the looks of a matinee idol gone to seed. Beside him, a woman who seemed to have all trace of animation drained from her. "What are you doing up here?" Sagansky looked up at her. "Shh," he said. "Did somebody die?" Eve said. "Besides Buddy?" "Sad," Sagansky said. "Happens to us all," was Eve's unsentimental response. "You too. See if it doesn't. Have you had the grand tour of the house?" Sagansky nodded. "Lamar," he said, his eyes swiveling in the comedian's direction and overshooting their target, then coming back to settle on him. "Lamar showed us around." "It better be worth it," Eve said. "It is," was Sagansky's response. "Really, it is. Especially the upper rooms." "Ah, yes," Lamar said. "Why don't we just go straight up there?" Grillo's paranoia hadn't been mellowed an iota by encountering Sagansky and wife. Something deeply weird was going on here. "I think we've seen enough," Grillo said to Lamar.
"Oh, I'm sorry," the comedian replied. "I was forgetting about Eve. Poor Eve, it must be all too much for you." His condescension, beautifully pitched, created precisely the effect he intended. "Don't be ridiculous," she snorted. "I may be getting on, but I'm not senile. Take us up." Lamar shrugged. "Are you sure?" "Sure, I'm sure." "Well, if you insist," he said, and led on past the loiterers to the bottom of the next flight of stairs. Grillo followed. As he passed Sagansky, he heard the man muttering snatches of his previous exchange with Eve. Dead fish floating round in the back of his head.
"It is. Really it is. Especially the upper rooms."
Eve was already a little way up the flight, determined she could match Lamar step for step. Grillo called after her. "Eve, don't go any further." She ignored him. "Eve!" he said again. This time she glanced around. "Are you coming, Grillo?" she said. If Lamar realized that she'd let slip the name of her secret, he didn't register anything. He simply led her to the top of the stairs and round a corner out of sight. More than once in his career, Grillo had avoided a beating up by taking notice of the very danger signals he'd been getting since they'd started the climb. But he wasn't about to see Eve's ego undo her. In the space of an hour he'd become fond of the lady. Cursing himself and her in equal measure, he followed where she and her seducer had gone. Outside, a minor fracas was occurring at the gate. It had begun with a wind that had blown up out of nowhere, running up through the trees that overhung the hill like a tide. It was dry and dusty, and drove several late-arriving guests back into their limos to fix their streaming mascara. Emerging from the gusts was a car. In the car, a filthy young man who casually demanded entry to the house. The guards kept their cool. They'd dealt with countless gate-crashers like this in their time, kids with more balls than brains who just wanted to get a glimpse of the high life. "No invitation, son," one of them told the boy. The gate-crasher got out of his car. There was blood on him, not his own, and in his eyes a rabid look that had the guards' hands moving toward the weapons beneath their jackets. "I have to see my father," the boy said. "Is he a guest?" the guard wanted to know. It was not impossible. This was some rich kid from Bel Air, head fucked with drugs, come looking for Papa. "Yeah, he's a guest," said Tommy Ray. "What's his name?" the guard asked. "Give me the list, Clark." "He's not on any of your lists," Tommy Ray said. "He lives here." "You've got the wrong house, son," Clark told him, having to raise his voice over the roar of wind in the trees, which continued unabated. "This is Buddy Vance's house, unless you're one of his bastards." He grinned at a third man, who didn't return the smile. His gaze was on the trees themselves, or on the air stirring them up. He narrowed his eyes as if he could almost see something in the dust-dirtied sky. "You're going to regret this, nigger," the kid was telling the first guard. "I'm coming back, and I'm telling you, you're the first to go." He stabbed a finger at Clark. "You hear me? He's the first. You come right after." He got back into the car and backed up, then turned around and headed down the hill. By some unnerving coincidence, the wind seemed to go with him, back down into Paloma Grove. "Fucking strange," the sky watcher said, as the last of the motion in the trees died away. "Go up to the house," the first guard told Clark. "Just check everything's okay up there." "Why shouldn't it be?" "Just fucking do it, will you?" the man replied, still staring down the hill after the boy in the wind. "Keep your tits on," Clark replied, and did as ordered. With the wind gone, the two remaining guards were aware of just how quiet it was. No sound from the town below, no sound from the house above, and them in a silent alleyway of trees. "Ever been under fire, Reb?" the sky watcher asked. "Nope. Have you?" "Sure," came the reply. He snorted dust into the handkerchief his wife Marcy had pressed for the top pocket of his tux. Then, sniffing, he surveyed the sky. "Between attacks," he said. "Yeah?" "It feels just like this." Tommy Ray, the Jaff thought, turning from his business momentarily, and going to the window. He'd been distracted by his work and hadn't realized his son was near until he was driving away down the hill.
He tried to send a call out to the youth, but the message was not received. The thoughts that Jaff had found it easy to manipulate on previous occasions were not so simple any longer. Something had changed, something of great significance, which the Jaff couldn't interpret. The boy's mind was no longer an open book. What signals he did receive were confounding. There was a fear in the boy he'd never felt before, and a chill, a profound chill. It was no use trying to make sense of the signals, not with so much else to occupy him. The boy would come back. In fact, that was the only clear message he was receiving, that Tommy Ray intended to return. Meanwhile, there were more urgent demands upon the Jaff's time. The afternoon had proved profitable. In a matter of 2 hours his ambition for this gathering had been realized. It had produced allies possessed of a profound purity undreamed of among the Grovers' Tirata. The egos that had yielded them had resisted his persuasions at first. That was to be expected. Several of them, thinking they were about to be murdered, had produced their wallets and attempted to bribe their way out of the upper room. 2 of the women had bared their silicone breasts and offered their bodies rather than die. 1 of the men had attempted a similar bargain. But their narcissism had crumbled like a sugar wall. Their threats, negotiations, pleas, and performances been silenced as soon as they started to sweat out their fears. He'd sent them all back to the party, milked and passive. The assembly that now lined the walls was purer for its fresh recruits, a message of entropy passing from one Tirata to another, their multiplicity devolving in the shadows to something more ancient, darker, simpler. They'd become unparticularized. He could no longer ascribe to any of them the names of their creators: Gunther Rothbury, Christine Seppard, Laurie Doyle, Martine Nesbit. Where were they now? Become a common clay. He had as large a legion as he could hold sway over. Many more in his army would become unruly. Indeed, perhaps it had already become so. Yet he continued to put off the moment when he finally let his hands do what they had been created and recreated to do: use the art. It was 20 years since that life-shattering day when he'd found the symbol of the shoal, lost in transit in the wilds of Nebraska. He'd never returned. Even during his war with Fletcher, the trail of battle had never led him back to Omaha. He doubted there'd be anybody left, he knew. Disease and despair would have taken a good half of them. Age the other half. He, of course, had remained untouched by such forces. The passage of years had no authority over him. Only the nuncio had that, and there was no way back from such alteration. He had to go forward, to see realized the ambition which had been laid in him that day and the days following. He'd flown from the banality of his life into strange territories, and seldom looked back. But today, as the parade of famous faces had appeared before him in the upper room, and wept and shuddered and bared their breasts, then their souls for him, he couldn't help but glance back to the man he'd been, who would never have dared hope to keep such celebrated company. When he did, he found something in himself he'd hidden almost successfully all these years, the very thing he was sweating from his victims: fear. Though he'd changed out of all recognition, a little part of him was still and would always be Randolph Jaffe, and that part whispered in his ear and said, "This is dangerous. You don't know what you're taking on. This could kill you." After so many years, it came as a shock to hear the old voice in his head, but it was also strangely reassuring. Nor could he entirely ignore it, because what it warned was true. He didn't know what lay beyond the using of the art. Nobody really did. He'd heard all the stories, he'd studied all the metaphors, but they were only stories, only metaphors. Quiddity was not literally a sea. The ephemeris was not literally an island. These were a materialist's way of describing a state of mind, perhaps the state of mind. And now he stood minutes from opening the door to that condition in almost complete ignorance of its true nature. It might lead to lunacy, hell, and death, as easily as to heaven and life everlasting. He had no way of knowing but to use the art. Why use it at all? The man he'd been 30 years before whispered in him. Why not just enjoy the power you've got? It's more than you ever dreamed of, isn't it? Women coming in here offering their bodies to you? Men falling down on their knees, with snot running from their noses, begging for mercy? What more do you want? What more could anybody want? Reasons, was the answer. Some meaning behind the tits and the tears, some glimpse of a larger picture. "You've got all there is," the old voice said. "This is as good as it gets. There is no more." There was a light tapping on the door. Lamar's code. "Wait," he murmured, trying to hold on to the argument he'd been running in his head. Outside the door, Eve tapped Lamar on the shoulder. "Who's up here?" she said. The comedian offered a small smile. "Somebody you should meet," he said. "A friend of Buddy's?" she said. "Very much so." "Who?" "You don't know him." "So why bother meeting him?" Grillo said. He took hold of Eve's arm. Suspicion had given way to certainty now. There was a rank smell up here, and the sound of more than one presence on the other side of the door. The invitation to enter came. Lamar turned the door handle and opened up. "Come along, Eve," he said. She pulled her arm from Grillo's grip and allowed Lamar to escort her up a step into the room. "It's dark," Grillo heard her say. "Eve," he said, pushing past Lamar and reaching through the door after her. As she'd said, it was indeed dark. Evening had come over the hill, and what little light fell through the far window scarcely etched the interior. But Eve's figure was visible in front of him. Again he took hold of her arm. "Enough!" he said, and started to turn towards the door. As he did so, Lamar's fist met the middle of his face, a solid, unexpected blow. His hand slipped from Eve's arm. He fell to his knees, smelling his own blood in his nose. Behind him the comedian slammed the door. "What's happening?" he heard Eve say. "Lamar, what's going on?" "Nothing to worry about," the man murmured. Grillo raised his head, causing a hot gush of blood to run from his nose. He put his hand to his face to stem it and looked around the room. In the brief moment he'd had to glimpse the interior, he'd thought it piled with furniture. He'd been wrong. This was living stuff. Eve said again, all bravado gone from her voice now. "Lamar, who's up here?" "Jaffe," a soft voice said. "Randolph Jaffe." "Shall I put on the light?" Lamar said. "No," came the answer from the shadows. "No, don't. Not yet." Despite his buzzing head, Grillo recognized the voice and the name. Randolph Jaffe. The Jaff. Which fact gave him the identity of the forms that lurked in the darkest corners of his huge room. It was lavish with the beasts he'd made. Eve had seen them, too. "My God," she murmured. My God, what's going on?" "Friends of friends," Lamar said. "Don't hurt her," Grillo demanded. "I'm not a murderer," the voice of Randolph Jaffe said. "Everyone who came in here has walked out alive. I just want a little part of you." His voice didn't carry the same weight of confidence it had when Grillo had heard him at the mall. He'd spent much of his professional life listening to people talk, looking for signs of the life beneath the life. How had Tesla put it? Something about having an eye for the hidden agenda? There was certainly subtext to the Jaff's voice now, an ambiguity that had not been there before. Did it offer some hope of escape? Or at least a stay of execution? "I remember you," Grillo said. He had to draw the man out, make subtext talk, make him tell his doubts. "I saw you catch fire." "No," said the voice in the darkness. "That wasn't me." "My mistake." "Then who, may I ask—" "No, you may not," Lamar said behind him. "Which of them do you want first?" he asked the Jaff. The inquiry was ignored. Instead the man said, "Who am I?" "Strange you should ask." His tone was almost dreamy. "Please," Eve murmured. "I can't breathe up here." "Hush," Lamar said. He had moved to take hold of her. In the shadows the Jaff shifted in his seat like a man who couldn't find a comfortable way to be. "Nobody knows," he began. just how terrible it is."
"What is?" Grillo said.
"I have the art," the Jaff replied. "I have the art. So I have to use it. It'd be a waste not to. After all this waiting, all this change."
"He's shooting himself," Grillo thought. "He's close to the edge, and he's terrified of slipping over." Into what, he didn't know, but it was surely an exploitable condition. He decided to stay on the floor, where he offered no physical threat to the other man. Very softly he said, "The art? What is that?" If the Jaff's next words were intended as an answer, they were oblique.
"Everybody's lost, you know. I use that. Use the fear in them."
"Not you?" Grillo said.
"Not me?
"Lost."
I used to think I found the art, but maybe the art found me."
"That's good."
"Is it?"
he said.
"I don't know what it's going to do."
So that's it, Grillo thought. He's got his prize, and now he's afraid of unwrapping it.
"It could destroy us all."
"That's not what you said," Lamar muttered. "You said we'd have dreams. All the dreams America ever dreamt. That the world ever dreamt."
"Maybe,"
said the Jaff. Lamar let go of Eve and took a step towards his master. "But now you're saying we could die?" he said. "I don't want to die. I want Rochelle. I want the house. I've got a future. I'm not giving that up."
"Don't try and slip the leash,"
the Jaff said. For the first time since these exchanges had begun, Grillo heard an echo of the man he'd seen at the mall. Lamar's resistance was winning the old spirit back. Grillo cursed him for his rebellion. It bore one useful fruit only. It allowed Eve to step back towards the door. Grillo kept his place on the ground. Any attempt to join her would only draw attention to them both and prevent any chance of escape for either. If she could get out, she could raise the alarm. Lamar's complaints, meanwhile, had multiplied. "Why did you lie to me?" he said. "I should have known from the beginning you weren't going to do me any good. Well, fuck you!" Silently, Grillo egged him on. The deepening dusk had kept pace with his eyes' attempt to pierce it, and he could see no more of his captor than he'd been able to see when he first came in, but he saw the figure stand. The motion caused consternation in the shadows as the beasts hidden there responded to their creator's discomfiture.
"How dare you?"
the Jaff said. "You told me we were safe," Lamar said. Grillo heard the door creak behind him. Though he wanted to turn, he resisted the temptation. "Safe, you said."
"It's not that simple,"
the Jaff said. "I'm out of here," Lamar replied, and turned to the door. It was too dark for Grillo to see the expression on his face, but a spill of light from behind him and the sound of Eve's footsteps as she fled the room was evidence enough. Grillo stood up as Lamar, cursing, crossed to the door. He was woozy from the blow, and reeled as he stood, but got to the door a pace before Lamar. They collided, their joint weights toppling against the door and slamming it again. There was a moment of confusion, almost farcical, in which they fought for the handle of the door. Then something intervened, looming behind the comedian. It was pale in the darkness, grey against black. Lamar made a small noise in his throat as the creature took hold of him from behind. He reached out towards Grillo, who slipped from beneath his fingers, back towards the middle of the room. He couldn't work out how the Tarata was battening upon Lamar, and he was glad of the fact. The man's flailing limbs and guttural sounds were enough. He saw the comedian's bulk slump against the door, then slide down it, his body increasingly eclipsed by the Tarata. Then both were still.
"Dead?"
Grillo breathed.
"Yes," said the Jaff. "He called me a liar."
"I'll remember that."
"You should."
The Jaff made a motion in the darkness which Grillo failed to make sense of, but it had consequences that made a great deal plain. Beads of light broke from the man's fingers, illuminating his face, which was wasted, his body, which was clothed as it had been at the mall, but seemed to spill darkness, and the room itself, with Tarata, no longer the complex beasts they'd been, but barbed shadows lining every wall.
"Well, Grillo," the Jaff said. "It seems I must do it." Chapter 9. After love, sleep. They hadn't planned it that way, but neither JoBeth nor Howie had slept more than a handful of uninterrupted hours since they'd met, and the ground they'd made love on was soft enough to tempt them. Even when the sun slipped behind the trees, they didn't waken. When finally JoBeth opened her eyes, it wasn't the chill. The night was balmy. Cicadas made music in the grass around them. There was a gentle motion in the leaves. But beneath these reassuring sights and sounds was a strange, unfixable glow between the trees. She rocked Howie out of sleep as gently as possible. He opened his eyes reluctantly until they focused on his waker's face. "Hi," he said. Then, "We overslept, huh? What time's—" "There's somebody here, Howie," she whispered. "Where?" "I just see lights. They're all around us. Look." "My glasses," he whispered. "They're in my shirt." "I'll get them." She moved away from him in search of the clothes he'd dropped. He squinted at the scene. The police barricades and the cave beyond. The abyss where Buddy Vance was still lying. It had seemed so natural to make love here in the full light of day. Now it seemed perverse. There was a dead man lying down there somewhere, in the same darkness where their fathers had waited all those years. "Here," she said. Her voice startled him. "It's okay," she murmured. He dug his glasses from the pocket of his shirt and hooked them on. There were indeed lights in between the trees, but their source was undefined. JoBeth not only had some luck with his shirt, but with the rest of their clothes. She started to put on her underwear. Even now, with his heart thumping hard for quite another reason, the sight of her aroused him. She caught his look and kissed him. "I don't see anyone," he said, still keeping his voice low. "Maybe I was wrong," she said. "I just thought I heard somebody." "Ghosts," he said, then regretted inviting the thought into his head. He began to pull on his shorts. As he did, he caught a movement between the trees. "Oh, shit," he murmured. "I see," she said. He looked towards her. She was looking in the opposite direction. Following her gaze, he saw motion there, too, in the shadows of the canopy. And another movement. And another. "They're on all sides," he said, pulling on his shirt and reaching for his jeans. "Whatever they are, they've got us surrounded." He stood up, pins and needles in his legs, his thoughts turning desperately to how he might arm himself. Could he trash one of the barricades, perhaps, and find a weapon in the wreckage? He glanced at JoBeth, who'd almost finished dressing, then back at the trees. From beneath the canopy, a diminutive figure emerged, trailing a phantom light. Suddenly it all came clear. The figure was that of Benny Patterson, whom Howie had last seen in the street outside Lois Knapp's house, calling after him. There was no sunny smile on his face now. Indeed, his face was somehow blurred, his features like a picture taken by a palsied photographer. The light he'd brought from his TV appearances came with him, however. That was the radiance that haunted the trees. "Howie," he said. His voice, like his face, had lost its individuality. He was holding on to being Benny, but only just. "What do you want?" Howie asked. "We've been looking for you." "Don't go near him," JoBeth said. "It's one of the dreams." "I know," Howie said. "They don't mean us any harm. Do you, Benny?" "Of course not." "So show yourselves," Howie said, addressing the whole ring of trees. "I want to see you." They did as they were instructed, stepping from the corner of the trees on every side. All of them, like Benny, had undergone a change since he'd seen them at the Knapp house. Their honed and polished personalities smudged, their dazzling smiles dimmed. They looked more like each other than not, smeared forms of light who held on to the remains of identities only tenuously. The imaginations of the Grovers had conceived them and shaped them, but once gone from their Creator's company, they slid towards a plainer condition, that of the light that had emanated from Fletcher's body as he'd died at the mall. This was his army, his hallucigenia, and Howie didn't need to ask them what they'd come here searching for. Him. He was the rabbit from Fletcher's hat, the conjurer's purest creation. He'd fled before their demands the previous night, but they'd sought him out nevertheless, determined to have him as their leader.
"I know what you want from me," he said, "but I can't supply it. This isn't my war."
He surveyed the assembly as he spoke, distinguishing faces he'd seen at the Knapp house, despite their decay into light. Cowboys, surgeons, soap-opera queens, and game-show hosts. Besides these, there were many he hadn't seen at Lois's party. One form of light that had been a werewolf, several that might have been comic-book heroes, several more, 4, in fact, who had been incarnations of Jesus, 2 bleeding light from brow, side, hands, and feet, another dozen who looked as though they'd stepped from an X-rated movie, their bodies wet with cum and sweat. There was a Balloon Man, colored scarlet, and Tarzan, and Crazy Cat, and mingled with these identifiable deities, others who'd been private imaginings, called, he guessed, from the wish-list of those Fletcher's light had touched. Lost spouses, whose passing no other lover could replace, a face seen on the street whom their dreamers had never had the nerve to approach. All of them, real or unreal, bland or technicolored, touchstones. The true stuff of worship. There was something undeniably moving about their existence. But he and JoBeth had been passionate in their desire to stay apart from this war, to preserve what was between them from taint or harm. That ambition hadn't changed. Before he could reiterate the point, one of the number he couldn't name, a woman in early middle age, stepped out of the ranks to speak. "Your father's spirit's in all of us," she said. "If you turn your back on us, you turn your back on him." "It's not as simple as that," he told her. "I've got other people to consider." He extended his hand to JoBeth, who rose to stand beside him. "You know who this is. JoBeth McGuire, daughter of the Jaff. Fletcher's enemy, and therefore, if I understand you right, your enemy. But let me tell you, she's the first person I ever met in my life I can really say I love. I put her before everything. You, Fletcher, this damn war." Now a third voice rose from the ranks. "It was my era." Howie looked around to see the blue-eyed cowboy, Mel Knapp's creation, moving forward. "My era thinking you wanted her killed. I regret it. If you don't wish harm done to her—" "Don't wish harm? My God, she's worth 10 of Fletcher. Value her as I value her, or you can all go to hell." There was a resounding silence. "Nobody's arguing," Benny said. "I hear. So you'll lead us?" "Oh, Jesus." "The Jaff's on the hill," the woman said, "about to use the art." "How do you know?" "We're Fletcher's spirit," the cowboy said. "We know the Jaff's purpose." "And you know how to stop him?" "No," the woman returned, "but we have to try. Quiddity must be preserved." "And you think I can help? I'm no tactician." "We're decaying," Benny said. Even in the brief time since he'd appeared, his facial features had become more smudged, getting dreamy. "We need someone to keep us to our purpose." "He's right," said the woman. "We're not here long. Many of us won't make it through to morning. We have to do what we can, quickly." Howie sighed. He let JoBeth's hand slip from his when she'd stood up. He took it again. "What do I do?" he asked her. "Help me." "You do what feels right." "What feels right?" "You said to me once, you wished you'd known Fletcher better. Maybe—" "What? Say it." "I don't like the idea of us going up against the Jaff with these dreams as an army. But maybe doing as your father would have done is the only way to be true to him, and be free from him." He looked at her with fresh understanding. She had a grasp of his deepest confusions, and could see a way through the maze to a clear place, where Fletcher and the Jaff would have no hold on either of them. But payment had to be made first. She'd paid, losing her family for him. It was his turn now. "All right," he said to the assembly. "We'll go up the hill." JoBeth squeezed his hand. "Good," she said. "You want to come?" "I have to." "I wanted so much for us to be out of this." "We will be," she said. "And if we don't escape it, if something happens to one or both of us. We've had our time."
"Don't say that."
"It's more than your mamma had, or mine," she reminded him. "More than most people here. Howie, I love you." He put his arms around her and hugged her to him, glad that Fletcher's spirit, albeit in 100 different shapes, was there to see. "I suppose I'm ready to die," he thought, "or as ready as I'll ever be." Chapter 10. Eve had left the room at the top of the stairs, breathless and terrified. She'd glimpsed Grillo getting up and crossing to the door, and Lamar intercepting him. Then the door was slammed in her face. She waited long enough to hear the joke-meister's death cough. Then she hurried down the flight to raise the alarm. Though darkness had now descended upon the house, there were more lights burning outside than in, colored floods illuminating the various exhibits she and Grillo had wandered among earlier. The wash of mingled colors, scarlet, green, yellow, blue, and violet, lit her way to the landing where she and Lamar had encountered Sam Sagansky. He was still there, with his wife. They seemed not to have moved at all, except to cast their eyes towards the ceiling. "Sam," Eve said, hurrying to him. "Sam!" Panic and the speed of her descent had made her breathless. Her description of the horrors she'd seen in the room above came in a series of gasps and non-sequiturs. "You have to stop him. You never saw anything. Terrible things. Sam, look at me. Sam, look!" Sam didn't oblige. His whole posture was one of complete passivity. "For Christ's sake, Sam, what are you on?" Giving up on him, she turned and sought help elsewhere among the loiterers. There were perhaps 20 guests gathered around. None of them had moved since she'd appeared, either to help or hinder her. None, now she looked at them, was even looking in her direction. Like Sagansky and his wife, they all had their eyes turned ceilingward, as if in expectation. Panic hadn't taken Eve's wits from her. She needed no more than a scanning of this crowd to realize that they'd be of no use to her. They knew perfectly well what was going on a floor above them. That was why they turned their eyes up like dogs awaiting judgment. The Jaff had them on a leash. She started down to the ground floor, clinging to the banister, her pace slowing as breathlessness and stiff joints took their toll. The band had finished playing, but somebody was still at the piano, which comforted her. Rather than waste energy shouting from the stairs, she waited until she was at the bottom to buttonhole somebody. The front door was open. Rochelle was standing on the step. A party of half a dozen, Merv Turner and his wife, Gilbert Kind and his girlfriend of the moment, plus 2 women she didn't recognize, were making their farewells. Turner saw her coming, and a look of distaste came over his fat face. He returned his gaze to Rochelle, speeding up his departure speech. "So sad," Eve caught him saying, "but very moving. Thank you so much for sharing this with us." "Yes," his wife began, but was cut off before she could offer platitudes of her own by Turner, who, glancing back at Eve, hurried away into the open air. "Merv," his wife said, clearly irritated. "No time," Turner replied. "It's been wonderful, Rochelle. Hurry up, Gil. The limos are waiting. We're going on ahead." "No, wait," said the girlfriend. "Oh, shit, Gilbert, he's going without us." "Please excuse us," Kind said to Rochelle. "Wait," Eve called after him. "Gilbert, wait." Her call was too loud to be ignored, though to judge by the look on Kind's face when he turned back to her, he'd have preferred it that way. He put a less than radiant smile over his feelings and opened his arms, not in welcome, but in a shrug. "Isn't it always the way?" he called to her. "We didn't get to talk, Eve. So sorry. So sorry. Next time." He took hold of the girlfriend's arm. "We'll call you," he said. "Won't we, hon?" He blew her a kiss. "You look wonderful," he said, and hurried after Turner. The 2 women followed, not even concerning themselves to make their good-byes to Rochelle. She didn't seem to care. If common sense hadn't already told Eve that Rochelle was in league with a monster on the upper floor, she saw evidence of it now. As soon as the guests had gone from the door, she rolled her eyes up in an all-too-recognizable fashion, her muscles relaxing so that she lay against the door-jamb as though barely able to stand upright. No help to be had there, Eve thought, and headed through to the lounge. Again, the only illumination came from outside the house, the garish colors of the Carnavalia. The light was bright enough for Eve to see that in the half-hour she'd been detained by Lamar, the party had wound down, almost to a dead stop. Fully half of the guests had gone, sensing perhaps the change that had come over the gathering as more and more people had been touched by the evil on the upper floor. Another group was in the act of departing as she got to the door, bustle and loud talk covering their anxiety. She knew none of them, but wasn't about to let that stop her. She took hold of a young man's arm. "You've got to help me," she said. She knew the face from the billboards on Sunset. The boy was Rick Lobo. His prettiness had made him a sudden star, though his love scenes looked like lesbianism. "What's wrong?" he said. "There's something upstairs," she said. "It's got a friend of mine." The face was only capable of a smile and a sultry pout. With those responses inappropriate, all it could do was look blankly back at her. "Please come," she said. "She's drunk," somebody in Lobo's party said, not caring to conceal the accusation. Eve looked the way of the speaker. The whole pack of brats was young, none of them over 25, and most, she guessed, well high, but untouched by the chaff. "I'm not drunk," Eve said. "Please listen." "Come on, Rick," a girl in the party said. "Do you want to come with us?" Lobo asked. "Rick," the girl said. "No, I want you to come upstairs." The girl laughed. "Bet you do," she said. "Come on, Ricky." "I have to go. Sorry," Lobo said. "You should go, too. This party's a bummer." The boy's incomprehension was solid as a brick wall, but Eve wasn't about to let go. "Trust me," she said. "I'm not drunk. There's something horrible happening here." She threw a glance towards the rest of them. "You all feel it," she said, feeling like a cut-rate Cassandra, but knowing no other way to put it. "There's something going on here." "Yeah," said the girl. "There is. We're leaving." Her words had touched a nerve in Lobo, however. "You should come with us," he said. "It's getting weird in here." "She doesn't want to go," said a voice on the stairs. Sam Sagansky made the descent. "I'll look after her, Ricky. Don't you worry." Lobo was clearly happy to be relieved of the responsibility. He let Eve's arm go. "Mr. Sagansky'll look after you," he said. "No," Eve insisted, but the group was already heading towards the door, the same anxiety fueling their hurried exit as had fueled that of the Turner party. Eve saw Rochelle lift herself up from her languor to accept the proffered thanks. Any attempt to follow after them was blocked by Sam. All Eve could do was seek some help in the room behind her. The pickings looked slim. Of the remaining 30 or so guests, most seemed beyond helping themselves, never mind her. The pianist was providing a soporific medley of songs for dancing in the dark, and 4 couples were doing just that, draped about each other as they shuffled around on the same spot. The rest of the room's occupants seemed to be drugged or drunk or touched with the Jaff's torpor, some sitting, many lying on the furniture, barely aware of their surroundings. The anorexic Belinda Crystal was among them, her wasted frame no possible use in this jeopardy. On the sofa beside her, his head in her lap, was the son of Buddy's agent, equally wasted. Eve glanced back towards the door. Sagansky was following her. She scanned the room in desperation, looking for the best hope of a bad hand, and decided upon the pianist. She wove between the dancers, her panic getting the better of her again. "Stop playing," she said when she reached him. "Want something different?" he said, looking around at her. His gaze was blurred by drink, but at least his eyes didn't roll up. "Yeah, something loud. Really loud," she said, "and fast. Let's get the party going, shall we?" "A little late for that," he said. "What's your name?" "Doug Frankel." "Okay, Doug. You keep playing." She looked back toward Sagansky, who was standing beyond the dancers, watching her. "I need your help, Doug." "And I need a drink," he slurred. "Any chance of getting one for me?" "In a moment. First, you see that man on the other side of the room?" "Yeah, I know him. Everyone knows him. He's a fuckhead." "He just tried to assault me." "He did?" Doug said, frowning up at Eve. "That's disgusting." "And my partner, Mr. Grillo, is at the top of the house." "That's really disgusting," Doug said again. "You're old enough to be his mother." "Thanks, Doug." "That's really disgusting." Eve leaned in towards her unlikely knight. "I need your help," she whispered, "and I need it now."
"Gotta keep playing," Doug said.
"You can come back and play when we've got a drink for you and Mr. Grillo for me."
"I really need a drink."
"You do, I can see that, and you deserve one, playing like this. You deserve a drink."
"I do, I really do."
She reached over, put her hands around Frankel's wrists, and lifted his hands from the keys. He didn't protest. Though the music stopped, the dancers continued to shuffle. "Get up, Doug," she whispered. He struggled to his feet, kicking over the piano stool as he did so.
"Which way for the drinks?" he said. He was further gone than she'd thought. His playing must have been on remote control, because he could barely take a step ahead of him. But he was company, at least. She took his arm, hoping Sagansky would interpret Doug as the supporting strength, rather than the other way about.
"This way," she murmured to him, and led them both around the perimeter of the dance floor towards the door.
From the corner of her eye she saw Sagansky moving in their direction, and attempted to pick up their pace, but he came between them and the door. "No more music, Doug?" he said. The pianist tried hard to focus on Sagansky's face. "Who the fuck are you?" he said.
"It's Sam," Eve told him.
"Get the music going, Doug. I want to dance with Eve."
Sagansky reached to claim Eve, but Frankel had ideas of his own.
"I know what you think," he said to Sagansky. "I heard the things you say, and you know what? I don't give a fuck. If I want to suck cock, I'll fucking suck cock, and if you won't employ me, Fox will. So fuck you."
A small thrill of hope touched Eve. There was a psychodrama here she hadn't counted on. Sagansky was notoriously homophobic. He'd obviously offended Doug somewhere down the line.
"I want the lady," Sagansky said.
"Well, you're not going to have her," came the response, Doug pushing Sagansky's arm away.
"She's got better things to do."
Sagansky wasn't about to give up so easily. He reached for Eve a second time, was slapped away, and instead put his hands on Doug, dragging the man from Eve's grip. Eve took her chance while it was offered, slipping away towards the door. Behind her she heard both men's voices raised in rage, and glanced back to see that they were scattering the dancers as they staggered around each other, fists flailing. Sagansky landed the first blow, sending Frankel reeling back against the piano. The glasses he'd lined up there went west, smashing noisily. He came after Eve with a lunge.
"You're wanted,"
he said, snatching her. She stepped back to avoid him, her legs giving out as she did so. Before she hit the floor, two arms were there to catch her, and she heard Lobo say,
"You should come with us."
She tried to protest, but her mouth wouldn't make the words between gasps. She was half carried to the door, trying to explain that she couldn't go, couldn't leave Grillo, but unable to make her point clear. She saw Rochelle's face swim past her, then the night air was cold on her face, its shock merely worsening her disorientation.
"Help her! Help her!"
she heard Lobo saying, and before she knew it, she was inside his limo, stretched out on the fake fur seat. He followed her in.
"Grillo,"
she managed to say as the door was slammed. Her pursuer was at the step, but the limo was already moving off, down towards the gate.
"Weirdest fucking party I ever went to," Lobo said. "Let's get the fuck out of here."
"Sorry, Grillo," she thought as she passed out. "Be well." At the gate, Clark waved Lobo's limo off and turned to look back at the house.
"How many more to go?"
he asked Rab.
"Another 40, maybe,"
Rab replied, scanning the list.
"We won't be here all night."
The cars that were waiting for the remaining guests had no room to park on the hill, so were in the grove below, circling, awaiting radio orders to come back up and collect their passengers. It was a routine they were well used to, its boredom usually broken by a stream of banter between cars. But tonight there was no gossip about the sex lives of the passengers, or horny talk about what the drivers were going to do when the job was finished. Most of the time the airwaves were silent, as if the drivers didn't want to advertise their locations. When it was broken, it was by someone making a would-be casual remark about the town.
"Deadwood Gulch,"
one of them called it.
"It's like a fucking cemetery."
It was Rab who silenced the man.
"If you've got nothing worth saying, don't say it,"
he remarked.
"What's your problem?" the man said. "Getting spooked?"
The reply was interrupted by a call from another car.
"You there, Clark?"
"Yeah, who is this?"
"Are you there?"
Contact was bad and worsening, the voice from the car breaking up into static. "There's a fucking dust storm blowing up down here," the driver was saying. "I don't know if you can hear me, but it's just come out of nowhere." "Tell him to get out of there," Rab said. "Clark, tell him." "I hear you. Driver, back off! Back off!" "Can anybody hear me?" the man yelled, the message almost drowned out by a spiraling howl of wind. "Driver, get the fuck out of there!" "Can anybody—" In place of the question, the sound of the car, coming to grief, the driver's voice cut off in the din of wreckage. "Shit!" Clark said. "Any of you out there know who that was? Or where he was?" There was silence from the other cars. Even if any of them knew, nobody was volunteering to go help. Rab stared through the trees lining the road, down towards the town. "That's it," he said. "Enough of this shit. I'm out of here." "There's only us left," Clark reminded him. "If you've got any sense, you'll get out too," Rab said, pulling on his tie to unknot it. "I don't know what's going on here, but let the rich folks sort it out." "We're on duty." "I just came off," Rab said. "I ain't being paid enough to take this shit. Catch!" He tossed his radio to Clark. It spat white noise. "Hear that?" he said. "Chaos! That's what's coming." In the town below, Tommy Ray slowed his car to get a look at the wrecked limo. The ghosts had simply picked it up and thrown it over. Now they were dragging the driver from his seat. If he wasn't already primed to be one of their number, they were quick to put that right, their violence reducing his uniform to tatters and the body beneath it the same. He led the ghost train away from the hill to give himself space to plot his way into the house. He didn't want a repeat of the humiliation at the bar, with the guards bruising him, then all hell breaking loose. When his father saw him in his new incarnation as the Death Boy, he wanted to be in control. But that hope was fading fast. The longer he delayed his return, the more unruly they became. They'd already demolished the Lutheran Prince of Peace church, proving, as if any proof were needed, that stone was as ripe for undoing as flesh. A part of him, the part that hated Paloma Grove to its foundations, wanted to let them rampage. Let them level the whole town. But if he gave in to that urge, he knew he'd lose power over them completely. Besides, somewhere in the grove was the one human being he wanted to preserve from harm, JoBeth. Once loosed, the storm would make no distinctions. Her life would be forfeit, along with every other. Knowing he had only a short time left before their impatience got the better of them, and they destroyed the grove anyway, he drove to his mother's house. If JoBeth was in town, she'd be here, and if worst came to worst, he'd snatch her and take her back up to the Jaff, who would know how best to subdue the storm. Mama's house, like most of the houses in the street, indeed in the grove, was in darkness. He parked and got out of the car. The storm, no longer content to tag along behind, came to meet him, buffeting him. "Back off," he told the gaping faces that flew in front of him. "You'll get what you want, everything you want. But you leave this house and everyone in it alone. Understand me?" They sensed the force of his feelings. He heard their laughter, mocking such pitiful sensibilities. But he was still the Death Boy. They owed him a dwindling devotion. The storm receded down the street a little way and waited. He slammed the car door and went up to the house, glancing back down the street to be certain his army was not going to cheat him. It stayed at bay. He knocked at the door. "Mama!" he shouted. "It's Tommy Ray, Mama! I got my key, but I'm not coming in unless you ask me. Can you hear me, Mama? Nothing to be afraid of. I'm not going to hurt you." He heard a sound on the other side of the door. "Is that you, Mama? Please answer me." "What do you want?" "Just let me see you, please. Let me see you." The door was unbolted and opened. Mama was dressed in black, her hair unbraided. "I was praying," she said. "For me?" said Tommy Ray. Mama didn't answer. "You weren't, were you?" he said. "You shouldn't have come back, Tommy Ray." "This is home," he said. The sight of her hurt him more than he'd thought possible. After the revelations of the trip to the mission, the dog and the woman, then events at the mission, and the horrors of his return trip, he'd thought himself beyond what he was feeling now, a choking sorrow. "I want to come in," he said, knowing even as he said it that there was no way back. The family bosom had never been a place he'd much wanted to lay his head. JoBeth said. It was her his thoughts went to now. "Where is she?" he said. "Who?" "JoBeth?" "She's not here," Mama replied. "Where, then?" "I don't know where." "Don't tell me lies." "JoBeth!" he started yelling. "JoBeth!" Even if she were, Tommy Ray didn't let her finish. He pushed past her and stepped over the threshold. "JoBeth! It's Tommy Ray! I need you, JoBeth! I need you, baby!" It didn't matter any longer if he called her baby, told her he wanted to kiss her and lick her cunt. That was okay. It was love, and love was the only defense he had, or anyone had, against the dust and the wind and all that howled in it. He needed her more than ever. Ignoring Mama's shouts, he started through the house from room to room in search of her. Each had a scent of its own, and with the scent a sum of memories, things he'd said, done, or felt in this place or that, which flooded over him as he stood in the doorways. JoBeth wasn't downstairs, so he headed up, throwing each door open along the landing, first JoBeth's, then Mama's, finally his own. His room was as he'd left it, the bed unmade, the wardrobe open, his towel on the floor. Standing at the door, he realized he was looking at the belongings of a boy who was as good as dead. The Tommy Ray who'd lain in that bed, sweated, jerked off, slept, and dreamed of Zuma and Topanga, had gone forever. The grime on the towel and the hairs on the pillow were the last of him. He wouldn't be remembered well. Tears started to run down his cheeks. How had it happened that half a week ago he'd been alive and going about his business, and now be so changed he did not belong here, nor could ever belong here again? What had he wanted so badly? It had taken him from himself. Nothing that he'd got. It was useless being the death boy. Only fear and shining bones. And knowing his father, what use was that? The Jaff had treated him well at the beginning, but it had been a trick to make a slave of him. Only JoBeth loved him. JoBeth had come after him, tried to heal him, tried to tell him what he hadn't wanted to hear. Only she could make things good again, make sense of him. Save him. "Where is she?" he demanded. Mama was at the bottom of the stairs. Her hands were clasped in front of her as she looked up at him. More prayers. Always prayers. "Where is she, Mama? I have to see her." "She's not yours," Mama said. "Cats!" Tommy Ray yelled, starting down towards her. "Cats has got her." "Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life. Tell me where they are, or I won't be responsible. He that believeth in me—" "Mama!" Though he were dead. She'd left the front door open, and dust had begun to blow over the threshold, insignificant amounts at first, but growing. He knew what it signaled. The ghost train was getting up steam. Mama looked towards the door and the gusty darkness beyond. She seemed to grasp that fatal business was at hand. Her eyes, when they settled on her son again, were filling up with tears. "Why did it have to be this way?" she said softly. "I didn't mean it to be. You are so beautiful, son. I thought sometimes that'd save you." "I'm still beautiful," he said. She shook her head. The tears, dislodged from the rims of her eyes, ran down her cheeks. He looked back towards the door, which the wind had begun to throw back and forth. "Stay out," he told it. "What's out there?" Mama said. "Is it your father?" "You don't want to know," he told her. He hurried down the stairs to try to close the door, but the wind was gathering strength, gusting into the house. The lamps started to swing. Ornaments flew from their places along the shelves. As he got to the bottom of the flight, windows shattered at the front of the house and back. "Stay out!" he yelled again, but the phantoms had waited long enough. The door flew off its hinges, thrown down the length of the hallway to smash against the mirror. The ghosts came howling after. Mama screamed at the sight of them, their faces drawn in hungry smears of need in the storm, gaping sockets, gaping maws. Hearing the Christian woman scream, they turned their venom in her direction. Tommy Ray yelled a warning to her, but dusty fingers tore the words to nonsense, then flew past him to Mama's throat. He reached back towards her, but the storm had hold of him and threw him round towards the door. The ghosts were still flying in. He was pitched through their speeding faces against the tide and across the threshold. Behind him he heard Mamma let out another shriek, as with one shattering, every window left unbroken in the house burst outwards. Glass showered around him. He fled the rain, but didn't escape unscathed. It was little harm, however, compared with the damage the house and its occupant were sustaining. When he stumbled to the safety of the sidewalk and looked back, he saw the storm weaving in and out of every window and door like a demented ghost ride. The structure was not the equal of the assault. Cracks were gaping in the walls, the ground at the front of the house opening up as the riders got into the basement and wreaked havoc there. He looked towards the car, half fearing they'd destroyed that in their impatience, but it was still intact. He fled towards it as the house began to growl, its roof thrown up in surrender, its walls bowing out. Even if Mamma had been alive to call after him, she could not have been heard over the din, nor seen in the confusion. He got into the car sobbing. There were words on his lips he didn't even realize he was saying until he began to drive. "I am the resurrection and the life." In the rearview mirror he saw the house give up entirely as the vortex in its guts threw it outwards. Bricks, slate, beams, and dirt burst in all directions. "He that believeth in me—" "My God, Mamma! Mamma! He that believeth in me—" Brick shards flew against the back window, shattering it, and fell on the roof in rattling percussion. He put his foot down and drove, half blind with tears of sorrow and terror. He'd tried to outrun them once and failed. Still, he hoped he might succeed a second time, racing through the town by the most circuitous route he knew, praying he'd confound them. The streets were not entirely empty. He passed two limos, both black stretches, cruising the streets like sharks. And then, on the edge of Oakwood, staggering into the middle of the street, someone he knew. Loath as he was to stop, he needed the comfort of a familiar face more than he'd ever needed anything, even if it was William Witt. He slowed. "Witt?" William took a little time to recognize him. When he did, Tommy Ray expected him to retreat. Their last meeting up at the house on Wild Cherry Glade had ended with Tommy Ray in the pool wrestling Martine Nesbitt's Tirada, and Witt running for his sanity. But the intervening period had taken as much toll on William as it had on Tommy Ray. He looked like a hobo, unshaven, clothes stained and in disarray, a stare of complete despair on his face. "Where are they?" was his first question. "Who?" Tommy Ray wanted to know. William reached through the window and stroked Tommy Ray's face. His palm was clammy. His breath smelt of bourbon. "Have you got them?" he asked. "Who?" Tommy Ray wanted to know. "My visitors," William said. "My dreams." "Sorry," Tommy Ray said. "You want a ride?" "Where are you going?" "Getting the fuck out of here," Tommy Ray said. "Yeah, I want a ride." Witt got in. As he slammed the door, Tommy Ray saw a familiar sight in the mirror. The storm was following. He looked across at William. "It's no good," he said. "What isn't?" Witt asked, his eyes barely focusing on Tommy Ray. "They're going to come after me wherever I go. There's no stopping them. They'll come and come." William glanced over his shoulder at the wall of dust advancing down the street towards the car. "Is that your father?" he said. "Is he in there somewhere?" "No." "What is, then?" "Something worse." "Your mamma," Witt said. "I talked with her. She said he was the devil." "I wish it were the devil," Tommy Ray said. "You can cheat the devil." The storm was gaining on the car. "I have to go back up the hill," Tommy Ray said, as much to himself as Witt. He swung the wheel round and started in the direction of Wind Bluff. "Is that where the dreams are?" Witt said. "That's where everything is," Tommy Ray replied, unaware of how much truth he spoke. Chapter 11. "The party's over," the chaff said to Grillo. "Time we went down." Little had been said between them since Eve's panicked departure. The man had simply sat back down in the seat from which he'd risen to deal with Lamar's mutiny, and waited there while raised voices drifted from below, limos drove up to the front door, took their passengers and left, and, finally, the music stopped.
Grillo had made no attempt to slip away. For one, Lamar's slumped body blocked the door, and by the time he'd attempted to move it, the Tirata, indistinct as they now were, would surely have claimed him. For another, and more significantly, he'd come by chance into the company of the First Cause, the entity responsible for the mysteries he'd been encountering in Paloma Grove since he'd arrived. Here, slumped before him, was the man who'd shaped the horrors, and by extension, therefore, comprehended the visions that were loose in the town. To attempt to leave would be a dereliction of duty. Diverting as his short run as Ellen Nguyen's lover had been, he had only one role to play in all of this. He was a reporter, a conduit between the known world and the unknown. If he turned his back on the Jaff, he committed a crime worse than any he knew. He failed to be a witness. Whatever else the man was, insane, lethal, monstrous, he was not what so many of the people Grillo interviewed or investigated in his professional life had proved. A fake. Grillo had only to look around the room at the creatures the Jaff had spawned, or caused to be spawned, to know that he was in the company of a power with the capacity to change the world. He dared not turn his back on such a power. He would go with it wherever it went, and hope to understand its workings better. The Jaff stood up. "Make no attempt to intervene," he said to Grillo. "I won't," Grillo told him. "But let me come with you." The Jaff looked at him for the first time since Eve's escape. It was too dark for Grillo to see the eyes turned upon him, but he felt them, sharp as needles, probing him. "Move the body," the Jaff instructed. Grillo said, "Sure," and moved to the door. He'd needed no further reminder of the Jaff's strength, but picking up Lamar's corpse offered it to him anyhow. The body was wet and hot. His hands, when he dumped it down again, were sticky with the comedian's blood. The feel and smell made Grillo nauseous. "Just remember," the Jaff said. "I know," Grillo replied. "Don't intervene." "So. Open the door." Grillo did so. He hadn't been aware of how fetid the room had become until a wave of cool, clean air swept in and over his face. "Lead on," the Jaff said. Grillo stepped out onto the landing. The house was completely silent, but it was not empty. At the bottom of the first flight of stairs he saw a small crowd of Rochelle's guests waiting, their eyes all turned up towards the door. There was no sound nor movement from any of them. Grillo recognized many of their faces. They had been waiting here when he and Eve had been ascending. Now the awaited moment had come. He began down the stairs towards them, the thought shaping in his head that the Jaff had sent him down to be torn apart by these worshippers. But he moved through their eye-line and out without their gazes following him. It was the organ-grinder they were here to see, not the monkey. From the room above emerged the sound of mass movement. The Tirata were coming. Reaching the bottom of the flight, Grillo turned and looked back the way he'd come. The first of the creatures was emerging through the doorway. He'd seen that they were changed, but he'd not been prepared for the degree of change. Their busy foulness had been purged. They'd become plainer, most of their features veiled by the darkness they emitted. Following the first few came the Jaff. Events since the final confrontation with Fletcher had taken their toll on him. He looked used up, almost skeletal. He started his descent, passing through pools of color from the lights outside the house, their vividness flooding his pallid features. Tonight the movie was The Mask of the Red Death, Grillo thought, and The Jaff was the name above the title. The supporting cast of Tirata followed, pushing their bodies through the door and shambling down the stairs in pursuit of their maker. Grillo glanced around at the silent assembly. They still had their fawning eyes upon the Jaff. He headed on down the second flight. There was a second assembly waiting at the bottom, Rochelle among them. The sight of her extraordinary beauty momentarily reminded Grillo of his first encounter with her, descending the stairs just as the Jaff was now doing. Seeing her had been a revelation. She had seemed inviolate in that beauty. He learned differently. First from Ellen,
with her account of Rochelle's past profession and present addiction, and now with the evidence of his own eyes, seeing the woman as lost to the depravities of the Jaff as any of his victims. Beauty was no defense. Most likely there was no defense. He reached the bottom of the stairs and waited for the Jaff to finish his descent, his legions trailing after. In the short time since his appearance at the top of the flight, a change had come over him, subtle but unnerving. His face, which had betrayed tremors of apprehension, was now as blank as that of his congregation. His muscles so completely drained of tone, his descent was a barely controlled walking fall. All the forces of his power had gone to his left hand, the hand which, back at the Mall, had bled the motes of power which had almost destroyed Fletcher. It was doing the same now, beads of bright corruption dripping from it like sweat as it hung by his side. They couldn't be the power itself, Grillo presumed, only its byproduct, because the Jaff was making no attempt to prevent their breaking into small dark blooms on the stairs. The hand was charging itself, draining power from every other part of its owner, perhaps, who knew, from the assembly itself, stoking its strength in preparation for the labors ahead. Grillo tried to study the Jaff's face for some sign of what he was feeling, but his eyes kept being drawn back and back to the hand, as though all lines of force led to it, all the other elements in the scene rendered irrelevant. The Jaff moved through into the lounge. Grillo followed. The Shadow Legion remained on the stairs. The lounge was still occupied, mostly by recumbent guests. Some were like disciples, their eyes fixed on the Jaff. Some were simply unconscious, sprawled on the furniture, undone by excess. On the floor lay Sam Sagansky, his shirt and face bloody. A little way from him, his hand still grasping Sagansky's jacket, lay another man. Grillo had no idea what had started the fracas between them, but it had ended in a knockout. "Turn on the lights," the Jaff told Grillo. His voice was as expressionless as his face had become. "Turn them full on. No mystery now. I want to see clearly." Grillo located the switches in the gloom and flipped them all on. Any theatricality in the scene was abruptly banished. The light brought growls of complaint from one or two of the slumberers, who threw their arms across their faces to shut it out. The man clasping Sagansky opened his eyes and moaned, but didn't move, sensing his jeopardy. Grillo's gaze went back to the Jaff's hand. The beads of power had stopped dropping from it now. It had ripened. It was ready. "No use delaying," he heard the Jaff say, and saw him raise his left arm to eye level, his hand open. Then he walked to the far wall and laid his palm upon it. Then, hand still pressed against solid reality, he began to make a fist. Down at the gates, Clark saw the lights go on in the house and breathed a sigh of relief. That could only signal an end to the party. He put a general call out to the circling drivers, those that had not taken fright and gone, instructing them to make their way back up the hill. Their passengers would be emerging soon. Coming off the freeway at the Paloma Grove exit, with 4 miles to cover to the outskirts of the town, a shudder ran through Tesla, the kind her mother had said meant someone was walking over your grave. Tonight, she knew better. The news was worse than that. "I'm missing the main event," she realized. "It's begun without me." She felt something change around her, something vast, as though the flat earthists had been right all along, and the whole world had suddenly tipped a few degrees, everything on it sliding towards one end. She didn't flatter herself for an instant she was the only one sensitive enough to be experiencing this. Perhaps she had a perspective that allowed her to confess the feeling, but she didn't doubt that across the country at this moment, most likely across the world, people were waking in a cold sweat or thinking of their loved ones and fearing for them. Children crying without quite knowing why. Old people believing their last moment was upon them. She heard the din of a collision on the freeway she'd just left, followed by another and another as cars, their drivers distracted by a moment of terror, piled up. Horns began to blare in the night. "The world's round," she told herself, "like the wheel I'm holding. I can't fall off. I can't fall off. Gripping that thought and the wheel with equal desperation, she drove on towards the town. Watching for the returning cars, Clark saw lights coming up the hill. Their advance was too slow to be headlamps, however. Curious, he left his post and started down the incline a little way. He got maybe 20 yards before the bend in the road revealed the source of the light. It was human. A mob of 50, maybe more, climbing towards the summit, their bodies and faces blurred, but all glowing in the dark like Halloween masks. At the head of the group were 2 kids who looked to be normal enough, but given the gang they had in tow, he doubted that. The boy looked up the hill towards him. Clark backed away, turning around to put some distance between him and the mob. Rab had been right. He should have gone a lot earlier and left this damned town to its own devices. He'd been hired to keep gatecrashers out of the party, not to stop whirlwinds and walking torches. Enough was enough. He threw his radio down and clambered over the fence opposite the house. On the other side the shrubbery was thick and the ground fell off steeply, but he slid away through the darkness, not caring if he reached the other side of the hill in tatters, simply wanting to be as far from the house when the mob reached the gate as he could get. Grillo had seen sights in the last few days that had slapped the breath out of him, but he'd found a way to slot them into his world view. But in front of him now was a sight so utterly beyond his comprehension, all he could do was say no to it. Not once, a dozen times. No, no, and so on. No. But denial didn't work. The sight refused to pack its bag and leave. It stayed, demanded to be seen. The Jaff's fingers had entered the solid wall and clutched it. Now he took a step back, and a second step, pulling the substance of reality towards him as though it were made of sun-softened candy. The carnival pictures hanging on the wall began to twist out of true. The intersection of wall and ceiling and wall and floor eased in towards the artist's fist, losing their rigor. It was as if the whole room were projected on a cinema screen, and the Jaff had simply snatched hold of the fabric, dragging it towards him. The projected image, which moments before had seemed so lifelike, was revealed for the sham it was. "It's a movie," Grillo thought. "The whole fucking world's a movie." And the art was the calling of that bluff, a snatching away of the sheet, the shroud, the screen. He wasn't the only one reeling before this revelation. Several of Buddy Vance's mourners, shaken from their stupor, had opened their eyes to see a sight their worst bad trips had never proffered. Even the Jaff seemed to be shocked by the ease of the task. A tremor was running through his body, which had never looked so frail, so vulnerable, so human as now. Whatever trials he'd undergone to anneal his spirit for this moment, they were not enough. Nothing could be enough. This was an art in defiance of the condition of flesh. All the profoundest certainties of being were forfeit in the face of it. From somewhere behind the screen, Grillo heard a rising sound which filled his skull like the thud of his heart. It summoned the Tirata. He glanced around to see them coming through the door to lend their maker aid in whatever was imminent. They were uninterested in Grillo. He knew he could leave at any moment and not be challenged. But he could not turn his back on this, however it wrenched his gut. Whatever played behind the screen of the world was about to be seen, and his eyes wouldn't be coaxed from the sight. If he fled now, what would he do? Run to the gate and watch from a safe distance? There was no safe distance, knowing what he now knew. He'd spend the rest of his life touching the solid world and knowing that, had he the art at his fingertips, it would melt. Not everyone was so fatalistic. Many of those conscious enough were attempting to make for the door. But the disease of malleability that had infected the walls had spread across half the floor. It became glutinous beneath the escapees, pitching as the Jaff pulled, two-handed now, at the matter of the room. It slipped from his grasp, and he fell to his knees, the impact restarting the flow of the blood from his nose. He let it run. Looking up, he saw that the Jaff had pulled so hard on the far end of the room that it was distorted out of all recognition. The brilliance of the lights in the yard outside were dimmed, had gone, smeared into a featureless sweep so taut it could not be long before it broke. The sound from the other side had not grown any louder, but became in a matter of seconds almost inevitable, as though it had always been there, just out of hearing range. The Jaff pulled another handful of the room's stuff into his grasp, and in doing so pressed the screen beyond endurance. It didn't tear in one place, but in several. The room tipped again. Grillo clung to the heaving floor as bodies rolled past him. In the chaos he glimpsed the Jaff, who seemed at this last moment to be regretting all he'd done, struggling with the raw substance of reality he'd gathered up, as if attempting to throw it away. Either his fists wouldn't obey him and release it, or else it had its own momentum now, and was opening itself without his aid, because a look of wild terror crossed his face, and he screamed a summons to his legions. They started towards him, their anatomies finding some purchase in this shifting chaos. Grillo was pressed to the ground as they clambered over him. No sooner had they begun their advance, however, than something brought them to a halt. Grasping the hides to right and left of him, no longer afraid of them with so much worse on view, Grillo hauled himself upright, or as near upright as was possible, and looked back towards the door. That end of the room was still more or less intact. Only a subtle twisting of the architecture gave any clue to what was happening behind him. He could see through into the hall, and beyond to the front door. It was open. In it stood Fletcher's son. There were calls greater than that of makers and masters, Howie understood. There was the call of a thing to its opposite, to its natural enemy. That was what fueled the Tirata now, as they turned back towards the door, leaving whatever chaos was unleashed inside the house to the Jaff's control. "They're coming!" he yelled to Fletcher's army, backing off as the tide of Tirata approached the door. Jo Beth, who'd stepped inside with him, lingered on the threshold. He took hold of her arm and pulled her away. "It's too late," she said. "You see what he's doing? My God, you see?" Lost cause or not, the dream creatures were ready to face the Tirata, pouncing as soon as the flood emerged from the house. Climbing the hill, Howie had expected the fight ahead to be somehow refined, a battle of wills or wits. But the violence that erupted all around him now was purely physical. All they had was their bodies to pitch into the battle, and they put themselves to the task with a ferocity he'd not have guessed the melancholy souls gathered at the woods, much less the civil folk they'd been at the Knapp house, capable of. There was no distinction between children and heroes. They were barely recognizable now, as the last traces of the people they'd been dreamt into being faded in the face of an equally plain enemy. It was essential stuff now. Fletcher's love of light against the Jaff's passion for the dark. Beneath both was a single intention, which unified them, the destruction of the other. He'd done as they requested, he thought. He'd led them up the hill, calling the stragglers when they forgot themselves and began to dissolve. With several, those less coherently conjured in the first place, perhaps, he'd lost. Their bodies had dispersed before he could get them within scenting distance of their enemy. For the rest, the sight of the Tirata was stimulus enough. They'd fight until torn apart. Grievous damage was already being done, on both sides. Fragments of sleek darkness torn from the bodies of the Tirata, washes of light breaking from the dream army when they were opened up. There was no sign of pain among the warriors, no blood from the wounds. They endured assault after assault, fighting on, having sustained damage that would have incapacitated anything remotely alive. Only when more than half their substance had been torn from them did they unravel and disperse. Even then the air they dissolved into wasn't empty. It buzzed and shook as though the war was continuing on a subatomic level, negative and positive energies fighting to impasse, or the extinction of both. The latter most likely, if the forces warring in front of the house were any model. Equally matched, they were simply eradicating each other, countering harm with harm, their numbers dwindling. The battle had spread down to the gate by the time Tesla reached the top of the hill and was spilling out onto the road. Forms that might once have been recognizable, but were now abstractions, smears of darkness, smears of light, tearing at each other. She stopped the car and started up towards the house. Two combatants emerged from the trees that lined the driveway and fell to the ground a few yards ahead, their limbs locked around, and it seemed through, each other. She looked on, appalled. Was this what the art had released? How they escaped from quiddity? "Tesla!" She looked up. Howie was in sight. His explanation was quick and breathless. "It started," he said. "The Jaffs using the art." "Where?" "In the house." "And these?" she said. "The last defense," he replied. "We were too late." "What now, babe?" she thought. "You don't have any way of stopping this. The world's on a tilt and everything's sliding." "We should all get the hell out of here," she told Howie. "You think? What else can we do?" She looked up towards the house. Grillo had told her it was a folly, but she hadn't expected architecture as wild as this. The angles all subtly off, no upright that wasn't askew by a few degrees. Then she understood. It wasn't some post-modernist joke. It was something inside the house, pulling it out of shape. "My God," she said, "Grillo's still in there." Even as she spoke, the facade bent a little more. In the face of such strangeness, the remnants of the battle all around her were of little consequence, just two tribes tearing at each other like rabid dogs. Men's stuff. She skirted it, ignored. "Where are you going?" Howie said. "Inside." "It's mayhem." "And it isn't out here? I've got a friend in there." "I'll come with you," he said. "Is Jo Beth here?" "She was." "Find her. I'll find Grillo, and we'll both get the fuck out of here." Without waiting for a reply, she headed on towards the door. The third force loose in the grove tonight was halfway up the hill when Whit realized that, however profound his grief at losing his dreams, tonight he didn't want to die. He started to struggle with the door-handle, fully ready to pitch himself out, but the dust storm on their tail dissuaded him. He looked across at Tommy Ray. The boy's face had never sung out intelligence, but its slackness now was shocking. He looked almost moronic. Spittle ran from his lower lip, his face was glossy with sweat, but he managed a name as he drove. "Jo Beth," he said. She didn't hear that call, but she heard another. From inside the house, a cry, put out mind to mind, from the man who'd made her. It was not directed at her, she guessed. He didn't know she was even near, but she caught it, an expression of terror which she couldn't ignore. She crossed through the matter-thickened air to the front door, the uprights of which were blowing in. The scene was worse inside. The whole interior had lost its solidity, and was being drawn inexorably to some central point. It wasn't difficult to find that point. The whole softening world was moving in its direction. The Jaff was there, of course, at the core. In front of him a hole in the very substance of reality, which was exercising this claim on living and non-living alike. What was on the other side of the hole she couldn't see, but she could guess. Quiddity, the dream sea, and on it an island both Howie and her father had told her about, where time and space were laughable laws and spirits walked. But if that was the case, he'd succeeded in his ambition, used the art to gain access to the miracle. Why was he so afraid? Why was he trying to retreat from the sight, tearing at his own hands with his teeth to make them let go the matter his fingers had penetrated? All her reason said, go back while you can. The pull of whatever lay beyond the hole already had a hold of her. She could resist it for a short time, but that window was getting smaller. What she couldn't resist, however, was the hunger that brought her into the house in the first place. She wanted to see her father's pain. Not a sweet, daughterly desire, but he was not the sweetest of fathers. He'd caused her pain, and Howie too. He'd corrupted Tommy Ray out of all recognition. He'd broken Mama's heart and life. Now she wanted to see him suffer, and she couldn't take her eyes off the sight. His self-mutilation was increasingly manic. He spat out pieces of his fingers, shaking his head back and forth in an attempt to deny whatever he saw beyond the hole the art had made. She heard a voice behind her say her name and looked around to see a woman whom she'd never met, but Howie had described, beckoning her back to the safety of the threshold. She ignored the summons. She wanted to see the Jaff undo himself completely, or be dragged away and destroyed by his own mischief. She hadn't realized until this moment how much she hated him, how much cleaner she'd feel when he was gone out of the world. Tesla's voice had found other ears besides Joe Beth's. Clinging to the ground a couple of yards behind the Jaff, on the eroding island of solidity around the artist, Grillo heard Tesla call, and turned, against the call of quiddity, to look her way. His face felt fat with blood as the hole pulled his fluids up through his body. His head pounded as if ready to burst. The tears were being sucked from his eyes, his eyelashes plucked out. His nose poured 2 bloody streams which ran straight from his face towards the hole. He'd already seen most of the room snatched away into quiddity. Rochelle had been one of the first to go, relinquishing what little hold her addicted body had on the solid world. Sagansky and his punched-out opponent had gone. The party-goers had followed, despite their attempts to get to the door. The pictures had been stripped from the walls, then the plaster cladding from the wood underneath. Now the wood itself was giving up and bending to the call. Grillo would have joined them, walls, guests, and all, had it not been for the fact that the Jaff's shadow offered a tenuous solidity in this chaotic sea. No, not sea. That was what he'd glimpsed on the other side of the hole, and it shamed every other image of the world. Quiddity was the essential sea, the first, the fathomless. He'd given up all hope of escaping its summons. He'd come too close to its shore to turn away. Its undertow had already hauled most of the room away. It would soon take him. But seeing Tesla, he suddenly dared hope he might survive to tell the tale. If he was to have the least chance, he'd have to be quick. What little cover the Jaff afforded was being eroded by the moment. Seeing Tesla reach for him, he reached back in her direction. The distance was too great. She couldn't stretch any further into the room without losing her hold on the relative solidity beyond the door. She gave up the attempt and stepped away from the opening. "Don't desert me now," he thought. "Don't give me hope, and then desert me." He should have known better. She'd simply withdrawn in order to pull her belt from the loops of her trousers. Then she was back at the door, letting Quiddity's pull unroll the belt and put it within his grasp. He snatched hold. Outside on the battlefield, Howie had found the remains of the light that had been Benny Patterson. It had almost lost all trace of the boy it had been, but there was enough left for Howie to recognize. He went down on his knees beside it, thinking it was nonsense to mourn the passing of something so transitory, then correcting that thought with another. That he, too, was transitory, and no more certain of his purpose than this dream, Benny Patterson, had been. He put his hand to the boy's face, but it was already dissolving and blew away like bright pollen beneath his fingers. Distressed, he looked up to see Tommy Ray at the gate of Coney, starting up towards the house. Behind him, lingering at the gate, was a man Howie didn't know, and behind them both a wall of moaning dust that followed Tommy Ray in a swirling cloud. His thoughts went from Benny Patterson to Jo Beth. Where was she? In the confusion of the last few minutes he'd neglected her. He didn't doubt she was Tommy Ray's target. He stood up and moved to intercept his enemy, who was as changed from the tanned, gleaming hero he'd first met in the mall as it was possible to get. Blood-spattered now, eyes sunk in their sockets, he threw back his head and yelled, "Father!" The dust on his heels flew at Howie as he came within striking distance of Tommy Ray. Whatever haunted it, hate-bloated faces with mouths like tunnels, swatted him aside and moved into better business, uninterested in his little life. He fell to the ground, covering his head until they passed over him. When they had, he got to his feet. Tommy Ray and the cloud that had followed him had disappeared inside. He heard Tommy Ray's voice raised above the din of the art. "Jo Beth!" he bellowed. She was inside the house, he realized. Why she'd gone there was beyond him, but he had to get to her before Tommy Ray, or the bastard would take her. As he raced to the front door, he saw the last of the dust storm snatched by a force inside and dragged out of sight. The power that had taken it was visible the moment he stepped over the threshold. He saw the last chaotic trails of the cloud being pulled into a maelstrom which was claiming the entire house. In front of it, his hands barely recognizable, stood the Jaff. Howie got only a glimpse of the scene before Tesla yelled for his attention. "Help me! Howie! Howie! For Christ's sake, help me!" She was clinging to the inner door, its geometry gone to hell, her other hand holding on to somebody who was about to be claimed by the maelstrom. He was with her in 3 strides, a hail of crap flying past him, the step which he'd just crossed, and seized her hand. As he did so, he recognized the figure standing a yard beyond Tesla, and closer to the maw the Jaff had opened. "Jo Beth!" His recognition came as a cry. She turned in his direction, half blinded by the assault of debris. As their eyes met, he saw Tommy Ray move towards her. The machine had taken a beating of late, but it still had power. He pulled on Tesla, dragging her and the man she'd been struggling to save out of the most chaotic zone into the hall. It was the moment Tommy Ray needed to reach Jo Beth, flinging himself at her with sufficient force to throw her off her feet. He saw the terror in her eyes as she lost her balance, saw Tommy Ray's arms close around her in the tightest of embraces. Then the quiddity claimed them both, sweeping them across the room past their father and away into the mystery. Howie let out a howl. Behind him Tesla was yelling his name. He ignored the call. His eyes on the place where Jo Beth had gone, he took a step towards the door. The power egged him on. He took another step, vaguely aware that Tesla was yelling for him to stop, to turn back before it was too late. Didn't she know it had been too late the moment after he'd seen Jo Beth? Everything had been lost way back then. A third step, and the whirlwind snatched him up. The room turned over and over. He saw his father's enemy for an instant, gaping, followed by the hole, gaping wider still. Then he was gone, where his beautiful Jo Beth had gone, into quiddity. "Grillo?" "Yeah? Can you stand up?" "I think so." He'd tried twice and failed, and Tesla had no strength left to pick him up and carry him down to the gate. "Give me a moment," he said. Not for the first time his eyes went back to the house they'd barely escaped from. "There's nothing to see, Grillo," she said. That wasn't true by any means. The facade was like something from Caligari, the door sucked in, the windows going the same way. And inside, who knew? As they stumbled down to the car, a figure emerged from the chaos and stumbled out into the moonlight. It was the Jaff. The fact that he'd stood on Quiddity's shore and resisted its waves was testament to his power, but that resistance had taken its toll. His hands were reduced to gnawed flesh, the remains of the left hanging from the bones of his wrist in strips. His face was as brutally devoured, not by teeth, but by what he'd seen. Blank-eyed and broken, he staggered down to the gate. Wisps of darkness, the last of the Tirada, followed him. Tesla badly wanted to ask Grillo what glimpse he'd had of Quiddity, but this wasn't the moment. It was enough to know that he was alive to tell. Flesh in a world where flesh was forfeit every moment. Alive when life ended with each exhalation and began again with every snatched breath. In the trough between, there was such jeopardy. And now, as never before, she didn't doubt that the worst had come to pass, and that somewhere on Quiddity's furthest shore the Yad Euroboros were sharpening their envy and starting across the dream sea. Part 7. Souls at Zero. Chapter 1. Presidents, messiahs, shamans, popes, saints, and lunatics had attempted, over the passage of a millennium, to buy, murder, drug, and flagellate themselves into Quiddity. Almost to a one, they'd failed. The dream sea had been more or less preserved, its existence an exquisite rumor, never proved, and all the more potent for that. The dominant species of the cosm had kept what little sanity it possessed by visiting the sea in sleep, 3 times in a lifespan, and leaving it always wanting more. That hunger had fueled it, made it ache, made it rage, made it do good in the hope, often unconscious, of being granted more regular access, made it do evil out of the idiot suspicion that it was conspired against by its enemies, who knew the secret but weren't telling, made it create gods, made it destroy gods. The few who'd taken the journey that Howie, Jo Beth, Tommy Ray, and 22 guests from Buddy Vance's house were taking now had not been accidental travelers. They'd been chosen, for Quiddity's purposes, and gone, for the most part, prepared.
Howie, on the other hand, was no more prepared for this than any stick of furniture hauled into the throat of the schism. He was pitched first through loops of energy, and then into what appeared to be the middle of a thunderhead, lightning setting brief, bright fires all around him. Any trace of sound from the house had disappeared the moment he'd entered the throat. So had the pieces of trash that had flown in along with him. Helpless to steer or orient himself, all he could do was tumble through the cloud, the lightning becoming less frequent and more brilliant, the passages of darkness between steadily more profound, until he wondered if perhaps his eyes were closing, and the darkness, along with the falling sensation that accompanied it, was in his head. If so, he was happy with its embrace, his thoughts now also in free fall, fixing momentarily on images which appeared out of the darkness, seeming to be completely solid, though he was almost certain they were in his mind's eye. He conjured Jo Beth's face over and over again, always glancing back at him over her shoulder. He recited words of love to her, simple words that he hoped she heard. If she did, they didn't bring her any closer. He wasn't surprised. Tommy Ray was dissolved in the same thought-shot cloud that he and Jo Beth were falling through, and twin brothers had claims on their sisters that went back to the womb. They'd floated together in that first sea, after all, their minds and cords intertwining. Howie envied Tommy Ray nothing in all the world, not his beauty, his smile, nothing, except that time of intimacy he'd shared with Jo Beth, before sex, before hunger, before breath even. He could only hope that he'd be with her at the end of her life the way Tommy Ray had been at the beginning, when age took sex, appetite, and, finally, breath away. Then her face and the envy were gone, and new thoughts came to fill his head, or snapshots of same. No people now, only places, appearing and vanishing again, as though his mind was sifting through them, looking for one in particular. It found what it was searching for, a blurred blue night, which flew into solidity all around him. The falling sensation ceased in a heartbeat. He was solid, in a solid place, running on echoing boards, a fresh cold wind blowing in his face. At his back he heard Lem and Ritchie calling his name. He ran on, looking over his shoulder as he did so. The glance solved the mystery of where he was. Behind him was the Chicago skyline, its lights brilliant against the night, which meant that the wind on his face was coming off Lake Michigan. He was running along a pier, though he didn't know which, with the lake slopping around its struts. It was the only body of water he'd ever been familiar with. It influenced the city's weather and its humidity. It made the air smell a different way in Chicago than any other place. It bred thunderstorms and threw them against the shore. Indeed, the lake was so constant, so inevitable, that he seldom thought about it. When he did, it was as a place where people who had money took their boats, and those who lost it drowned themselves. Now, however, as he ran on down the length of the pier, Lem's calls fading behind him, the thought of the lake waiting at the end moved him as never before. He was small. It was vast. He was full of contradictions. It simply embraced everything, making no judgments on sailors or suicides. He picked up his pace, barely feeling the pressure of his soles on the boards, the sense growing in him that however real this scene felt, it was another of his mind's inventions, shaped from fragments of memory to ease him through what would otherwise have driven him mad, a stepping-stone between the dreaming wakefulness of the life he'd left and whatever paradox lay ahead. The closer he got to the end of the pier, the more certain he became that this was the case. His step, already light, became lighter still, his strides longer and longer. Time softened and extended. He had a chance to wonder if the dream sea truly existed, at least in the way that Paloma Grove existed, or whether the pier he'd created jutted into pure thought. If so, there were many minds meeting there, tens of thousands of lights moving in the waters ahead, some breaking surface like fireworks, others diving deep. Howie had found some incandescence of his own, he realized. Nothing to boast about, but there was a distinct glow in his skin, like a faint echo of an echo of Fletcher's light. The barrier at the end of the pier was a few feet from him. Beyond it, the waters of what he'd now ceased to think of as the lake. This was quiddity, and in moments it would be closing over his head. He wasn't afraid, quite the reverse. He couldn't get to the barrier quickly enough, throwing himself at it rather than waste time with steps. If any further proof had been required that none of this was real, he had it on impact, the barrier flying into laughing splinters as he touched it. He flew too.
a falling flight into the dream sea. The element he plunged into was unlike water in that it neither soaked nor chilled him. But he floated in it nevertheless, his body rising through brilliant bubbles to the surface without any effort on his part. He had no fear of drowning, only the profoundest sense of gratitude that he was here where he belonged. He looked back over his shoulder, so many backward glances, at the pier. It had served its purpose, making a game of what might have been a terror. Now it was flying into pieces, like the barrier. He watched it go happily. He was free of the cosm, and floating in quiddity. Jo Beth and Tommy Ray had gone into the schism together, but their minds had found different ways to picture the journey and the plunge. The horror Jo Beth had felt as she'd been snatched had been wiped from her head in the thundercloud. She forgot the chaos and felt calm. It was no longer Tommy Ray who gripped her arm, but Mama, in earlier years, when she'd still been able to face the world. They were walking in a soothing twilight with grass underfoot. Mama was singing. If it was a hymn, she'd forgotten the words. She was making up nonsense to fill the lines which seemed to have the rhythm of their step. Every now and then Jo Beth would say something she'd learned at school, so Mama would know what a good student she was. All the lessons were about water, about there being tides everywhere, even in tears, about how the sea was where life had begun, and how bodies were made more of water than any other element. The counterpoint of fact and song went on a long, easy while, but she sensed subtle changes in the air. The wind became gustier, and she smelled the sea. She put her face up to it, forgetting her lessons. Mama's hymn had grown softer. If they were still holding hands, Jo Beth couldn't feel it. She kept walking, not looking back. The ground wasn't grassy any longer, but bare, and somewhere up ahead it fell away into the sea, where there seemed to be countless boats bobbing, with candles lit on their prows and masts. The ground went suddenly. There was no fear, even as she fell, only the certainty that she'd left Mama behind. Tommy Ray found himself at Topanga, either at dawn or dusk, he wasn't sure which. Though the sun was no longer in the sky, he wasn't alone here. He heard girls in the murk, laughing and talking in breathy whispers. The sand beneath his bare feet was warm where they'd been lying and sticky with suntan oil. He couldn't see the surf, but he knew which way to run. He started in the direction of the water, knowing that the girls were watching him. They always did. He didn't acknowledge their stares. When he was out there on the crests, really moving, he'd maybe flash them a smile. Then, on the way back up the beach, he'd let one of them get lucky. Now, as the waves came in sight ahead of him, he realized that things weren't right here. Not only was the beach gloomy and the sea dark, but there seemed to be bodies lolling in the surf, and, worse still, phosphorescence in their flesh. He slowed his pace, but knew he couldn't stop and turn around. He didn't want anyone on the beach, particularly the girls, to think he was afraid. He was, however, horribly. Some radioactive shit was in the sea. The surfers had fallen from their boards, poisoned, and were being washed up by the very crests they'd gone to ride. He could see them clearly now, their skin silvery in places and black in others, their hair like blonde halos. The girls were with them, dead as the surfers in the tainted foam. He had no choice but to join them, he knew. The shame of turning away and climbing back up the beach was worse than dying. They'd all be legends after this, him and the dead riders carried off by the same tide. Steeling himself, he stepped into the sea, which instantly became deep, as though the beach had simply fallen away under his feet. The poison was already burning up his system. He could see his body getting brighter. He started to hyperventilate, each breath more painful than the one before. Something brushed his side. He turned, thinking it would be another dead surfer, but it was Jo Beth. She said his name. He couldn't find any words to answer with. As much as he wanted not to show his fear, he couldn't help it. He was pissing now in the sea. His teeth were chattering. "Help me," he said. "Jo Beth, you're the only one who can help me. I'm dying." She looked at his chattering face. "If you're dying, we both are," she said. "How did I get here? And why are you here? You don't like the beach?" "This isn't the beach," she said. She took hold of his arms, their motion making them bob like buoys. This is quiddity, Tommy Ray, remember? We're on the other side of the hole. You pulled us through.
She saw memory flooding his face as he spoke.
"Oh, my God! Oh, Jesus God!" he said. "You remember?"
"Yes, Jesus, yes." The chattering turned into sobs as he pulled them close together, wrapping his arms around her. She didn't resist. There was little purpose in being vengeful when they were both in such jeopardy. "Hush," she said, letting him bury his hot, stricken face against her shoulder. "Hush. There's nothing we can do." Nothing needed to be done. Quiddity had him, and he would float, and perhaps, eventually, catch up with JoBeth and Tommy Ray. Meanwhile, he liked being lost in this immensity. It made his fears, his whole life, in fact, seem inconsequential. He lay on his back and looked up at the sky. It was not, as he'd first thought, a night sky. There were no stars, either fixed or falling, no clouds hiding a moon. In fact, it seemed completely featureless at first, but as the seconds passed, or minutes, or hours, he neither knew nor much cared. He realized the subtlest waves of color were hundreds of miles across, moving over it. The aurora borealis seemed small stuff beside this show, in which, at intervals, he thought he saw forms swooping and climbing like flocks of half-mile manta rays feeding in the stratosphere. He hoped they'd come down a little way so he could see them more clearly, but perhaps, he mused, they had no more clarity to show. Not everything was available to the eye. Some sights defeated focus and capture and analysis, like all he felt for JoBeth, for instance. That was every bit as strange and difficult to fix as the colors above his head, or the forms that made play there. Seeing them was as much a matter of feeling as of retina. The sixth sense was sympathy. Content with his lot, he gently flipped himself over in the ether and experimented with swimming in it. The basic strokes worked well enough, though it was difficult to be certain he was making much progress, with nothing to relate his motion to. The lights in the sea all around him, fellow passengers like himself, he supposed, though they seemed not to have form as he did, were too indistinct to be used as markers. Were they dreaming souls, perhaps? Infants, lovers, and the dying, all traveling in Quiddity's waters as they slept, to be soothed and rocked, touched by a calm that would carry them as the tide carried them through the tempest they'd wake to? A life to be lived or lost, love they'd go in fear of staling or disappearing after this epiphany. He put his face beneath the surface. Many of the light forms were far below him, some so deep they were no larger than stars. Not all of them were moving in the same direction as he. Some, like the half-mile mantas above, were in groups, shoals, rising and falling. Others went side by side. The lovers, he assumed, though presumably not all the dreamers here who were sleeping beside the lover of their lives had that feeling reciprocated. Perhaps very few. Which thought led him back to the time he and JoBeth had traveled here, and to her present whereabouts. He had to be careful the calm didn't stupefy him, make him forgetful of her. He raised his face from the sea. In doing so, he avoided by moments a collision. Yards from him, its appearance shocking in the middle of such tranquillity, was a fragment of garishly colored wreckage from the Vance house. And a few yards beyond that, more distressing still, a piece of flotsam far too ugly to belong here, yet not recognizably of the cosm. It stood 4 or more feet above the waterline, and hung as far or further below, a gnarled, waxy island floating like pale dung in this pure sea. He reached out and took hold of the wreckage ahead of him, throwing himself onto it and kicking. His action carried him closer to the enigma. It was alive. Not simply occupied by something living, but entirely made of living matter. He heard the thump of 2 heartbeats from it. Its surface had the unmistakable sheen of skin, or some derivative of same. But what it actually was didn't become apparent until he was almost brushing against it. Only then did he see the thin figures, 2 of the party guests, clutching each other with looks of fury on their faces. He hadn't been privileged to keep the company of Sam Sagansky, or hear the nimble fingers of Doug Frankel on the keyboards.
All he saw were two enemies, locked not only together, but at the heart of an island that seemed to have sprung out of them, from their backs like huge hunches, from their limbs like further limbs that put up no defense against their enemy, but fused with his flesh. The structure was still sprouting further nodules, the beginning of new growth bursting along the limbs, each variation referring not to the root form, an arm, a spine, but to its immediate predecessor, so that each successive variation became less human and less fleshy. The image was more fascinating than distressing, the focus of the combatants upon each other suggesting they felt no pain at this process. Watching the structure grow and spread, Howe vaguely comprehended that this was the birth of solid ground. Perhaps the fighters would die and decay eventually, but the structure itself was not so corruptible. Already the perimeters of the island and its heights resembled coral rather than flesh, tough and encrusted. When the fighters died, they had become fossils buried in the heart of an island they themselves had created. The island itself would float on. He let go of the raft of wreckage and kicked on, past the island. Flotsam and jetsam littered the surface of the sea now, furniture, clumps of plaster, lighting fixtures. He swam past the head and neck of a carousel horse, its painted eye glaring backwards as if horrified by its dismemberment. But there was no sign of island-making amid this litter. Quiddity didn't create, it seemed, from things without minds, though he wondered if its genius would respond, given time, to the evidence of the minds that had made these artifacts. Could quiddity grow from the head of a wooden horse, some island named for the horse's maker? Anything was possible. Never a truer word said or thought. Anything was possible. They weren't alone here, Jo Beth knew. It was not much comfort, but it was some. Every now and then she'd hear somebody calling out, their voices distressed on occasion, but just as often ecstatic, like a congregation half in terror, half in awe, spread across the surface of quiddity. She didn't answer any of the calls. For one thing, she'd seen forms floating past, always at some distance, that suggested people didn't stay human here. They grew freakish. She had enough problems dealing with Tommy Ray, who was the second reason she didn't reply to the calls, without inviting more bad news. He demanded her constant attention, speaking to her as they floated, his voice drained of all emotion. He had a good deal to say between the apologies and the sobs. Some of it she already knew, about how good he'd felt when their father had returned, and how betrayed when she'd rejected them both. But there was a lot more, and some of it broke her heart. He told her first about the trip to the mission, his story mostly fragments, but suddenly becoming stream-of-consciousness descriptions of the horrors he'd witnessed and performed. She might have been tempted to disbelieve the worst of it, the murders, the visions of his own decay, but for his lucidity. She'd never in her life heard him so articulate as when he told her how it felt to be the death boy. "Remember Andy?" he said at one point. "He had a tattoo. It was a skull. On his chest, above his heart?" "I remember," she said. "He used to say one day he'd go out on the crests at Topanga, one last ride, and never come back. He used to say he loved death." "But he didn't, Jo Beth." "No. He was a coward. He made a lot of noise, but he was a coward. I'm not, am I? I'm no mama's boy." He started to sob again, more violently than ever. She tried to hush him, but this time none of her soothing worked. "Mama," she heard him saying. "Mama." "What about Mama?" she said. "It wasn't my fault." "What wasn't?" "I only went looking for you. It wasn't my fault." "I said what wasn't?" Jo Beth demanded, pushing him off her a little way. "Tommy Ray, answer me. Did you hurt her?" He looked like a chided child, she thought. Any pretense to machismo had been stripped from him. He was a raw, snotty child. Pathetic and dangerous, the inevitable combination. "You hurt her," she said. "I don't want to be the death boy," he protested. "I don't want to kill anybody." "Kill?" she said. He looked straight at her, as though his direct look might convince her of his innocence. "It wasn't me. It was the dead people. I went looking for you, and they followed me. I couldn't shake them off. I tried, Jo Beth. I really tried." "My God!" she said, thrusting him out of her arms.
Her action wasn't that violent, but it turned Quiddity's element out of all proportion to the size of her motion. She was vaguely aware that her repugnance was the cause of this, that Quiddity was matching her mental agitation with its own.
"It wouldn't have happened if you'd stayed with me," he protested. "You should have stayed, Jo Beth."
She kicked away from him, her feelings making Quiddity boil.
"Bastard!" she yelled at him. "You killed her! You killed her!" "You're my sister," he said. "You're the only one who can save me."
He reached for her, his face a mess of sorrow, but all she could see in his features was Mamma's murderer. He could protest his innocence to the end of the world, if they weren't beyond that already. She'd never forgive him. If he saw her revulsion, he chose to ignore it. He began grappling with her, his hands clutching her face, then her breasts.
"Don't leave me," he started to shout. "I won't let you leave me."
How many times had she made excuses for him because they'd been twin eggs in the same tube, seen his corruption and still extended a forgiving hand? She'd even coaxed Howie into putting his disgust at Tommy Ray aside for her sake. Enough was enough. This man might be her brother, her twin, but he was guilty of matricide. Mamma had survived the Jaff, Pastor John, and Paloma Grove, only to be killed in her own house by her own son. His crime was beyond forgiveness. He reached for her again, but this time she was ready. She hit him across the face, once, then once again, as hard as she could muster. Shock at the blows made him give up his hold on her for a moment, and she started away from him, kicking the churning sea up in his face. He threw his arms in front of him to shield himself, and she was gone out of his reach, vaguely aware that her body was not so sleek as it had been, but not taking time to discover why. All that was important now was to be as far from him as she could be, to keep him from touching her ever again. Ever. She struck out strongly, ignoring his sobs. This time she didn't look behind her, at least until his din had faded. Then she slowed her pace and glanced back. He wasn't in sight. Grief filled her up, agonized her. But a more immediate horror was upon her before the full consequences of Mamma's death could touch her. Her limbs felt heavy as she pulled them from the ether. Tears half blinding her, she raised her hands in front of her face. Through the blur she saw that her fingers were encrusted, as though she'd dipped her hands in oil and oatmeal. Her arms were misshapen with some similar filth. She started to sob, knowing all too clearly what this horror signified. Quiddity was at work on her. Somehow it was making her fury solid. The sea had made her flesh a fertile mud. Forms were springing from it as ugly as the rage which inspired them. Her sobs became a yell. She'd almost forgotten what it was like to unleash a shout like this, tamed as she'd been by so many years being Mamma's domesticated daughter, smiling for the Grove on Monday mornings. Now Mamma was dead, and the Grove was probably in ruins. And Monday? What was Monday? Just a name arbitrarily attached to a day and a night in the long history of days and nights which were the life of the world. They meant nothing now. Days, nights, names, towns, or dead mothers. All that made sense to her was Howie. He was all she had left. She tried to picture him, desperate to hold on to something in this insanity. His image slipped from her at first. All she could see was Tommy Ray's wretched face. But she persevered, conjuring him by particulars, his spectacles, his pale skin, his odd gait, his eyes full of love. His face flushed with blood the way it was when he spoke with passion, which was often. His blood and love in one hot thought. "Save me," she sobbed, hoping against hope that Quiddity's strange waters carried her despair to him. "Save me, or it's over." Chapter 2. Abernethy? It was an hour before dawn in Paloma Grove, and Grillo had quite a report to file.
"I'm surprised you're still in the land of the living,"
Abernethy growled. "Disappointed?"
"You're an asshole, Grillo. I don't hear from you for days, then you call up at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning."
"I've got a story, Abernethy."
"I'm listening."
"I'm going to tell it the way it happened, but I don't think you're going to print it."
"Let me be the judge of that."
"Spit it out." "Peace begins. Last night, in the quiet residential town of Paloma Grove, Ventura County, a community set in the secure hills of the Simi Valley, our reality, known to those who juggle such concepts as the cosm, was torn open by a power that proved to this reporter that all life is a movie. What the fuck? Shut up, Abernethy. I'm only going to tell you this once. Where was I? Oh, yeah, a movie. This force, wielded by one Randolph Jaffe, broke the confines of what most of our species believe to be the only and absolute reality, and opened a door to another state of being, a sea called quiddity. Is this a resignation letter, Grillo? You wanted a story nobody else would dare print, right? Grillo said. The real dirt. This is it. This is the great revelation. It's ridiculous. Maybe that's the way all earth-shattering news sounds. Have you thought of that? What would you have done if I'd tried to file a report on the resurrection? Crucified man rolls away the stone. Would you have printed that? What's different? Abernethy said. That happened. So did this, I swear to God. And if you want proof, you're going to get it real soon. Proof? From where? Just listen, Grillo said, and picked up his report again. This revelation about the fragile state of our being took place in the midst of one of the most glamorous gatherings in recent movie and TV history, when about 200 guests, Hollywood's movers and shakers, assembled at the hilltop house of Buddy Vance, who died here in Paloma Grove earlier in the week. His death, under circumstances both tragic and mysterious, began a series of events which climaxed last night with a number of the guests at his memorial party being snatched out of the world as we know it. There are no details yet as to the complete list of victims, though Vance's widow Rochelle was certainly among them, nor is there any way of knowing their fate. They may be dead. They may simply exist in another state of being which only the most foolhardy of adventurers would dare enter. To all intents and purposes, they have simply vanished off the face of the earth. He expected Abernethy to interrupt at this juncture, but there was silence from the other end of the line. So profound a silence, indeed, that Grillo said, "Are you still there, Abernethy?" "You're nuts, Grillo." "So put the phone down on me." "Can't do it, can you? See, there's a real paradox here. I hate your fucking guts, but I think you're just about the only man with the balls to print this. And the world's got to know." "You are nuts. You watch the news through the day. You'll see. There's a lot of famous people missing this morning. Studio executives, movie stars, agents. Where are you?" "Why?" "Let me make some calls, then get back to you." "What for?" "See if there's any rumors flying. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying I believe you. I don't. But it's one fuck of a story." "It's the truth, Abernethy. And I want to warn people. They have to know. Like I said, give me 5 minutes. Are you at the same number?" "Yeah, but you may not get through. The place is practically deserted." "I'll get through," Abernethy said, and put down the phone. Grillo looked across at Tesla. "I did it," he said. "I still don't think it's wise telling people." "Don't start again," Grillo said. "This is the story I was born to tell, Tesla." "It's been a secret for so long." "Yeah, for people like your friend Cassoon." "He's not my friend." "Isn't he? For Christ's sake, Grillo, you heard what he did. So why do you talk about him with this sneaking envy in your voice, huh?" She looked at him like he'd just slapped her. "Call me a liar?" he said. She shook her head. "What's the appeal?" "I don't know. You're the one who just kept watching the Jaff do his stuff. No attempt to stop him. What was the appeal of that?" "I wouldn't have had a chance against him, you know that." "You didn't try." "Don't change the subject. I'm right, aren't I?" Tesla had crossed to the window. Coney Eye was screened by trees. There was no telling from here whether the damage was spreading. "Do you think they're alive?" she said. "Howie and the others?" "I don't know." "You've got to look into quiddity, right?" "I got a glimpse," Grillo said. "And?" "It was like one of our telephone calls, cut off short. All I got to see was a cloud. There was no sign of quiddity itself." "And no Iad?" "No Iad." "Maybe they don't exist." "You wish." "You're sure of your sources?" "Couldn't be more sure."
I love it, Grillo remarked somewhat bitterly. I dig around for days and all I get is a fucking peek. But you plug straight in.
Is this what this is about? Tesla said. You getting a story?
Yeah. Maybe it is. And telling it. Making people understand what's going on in Happy Valley. But seems to me you don't really want that. You'd be happier if we kept this among the chosen few. You, Cassoon, the fucking Jeff.
Okay. You want to report the end of the world?
You do it, Orson. Listeners across America are just waiting to panic. Meanwhile, I've got problems. You smug bitch.
I'm smug. I'm smug. Listen to Mr. Hotshot tell them the truth or die trying Grillo. Has it occurred to you that if Abernethy publishes what's going on up here, we're going to have a major tourist industry in 12 hours? Freeways blocked in both directions, and won't that be nice for whatever's coming out of the throat, huh? Feeding time. Shit. Didn't think of that, did you? And while we're talking turkey, you—
The telephone silenced her in mid-accusation. Grillo picked it up. Nathan? Abernethy. Grillo looked across at Tesla, who was standing with her back to the window glaring at him. I'm going to need a lot more than 2 paragraphs. What convinced you? You were right. A lot of people didn't come home from the party. Has it made the news this morning? Nope. So you've got an edge. Of course, your explanation about where they've gone's crap. Biggest fiction I ever heard. But it's a great front page. I'll get back to you with the rest. An hour. An hour. He put the phone down. All right, he said, looking at Tesla. So suppose I hold off giving him the full story till noon. What can we do in that time?
I don't know, Tesla admitted. Maybe find the Jaff.
And what the hell can he do?
Not do much, but undo plenty.
Grillo stood up and went through to the bathroom, turning on the faucet and splashing cold water on his face. You think the hole can be closed? He said, wandering back in, water dripping from his face.
I told you I don't know.
Maybe. I don't have any other answers, Grillo. And what happens to the people inside, the McGuire twins, Katz, the rest?
They're probably dead already, she sighed. We can't help them.
Easily said.
Well, you seemed ready enough to fling yourself in a few hours ago, so maybe you should go in after them. I'll get you a piece of string to hold on to.
All right, Grillo said. I haven't forgotten you saved my life, and I'm grateful.
Geez, I've made some errors in my time.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm coming at this all wrong. I know I am. I should be planning some plan, being a hero. But see, I'm not. The only response I've got to all this is the same old Grillo. I can't change. I see something I want the world to know.
It will, Tesla said quickly. It will.
But you've changed.
She nodded. You got that right, she said. I was thinking when you were telling Abernethy he wouldn't have printed the resurrection story. That's me. I'm resurrected. And you know what freaks me? I'm not freaked. I'm cool. I'm fine. I go walking around in a fucking time loop, and it's like—
What?
It's like I was born for this, Grillo. Like I could be— Oh, shit, I don't know.
Say it. Whatever's on your mind, say it.
You know what a shaman is?
Sure, said Grillo. Medicine man, witch doctor.
More than that, she said. He's a mind healer. Gets inside the collective psyche and explains it, stirs it around. I think all the major performers in this, Cassoon, the Jaff, Fletcher, they're shamans. And Quiddity is America's dream space. The world's, maybe. I've seen these men fucking it up, Grillo, all on their own trips. Even Fletcher couldn't get his shit together.
So maybe what's needed is a change of shaman, Grillo said.
Yeah. Why not? Tesla replied. I can't do any worse than they have.
That's why you want to keep it to yourself.
That's one of the reasons, sure. I can do this, Grillo.
I'm weird enough, and most of these shamans, you know, were a little off in some way, cross-dressers, gender-fuckers, all things to all men, animal, vegetable, and mineral. I want to be that. I've always wanted—" She trailed off. "You know what I've always wanted." "Not till now." "Well, now you do." "You don't look very happy about it." "I've done the resurrection scene. That's one of those scenes shamans have to do, die and rise again. But I keep thinking, it's not finished. I've got more to prove." "You think you have to die again?" "I hope not. Once was enough." "It usually is," Grillo said. His remark brought a smile to her lips, unbidden. "What's funny?" he said. "That. You. Me. Things don't get any weirder than this, do they?" "That's a fair bet." "What time is it?" "About 6. The sun will be up soon. I'm thinking I should go out to look for the Jaff before the light drives him into hiding." "That's if he's not left the grove." "I don't think he's capable," she said. "The circle's closing, getting tighter and tighter. Coney Eye is suddenly the center of the known universe." "And the unknown." "I don't know whether it is so unknown," Tesla said. "I think Quiddities may be more like home than we think." The day was on its way by the time they stepped out of the hotel, the darkness giving way to an uneasy no-man's land between moonset and sunrise. As they crossed the hotel lot, a wretched, grimy individual stepped out of the murk, his face ashen. "I have to speak with you," he said. "You're Grillo, right?" "Yeah, and you?" "My name's Witt. I used to have offices in the mall, and friends here at the hotel. They told me about you." "What do you want?" Tesla said. "I was up at Coney Eye," he said, "when you came out. I wanted to speak to you then, but I was hiding. I couldn't move myself." He glanced down at the front of his trousers, which were damp. "What's going on up there?" "I suggest you get out of the grove as quickly as possible," Tesla advised. "There's worse on the way." "There's no grove to leave," Witt replied. "The grove's gone. Finished. People have left on vacations, and I don't think they're going to come back. But I'm not leaving. I've got nowhere to go. Besides," he looked close to tears as he spoke, "this is my town. If it's going to get swallowed up somehow, then I want to be here when it goes. Even if the Jaff—" "Wait," said Tesla. "What do you know about the Jaff?" "I met him. Tommy Ray McGuire's his son. You know that?" Tesla nodded. "Well, McGuire introduced me to the Jaff." "Here in the grove?" "Sure." "Where?" "In Cherry Tree Glade." "Then that's where we start," said Tesla. "Can you take us there?" "Of course." "You think you'll have just gone back there?" Grillo said. "You saw his condition," Tesla replied. "I think he'll go looking for some place familiar, where he feels reasonably safe." "Makes sense," said Grillo. "If it does," said Witt, "it's the first thing tonight that has." Dawn showed them what William Witt had already described, a town practically deserted, its occupants fled. A pack of domestic dogs roved the streets, having either been turned loose or escaped from owners whose minds were on the business of panicked departure. In the space of a day or two they'd become a small scavenging band. Witt recognized the dogs. Mrs. Duffin's poodles were in the pack. So were 2 dachshunds belonging to Blaze Hebbard, the pups of the pups of the pups of dogs owned by a grover who died when Witt was a boy, one Edgar Lott. Died and left his money to be used to put up a memorial to the League of Virgins. Besides the dogs, there were other, perhaps more distressing signs of hurried exits. Garage doors left open, toys dropped on the front path or in the driveway as sleepy children were put into cars in the middle of the night. "Everybody knew," Witt said as they drove. "They knew all along, but nobody said anything. That's why most of them just slipped away in the middle of the night. They thought they were the only ones who were losing their minds. They all thought they were the only ones." "You worked here, you said?" "Yeah," Witt told Grillo. "Real estate." "Looks like business may be booming tomorrow. Plenty of properties for sale." "And who's going to buy?" Witt said. "This is going to be cursed ground." "It's not the Grove's fault that all this happened," Tesla put in. "It's an accident." "It is?" "Of course. Fletcher and the Jaff ended up here because they ran out of power, not because the Grove was somehow chosen." "I still think it'll be cursed ground," Whit began, breaking off to instruct Grillo. "The next turning's Cherry Tree Glade, and Mrs. Lloyd's house is the 4th or 5th on the right." From the outside, at least, it looked unoccupied. When they broke in, that was confirmed. The Jaff hadn't been in the house since he'd taunted Whit in the upper room. "It was worth a try," Tesla said. "I guess we just have to keep looking. The town's not that big. We just go from street to street till we get a sniff of him. Anybody got any better ideas?" She looked at Grillo, whose gaze and concentration were elsewhere. "What is it?" she said. "Huh?" "Somebody left water running," Whit said, following the direction of Grillo's gaze. Water was indeed running out from under the front door of a house opposite the Lloyd house, a steady stream which made its way down the incline of the driveway, across the sidewalk, and into the gutter. "What's so interesting?" Tesla said. "I just realized," Grillo said. "What?" He kept staring at the water disappearing down the sewer. "I think I know where he's gone." He turned and looked at Tesla. "A familiar place, you said. The place he knows best in the Grove isn't above ground, it's below." Tesla's face brightened. "The caves. Yeah, that makes perfect sense." They got back into the car, and with Whit directing them by the fastest route, drove back through the town, in defiance of red lights and one-way streets, towards Deerdell. "It's not going to be long before the police start to arrive," Grillo remarked, "looking for lost movie stars." "I should go up to the house and warn them away," Tesla said. "You can't be in two places at one time," Grillo said, "unless that's another talent I don't know about." "Ha-fucking-ha." "They'll have to find out the hard way. We've got more urgent stuff to do." "True," Tesla conceded. "If the Jaff is in the caves," Whit said, "how do we get down to him? I don't think he's just going to appear if we holler." "You know a man called Hotchkiss?" Grillo said. "Of course. Carolyn's father?" "Yeah." "We can get help from him. I bet you he's still in town. He can get us down there. Whether he can get us back up again's another problem, but he seemed confident enough a couple of days back. He tried to get me to go into the caves with him." "Why?" "He's obsessed with things buried under the Grove." "I don't follow." "I'm not sure I do. Let him explain it." They'd reached the woods. There was no sound of a dawn chorus, however ragged. They stepped in among the trees, the silence oppressive. "He's been here," Tesla said. Nobody needed to ask how she knew. Even without the benefit of senses sharpened by the nuncio, it was clear the atmosphere in the woods was charged with anticipation. The birds hadn't left. They were just scared to sing. It was Whit who led the way through the clearing, his sense of direction that of a man who knew exactly where he was headed. "You come here often?" Grillo said, half-joking. "Almost never," Whit replied. "Stop," Tesla suddenly whispered. The clearing was just ahead, visible through the trees. She nodded towards it. "Look there," she said. A yard or two beyond the police barricade, turning over and over in the grass, was proof positive that the Jaff had indeed taken refuge here. One of the Tirata, too weak and wounded to cover the last yards to the safety of the caves, was living out its last moments, its dissolution giving off a sickly luminescence. "It's not going to do us any harm," Grillo said, about to step into view. Tesla took hold of his arm. "It can maybe alert the Jaff," she said. "We don't know what kind of contact he has with those things. We don't need to go any further. We know he's there." "True." "Let's go find Hotchkiss." They began to retrace their steps. "Do you know where he lives?" Grillo asked Whit, once they were a good distance from the clearing. "I know where everybody lives," Whit said. "Or lived." The sight of the caves seemed to have shaken him, fueling Grillo's suspicion that despite the claim that he seldom ventured there, it was some kind of place of pilgrimage. "Take Tesla to Hotchkiss," Grillo said. "I'll meet you both there." "Where are you going?" Tesla wanted to know. "I want to be sure Ellen left the grove." "She's a sensible lady," came the reply. "I'm sure she has." "I'm going to check anyhow," Grillo said, not about to be dissuaded. He left them at the car and started off in the direction of the Nguyen house, leaving Tesla to summon wit from staring at the woods. When Grillo turned the corner, she still hadn't succeeded. He was gazing towards the trees as though the clearing was calling him back into some shared past, and it was all he could do to keep himself from obeying the summons. Chapter 3. It wasn't Howie that came to help Jo Beth in her solitary terror, but the tide, which picked her up and carried her, her eyes often closed, and when they were open, blurred with tears, towards the place she'd glimpsed all too briefly when she and Howie had swum in quiddity together, the Ephemeris. There was the beginnings of a disturbance in the element that bore her up, but she was as ignorant of that as she was of the proximity of the island. Others were not. Had she been more aware of her surroundings, she'd have seen a subtle but undeniable agitation pass among the souls swimming in quiddity's ether. Their motion was no longer so steady. Some, perhaps those more sensitive to the rumor the ether was carrying, stopped advancing and hung in the darkness like drowned stars. Others took themselves deeper, hoping to avoid the cataclysm that was being whispered. Still others, those very few as yet, went out altogether, waking in their beds in the chasm, grateful to be out of danger. For most, however, the message was too hushed to be heard. Or if it was heard, the pleasure of being in quiddity outweighed the anxiety. They rose and fell, their route more often than not taking them where Jo Beth was going, to the island on the dream sea. Ephemeris. The name had echoed in Howie's head since he had first heard it spoken by Fletcher. "What's on Ephemeris?" he'd asked, imagining some paradise island. His father's reply hadn't been particularly illuminating. "The great and secret show," he'd said, an answer which begged a dozen more questions. Now, as the island came into view ahead of him, he wished he'd pursued his questions with more persistence. Even from a distance it was quite clear his picturing of the place had been spectacularly short of the mark. Just as quiddity wasn't in any conventional sense a sea, so Ephemeris demanded a redefinition of the word island. For one, it was not a single land mass, but many, perhaps hundreds, joined by arches of rock, the whole archipelago resembling a vast floating cathedral, the bridges like buttresses, the islands towers which mounted in scale as they approached the central island, from which solid pillars of smoke rose to meet the sky. The similarity was too strong to be coincidence. This image was surely the subconscious inspiration of architects the world over. Cathedral builders, tower raisers even, who knew? Children playing with building blocks, had this dream place somewhere at the back of their minds, and paid homage as best they could. But their masterworks could only be approximations, compromises with gravity and the limitations of their medium. Nor could they ever aspire to a work so massive. The Ephemeris was many miles across, how he guessed, and there was no portion of it that had not been touched by genius. If it was a natural phenomenon, and who knew what natural was in a place of mind, then it was nature in a frenzy of invention. It made solid matter play games only cloud or light would be capable of in the world he'd left behind, made towers as fine as reeds on which globes the size of houses balanced, made sheer cliff faces fluted like shells and canyon walls that seemed to billow like curtains at a window, made spiral hills, made boulders like breasts, and dogs and the sweepings from some vast table. So many likenesses, but none he could be certain were intended. A fragment in which he'd seen a face was part of another likeness the glance after, each interpretation subject to change at a moment's notice. Perhaps they were all true, all intended. Perhaps none were, and this game of resemblances was, like the creation of the pier when he'd first approached quiddity, his mind's way of taming the immensity. If so, there was one sight it failed to master, the island at the center of the archipelago, which rose straight out of quiddity, sheer, the smoke that gouted from countless fissures on its walls rising with the same verticality. Its pinnacle was completely concealed by the smoke, but whatever mystery lay behind it was nectar to the spirit-lights, who rose to it unburdened by flesh and blood, not entering the smoke, but grazing its blossom. He wondered if it was fear that kept them from moving into the smoke, or if it was a more solid barrier than it seemed. Perhaps, when he got closer, he'd discover the answer. Eager to be there as quickly as possible, he aided the tide with strokes of his own, so that within 10 or 15 minutes of first seeing the ephemeris, he was hauling himself up onto its beach. It was dark, though not as dark as quiddity, and harsh beneath his palms, not sand, but incrustations like coral. Was it possible, he suddenly wondered, that the archipelago had been created the way the island he'd seen floating among the flotsam from the Vance house had been created, formed around the presence of human beings in quiddity? If so, how long ago must they have come into the dream sea, to have grown so massive? He started along the course of the beach, choosing left over right, because whenever he was faced with two roads about which he knew equally little, he always chose the left. He kept close to the edge of the sea in the hope that he'd find Jo Beth on the beach, brought by the same current that had caught him. Once out of the soothing waters, his body no longer borne up and caressed, anxieties the sea had lulled from him took hold. The first, that he might search the archipelago for days, weeks even, and never find Jo Beth. Second, that even if he did, there was still Tommy Ray to contend with. Nor was Tommy Ray alone. He'd come to the Vance house with phantoms. 3, and this was the least of his worries in a sense, but it became steadily more important, that something was changing in quiddity. He no longer cared what words were most appropriate for this reality. Whether it was another dimension or a state of mind was not relevant. They were probably one and the same anyhow. What did matter was the holiness of this place. He didn't doubt for a moment that all that he'd gleaned about quiddity and the ephemeris was true. This was the place in which all his species that knew of glory got their glimpses. A constant place, a place of comfort, where the body was forgotten, except for trespassers like himself, and the dreaming soul knew flight and mystery. But there were subtle signs, some so subtle he couldn't have pinpointed them, that the dream place was not secure. The small waves splashing up on the beach, their surf bluish, were not as rhythmical as they'd been when he first stepped out of the sea. The motion of the lights in quiddity seemed similarly changed, as though something was happening in the system that was distressing it. He doubted that the simple intrusion of flesh and blood from the cosm was responsible. Quiddity was vast, and had ways of dealing with those who resisted the calm of its waters. He'd seen that process at work. No, whatever was souring the tranquillity had to be more significant than the presence of himself, or any of the invaders from the other side. He began to come across evidence of that trespass, washed up on the shore, a door-frame, pieces of smashed furniture, cushions, and, inevitably, fragments of Vance's collection. A short distance beyond this pitiful litter, around the bend in the beach, he found hope that the tide had brought Jo Beth here. Another survivor. She was standing at the very edge of quiddity, gazing out over the sea. If she heard him approaching, she didn't look his way. Her posture, hands limp at her sides, shoulders slumped, and the steadiness of her stare, suggested someone mesmerized. Loath as he was to break her trance, if that was how she'd chosen to deal with the shock of dislocation, he had no choice. "Excuse me," he said, knowing his politeness was pathetic in such circumstances. "Are you the only one here?" She looked around at him, and he got a second surprise. He'd seen this face dozens of times, smiling out from the TV screen, extolling the virtues of shampoo. He didn't know her name. She was simply the silk-sheen woman. She frowned at him, as though she was having difficulty focusing on his face. He tried the question again, rephrased. "Are there any other survivors?" he said. "From the house?" "Yes," she said. "Where are they?" "Just keep on walking." "Thank you." "This isn't happening, is it?" she said. "I'm afraid it is," he said. "What happened to the world? Did they drop the bomb?" "No." "What then?" "It's back there somewhere," he said. "Back over quiddity, over the sea." "Oh," she said, though it was clear she hadn't quite grasped this information. "Do you have any coke?" she said, "or pills? Anything?" "Sorry." She returned her gaze to Quiddity, leaving him to follow her instructions and make his way along the beach. The agitation in the waves was increasing with every step he took. Either that, or he was simply becoming more sensitive to it. Perhaps the latter, because he was noticing other signs besides that of the wave rhythm. In the air around his head a restlessness, as though conversations between invisibles were being conducted just out of hearing range. In the sky, the waves of color were breaking up into patches like herringbone cloud, their tranquil progressions replaced by the same agitation that had tainted Quiddity. Lights still passed overhead, moving towards the smoke tower, but there were fewer and fewer of them. The dreamers were definitely waking. Ahead, the beach was partially blocked by a rock formation of chain-link boulders, between which he had to climb before continuing his search. The silk-sheen woman had offered good directions, however. A little way beyond the boulders, around another sweep in the beach, he found several more survivors, both men and women. None seemed to have been able to climb more than a few yards from the sea. One of them was still lying with his feet in the waves, his body sprawled as though dead. Nobody went to help him. The same languor that kept the silk-sheen woman staring out over Quiddity had affected many of them, but several were inert for a different reason. They'd hauled themselves from Quiddity, changed, by floating in its waters. Their bodies were encrusted and misshapen, as though the same process that had turned the warring guests into an island was underway in them too. He could only guess what quality, or its absence, marked these people out from the rest. Why had he, and perhaps half the dozen here, crossed the same distance in the same element as these sufferers, and stepped out of Quiddity unchanged? Had the victims entered the sea hot with emotion, and Quiddity battened on it, whereas he'd drifted much as the dreamers did, his life left behind in another place, and with it all ambition, obsession, all feeling, indeed, but the quiescence Quiddity induced? It had even lulled from him his desire to find Jo Beth, but not for long. That was his only thought now. He went among the survivors looking for her, but he was disappointed. She wasn't among this number, nor was Tommy Ray. "Are there any others?" he asked a heavily set man slumped by the shore. "Others? You know, like us." There was the same puzzled and distracted air about this man as there'd been about the silk-sheen woman. He seemed to be laboring to put the words he'd heard together. "Us," Howie said. "From the house." There was no answer forthcoming. The man just kept on staring, his gaze glassy. Howie gave up and searched for a more useful source of information, electing the one man among the survivors who wasn't looking out over Quiddity. Instead, he was standing high up on the beach, staring up at the smoke tower at the core of the archipelago. The journey here hadn't left him unmarked. There were signs of Quiddity's work on his neck and face, and running down his spine. He'd taken off his shirt and bound it around his left hand. Howie approached him. No excuse me this time, just the plain statement. "I'm looking for a girl. She's blonde, about 18. Have you seen her?" "What's up there?" the man replied. "I want to go. I want to see." Howie tried again. "I'm looking—" "I heard you." "Have you seen her?" "No." "Do you know if there are any more survivors?" The reply was the same deadpan syllable. It got Howie raging. "What the fuck's wrong with everybody?" he said. The man looked at him. His face was pockmarked and far from handsome, but he had a lopsided smile that Quiddity's handiwork couldn't spoil. "Don't get mad," he said. "It's not worth it." "She's worth it." "Why? We're all dead anyhow." "Not necessarily. We got in, we can get out." "What, you mean swim? Fuck that, man. I'm not going back in that fucking soup. I'd prefer to die. Somewhere up there." He looked back towards the mountain. "There's something up there. Something wonderful. I know it." "Maybe. You want to come with me? Climb, you mean? You'll never make it." "Not all the way, maybe, but I can get closer, get a sniff of it." His appetite for the mystery of the tower was welcome when everyone else was so lethargic, and Howie was loath to part company with him. But wherever JoBeth was, it wasn't on the mountain. "Just come some of the way," the guy said. "You'll get a better view up there. Maybe spot your lady friend." That was no bad idea, especially when they had so little time. The unrest in the air was more palpable with every minute that passed. "Why not?" Howie said. "I've been looking for the easiest route. Seems to me we're best going back along the beach a ways. By the way, who are you? I'm Garrett Byrne. 2 R's, no U. Just in case you get to write the obit. You are Howie Katz? I'd shake your hand, only mine isn't fit for shaking." He raised the shirt-swathed limb. "I don't know what happened out there, but I'll never draft another contract. Maybe I'm glad, you know? It was a fucking dumb business anyhow." "What was?" "Entertainment lawyer. You know the joke? What have you got if you've got 3 entertainment lawyers up to their necks in shit?" "What? Not enough shit?" Byrne laughed out loud at this. "Want to see?" he said, unwrapping his hand. It was scarcely recognizable as such. The fingers and thumb had fused and swollen. "You know what?" he said. "I think it's trying to turn itself into a dick. All those years fucking people with this, just taking them up the ass, and it's finally got the message. It's a dick, don't you think? No, don't tell me. Let's just climb." Tommy Ray felt the dream sea working upon him as he floated, but he didn't waste effort looking to see what changes it was making. He just let the fury that was fueling those changes come. Perhaps it was that, the anger and the snot, that brought the phantoms back. He became aware of them as a memory first, his mind picturing their pursuit of him down the empty highways of the Baja, their cloud like tin cans tied to a dog's tail. No sooner thought than felt. A cold wind blew on his face, which was the only part of him showing out of the sea. He knew what was coming, smelled the tombs, and the dust in the tombs. It wasn't until the sea around him started to churn, however, that he opened his eyes and saw the cloud circling above him. It was not the great storm it had been in the grove, the destroyer of churches and mammas. It was a mad, runty spiral of dirt. But the sea knew it belonged to him, and it began new work on his body. He felt his limbs getting heavier. His face itched furiously. He wanted to say, "This isn't my legion. Don't blame me for what they feel." But what was the use of denying it? He was the death boy, now and always. Quiddity knew it, and worked its work accordingly. There were no lies here, no pretenses. He watched as the spirits descended towards the surface of the sea, their circle centering on him. The fury in Quiddity's ether intensified. He was spun like a top, his motion screwing him down. He tried to throw his arms up over his head, but they were leaden, and the sea simply closed over his head. His mouth was open. Quiddity flooded his throat, his system. In the confusion, one simple knowledge, carried by Quiddity, now swallowed in its bitter whole, touched him. That there was an evil coming he had never known the likes of, that no one had ever known the likes of. He felt it in his chest first, then in his stomach and bowels, finally in his head like a blossoming night. It was called Iad, this night, and the chill it brought had no equal on any planet in the system, even though so far from the sun they could bear no life. None owned a darkness this deep, this murderous. He rose to the surface again. The phantoms had gone, not away, but into him, subsumed into his transforming anatomy as part of Quiddity's work. He was suddenly, perversely glad of it. There would be no salvation in the night that was coming except for those who were its allies. Better he should be a death among many deaths, then, when he might have a hope of being passed over in the Holocaust. He took a breath and expelled it in laughter, putting his remade hands, heavy as they were, up to his face. It had finally taken on the shape of his soul. Howie and Byrne climbed for several minutes, but however high they got, the best view was always above them, the spectacle of the smoke tower. The closer they got, the more Byrne's obsession with the sight touched Howie. He began wondering, as he had when the tide had first brought him within sighting distance of the ephemeris, what great unknown was hiding up there, so powerful it drew the sleepers of the world to its threshold. Byrne was by no means agile. Given that he had only one hand available, he repeatedly slipped. But there was no murmur of complaint from him, though with every fall the number of cuts and scrapes on his bare body multiplied. Eyes fixed on the highest reaches of the mountain, he pushed on, not seeming to give a damn what damage he did himself as long as he closed the gap between himself and the mystery. Howie found it easy enough to keep up with him, but had to halt every few minutes to survey the scene below from a new vantage point. There was no sign of Jo Beth along any visible stretch of shore, and he now began to question the wisdom of his coming with Byrne. The journey was increasingly perilous, as the formations they were ascending became steeper and the bridges they crossed narrower. Beneath the bridges it was a straight fall, usually onto rock. Sometimes, however, there was a glint of quiddity at the bottom of these chasms, its waters as frenzied as they were beyond the shore. There were fewer and fewer spirits in the air, but as they crossed an arch no broader than a plank, a flight of them passed directly overhead, and Howie saw that within each of the lights was a single sinuous line, like a bright snake. Genesis couldn't have been more misguided or misguiding, he thought, to picture the serpent crushed beneath a human heel. The soul was that serpent, and it could fly. The sight brought him to a halt and a decision. "I'm not going any further," he said. Byrne looked back at him. "Why not?" "I've got as good a view of the shoreline as I'm going to get." The view was by no means comprehensive, but climbing higher wasn't going to improve it significantly. Besides, the figures on the beach below were now so small they were barely recognizable. Another few minutes' ascent, and he'd not know Jo Beth from any other survivor. "Don't you want to see what's up there?" Byrne said. "Yes, of course," Howie replied. "But another time." He knew the response was ridiculous. There'd been no other time this side of his deathbed. "I'll leave you, then," Byrne said. He didn't waste breath with a goodbye, fond or otherwise. Instead, he turned back to the business of the climb. His body was running with blood and sweat, and he was stumbling now with every second step he took. But Howie knew it was a vain course trying to call him back, vain and presumptuous. Whatever kind of life he'd lived, and it sounded to have been lacking charity, Byrne was seizing his last chance to be touched by the holy. Maybe death was the inevitable consequence of such pursuit. Howie returned his gaze to the scene below. He followed the line of the beach, looking for the least sign of movement. To his left lay the stretch of shore they'd climbed from. He could still see the party of survivors at the margin of the sea, as mesmerized as ever. To their right, the solitary figure of the silk-sheen woman, the waves that broke against the shore, their boom carried to his ears, large enough to threaten her with acquisition. Beyond her again, the beach upon which he'd first found himself. It wasn't empty. His heart did double time. There was somebody stumbling along the shore, keeping well away from the encroaching sea. Her hair shone even at this distance. It could only be Jo Beth. With the recognition came fear for her. It looked as though every step she took was an agony. He immediately started down the way they'd come, the rock marked in several places by splashes of Byrne's blood. At one such spot, after 10 minutes of descent, he looked back to see if he could spot the man, but the heights were dark and, as far as he could see, empty. The last remaining souls had gone from the smoke tower, and with them much of the light. There was no sign of Byrne. When he turned back, there was. The man was standing 2 or 3 yards lower down the slope. The multitude of wounds he'd collected on his way up were nothing beside his newest. It ran from the side of his head to his hip, and had opened him up to his innards. "I fell," he said simply. "All the way down here?" Howie said, marveling at the fact that the man was even standing. "No, I came down of my own accord." "How?" "It was easy," Byrne replied. "I'm larvae now." "What?" "Ghost, spirit. I thought maybe you'd seen me fall." "No." "It was a long drop, but it ended well. I don't think anybody ever died on the ephemeris before. That makes me one of one. I can make my own rules, play it any way I like. And I thought I should come help Howie." His obsessive heat had been replaced by a calm authority. "You have to be quick," he said. "I understand a lot of things suddenly, and the news isn't good." "Something's happening, isn't it?" "The yacht," Byrne said. "They're starting across quiddity." Terms that he hadn't known minutes before were now commonplace from his lips. "What are Yad?" Howie asked. "Evil beyond words," Byrne said. "So I won't even try." "Going to the Cosm?" "Yes. Maybe you can get there ahead of them." "How?" "Trust to the sea. It wants what you want." "Which is?" "You out," Byrne said. "So go, and quickly." "I hear." Byrne stood aside to let Howie pass. As he did so, he took hold of Howie's arm with his good hand. "You should know," he said. "What?" "What's on the mountain. It's wonderful."
"Worth dying for?"
100 times.
He let go of Howie. "I'm glad."
"If quiddity survives," Byrne said, "if you survive this, look for me. I'm going to be wanting words with you."
"I will," Howie replied, and began down the slope as fast as he was able, his descent veering between the ungainly and the suicidal. He started to yell Jo Beth's name as soon as he came within what he guessed was hailing distance, but his call went unheeded. The blond head didn't look up from its study. Perhaps the sound of the waves was drowning him out. He reached beach level in a scrambling, sweaty daze and began to race towards her. "Jo Beth! It's me! Jo Beth!" This time she did hear, and she looked up. Even with several yards between them, he could see clearly the reason for her stumbling. Horrified, he slowed his pace, barely aware he was doing so. Quiddity had been at work on her. The face he'd fallen in love with at Buttrick's Steakhouse, the face from the sight of which he dated his life, was a mass of spiky growths that spread down her neck and disfigured her arms. There was a moment, one he'd never quite forgive himself for, in which he wished she wouldn't know him, and he'd be able to walk on past her. But she did, and the voice that came from behind the mask was the same that had told him she loved him. Now it said, "Howie, help me." He opened his arms and let her come into them. Her body was feverish, racked with shudders. "I thought I'd never see you again," she said, her hands over her face. "I wouldn't have left you. At least we can die together now." "Where's Tommy Ray?" "He's gone," she said. "We've got to do the same," Howie said. "Get off the island as quickly as possible. Something terrible's coming." She dared to look up at him, her eyes as clear and blue as they'd ever been, staring out at him like the gleam of treasure in muck. The sight made him hold her tighter, as if to prove to her, and to himself, that he'd mastered the horror. He hadn't. It was her beauty that had first taken his breath away. Now that was gone. He had to look beyond its absence to the Jo Beth he'd later come to love. That was going to be hard. He looked away from her towards the sea. The waves were thunderous. "We have to go back into quiddity," he said. "We can't," she said. "I can't." "We've got no choice. It's the only way back." "It did this to me," she said. "It changed me." "If we don't go now," Howie said, "we never go. It's as simple as that. We stay here, and we die here." "Maybe that's for the best," she said. "How can that be?" Howie said. "How's dying for the best?" "The sea'll kill us anyway. It'll twist us up." "Not if we trust it. Give ourselves over to it." He remembered, briefly, his journey here, floating on his back, watching the lights. If he thought the return trip would be so mellow, he was kidding himself. Quiddity was no longer a tranquil sea of souls. But what other choice did they have? "We can stay," Jo Beth said again. "We can die here, together, even if we got back." She started to sob again. "Even if we got back, I couldn't live like this." "Stop crying," he told her, "and stop talking about dying. We're going to get back to the Grove, both of us. If not for our sakes, then to warn people." "About what?" "There's something coming across Quiddity. An invasion. Heading home. That's why the sea's going wild." The commotion in the sky above them was every bit as violent. There was no sign, either in sea or sky, of the spirit lights. However precious these moments on the ephemeris were, every last dreamer had forsaken the journey and woken. He envied them the ease of that passage. Just to be able to snap out of this horror and find yourself back in your own bed, sweaty maybe, scared certainly, but home,
sweet and easy. Not so for the trespassers like themselves, flesh and blood in a place of spirit, nor, now he thought of it, for the others here. He owed them a warning, though he suspected his words would be ignored. "Come with me," he said. He took hold of Jo Beth's hand, and they headed back along the beach to where the rest of the survivors were gathered. Very little had changed, though the man who'd been lying in the waves had now gone, dragged away, Howie presumed, by the violence of the sea. Apparently nobody had gone to his aid. They were standing or sitting as before, their lazy gazes still on Quiddity. Howie went to the nearest of them, a man not much older than himself, with a face born for its present vacuity. "You have to get out of here," he said. "We all have to." The urgency in his voice did something to rouse the man from his torpor, but not much. He managed a wary, "Yeah?" but did nothing. "You'll die if you stay," Howie told him, then raised his voice above the waves to address them all. "You'll die," he said. "You have to go into Quiddity, and let it take you back." "Where?" said the young man. "What do you mean, where?" "Back where?" "To the Grove, the place you came from, don't you remember?" There was no answer forthcoming from any of them. Maybe the only way to get an exodus going was to start it, Howie reasoned. "It's now or never," he said to Jo Beth. There was still resistance, both in her expression and in her body. He had to take firm hold of her hand and lead her down towards the waves. "Trust me," he said. She didn't answer him, but nor did she fight to stay on the beach. A distressing docility had come over her, its only virtue, he thought, that maybe Quiddity would leave her alone this time. He was not so sure it would treat him with such indifference. He was by no means as detached from high emotion as he'd been on the outward journey. There were all kinds of feelings running rife in him, any or all of which Quiddity might want to make play with. Fear for their lives ranked highest, of course. Close after, the confusion of repugnance at Jo Beth's condition and his guilt at that repugnance. But the message in the air was urgent enough to keep him moving down the beach in spite of such anxieties. It was almost a physical sensation now, which reminded him of some other time in his life and, of course, of some other place, a memory he couldn't quite grasp. It didn't matter. The message was unambiguous. Whatever the yard were, they brought pain, relentless, unendurable, a holocaust in which every property of death would be explored and celebrated, but the virtue of cessation, which would be postponed until the cosm was a single human sob for release. Somewhere he'd known a hint of this before, in a little corner of Chicago. Perhaps his mind was doing him service, refusing to remember where. The waves were a yard ahead, rising in slow arcs and booming as they broke. "This is it," he said to Jo Beth. Her only response, one he was mightily grateful for, was to tighten her hold on his hand, and together they stepped back into the transforming sea. Chapter 4. The door of the Nguyen house was answered to Grillo not by Ellen, but by her son. "Is your mom in?" he asked. The boy still looked far from well, though he was no longer dressed for bed, but in grubby jeans and a grubbier T-shirt. "I thought you'd gone away," he said to Grillo. "Why?" "Everybody else has." "That's right." "You want to come in?" "I'd like to see your mom." "She's busy," Philip said, but opened the door anyway. The house was even more of a shambles than it had been before, the remains of several ad hoc meals spread around. The creations of a child gourmet, Grillo guessed, hot dogs and ice cream. "Where is your mom?" Grillo asked Philip. He pointed in the direction of the bedroom, picked up a plate of half-devoured food, and wandered away. "Wait," Grillo said. "Is she ill?" "Nope," said the boy. He looked as though he hadn't slept a full 8 hours in weeks, Grillo thought. "She doesn't come out any more," he went on, "except at night." He waited for Grillo to answer with a nod, then headed to his room, having supplied all the information he felt obliged to offer. Grillo heard the boy's door close, leaving him to ponder the problem alone. Recent events hadn't given him much time for erotic daydreams, but the hours he'd spent here, in the very room where Ellen had holed herself up, exercised a strong hold on his mind and groin. Despite the hour of the morning, his general fatigue, and the desperation of circumstances in the Grove, a part of him wanted to conclude the business left unfinished last time.
to make proper love to Ellen just once before he took the trip underground. He crossed to Ellen's door and knocked on it. The only sound from inside was a moan. "It's me," he said. "Grillo. Can I come in?" Without waiting for a reply, he turned the handle. The door was not locked. It opened half an inch, but something prevented it from opening further. He pushed a little harder and harder still. A chair, wedged under the handle on the far side, slid noisily to the floor. Grillo opened the door. At first he thought she was alone in the room, sick and alone. She lay on an unmade bed in her dressing-gown, which was untied and spread open. Beneath she was naked. Only very slowly did she turn her face in his direction, and when she did, her eyes gleaming in the stale murk, it took her several seconds to rouse any reply to his appearance. "Is it really you?" she said. "Of course. Yes, who else?" She sat up a little way on the bed and pulled the bottom of the gown across her body. She hadn't shaved since he'd been here, he saw. Indeed, he doubted she had been out of the room very much. It smelled of prolonged occupation. "You shouldn't see," she said. "I've seen you naked before," he murmured. "I wanted to see again." "I don't mean me," she replied. He didn't understand her remark until her eyes fell away from him and went to the furthest corner of the room. His gaze went with hers. At their destination, deep in the shadows, was a chair. In the chair was what he'd taken on entering the room to be a heap of clothes. It was not. The paleness wasn't linen, but bare skin. The folds, those of a man sitting naked in the chair. His body bent almost double, so that his forehead rested on his clasped hands. They were tied together at the wrists. The cord that bound them went on down to his ankles, which it also bound together. "This," Ellen said softly, "is Buddy." At the sound of his name, the man raised his head. Grillo hadn't seen more than the last remnants of Fletcher's army, but it had been enough to recognize the look they'd had when their half-life began to run out. He saw that look now. This was not the real Buddy Vance, but a figment of Ellen's imagination, something her desires had summoned and shaped. The face was still very much intact. Perhaps she'd imagined that with more precision than the rest of his anatomy. It was deeply lined, almost ploughed, but undeniably charismatic. When he sat completely upright, the second most detailed part of him came into view. Tesla's gossip had, as ever, been reliable. The hallucigenia was hung like a donkey. Grillo stared, only to be shaken from his envy when the man spoke. "Who are you to come in here?" he said. The fact that this artifact had sufficient self-will to speak shocked him. "Hush," Ellen told him. The man looked across at her, struggling against his bonds. "He wanted to leave last night," she told Grillo. "I don't know why." Grillo did, but said nothing. "I wouldn't let him, of course. He likes to be kept this way. We used to play this game a lot." "Who is this?" Vance said. "Grillo," Ellen replied. "I told you about Grillo." She pulled herself up on the bed until her back was against the wall, her arms resting on her raised knees. She was presenting her cunt to Vance's gaze. He ogled it gratefully, while she continued to speak. "I told you about Grillo," she said. "We made love, didn't we, Grillo?" "Why?" Vance said. "Why are you punishing me?" "Tell him, Grillo," Ellen said. "He wants to know." "Yes," Vance said, his tone suddenly tentative. "Tell me. Please tell me." Grillo didn't know whether to throw up or laugh. He thought the last scene he'd played out in this room had been perverse enough, but this was something else again. A dream of a dead man in bondage, begging to be castigated with a report of sex with his mistress. "Tell him," Ellen said again. The strange undertow in her demand gave Grillo voice. "This isn't the real Vance," he said, taking pleasure in the idea of stripping her of this dream. But she was there ahead of him. "I know that," she said, letting her head loll as she regarded her prisoner. "He's out of my mind." She kept staring at him. "And so am I." "No," Grillo said. "He's dead," she replied softly.
He's dead, but he's still here. I know he isn't real, but he's here. So I must be mad.
No, Ellen. This is just because of what happened at the mall. You remember the burning man? You're not the only one. She nodded, her eyes half closing.
Philip,
she said. What about him?
He had dreams, too.
Grillo thought of the boy's face again, the pinched look, the loss in his eyes. So if you know this man isn't real, why the games? He said. She let her eyes close completely.
I don't know, she began, what's real or not anymore.
There was a sentiment that struck a chord, Grillo thought.
When he appeared, I knew he wasn't here the way he used to be here. But maybe that doesn't matter.
Grillo listened, not wanting to break Ellen's train of thought. He'd seen so much that confounded him of late, miracles and mysteries, and in his ambition to be a witness to these sights he'd held himself at a distance. Paradoxically, that made the telling of the story a problem. And it was his problem, too. He was eternally the observer, keeping feelings at bay for fear they touched him too deeply, and so drowned out his hard-earned disinterestedness. Was that why what had happened on this bed held such sway over his imagination? To be disconnected from the essential act, become a function of somebody else's desire, somebody else's heat and intention? Did he envy that more than Buddy Vance's 12 inches?
He was a great lover, Grillo, Ellen was saying, especially when he's burning up because somebody else is where he wants to be. Rochelle didn't like to play that game.
Didn't see the joke, Vance said, his eyes still on what was out of sight to Grillo. She never— My God, Grillo said, suddenly realizing. He was here, wasn't he? He was here when you and I— The thought took the words away. All he could manage was, outside the door.
I didn't know at the time, Ellen said softly. It wasn't planned that way.
Christ, Grillo said. It was all a performance for him. You set me up. You set me up to get your fantasy heated up.
Maybe I had a suspicion, she conceded. Why are you so angry?
Isn't it obvious?
No, it isn't, she said, her tone all reason. You don't love me. You don't even know me, or you wouldn't be so shocked. You just wanted something from me, and you got it.
Her account was accurate, and hurt. It made Grillo mean. You know, this thing's not here forever, he said, jabbing his thumb at Ellen's prisoner, or more correctly, at the truncheon.
I know, she said, her tone betraying some little sadness at this fact. But none of us are, right? Even you.
Grillo stared at her, willing her to look around at him, see his pain. But she only had eyes for the fabrication. He gave up on the possibility and delivered the message he'd come here with. I advise you to leave the grove, he said. Take Philip and leave.
Why's that?
She said. Just trust me. There's a good chance the grove won't even be standing tomorrow. Now she deigned to look around at him.
I understand, she said. Close the door, will you, when you leave?
Grillo, it was Tesla who opened the door to Hotchkiss's house. You meet some damn weird people. He'd never thought of Hotchkiss as weird. A man in mourning, yes. An occasional drunkard, who wasn't? But he wasn't prepared for the level of the man's obsession. At the back of the house was a room given over entirely to the subject of the grove and the ground it was all built on. Geological maps covered the walls, along with photographs taken over a period of years, and neatly dated, of cracks in the streets and sidewalks. Tacked up alongside were newspaper cuttings. Their single subject, earthquakes. The obsessive himself sat unshaven in the midst of this information with a cup of coffee in his hand and a look of weary satisfaction on his face. "Didn't I say," were his first words to Grillo, "didn't I tell you? The real story's beneath our feet, always was." "You want to do it?" Grillo asked him. "What, the climb? Sure." He shrugged. "What the fuck? It'll kill us all, but what the fuck? The question is, do you want to do it?" "Not much," Grillo said. "But I've got a vested interest. I want the whole story."
"Hotchkiss has got an extra angle you don't know about," Tesla said. "What's that?" "Any more coffee?" Hotchkiss asked Whit. "I need to sober up." Whit dutifully went off to get refills. "Never liked that man," Hotchkiss remarked. "What was he, the town flasher?" Tesla said. "Shit, no. He was Mr. Clean. Everything I used to despise about the Grove." "He's coming back," Grilla said. "So what?" Hotchkiss went on as Whit stepped into the room. "He knows. Don't you, William?" "Know what?" Whit said. "What a shithead you were." Whit took the insult without a flicker. "Never much liked me, right?" "Right." "And I never much liked you," Whit replied, "for what it's worth." Hotchkiss smiled. "Glad we got that sorted out," he said. "I want to know about this angle," Grilla said. "Simple, really," Hotchkiss said. "I got a call in the middle of the night from New York, a guy I hired when my wife left, to find her, or try at least. His name's D'Amour. He specializes, I guess, in supernatural stuff." "Why'd you hire him?" "My wife got involved with some very peculiar people after our daughter's death. She never really accepted that Carolyn was gone from us. She tried contacting her through spiritualists. Eventually joined a spiritualist church, and she ran off." "Why look for her in New York?" Grilla asked. "She was born there. It seemed the likeliest place for her to go." "And did D'Amour find her?" "No, but he dug up a whole bunch of stuff about the church she'd joined. I mean, this guy knew what he was doing." "So why did he call you?" "He's coming to that," said Tesla. "I don't know who D'Amour's contacts are, but the call was a warning." "About what?" "About what's happening here in the Grove." "He knew?" "Oh, he knew, all right." "I think that maybe I should talk to him," Tesla said. "What time's it in New York?" "Just after noon," said Whit. "You two make whatever arrangements you need to make about the climb," she said. "Where's D'Amour's number?" "Here," Hotchkiss said, passing a pad over to Tesla. She pulled off the top sheet with the digits and the name, Harry M. D'Amour, Hotchkiss had written, scrawled on it, and left the men to their deliberations. There was a phone in the kitchen. She sat down and dialed the 11 numbers. It rang at the other end. An answering machine picked up. "There's nobody here to take your call at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep." She started to do so. "This is a friend of Jim Hotchkiss in Paloma Grove. My name's—" A voice broke into her message. "Hotchkiss has friends?" it said. "Is this Harry D'Amour?" "Yeah, who's this?" "Tesla Bombeck. And yeah, he does have friends." "Every day you learn something. What can I do for you?" "I'm calling from Paloma Grove. Hotchkiss says you know what's going on here." "I've got some idea, yeah." "How?" "I've got friends," D'Amour said. "People plugged in. They've been saying for months something was going to break out on the West Coast, so nobody's that surprised. Saying a lot of prayers, but not surprised. What about you? Are you one of the few?" "You mean psychic? No." "So what have you got to do with all this?" "It's a long story." "So cut to the chase," said D'Amour. "That's a movie expression." "I know," Tesla said. "I work in movies." "Oh, yeah? What as?" "I write them." "You written anything I know? I see a lot of movies. Keeps my mind off my work." "Maybe we'll meet sometime," Tesla said. "Talk about movies. Meanwhile, I need your take on a few things." "Like what?" "Well, for one, have you ever heard of the Yad Uroboros?" There was a long, long-distance silence. "D'Amour? Are you still there? D'Amour?" "Harry," he said. "Harry. So, have you heard of them or not?" "As it happens, yes." "Who from?" "Does it matter?" "As it happens, yes," Tesla returned. "There's sources and sources. You know that. People you trust and those you don't." "I work with a woman called Norma Payne," D'Amour said. "She's one of the people I was talking about before. She's plugged in." "What does she know about the Yad?" "First," D'Amour said, "around dawn, something happened on the East Coast in Dreamland. Do you know why?" "I've got a good idea."
Norma keeps talking about a place called Oddity.
Quiddity, Tesla corrected him.
So you do know.
No need for the trick questions. Yes, I know, and I need to hear what she has to say about the yard.
That they're the things about to break out. She's not sure where. She gets mixed messages.
Do they have any weaknesses? Tesla said.
Not from what I hear.
How much do you know about them? I mean, what will an Yard invasion be like? Are they going to bring an army through from Quiddity? Are we going to see machines, bombs? What? Shouldn't somebody be trying to tell the Pentagon?
The Pentagon already knows,
Damore said. It does?
We're not the only people who have heard of the Yard, lady. People all over the world have got images of it built into their culture. They're the enemy.
You mean like the devil? Is that what's coming through? Satan?
I doubt it. I think we Christians have always been a little naive, Damore said. I've met demons, and they never look the way you think they're going to look.
Are you kidding me? Demons? In the flesh, in New York?
Listen, it doesn't sound any more sane to me than it does to you, lady.
My name's Tesla.
Every time I finish one of these damn investigations, I end up thinking maybe that didn't happen. Till the next time. Then it's the same damn fool process. You deny the possibility till it tries to bite off your face. Tesla thought of the sights she'd seen in the last few days, the Tarata, Fletcher's death, the loop, and Cassoon in the loop, the licks seething on her own bed, finally the Vance house and the schism it contained. She couldn't deny any of that. She'd seen those sights in hard focus, almost been killed by them. Damore's talk of demons came as a shock only because the vocabulary was so archaic. She didn't believe in the devil or hell. The idea of demons in New York was therefore fundamentally absurd. But suppose what he called demons were the products of corrupt men of power like Cassoon, things like the licks made of shit semen and babies' hearts. She'd believe in them then, wouldn't she?
So, she said, if you know, and the Pentagon knows, why's there nobody in the Grove now to stop the Yard appearing? We're holding the fort with 4 guns, Damore.
Nobody knew where the breakout would happen. I'm sure there's a file in the Grove somewhere, a place where things weren't quite natural. But that's a long, long list.
So we can expect help soon?
I'd guess so. But in my experience, it usually comes too late.
What about you?
What about me?
Any chance of help?
I've got problems here, Damore said. There's all hell breaking loose. There have been 150 cases of double suicides in Manhattan alone in the last 8 hours.
Lovers?
Lovers, sleeping together for the first time, dreaming of the ephemeris and getting a nightmare instead.
Jesus.
Maybe they did the right thing, Damore said. At least they're out of it.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think what those poor bastards saw for themselves, we all guess, right?
She remembered the lurching pain she'd felt as she'd come off the freeway the night before, the world tipping towards a maw. Yeah, she said, we guess it.
We're going to see a lot of folks responding to that in the next few days. Our minds are very finely balanced. Doesn't take much to push them over the edge. I'm in a city full of people ready to fall. I have to be here.
And if the cavalry doesn't turn up? Tesla said.
Then somebody giving the orders in the Pentagon is a disbeliever, and there's plenty of those. Or he's working for the Yard.
They've got agents?
Oh, yes. Not many, but enough. People have been worshipping the Yard by other names. For them, this is the second coming.
There was a first?
That's another story, but yes, apparently there was.
When?
There's no reliable accounts, if that's what you're asking. Nobody knows what the Yard looked like. I think we should just pray they're the size of mice.
I don't pray, Tesla replied.
You should, Damore replied. Now that you know how much is out there besides us, it makes sense. Look, I've got to go. I wish I could be more use.
I wish you could.
But the way I hear it, you're not completely alone. I've got Hotchkiss and a couple of— No. I mean, Norma says there's a savior out there.
Tesla kept her laughter to herself. I don't see any savior, she replied. What should I be looking for?
She's not sure. Sometimes she says it's a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes not even human.
Well, that makes for easy identification.
Whoever it is, he, she, or it, may just swing the balance.
And if they don't?
Move out of California. Quick.
Now she did laugh, out loud. "Thanks a bunch," she said.
"Stay happy," Damore replied. "As my father used to say, you shouldn't have joined if you couldn't take a joke."
"Joined what?"
"The race," Damore said, and put down the phone. The line buzzed. She listened to the noise, and distant conversations laced through it. Grillo appeared at the door. "This is looking more and more like a suicide trip," he announced. "We don't have the proper equipment, and we don't have any map of the system we're going into."
"Why not?"
"They don't exist. Apparently the whole town's built on ground which keeps shifting."
"Do you have any alternatives?" Tesla said. "The Jaff's the only man—" She stopped for a moment.
"What?" Grillo said.
"I don't suppose he's really a man, is he?" she said.
"I don't follow."
"Damore said there was a savior in the vicinity, someone not human. That has to be the Jaff, right? Nobody else fits the description."
"I don't see him as much of a savior," Grillo said.
"Then we'll have to persuade him," came the answer. "If it crucifies him."
Chapter 5. The police had arrived in the grove by the time Tesla, Witt, Hotchkiss, and Grillo left the house to start the descent. Lights were flashing at the top of the hill, and ambulance sirens wailing. Despite all this din and activity, there was no sign of any of the town's occupants, though presumably some of them were still in residence. They were either holed up with their deteriorating dreams, as Ellen Nguyen had been, or locked away mourning their passing. The grove was effectively a ghost town. When the siren wails wound down, there was a hush through the 4 villages more profound than any midnight. The sun beat down on empty sidewalks, empty yards, empty driveways. There were no children playing on the swings, no sound of televisions, radios, lawn-mowers, food mixers, air conditioners. The lights still flipped colors at the intersections, but, excepting patrol cars and ambulances, whose drivers ignored them anyway, nobody was on the roads. Even the packs of dogs they'd seen in the gloom before dawn had gone about business that didn't bring them into the open. The sight of the brilliant sun shining upon the empty town had spooked even them. Hotchkiss had made a list of items they were going to need if they were to have a hope of making the proposed descent: ropes, torches, and a few articles of clothing. So the mall was first stop on the journey. Of the quartet, it was William who was most distressed by the place when they got there. Every day of his working life he'd seen the mall bustling from early morning to early evening. Now there was nobody. The new glass in the storefronts that had been damaged by Fletcher gleamed. The products stacked in the windows beckoned, but there were neither buyers nor sellers. The doors were all locked, the stores silent. There was one exception, the pet store. Unlike every other business in the mall, it was open for business as usual, its door wide, its products yapping, squawking, and making a general hullabaloo. While Hotchkiss and Grillo went to pillage their way through the shopping list, Witt took Tesla into the pet store. Ted Elizondo was at work refilling the drip-feed water bottles along the rows of kittens' cages. He didn't look surprised to see customers. He didn't express anything, in fact, not even recognition of William, though from their first exchange Tesla gathered they knew each other. "All alone this morning, Ted?" Witt said. The man nodded. He hadn't shaved in 2 or 3 days, nor showered. "I didn't want to get up, really, but I had to for the animals." "Of course." "They'd die if I didn't look after them," Ted went on with the slow, studied speech of one who was trying hard to keep his thoughts coherent. As he spoke, he opened up the cage beside him and brought one of the kittens out from a nest of newspaper strips. It lay along his arm, head in the crook. He stroked it. The animal enjoyed the attention, arching its back to meet each slow motion of his hand. "I don't think there's anybody left in town to buy them," William said. Ted stared at the kitten. "What am I going to do?" he asked softly. "I can't feed them forever, can I?" His voice dropped in volume with every word until he was barely whispering. "What's happened to everyone?" he said. "Where did they go? Where did everyone go?" "Away, Ted," William said.
out of town, and I don't think they're going to be coming back." "You think I should go too?" Ted said. "I think maybe you should," William replied. The man looked devastated. "What will the animals do?" he said. For the first time, witnessing Ted Elizoundo's misery, Tesla was struck by the scale of the Grove's tragedy. When she'd first wandered through its streets, message-carrying for Grillo, she'd plotted its fictional overthrow, the bomb-in-a-suitcase scenario, with apathetic Grovers throwing the prophet out just as the Big Bang came. That narrative had not been wide of the mark. The explosion had been slow and subtle, rather than quick and hard, but it had come nevertheless. It had cleared the streets, leaving only a few, like Ted, to wander in the ruins, picking up whatever shreds of furry life remained. Her scenario had been a sort of imagined revenge upon the cozy, smug existence of the town. But in retrospect she'd been as smug as the Grove, as certain of her moral superiority as it had been of its invulnerability. There was real pain here, real loss. The people who'd lived in the Grove and fled it had not been cardboard cutouts. They'd had lives and loves, families, pets. They'd made their homes here thinking they'd found a place in the sun where they'd be safe. She had no right to judge them. She couldn't bear to go on looking at Ted, who stroked the kitten with such tenderness, as though it was all he had of sanity. She left Whit to talk with him, and went out into the brightness of the lot, walking around the corner of the block to see if she could locate Coney Eye among the trees. She studied the top of the hill until she made out the row of shaggy palms that led up to the driveway. Just visible between them was the brightly colored facade of Buddy Vance's dream house. It was small comfort, but at least the fabric of the building was still standing. She'd feared the hole inside would simply keep getting bigger, unknitting reality until it consumed the house. She dared not hope it had simply closed up. Her gut knew that not to be the case. But as long as it had stabilized, that was something. If they could move quickly and locate the Jaff, perhaps some way of undoing the damage he'd done could be found. "See anything?" Grillo asked her. He was coming around the corner with Hotchkiss, both weighed down with booty, loops of rope, torches, batteries, a selection of sweaters. "It'll be cold down there," Hotchkiss explained when she queried them. "Damn cold, and probably wet." "We get a choice," Grillo said with forced good humor. "Drown, freeze, or fall?" "I like options," she said, wondering if dying a second time would be as distasteful as the first. "Don't even think about it," she told herself. "There's no second resurrection for you." "We're ready," Hotchkiss said. "Or as ready as we'll ever be. Where's Whit?" "He's at the pet store," she told him. "I'll go get him." She headed back around the corner to find that Whit had left the store and was gazing through another window. "Seen something?" she asked. "These are my offices," he said. "Or were. I used to work there." He pointed a finger to the glass. "At the desk with the plant." "Dead plant," she observed. "It's all dead," Whit said with a kind of vehemence. "Don't be so defeatist," she told him, and hurried him back to the car, which Hotchkiss and Grillo had already finished loading up with equipment. As they drove, Hotchkiss laid his concerns out, plain and simple. "I already told Grillo," he said, "that this is a completely suicidal thing for us all to be doing, especially you," he said, catching Tesla's eye in the mirror. He didn't expand on that observation, but passed straight on to practicalities. "We haven't got any of the necessary equipment. The stuff we found in the stores is for domestic use. It won't save our lives in a crisis. And we're untrained, all of us. I've made a few climbs myself, but a long time ago. I'm really just a theoretician. And this is no easy system. There's good reason why Vance's corpse wasn't brought up. Men died down there." "That wasn't because of the caves," Tesla said. "It was the Jaff." "But they didn't go back in," Hotchkiss pointed out. "God knows nobody wanted to leave a man down there without a decent burial. But enough was enough." "You were ready to take me down," Grillo reminded him. "Just a few days ago." "That was you and me," Hotchkiss said. "Meaning that you didn't have a woman along?" Tesla said. "Well, let's be real clear about this. Going underground when it looks like half the world's caving in isn't my idea of fun, but I'm as good as any man at anything that doesn't need a dick. I'm no more of a liability than Grillo. Sorry, Grillo, but it's true. We'll get down there safely. The problem isn't the caves, it's what's hiding in them. And I've got a better chance with the Jap than any of you. I've met Kissoon. I've heard the same lies the Jap was told. I've got half a clue as to why he became what he became. If we're to have any chance of persuading him to help us, I've got to do the persuading." There was no response from Hotchkiss. He kept his silence, at least until they'd parked the car and were unloading the gear. Only then did he take up his instructions again. This time there were no overt references to Tesla. "I propose to take the lead," he said, "with Whit following. You next, Miss Bombeck. Grillo can bring up the rear." String of pearls, Tesla thought, and me in the middle, presumably because Hotchkiss lacked faith in her muscle power. She didn't argue. He was leading this expedition, which she didn't doubt was every bit as foolhardy as he'd stated, and attempting to undermine his authority when they were about to make the descent was lousy politics. "We've got torches," he went on, "2 each. One for us to pocket, the other to tie around our necks. We couldn't find much in the way of protective headgear. We'll just have to make do with knitted hats. We've got gloves, some boots, 2 sweaters, and 2 pairs of socks for everyone. Let's get to it." They carried the gear through the trees to the clearing, and there kitted up. The woods were as silent now as they'd been in the early morning. The sun that beat so strongly on their backs, bringing them out into sweat as soon as they put on the extra layers of clothing, could not coax a single bird to song. Once dressed, they roped themselves together, about 10 feet apart. Hotchkiss, the theoretician, knew his knots and made play with the fact, tying them, particularly Tesla's, with a theatrical casualness. Grillo was the last to be added to the chain. He was sweating more heavily than anyone else, and the veins at his temples were almost as fat as the rope around his waist. "Are you okay?" Tesla asked him, as Hotchkiss sat on the edge of the fissure and swung his feet into the hole. "I'm fine," Grillo replied. "Never a great liar," she replied. Hotchkiss had one last instruction. "When we're down there," he said, "let's keep the chatter to the minimum, huh? We've got to preserve our energy. Remember, getting down's only half the trip." "It's always faster on the way home," Tesla said. Hotchkiss gave her a disparaging look and began the descent. The first few feet were relatively easy, but the privations began no more than 10 feet down, when, maneuvering themselves through a space that only just allowed access, the sunlight disappeared so suddenly and so totally, it was as if it had never existed. Their torches were feeble substitutes. "We'll wait here a moment," Hotchkiss called back up. "Let's get our eyes accustomed to the dark." Tesla could hear Grillo breathing hard behind her, almost panting. "Grillo," she murmured, I'm okay." It was easily said, but it was very far from the way he felt. The symptoms were familiar from previous attacks, in elevators stuck between floors, or a crowded subway. His heart was working up a sweat in his chest, and it felt like a wire was tightening around his throat, but these were just externalizations. The real fear was of a panic that would rise to such an unbearable pitch that his sanity would simply switch off like a lamp, and darkness become a continuum, outside and in. He had a regime of remedies, pills, deep breathing, in extremis prayer, none of which were the least use to him now. All he could do was endure. He said the word to himself. Tesla heard. "Did you say enjoy?" she said. "Some pleasure trip." "Keep it quiet back there," Hotchkiss hollered from the front. "We're going to move off again." They continued in a silence broken only by grunts and a single call from Hotchkiss warning that progress ahead was going to get steeper. What had been a zigzag descent, squeezing between rocks thrown up by the rush of water when the Nunciates had escaped, now became a straight climb down a shaft whose bottom was untouched by their torch beams. It was deadly cold, and they were glad of the layers of clothing Hotchkiss had demanded they wear, though their bulk impeded easy movement. The rock beneath their gloves was wet in places, and twice sprays of water, hitting a shelf on the opposite side of the shaft, caught them. The sum of discomforts left Tesla wondering what bizarre imperative drove men, surely they were all men, women wouldn't be so perverse, to pursue this as a recreation.
Was it, as Hotchkiss had said when she and Whit had first got to his house, that all the great secrets were underground? If so, she was keeping good company. 3 men who could not have had stronger reasons for wanting to see those secrets, and maybe haul one of them up into the light. Grillo, with his passion to tell the whole story to the world; Hotchkiss, still haunted by the memory of his daughter, who'd died because of events here; and Whit, who'd known the grove to its length and breadth, but never to its depth, and was getting here a fundamental vision of the town he'd loved like a wife. There was another call from Hotchkiss, this one more welcome. "There's a ledge down here," he said. "We can rest up a while." One by one they climbed down to join him. The ledge was wet and narrow, only just affording space to accommodate them all. They perched there in silence. Grillo pulled a pack of cigarettes from his back pocket and lit up. "Thought you'd given up," Tesla remarked. "So did I," he said. He passed the cigarette over to her. She took a lungful, savoring it, then passed it back to Grillo. "Do we have any idea of how far down we have to go?" Whit asked. Hotchkiss shook his head. "But there is a bottom down there somewhere." "Can't even say that." Whit went down on his haunches and scrabbled around on the ledge. "What are you looking for?" Tesla said. He stood up again with the answer, a piece of rock the size of a tennis ball, which he tossed out into the darkness. There was silence for several seconds, then the sound of it striking the rock face below, shattering, and its pieces rattling away in all directions. It took a long time for the echoes to die, making it near impossible to tell anything about the distance below them. "Good try," Grillo said. "It works in the movies." "Wait up," Tesla said. "I hear water." In the silence that followed, her claim was verified. Water was running close by. "Is that below us or behind one of those walls?" Whit said. "I can't make it out." "Could be both," Hotchkiss said. "There's 2 things that can stop us getting all the way down, a simple blockage and water. If the system becomes flooded, there's no way we can go on." "Let's not get pessimistic," Tesla said. "Let's just go on." "We already seem to have been here hours," Whit remarked. "Time's different down here," Hotchkiss said. "We don't have the usual signals. Sun passing overhead." "I don't tell the time by the sun." "Your body does." Grillo started to light up his second cigarette, but Hotchkiss said, "No time," and started to ease himself over the lip of the shelf. The drop was by no means straight down. Had it been, their lack of experience and equipment would have thrown them down the shaft after a few feet of the descent. But it was steep enough, and got steadily steeper, some stretches offering cracks and handholds that made for relatively easy progress, other stretches sheer, slippery, and treacherous. These they descended almost inch by inch, Hotchkiss signaling to Whit where the best opportunities lay, Whit passing the message on to Tesla, and so on to Grillo. They kept such comments terse. Breath and concentration were now at a premium. They were just reaching the end of one such stretch, when Hotchkiss called a halt. "What is it?" Tesla said, looking down at him. The answer was one grim word. "Vance," he said. She heard Whit say, "Oh, Jesus," in the darkness. "We're at the bottom, then," Grillo said. "No," came the reply. "Just another ledge." "Shit! Is there a way around it?" Tesla called. "Give me time," Hotchkiss snapped back, his voice betraying the shock he felt. There was what seemed to be several minutes, but was probably less than one, during which they clung to whatever handhold they had while Hotchkiss surveyed the routes available to them. With one selected, he called them to begin the descent afresh. The lack of light the torches offered had been galling, but now they offered too much. As the other 3 climbed past the ledge, it was impossible not to look its way. There, sprawled on the glistening rock, was a bundle of dead meat. The man's head had cracked on the rock like a dropped egg. His limbs were bent back on themselves every which way, the bones surely broken from joint to joint. One hand was laid on the nape of his neck, palm up. The other was just in front of his face, its fingers a little open, as though he was playing hide-and-seek.
The sight was a reminder, if one were needed, of what a single slip on the descent might result in. They proceeded even more cautiously thereafter. The sound of rushing water had diminished for a while, but now it began afresh. This time it wasn't muted by the rock wall. It was clearly below them. They continued down towards it, taking time every 10 feet or so for Hotchkiss to survey the darkness below them. He had nothing to report until the 4th such halt, when he called back over the din of water that there was good news and bad. The good, that the shaft ended here. The bad, that it was flooded. "Is there no solid ground down there?" Tesla wanted to know. "Not much," Hotchkiss replied, "and none of it looks reliable." "We can't just climb straight back up," Tesla returned. "No?" came the reply. "No," she insisted. "We've come all this way." "He's not down here," Hotchkiss yelled back. "I want to see that for myself." He didn't reply, though she pictured him cursing her in the darkness. After a few moments, however, he began the descent again. The din of the water became so loud any further conversation was out of the question, until they were finally gathered at the bottom, and could stand close to each other. Hotchkiss had reported right. The small platform at the bottom of the shaft was no more than a collection of detritus, which the torrent was rapidly carrying away. "This is recent," Hotchkiss said. As if to lend force to the observation, the wall through which the flood broke crumbled a little more as he spoke, the force of water bearing a sizable portion of it off into the roaring darkness. The water beat itself against the bank upon which they were standing with renewed gusto. "If we're not out of here quick," yelled Whit over the din of the flood, "we're going to get washed away." "I think we should begin back up," Hotchkiss agreed. "We've got a long climb ahead of us. We're all cold and tired." "Wait," Tesla protested. "He's not here," replied Whit. "I don't believe that." "What do you propose, Miss Bombeck?" Hotchkiss yelled. "Well, we can start by giving the Bombeck shit a rest, okay? Isn't it possible this stream's going to trickle out eventually?" "Maybe, after a few hours. Meanwhile, we'll freeze to death while we wait. And even if it stops—" "Yes?" "Even if it stops, we haven't got any clue which direction the Jaff went." Hotchkiss played his torch-beam around the shaft. It was only just strong enough to strike the 4 walls, but it was clear there were several tunnels leading off from this spot. "Want to make a guess?" Hotchkiss hollered. The prospect of failure rose up and took a good long look at Tesla. She ignored it as best she could, but it was tough. She'd been too hopeful, thinking the Jaff would be simply sitting, like a frog in a well, waiting for them. He could have taken any one of the tunnels on the other side of the torrent. Some were probably cul-de-sacs, others led off to dry caverns. But even if they could walk on water, and she was out of practice, which would they choose? She put on her torch in order to scan the tunnels herself, but her fingers were numb with cold, and as she fumbled to turn the torch on, it slid from her grasp, hitting the rock and rolling towards the water. She reached down to keep from losing it, and almost lost her balance with it, her foot, perched on the eroding edge of the platform, sliding across the wet rock. Grillo reached for her, snatching hold of her belt and pulling her upright. The torch went into the water. She watched it go, then turned to thank him, but the look of alarm on his face diverted her eyes to the ground beneath her, and her thanks to a shout of alarm. Even that never came, as the flood had its way with their little beach of rocks, finding a keystone that, once washed away, brought the capitulation of the rest. She saw Hotchkiss fling himself at the shaft wall to find a purchase before the water took them, but he wasn't quick enough. The ground went from under him, under them all, and they were pitched into the brutally cold water. It was as violent as it was cold, seizing them in an instant and carrying them away, throwing them back and forth in a dark blur of hard water and harder rock. Tesla managed to grab hold of somebody's arm in the torrent. Grillo's, she thought. She managed to hold on for fully 2 seconds, no mean achievement. Then a curve in the passage threw the torrent into fresh fits, and they were pulled apart. There was a passage of total confusion, the water a frenzy. Then, suddenly, it became still, as it broke out into a wide, shallow place, its speed slowing sufficiently for Tesla to lay her arms out to either side of her and steady herself. There was no light whatsoever, but she felt the weight of the other bodies on the rope and heard Grillo gasping behind her. "Still alive?" she said. "Just—" "Whit? Hotchkiss? You there?" There was a moan from Whit and from Hotchkiss, an answering holler. "I dreamed this," she heard Whit say. "I dreamed I swam." She didn't want to think about what it might mean for them all if Whit had dreamed of swimming, of quiddity, but the thought was there anyhow. 3 times to the dream sea, at birth, in love, and on death's door. "I dreamed this," he said again, more softly now. Before she could hush his prophecies, she realized the speed of the water had picked up again, and there was a growing roar from the darkness ahead. "Oh, shit!" she said. "What?" Grillo yelled. The water was really moving now, the din louder and louder. "Waterfall!" she said. There was a tug on the rope and a yell from Hotchkiss, not of warning but of horror. She had time to think, pretend it's Disneyland. Then the tug became a hard pull, and her black world tipped. The water encased her, a straitjacket of ice which pressed breath and consciousness out of her. When she came to, Hotchkiss was hauling her face clear of the water. The cataract they'd ridden down was roaring beside them, its fury turning the water white. It didn't register that she could see, not until Grillo surfaced beside them, spluttering, and said, "Light!" "Where's Whit?" Hotchkiss gasped. "Where's Whit?" They scanned the surface of the pool they'd been delivered into. There was no sign of him. There was, however, solid ground. They swam for it as best they could, ragged, desperate strokes which brought them to dry rock. Hotchkiss was first out and dragged her out after him. The rope between them had snapped somewhere on the ride. Her body was a numb, shuddering weight, and she could barely move it. "Anything broken?" Hotchkiss said. "I don't know," she said. "We're done for now," Grillo murmured. "Jesus, we're in the bowels of the fucking earth." "There's light coming from somewhere," Tesla gasped. She mustered what scraps of muscle power she had to raise her head from the rock and look for the source of the light. The motion told her things weren't well with her. There was a spasm in her neck which ran down to her shoulder. She yelped. "Hurt?" Hotchkiss said. She sat up gingerly. "All over," she said. Pain was getting through numbness in a dozen places, head, neck, arms, belly. To judge by the way Hotchkiss moaned as he began to stand up, he had the same problem. Grillo was simply staring at the water that had claimed Whit, his teeth chattering. "It's behind us," Hotchkiss said. "What is?" "The light. It's coming from behind us." She turned, the aches in her side becoming short, stabbing pains. She tried to keep her complaints to herself, but Hotchkiss caught her intake of breath. "Can you walk?" he said. "Can you?" she returned. "Competition?" he said. "Yeah." She made a small sideways glance at him. There was blood coming from the region of his right ear, and he was nursing his left arm with his right. "You look like shit," she said. "So do you." "Grillo, are you coming?" There was no reply, only chattering teeth. "Grillo?" she said. He had turned his eyes from the water and was looking up at the roof of the cavern. "It's on top of us," she heard him murmur. "All that earth. On top of us." "It's not going to fall," Tesla said. "We're going to get out." "No, we're not. We're fucking buried alive. We're buried alive." He was suddenly on his feet, and the chattering had become ringing sobs. "Get me out of here! Get me out of here!" "Shut up, Grillo," Hotchkiss said, but Tesla knew no words were going to stop the panic running its course. She let him sob and started towards the crack in the wall through which the light was coming. "It's the Jeff," she thought as she went. "It can't be daylight, so it must be the Jeff." She'd planned what she was going to say to him, but the persuasions had been sluiced out of her head. All she could do was wing it, confront the man, and hope her tongue would do the rest. Behind her she heard Grillo's sobs stop, and Hotchkiss say, "That's Whit." She looked around. Whit's body had come to the surface of the pool, and was lying face down in the water, some way from the shore. She didn't stare, but turned back towards the crack and headed on, her pace painfully slow. She had a distinct sense of being drawn to the light, that sense stronger the closer she got, as though her cells, touched by the nuncio, sensed the proximity of someone similarly touched. It gave her weary body the necessary momentum to cross to the crack. She leaned against the stone and peered in. The cavern beyond was smaller than the one she was leaving. In the middle was what on first viewing she took to be a fire, but it was only a distant relation. The light it gave off was cold, and its flickering was far from steady. There was no sign of its maker. She stepped inside, announcing her presence to be certain he didn't misread her approach and attack. "Anyone here?" she said. "I want to speak with Randolph Jaffe." She chose to call him by that name in the hope of appealing to the man he'd been, rather than the artist he'd aspired to being. It worked. From a fissure in the furthest corner of the chamber, a voice as fatigued as her own emerged. "Who are you?" "Tesla Bombeck." She started towards the fire, using it as an excuse to enter. "Don't mind, do you?" she said, stripping off her sodden gloves and extending her palms to the joyless flames. "There's no heat," Jaffe said. "It's not a real fire." "So I see," she said. The fuel looked to be rotted matter of some kind. Tarata. The smoky glow, which she'd taken for flame, was the last vestiges of their decay. "Looks like we're on our own," she said. "No," he said. "I'm on my own. You've brought people." "Yes, I have. You know one of them, Nathan Grillo?" The name brought Jaffe out of hiding. Twice she'd seen insanity in his eyes. Once at the mall, pointed out by Howie. The second time when he'd stumbled out of the Vance house, leaving the schism he'd opened roaring behind him. Now she saw it a third time, but intensified. "Grillo is here?" he said. "Yes." "Why?" "Why what?" "Why are you here?" "To find you," she explained. We need your help." The lunatic eyes swiveled in Tesla's direction. There was, she thought, some vague other form hovering around him like a shadow thrown through smoke, a head swollen to grotesque proportions. She tried not to think too hard about what it was, or what its appearance signified. There was only one issue here, getting this madman to unburden himself of his secrets. Best, perhaps, that she volunteered one of her own first. "We've got something in common," she said. "Quite a few things, in fact, but one in particular." "The nuncio," he said. "Fletcher sent you for it, and you couldn't resist it." "That's true," she said, preferring to agree with him rather than argue and lose his attention. "But that's not the important thing." "What is?" "Kissoon," she said. His eyes flickered. "He sent you," he said. "Shit," she thought. "That's blown it." "No," she said quickly. "Absolutely not." "What does he want from me?" "Nothing. I'm not his go-between. He got me into the loop for the same reason he got you in all those years ago. You remember that?" "Oh, yes," he said, his voice totally devoid of color. "Difficult to forget." "But do you know why he wanted you in the loop?" "He needed an acolyte." "No. He needed a body." "Oh, yes. He wanted that, too." "He's a prisoner there, Jaffe. The only way he could ever get out was by stealing a body." "Why are you telling me this?" he said. "Haven't we got better things to do before the end?" "The end?" "Of the world," he said. He put his back against the wall and allowed gravity to take him down on to his haunches. "That's what's going to happen, isn't it?" "What makes you think that?" Jaffe raised his hands in front of his face. They hadn't healed at all. The flesh had been bitten off down to the bone in several places. 2 fingers and the thumb of his right hand had gone entirely. "I get glimpses," he said, "of things Tommy Ray is seeing. There's something coming." "Can you see what?" she asked him, eager for any clue, however small, as to the yard's nature. Did they come bearing baubles or bombs? "No. Just a terrible night. An everlasting night." "I don't want to see it." "You have to look," Tesla said. "Isn't that what artists are supposed to do? To look and keep looking even when the thing you're looking at is too much to bear? You're an artist, Randolph." "No, I'm not." "You opened the schism, didn't you?" she said. "I'm not saying I agree with your methods, I don't. But you did what nobody else dared do. Maybe could ever do." "Kissoon planned it all this way," Jeffy said. "I see that now. He made me his acolyte even though I didn't know it. He used me." "I don't think so," Tesla said. "I don't think even he could have plotted something so Byzantine. How could he know you and Fletcher would discover the Nuncio? No, what happened to you wasn't planned. You were your own agent in this, not Kissoon's. The power's yours, and so's the responsibility." She let her argument rest there for a little while, as much because she was exhausted as for any other reason. Jeffy didn't follow through. He just stared at the pseudo-fire, which would soon be guttering out, and then at his hands. It was only after a minute of this that he said, "You came down here to tell me that?" "Yes. Don't tell me I came on a fool's errand." "What do you want me to do?" "Help us." "There's no help to be had." "You opened the hole, you can close it." "I'm not going near that house." "I thought you wanted quiddity," Tesla said. "I thought being there was your great ambition." "I was wrong." "You got all that way, just to discover you were wrong? What changed your mind?" "You won't understand." "Try me." He looked back towards the fire. "That was the last of them," he said. "When the light goes, we're all in the dark." "There must be other ways out of here." "There are." "Then we'll take one of them. But first, tell me why you changed your mind." He took a lazy moment to contemplate his answer, or whether he was going to give it at all. Then he said, "When I first began looking for the art, all the clues were about crossroads. Not all, but many. Yes, many. The ones that made any sense to me. And so I kept looking for a crossroads. I thought that was where I'd find the answer. Then Kissoon drew me into his loop, and I thought, here he is, the last of the shoal, in a hut in the middle of nowhere. No crossroads. I must have been wrong. And all that's happened since, at the mission, in the grove, none of it happened at a crossroads. I was being literal, you see. I've always been so damn literal. Physical, actual. Fletcher thought of air and sky, and I thought of power and bone. He made dreams from people's heads, I made stuff from their guts and sweat. Always thinking the obvious. And all the time—" his voice was thickening with feeling, hatred in it, self-directed. "All the time I didn't see. Until I used the art, and realized what the crossroads were." "What?" He put the less injured of his hands to his shirt, fumbling inside it. There was a medallion around his neck on a fine chain. He pulled, hard. The chain broke, and he tossed the symbol over to Tesla. She knew before she caught it what it was going to be. She'd played this scene once before, with Kissoon. But that time she'd not been ready to understand what she understood now, holding the shoal's sign in her hand. "The crossroads," she said. "This is its symbol." "I don't know what symbols are any longer," he replied. "It's all one." "But this stands for something," she said, looking again at the forms inscribed on the arm of the cross.
To understand it is to have it, Jaffy said. At the moment of comprehension it's no longer a symbol.
Then make me understand, Tesla said, because I look at this, and it's still just a cross. I mean, it's beautiful and all, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. There's this guy in the center, looks like he's being crucified, except there's no nails, and then all these creatures.
Doesn't it make any sense?
Maybe if I wasn't so tired.
Guess.
I'm not in the mood for guessing games. A sly look came over Jaffy's face.
You want me to come with you, help you stop whatever's coming through quiddity? But you haven't got any grasp of what's going on. If you did have, you'd understand what you've got in your hand.
She realized what he was proposing before he said it.
So if I can work it out, you'll come?
Yeah, maybe.
Give me a few minutes, she said, looking down at the shoal symbol with fresh eyes.
A few? He said. What's a few? 5, maybe. Let's say 5. My offer's good for 5 minutes.
She turned the medallion over in her hand, suddenly self-conscious.
Don't stare at me, she said.
I like to stare.
You're distracting me.
You don't have to stay, he replied.
She took him at his word and got up, her legs unsteady, returning to the crack she'd entered through.
Don't lose it,
he said, his tone almost satiric.
It's the only one I've got.
Hotchkiss was a yard beyond the entrance.
You heard?
She said to him. He nodded. She opened her palm and let him look at the medallion. The sole light source, the decaying terrata, was fitful, but her eyes were well accustomed to it by now. She could read the expression of befuddlement on Hotchkiss's face. There'd be no revelations from that source. She claimed the medallion from his fingers and looked over to Grillo, who hadn't moved.
He's fallen apart, Hotchkiss said. Claustrophobia.
She went to him anyway. He wasn't staring at the ceiling any longer, nor at the body in the water. His eyes were closed. His teeth were chattering.
Grillo, he chattered on. Grillo! It's Tesla. I need your help.
He shook his head, a small, violent motion.
I have to know what this means.
He didn't even open his eyes to find out what she was talking about.
Thanks a bunch, Grillo, she said.
On your own, babe. No help to be had. Hotchkiss doesn't get it, Grillo won't, and Wit's dead in the water. Her eyes went to the body, momentarily, face down, arms spread. Poor bastard. She'd not known him at all, but he'd seemed decent enough. She turned away, opened her palm, and looked at the medallion again, her concentration completely fucked by the fact that the seconds were ticking by.
What did it mean?
The figure in the center was human. The forms that spread from it were not. Were they familiars, maybe? Or the central figure's children? That made more sense. There was a creature between the spread legs like a stylized ape. Beneath that, something reptilian. Beneath that—
Shit! They weren't children. They were ancestors. It was devolution. Man at the center, ape below, lizard, fish, and protoplasm. An eye or a single cell below that.
The past is below us, Hotchkiss had said once. Maybe he'd been right. Assuming that to be the correct solution, what did it imply about the designs on the other 3 arms? Above the figure's head, something seemed to be dancing, its head huge. Above that, the same form, only simplified, and again above that, a simplification which reached its conclusion as another eye, or single cell, which echoed the shape below. In the light of the first interpretation, this wasn't so difficult to understand. Below were images of life leading up to man. Above, surely, beyond man, the species elevated to a perfect spiritual state.
2 out of 4. How long did she have?
Don't think about the time, she told herself. Just solve the problem. Reading from right to left across the medallion, the sequence was by no means as easy as south to north. At the extreme left was another circle, with something like a cloud in it. Beside it, closer to the figure's outstretched arm, a square, divided into 4. Closer still, what looked to be lightning, then a splash of some kind. Blood from the hand? Then the hand itself.
On the other side, a series of even less comprehensible symbols. What might have been another spurt from the figure's left hand, then a wave, perhaps, or snakes. Was she committing Jaffe's sin here, being too literal? Then what could only be described as a scrawl, as though some sign had been scratched out, and finally the fourth and final circle, which was a hole bored in the medallion, from solid to insolid, from a circle with a cloud to an empty space. What the hell did it mean? Was it day and night? No. Known and unknown, maybe? That made better sense. Hurry, Tesla, hurry. So what was round and cloudy and known? Round and cloudy. The world! And known, yes, the world. The cosm, which implied that the empty space on the other arm, the unknown, was the metacosm, which left the figure in the middle, the crux of the whole design. She started back towards the cave, where Jaffe was waiting for her, knowing there could only be seconds left. "I've got it!" she shouted through to him. "I've got it!" It wasn't quite true, but the rest would have to be instinct. The fire inside the cave was very low, but there was a horrible brightness in Jaffe's eyes. "I know what it is," she said. "You do?" "It's evolution on one axis, from a single cell to godhood." She knew by the look on his face that she'd got that part right, at least. "Go on," he said. "What's the other axis?" "It's the cosm and the metacosm. It's what we know and what we don't know." "Very good," he said. "Very good. And in the middle?" "Us. Human beings." His smile spread. "No," he said. "No?" "That's an old mistake, isn't it? It's not as simple as that." "But it's a human being right there," she said. "You still see the symbol." "Shit! I hate this. You're so damn smug. Help me." "Time's up." "I'm close. I'm really close, aren't I?" "You see how it is. You can't work it out, even with a little help from your friends." "I didn't get any help. Hotchkiss can't do it. Grillo's lost his mind. And Wit's lying in the water, she thought, but didn't say that because the image had suddenly struck her with a revelatory force. He was lying sprawled in the water with his arms spread out and his hands open. "My God," she said, "it's quiddity. It's our dreams. It's not flesh and blood at the crossroads. It's the mind." Jaffe's smile disappeared, and the light in his eyes got brighter, a paradoxical brightness that didn't illuminate, but took light from the rest of the chamber into itself. "It is, isn't it?" she said. "Quiddity's the center of everything. It's the crossroads." He didn't answer her. He didn't need to. She knew without the least doubt that she'd got it right. The figure was floating in quiddity, arms spread out as he, she, or it dreamed in the dream sea, and somehow that dreaming was the place where everything originated, the first cause. "No wonder," she said. He spoke now as if from the grave. "No wonder what?" "No wonder you couldn't do it," she replied, "when you realized what you faced in quiddity. No wonder." "You may regret this knowledge," he said. "I never regretted knowing anything in my life." "You'll change your mind," he said. "I guarantee it." She allowed him his sour grapes, but a deal was a deal, and she was ready to insist upon it. "You said you'd come with us." "I know I did." "You will, won't you?" "It's useless," he said. "Don't try and get out of it. I know what's at stake here just as much as you do." "And what do you propose we do about it?" "We go back to the Vance house and we try and close the schism." "How?" "Maybe we have to take some advice from an expert." "There are none." "There's Kissoon," she said. "He owes us one. In fact, he owes us several. But first we have to get out of here." Jaffe looked at her for a long time, as though he wasn't yet certain whether to acquiesce or not. "If you don't do this," she said, "you'll end up here in the dark where you spent, how long, 20 years? The yacht will break through, and you'll be here, underground, knowing the planet's been taken. Maybe they'll never find you. You don't eat, do you? You're beyond eating. You can survive perhaps 100 years, 1,000 years, but you'll be alone. Just you in the dark and certain knowledge of what you did. Does that sound tasty enough for you? Personally, I prefer to die trying to stop them getting through."
"You're not very persuasive," he said. "I can see right through you. You're a talkative bitch, but the world's full of them. Think you're clever. You're not. You don't know the first thing about what's coming. But me, I can see. I've got that fucking son of mine's eyes. He's moving towards the metacosm, and I can feel what's up ahead. Can't see it. Don't want to. But I feel it. And let me tell you, we don't have a fucking chance."
"Is this some last-ditch effort to stay put?"
"No, I'll come. Just to watch the look on your face when you fail. I'll come."
"Then let's do it," she said. "You know a way out of here?"
"I can find one."
"Good.
But first—"
"Yes?"
He extended his less broken hand. "My medallion." Before they could begin the climb, she had to coax Grillo from his catatonia. He was still sitting beside the water when she emerged from her conversation with Jaffe, his eyes closed tight.
"We're getting out of here," she said to him softly. "Grillo, do you hear me? We are getting out of here."
"Dead,"
he said. "No," she told him. "We're going to be all right." She put her arm through his, the pains in her side stabbing her with every movement she made. "Get up, Grillo. I'm cold, and it's going to get dark soon." Pitch black, in fact. The luminescence from the decaying terrata was dimming fast. "There's sun up there, Grillo. It's warm. It's light." Her words made him open his eyes.
"Whit's dead?"
he said. The waves from the cataract had pushed the corpse to the shore. "We're not going to join him," Tesla said. "We're going to live, Grillo. So get the fuck up."
"We can't swim up?"
he said, looking at the cataract. "There's other ways out," Tesla said. "Easier ways. But we have to be quick." She looked across the chamber to where Jaffe was surveying the cracks in the walls, looking, she presumed, for the best exit. He was in no better shape than the rest of them, and a strenuous climb was going to be out of the question. She saw him call Hotchkiss over and put him to work digging out rubble. He then moved on to survey other holes. It crossed Tesla's mind that the man didn't have any more clue how to get out of here than they did. But she distracted herself from that anxiety by returning to the business of getting Grillo to his feet. It took some more coaxing, but she succeeded. He stood up, his legs almost buckling beneath him, until he rubbed some life back into them. "Good," she said. "Good. Now let's go." She allowed herself one last glance at Whit's body, hoping that wherever he was it was a good place. If everybody got their own heaven, she knew where Whit would be now. In a celestial Paloma Grove, a small, safe town in a small, safe valley where the sun always shone and the realty business was good. She silently wished him well, and turned her back on his remains, wondering as she did so if perhaps he'd known all along that he was going to die today, and was happier to be part of the foundation of the Grove than wasted in smoke from a crematorium. Hotchkiss had been called away from his rubble cleaning at one crack to the same duties on another, fueling Tesla's unwelcome suspicion that Jaffe didn't know his way out of here. She went to Hotchkiss's aid, bullying Grillo out of his lethargy to do the same. The air from the hole smelled stale. There was no breath of anything fresh from above. But then perhaps they were too deep for that. The work was hard, and harder still in the gathering darkness. Never in her life had she felt so close to complete collapse. There was no sensation in her hands whatsoever. Her face was numb, her body sluggish. She was sure most corpses were warmer. But an age ago, somewhere in the sun, she'd told Hotchkiss she was as able as any man, and she was determined to make that claim good. She drove herself hard, pulling at the rocks with the same gusto as he did. But it was Grillo who did the bulk of the work, his eagerness undoubtedly fueled by desperation. He cleared the largest of the rocks with a strength she'd not have thought him capable of. "So," she said to Jaffy, "do we go?"
"Yes."
"This is the way out?"
"It's as good as any,"
he said, and took the lead.
There began a trek that was in its way more terrifying than the descent.
For one, they had only a single torch between them, which Hotchkiss, who followed after Jaffy, carried. It was pitifully inadequate, its light more like a beam for Tesla and Grillo to follow than a means to illuminate the path. They stumbled and fell and stumbled again, the numbness welcome in a way, postponing as it did any knowledge of what harm they were doing themselves. The first part of the route didn't even take them up. It merely wound through several small compartments, a sound of water roaring in the rock around them. They passed along one tunnel that had clearly been a recent watercourse. The mud was thigh-deep, and dripped from the ceiling onto their heads, for which, a little while on, they were duly grateful when the passage narrowed to the point where, had they not been slick with the stuff, they'd have been hard-pressed to squeeze through. Beyond this point they began to climb, the gradient gentle at first, then steepening. Now, though the sound of water diminished, there was a new threat in the walls, the grinding of earth on earth. Nobody said anything. They were too exhausted to waste breath on the obvious, that the ground that the grove was built upon was in revolt. The sounds got louder the higher they climbed, and several times dust fell from the tunnel roof, spattering them in the darkness. It was Hotchkiss who felt the breeze first.
"Fresh air,"
he said.
"Of course," said Jaffy.
Tesla looked back towards Grillo. Her senses were so whacked out she wasn't sure of them any longer.
"You feel it?"
she said to him.
"I think so,"
he said, his voice barely audible. The promise speeded their advance, though it was tougher going all the time, the tunnels actually shaking at several points, such was the violence of the motion in the ground around them. But there was more than a hint of clean air to coax them on now. There was the faintest suspicion of light somewhere above them, which became more of a certainty by and by until they could actually see the rock they were climbing up, Jaffy hauling himself one-handed, with a strange, almost floating ease, as though his body weighed next to nothing. The others scrambled after, barely able to keep up with him despite the adrenaline that had begun to pump through their weary systems. The light was strengthening, and it was that which led them on, its glare making them squint. It continued to get brighter, and brighter still. They climbed to it with fervor now, all caution in their hand and footholds forgotten. Tesla's thoughts were a ragged bundle of non-sequiturs, more like daydreams than conscious thought. Her mind was too exhausted to organize itself, but time and again it visited the 5 minutes she'd had to solve the problem of the medallion. Quite why, she only grasped as the sky finally came in sight. That this ascent from the darkness was like a climb out of the past, out of death, too, from the cold-blooded thing to the warm-blooded, from the blind and immediate to the far-sighted. Vaguely she thought, this is why men go underground, to remember why they live in the sun. At the very last, with the brightness from above overwhelming, Jaffy stood back and let Hotchkiss overtake him. "Changing your mind?" Tesla said. There was more than doubt on his face, however. "What's to be afraid of?" she asked him.
"The sun,"
he said.
"Are you two moving?"
Grillo said.
"In a moment,"
Tesla told him. "You go on." He pressed past them both, scrabbling up the remaining feet to the surface. Hotchkiss was already there. She heard him laughing to himself. Postponing the pleasure of joining him was hard, but they hadn't come this far to leave their prize behind.
"I hate the sun,"
Jaffy said. "Why?"
"It hates me."
"You mean it hurts? Are you some kind of vampire?" Jaffy squinted up at the light.
"It was Fletcher who loved the sky."
"Well, maybe you should learn something from him."
"It's too late."
"No, it isn't. You've done some shit stuff in your time, but you've got a chance to make good. There's worse coming than you. Think about that." He didn't respond. "Look," she went on, "the sun doesn't care what you did. It shines on everyone, good and bad. I wish it didn't, but it does." He nodded.
"Did I ever tell you—"
he said. "About Omaha." "Don't try and put it off, Jaffy. We're going up." "I'll die," he said. "Then all your troubles will be over, won't they?" she said. "Come on!" He stared hard at her, the gleam she'd seen in his eyes when they'd been in the cave entirely gone. Indeed, there was nothing about him that signaled any supernatural capacity. He was completely unremarkable, a grey, wretched husk of a man, whom she wouldn't have given a second glance to on the street, except perhaps to wonder what trauma had brought him so low. They'd spent a lot of time, effort, and Whit's life, getting him out of the earth. He didn't look like much of a reward for that. Head bowed against the glare, he climbed on up the last few feet and into the sun. She followed, the brightness becoming dizzying, almost nauseating. She closed her eyes against it until the sound of laughter made her open them. It was more than relief that had Hotchkiss and Grillo chuckling to themselves. The route home had brought them out in the middle of the parking lot of the Terrace Motel. "Welcome to Palomo Grove," the sign read. "The prosperous haven." Chapter 6. As Carolyn Hotchkiss had liked to remind her three best friends all those years ago, the earth's crust was thin, and the grove had been built along a flaw in that crust, which would one day crack and drop the town into an abyss. In the 2 decades since she'd silenced her own prophecies with pills, the technology for predicting that moment had advanced by leaps and bounds. Hairline cracks could be mapped, their activity closely monitored. In the event of the big one, the warnings would hopefully come fast enough to save the lives of millions, not only in San Francisco and Los Angeles, but in smaller communities like the Grove. None of these monitors and map-makers, however, could have predicted the suddenness of events up at Coney Eye, or the scale of their consequences. The skewing of the interior of the Vance house had sent a subtle but persuasive message into the hill, and out through the caves and tunnels below the town, urging a system that had been murmuring for years to roll over and shout. Though the most spectacular consequences of that mutiny occurred on the lower reaches of the hill, where the ground opened up as though the big one was indeed underway, tipping one of the crescents into a fissure 200 yards long and 20 wide, every village sustained damage. The destruction didn't die down after the first shock wave, as might have been expected with a conventional quake. It escalated, the message of anarchy spreading, minor subsidence becoming significant enough to devour houses, garages, sidewalks, and stores. In Deerdale, the streets closest to the woods were the first to suffer damage, the few residents remaining warned of the coming destruction by a mass exodus of animals, who made their escape before the trees began to try to uproot themselves and follow. Failing, they fell. The houses followed soon after, street on street toppling like dominoes. Stillbrook and laurel trees sustained equally comprehensive damage, but without due warning or any discernible pattern. Crevasses opened suddenly in the middle of streets and backyards. Pools drained of water in a matter of seconds. Driveways turned into models of the Grand Canyon. But whether arbitrary or systematic, sudden or signaled, in the end it came down to the same thing from village to village. The grove was being swallowed up by the ground it had been built upon. There were deaths, of course, many, but for the most part they went unnoticed, being those of people who'd stayed locked up alone in their houses for several days, nursing suspicions about the world they dared not take out into the light. Nobody missed them, because nobody knew who'd left town and who'd stayed. The Grovers' show of solidarity after that first night at the mall had been strictly cosmetic. There'd been no emergency community meetings called, no sharing of mutually held fears. As things got steadily worse, families had simply sloped away, often by night, still more often without saying anything to the neighbors. The loners who remained were buried under the rubble of the roofs without anybody even knowing they'd been there in the first place. By the time the authorities became aware of how widespread the damage was, many of the streets were no-go areas, and finding the victims was a task for another day, when the more urgent issue of what had happened, and was still happening, in the Buddy Vance residence was not so pressing. It had been apparent to the first investigators, seasoned patrolmen who thought they'd seen everything, that some power had been released in Coney Eye that wasn't going to be easily defined. An hour and a half after the first car reached Coney Eye and the patrolman reported to his superiors the condition of the house, several FBI men were on the scene, and 2 professors, a physicist and a geologist, were on their way from L.A. The house was entered, and the phenomenon in its interior, which defied all easy explanation, judged to be potentially lethal. What was perfectly clear, among countless uncertainties, was the fact that the Grovers had somehow been aware of some fundamental disruption occurring, or about to occur, in their midst. They'd started to desert their town hours or perhaps days before. Why none of them had chosen to alert anyone beyond the perimeters of the grove to the danger there was just one of countless mysteries the site presented. Had the investigators known where to look, they'd have had their answers from any one of the individuals who'd dragged themselves up out of the ground in front of the Terrace Motel. They'd probably have dismissed those answers as lunacy, but even Tesla, who'd been passionately determined that Grillo not tell his story, would have told it freely now, had she had the strength. The warmth of the sun, indeed the sight of it, had revived her somewhat, but it had also dried the mud and blood on her face and body and sealed in the deep chill in her marrow. Jaffe had been the first to seek the shadows of the motel. After only a few minutes, she followed. The motel had been deserted by guests and staff alike, and with good reason. The fissure in the lot was one of many, the largest of which spread through the front door of the building, its cracks climbing its facade like earth-born lightning. Inside there were ample signs of how hurried a departure the last occupants had made. Luggage and personal items scattered up and down the stairs, the doors that hadn't been unseated by the tremors thrown wide. She wandered along the row of rooms till she found some abandoned clothes, ran herself a shower, the water as hot as she could stand, stripped and stepped in. The warmth made her dreamy, and it was all she could do to drag herself out of its bliss and dry herself. There were mirrors, unfortunately. Her bruised, aching body was a pitiful sight. She covered it as quickly as possible with items that neither fitted nor matched, which pleased her. Hobo had always been her preferred aesthetic. While dressing, she availed herself of cold coffee left in the room. It was 3:20 when she emerged, almost 7 hours since the 4 of them had driven to Deerdell to make the descent. Grillo and Hotchkiss were in the office. They'd brewed hot coffee. They'd also washed, though not as thoroughly as she, instead scrubbing masks of clean skin out of the surrounding muck. They'd also stripped off their sodden sweaters and found jackets to wear. Both were smoking. "We got it all," Grillo said, his manner that of a man profoundly embarrassed, and determined to brave it out. "Coffee, cigarettes, stale doughnuts. All we're missing's serious drugs." "Where's Jaffe?" Tesla wanted to know. "Don't know," Grillo said. "What do you mean you don't know?" Tesla said. "For Christ's sake, Grillo, we shouldn't let him out of our sight." "He came this far, didn't he?" Grillo replied. "He's not going to walk away now." "Maybe," Tesla conceded. She poured herself coffee. "Is there any sugar?" "No, but there's pastries and cheesecake. Stale, but edible. Somebody had a sweet tooth. You want?" "I want," Tesla said. She sipped the coffee. "I suppose you're right. About the sweet tooth?" "About Jaffe." "He doesn't give a fuck for us," Hotchkiss said. "Makes me sick to look at him." "Well, you've got reason," Grillo said. "Damn right," said Hotchkiss. He gave Tesla a sideways glance. "When this is done with," he said, "I want him to myself, okay? We've got scores to settle." He didn't wait for a reply. Taking his coffee, he headed back out into the sun. "What was that about?" Tesla said. "Carolyn," Grillo said. "Of course." "He blames Jaffe for what happened to her. And he's right." "He must be going through hell." "I don't think the trip's anything new to him," Grillo said. "I suppose not." She emptied her mug of coffee. "That's wired me for a while," she said. "I'm going to find Jaffe." "Before you do." "Yeah?" "I just want to say, what happened to me down there, I'm sorry I wasn't more use. I've always had this thing about being buried alive." "Sounds reasonable to me," Tesla said. "I want to make it up to you. Want to help any way I can. Just say the word. I know you've got a take on all of this. I haven't." Not really. You persuaded Jaffe to come with us. How'd you do that? He had a puzzle. I solved it. You make it sound real simple. Thing is, I think maybe the whole thing's simple. What we're facing's so big, Willow, we just have to go on instinct. Yours was always better than mine. I like facts. They're simple, too, she said. There's a hole, and something coming through it from the other side which people like you and me don't even have the capacity to imagine. If we don't close the hole, we're fucked. And the Jaff knows how? How what? To close the hole. Tesla stared at him. Had a guess? She said. No. She found him, of all places, on the roof, which was, literally, the last place in the motel she'd chosen to look. Surprisingly, he was engaged in the last activity she'd have expected from him. He was staring at the sun. I thought maybe you'd left us to our own devices, she said. You were right, he replied, not looking at her. It shines on everyone, good and bad. But it doesn't make me warm. I've forgotten what it was like to feel warm or cold, or hungry or full. I miss that so much. The sour self-confidence he'd evidenced in the caves had entirely drained from him. He was almost cowed. Maybe you'll get that back, she said. The human stuff, I mean. Undo what the nuncio did. I'd like that, he said. I'd like to be Randolph Jaffe of Omaha, Nebraska. Turn the clock back and not go into that room. What room? The dead letters room at the post office, he said, where all this began. I should tell you about that. I'd like to hear, but first, I know, the house, the schism. Now he did look at her, or rather beyond her, at the hill. We have to go up there sooner or later, she reminded him. I'd prefer we do it now while it's light and I've got some energy left. And when we get there, we hope for inspiration. That has to come from somewhere, he said, and we've neither of us got gods, have we? That's what I've traded on all these years, people being godless. That's us now. She remembered what Damour had said when she'd told him she didn't pray. Something about praying making sense once you knew how much there was out there. I'm coming round to being a believer, she said, slowly. A believer in what? In higher forces, she said, with a faintly embarrassed shrug. The shoal had their aspirations, why shouldn't I? Did they? He said. Were they guarding the art because quiddity had to be preserved? I don't think so. They were just afraid of what might break out. They were watchdogs. Maybe their duties elevated them. Into what? Saints? Didn't do much for Cassoon, did it? All he worshipped was himself. And the odd. That was a grim thought. What more perfect counterpoint to Damour's talk of faith and mysteries than Cassoon's revelation that all religions were masks for the shoal, ways to keep the hoi polloi distracted from the secret of secrets. I keep getting glimpses, Jaffe said, of where Tommy Ray is. What's it like? Darker and darker, Jaffe replied. He was moving for a long while, but now he's stopped. Maybe the tide's changed. There's something coming, I think, out of the darkness. Or maybe it is the darkness, I don't know. But it's getting closer. The moment he sees anything, Tesla said, let me know. I want details. I don't want to look, with his eyes or mine. You may not have any choice. He's your son. He's failed me over and over. I don't owe him anything. He's got his phantoms. Perfect family unit, Tesla said. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, Jaffe said. That's right, she replied, another echo coming back to her from the past. Trinity. What about it? That was what Cassoon was so afraid of. The Trinity? Yeah. When he brought me into the loop the first time, he dropped the name. It was an error, I think. When I challenged him on it, he was so damn flustered he let me go."
"I never took Kissoon for a Christian," Jaffy remarked.
"Me neither. Maybe he meant some other god. Or gods. Some force the shoal could invoke. Where's the medallion?"
"In my pocket. You'll have to get it for yourself. My hands are very weak."
He took them from his pockets. In the guttering light of the cave their mutilation had been sickening, but here in bright sunlight they were more disgusting still, the flesh blackened and dewy, the bone beneath crumbling.
"I'm coming apart," he said. "Fletcher used fire. I used my teeth. Both of us suicides. It's just that his was faster."
She reached into his pocket and took the medallion out.
"You don't seem to mind," she said. "What about?"
"Falling apart."
"No, I don't," he admitted. "I'd like to die the way I would have done if I'd stayed in Omaha and just got old. I don't want to live forever. What's the use of going on if you can't make sense of anything?"
The rush of pleasure she'd experienced solving the medallion's enigmas came back to her as she studied it. But there was nothing in the design, even when examined in daylight, which could be interpreted as a trinity. There were quartets, certainly, 4 arms, 4 circles, but no trios.
"This is no use," she said. "We could waste days trying to work it out."
"Work what out?" said Grillo, emerging into the sunlight.
"The Trinity," she said. "Have you any idea what that means?
Father, Son, and—
Besides the obvious?"
"Then no, I don't. Why?"
"Just a little hope I had."
"How many trinities can there be?" he said. "It shouldn't be that hard to find out."
"Where from, Abernethy?"
"I could start with him," Grillo said. "He's a God-fearing man. Or at least he claims to be."
"Is it that important?" "At this stage everything's important," she said.
"I'll get on to it," he replied, "if the phone lines are still working. You just want to know—"
"Anything about the Trinity. Anything."
"Hard facts, that's what I like," he said. "Hard facts." He headed off down the stairs. As he did so, Tesla heard Jaffy mutter,
"Look away, Tommy. Just look away."
He'd closed his eyes. Now he began to shake.
"Can you see them?" she said to him.
"It's so dark."
"Can you see them?"
"I can see something moving. Something huge. So huge. Why don't you move, boy? Get away before they see you. Move!"
His eyes suddenly sprang open.
"Enough,"
he said.
"Have you lost him?"
Tesla said.
"I told you. Enough."
"He's not dead?"
"No, he's riding the waves."
"Surfing on quiddity?"
she said. "Doing his damnedest."
"And the yacht?"
"Are behind him. I was right, the tide has changed. They're coming."
"Describe what you saw," she said.
"I told you. They're vast."
"That's all?"
"Like mountains moving. Mountains covered in locusts or fleas, big and small. I don't know. None of it makes much sense."
"Well, we just have to close the schism as quickly as we can. Mountains I can take. But let's keep the fleas out, huh?" Hotchkiss was at the front door when they got down there. Grillo had already spoken to him about the Trinity, and he had a better idea than asking Abernethy. "There's a bookstore in the mall," he said. "Do you want me to go look up trinities there?" "It can't hurt," Tesla said. "If the Trinity scared Kissoon, maybe it'll scare his paymasters." "Where's Grillo?"
"Out looking for a car. He'll take you up the hill. That's where you're both going?" He glanced in Jaffy's direction, repugnance on his face.
"That's where we're going," Tesla said. "And that's where we'll stay. So you know where to find us."
"Right to the end?" Hotchkiss said, not taking his eyes off Jaffy. right to the end. Grillo had found and hot-wired a car that had been left in the motel lot. "Where'd you learn to do that?" she asked him as they drove up towards the hill. The Jaff sat slumped on the back seat, his eyes closed. "I did a piece way back in my investigative phase. On car thieves?" "That's right. I picked up a few tricks of the trade, and I've never forgotten them. I'm a mine of useless information. Always something new out of Grillo. But nothing about Trinity." "You keep coming back to that." "Desperation," she said. "We haven't got much else to hold on to." "Maybe it's something to do with what Damour said about the Savior." "A last-minute intervention from on high?" Tesla said. "I'm not going to hold my breath waiting." "Shit. Problem?" "Up ahead." A crevasse had opened up at the intersection they were approaching. It was across both street and sidewalk. There was no way past it up the hill. "We'll have to try another way," Grillo said. He put the car into reverse, backed up, and took a cross street for 3 blocks. There was evidence of the grove's growing instability on every side. Lamp-posts and trees felled, sidewalks buckled, water running from fractured pipes. "It's all going to blow," Tesla said. "Ain't that the truth?" The next street he tried gave them clear access to the hill, and they headed up. As they began the ascent, Tesla caught sight of a second car, coming off the feed road from the freeway. It wasn't a police car, unless the local cops had taken up driving Volkswagens and painting them fluorescent yellow. "Foolhardy," she said. "What is?" "Somebody coming back into town." "Probably a salvage operation," Grillo said. "People taking what they can while they can." Yep. The color of the car, so garishly inappropriate, lingered with her for a little while. She wasn't sure why. Perhaps because it was so very West Hollywood, and she doubted she'd ever see her apartment in North Huntley Drive again. "Looks like we've got a welcome committee," Grillo said. "Perfect movie moment," Tesla said. "Step on it, driver." "Lousy dialogue." "Just drive." Grillo swerved to avoid collision with a patrol car, put his foot on the accelerator, and was past the vehicle before its driver had a chance to block him. "There'll be more at the top," he said. Tesla looked back at the car they left behind. There was no attempt to give chase. Its driver would simply be alerting the rest of the unit. "Do whatever you've got to do," Tesla told Grillo. "Meaning what?" "Meaning trash him if they get in our way. We've got no time to make nice." "The house is going to be crawling with cops," he warned. "I doubt it," she said. "I think they'll be keeping their distance." She was right. As they came in sight of Coney Eye, it was apparent that the patrolmen had decided this whole mess was beyond them. The cars were parked well down from the gate, the men themselves standing a good way behind their vehicles. Most were just staring up at the house, but there was a contingent of 4 officers waiting at a barricade that had been set up, blocking the hill. "You want me to drive straight through?" Grillo said. "Damn right." He put his foot down. 2 of the quartet ahead went for their guns. The other 2 threw themselves aside. Grillo rammed the barricade at speed. The wood splintered and broke, a piece shattering the windshield. He thought he'd heard a shot in the confusion, but as he was still driving, assumed it hadn't killed him. The car struck one of the patrol vehicles, a glancing blow, its back end slewing around and striking another before Grillo regained control and headed it for the open gates of Buddy Vance's house. Engine revved, they roared up the driveway. "Nobody's following," Tesla said. "I don't fucking blame them," Grillo replied. As they reached the bend in the driveway, he put on the brakes. "This is near enough," he said. "Jesus, will you look at that?" "I'm looking." The facade of the house resembled a cake that had been left out all night in a heavy rain, the whole thing softened and thrown out of whack. There were no straight lines in the door frames, no right angles in the windows, even those at the very top of the house. The power Jaffe had unleashed here had sucked everything toward its maw, distorting the bricks, the tiles, the panes of glass, the whole house tending towards the schism. When Tesla and Grillo had staggered out through the doorway, the place had been a maelstrom, but the hole, once opened, seemed to be pacified. There was no sign of further violence. There was no doubting the proximity of the schism, however. When they stepped from the car, they felt its energies in the air. It made the hair on the back of their necks stand up straight and their guts shudder. It was as quiet as the eye of a hurricane. a tremulous calm just begging to be broken. Tesla glanced through the car window at their passenger. Jaffee, sensing her scrutiny, opened his eyes. The fear in him was perfectly plain. However much skill he'd had at concealing his feelings in the past, and she suspected he'd had much, he was beyond such pretenses now. "Do you want to come see?" she said. He didn't leap at the offer, so she left him where he was. She had a duty to perform before they actually ventured inside, and she could give him time to work up his courage while she performed it. She headed back the way they'd come, until she emerged from behind the line of palms that bordered the driveway. The cops had followed as far as the gate, but no further. It occurred to her that it wasn't simply fear that kept them from following, but orders from their superiors. She didn't dare hope the cavalry would be rolling up the hill in the next few minutes, but perhaps they were mustering, and these foot soldiers had been instructed to keep their distance until the full force arrived. They were certainly nervous. She emerged with her hands up to face a row of leveled muzzles. "This property's off limits," somebody shouted from below. "Come back down with your hands in the air. All of you." "I'm afraid I can't do that," Tesla replied. "Just keep it off limits, will you? We've got business here. Who's in charge?" she asked, feeling like a visitor from space asking to be taken to their leader. A man in a well-cut suit stepped into view from behind one of the vehicles. He was not, she guessed, a policeman. More likely FBI. "I'm in charge," he said. "Are you getting backup?" she asked. "Who are you?" he demanded to know. "Are you getting backup?" she said again. "You're going to need more than a few patrol cars, believe me. There's going to be a major invasion starting from this house." "What are you talking about?" "Just get the hill surrounded and seal the grove. We're not going to get a second chance." "I'm only going to ask one more time," the leader began, but she cut him off short, slipping out of sight before he could finish his demands. "You're good at that," Gwillow said. "You know what practice makes," she said. "They could have shot you," Gwillow observed. "But they didn't," she said, returning to the car and opening the door. "Shall we?" she said to Jaffee. He ignored her invitation at first. "The sooner we start, the sooner we finish," she said. Sighing, he got out. "I want you to stay here," she told Gwillow. "If any of them make a move, holler." "You just don't want me inside," he said. "That, too." "Do you have any clue what you're going to do in there?" "We're going to make like a couple of critics," Tesla said. "We're going to fuck the art." Hotchkiss had been an avid reader in his younger days, but Carolyn's death had killed his taste for fiction. Why bother to read thrillers written by men who'd never heard gunfire? They were all lies. Not just the novels. These books, too, he thought, as he dug through the shelves in the Mormon bookstore. Volumes of stuff about Revelation and God's work on earth. There were a few that listed Trinity in their index, but the reference was always in passing, and illuminated nothing. The only satisfaction he got from the search was the pleasure of throwing the place into disarray, tossing the books aside. Their pat certitudes disgusted him. If he'd had the time, he might have set a match to the lot. As he moved deeper into the shop, he saw a bright yellow Volkswagen turn into the lot. 2 men stepped out. They couldn't have looked more unalike. One was dressed in a dusty rag-bag of ill-fitting garments, and had, even from a distance, a face ugly enough to make a mother weep. His companion was a tanned Adonis by comparison, dressed in peacock casuals. Neither, Hotchkiss judged, knew where they were, nor the danger they were in being here. They looked around at the empty lot in bewilderment. Hotchkiss went to the door. "You guys should get out of here," he called across to them. The peacock looked in his direction. "This is Paloma Grove?" "Yeah." "What happened? Was there a quake?" "It's coming," Hotchkiss said. "Listen, just do yourselves a favor. Get the fuck out of here." The ugly one spoke now, his face looking more misshapen the closer he got. "Tesla Bombeck," he said. "What about her?" Hotchkiss said. "I have to see her. My name's Raoul." "She's up the hill," Hotchkiss said. He'd heard Tesla mention the name Raoul when speaking to Grillo. He didn't recall in what context. "I've come to help her," Raoul said. "And you?" Hotchkiss asked the Adonis. "Run," came the reply. "I'm just the chauffeur." He shrugged. "Hey, if you want me out of here, I'm happy to go." "It's up to you," Hotchkiss said, returning into the store. "It's not safe here. That's all I'm saying." "I hear you," Ron said. Raoul had lost interest in the conversation and was scanning the stores. He seemed to be sniffing as he did so. "What do you want me to do?" Ron called over to him. The man looked back at his friend. "Go home," he said. "You don't want me to take you up to find Tesla?" Ron replied. "I'll find her myself." "It's a long walk, man." Raoul cast a glance in Hotchkiss's direction. "We'll work something out," he said. Hotchkiss didn't volunteer for duty, but went back to his search, paying only half an ear's attention to the conversation that continued in the lot. "Are you sure you don't want us to go find Tesla? I thought this was urgent." "It was. It is. I just need to spend a little time here first." "I can wait. I don't mind." "I told you no." "You don't want me to take you back? I thought maybe we could hang out tonight. You know, go to a few bars. Another time, maybe." "Tomorrow?" "Just another time." "I get it. This is thanks but no thanks, right?" "If you say so." "You're fucking weird, man. First you come on to me. Now you don't want to know. Well, fuck you. I can get my dick sucked plenty of places." Hotchkiss glanced round to see the Adonis stalking back to his car. The other man was already out of sight. Pleased to have the distraction over with, he went back to searching the shelves. The section of books on motherhood didn't look too promising, but he began to make his way through it anyhow. It was, as he'd anticipated, all pap and platitudes. There was nothing in the pages that made reference, even obliquely, to any trinity. Only talk of motherhood as a divine calling, woman in partnership with God, bringing new life into the world, her greatest and most noble task. And for the offspring, trite advice. "Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right." He dutifully went through every title, throwing the volumes aside when they proved useless, until he'd exhausted the shelves. There were only 2 sections remaining to be searched. Neither of them seemed too promising. He stood up and stretched, looking out towards the sun-beaten lot. A sickening sense of foreboding was churning in his guts. The sun was shining, but for how long? Beyond the lot, a long way beyond, he caught sight of the yellow beetle, making its way out of the grove towards the freeway. He didn't envy the Adonis his liberty. He had no wish to get in a car and drive. As places to die went, the grove was as good as any. Comfortable, familiar, empty. If he died screaming, nobody would hear his cowardice. If he died silently, nobody would mourn him. Let the Adonis go. He, presumably, had his life to live somewhere, and it would be brief. If they failed in their endeavors here in the grove, and the night beyond this world broke through, it would be very brief. If they succeeded, small hope, it would still be brief. And always better in the ending than the beginning, the interval between being what it was. If the exterior of Coney Eye had been the eye of a hurricane, the interior was a glint in that eye. A sharper stillness, which made Tesla alive to every tick in her cheek and temple, every small raggedness in her breath. With Jaffe following in after her, she crossed the hallway towards the lounge where he'd committed his crime against nature. The evidence of that crime was everywhere around them, but cold now, the distortions set like so much melted wax. She stepped through into the room itself. The schism was still in place, the entire environment pulled towards a hole no more than 6 feet across. It was quiescent. There was no visible sign that it was trying to make itself any wider. If and when the yard reached the threshold of the chasm, they'd have to step over it one by one, unless, with this lesion begun, they could simply hack it open till it gaped. "It doesn't look too dangerous," she said to Jaffe. "We've got a chance if we move quickly." I don't know how to seal it. Try. You knew how to open it. That was instinct. And what do your instincts tell you now? That I haven't got the power left in me, he said. He raised his broken hands. I ate it up and spat it out. It was all in your hands? I think so. She remembered the night at the mall, the Jaff passing poison into Fletcher's system from fingers which seemed to be sweating potency. Now those same hands were decaying wreckage, and yet she couldn't bring herself to believe power was a matter of anatomy. Kissoon had been no demigod, but his scrawny body was a reservoir of the direst suits. Will was the key to authority, and Jaffy seemed to have none left. So you can't do it, she said simply. No. Then maybe I can. He narrowed his eyes. I doubt that, he said, with the faintest trace of condescension in his tone. She pretended not to have noticed. I can try, she said. The Nuncio got into me, too, remember? You're not the only god in the squad. This remark bore the fruit it had been planted to produce. You? He said. You've not a hope in hell. He looked down at his hands, then back up at the schism. I'm the one who opened it. I'm the only one who ever dared do that. And I'm the only one who can seal it up again. He walked past her towards the schism, that same lightness in his step as she'd noticed when they were climbing out of the caves. It allowed him to negotiate the uneven floor with relative ease. It was only when he came within a yard or two of the hole that his pace slowed, that he stopped completely. "What is it?" she said. "Come look for yourself." She started across the room towards him. It wasn't simply the visible world that was twisted and dragged towards the hole, she realized. So was the invisible. The air and the minute particles of dust and dirt it carried was hauled out of true. Space itself was knotted up, its convolutions pliable enough to be pressed through, but only with the greatest difficulty. The effect got stronger the closer to the hole she went. Her body, already bruised and battered within an inch of its lazarite life, was barely equal to the challenge. But she persevered, and step by step she achieved her goal, coming close enough to the hole to see down its throat. The sight was not easy to take. The world she'd assumed all her life to be complete and comprehensible was here undone utterly. It was a distress she'd not felt since childhood, when somebody, she'd forgotten who, had taught her the trick of looking at infinity by putting two mirrors face to face, each staring into the other's reflection. She'd been 12, 13 at most, and completely spooked by the idea of this emptiness echoing emptiness, back and forth until they reached the limits of light. For years after, she'd remembered that moment, confronted with a physical representation of something her mind revolted at. Here was the same process, the schism defying her every idea about the way the world was, reality as a comparative science. She looked into its maw. Nothing that she saw was certain. If it was cloud, then it was cloud half-turned to rain. If it was rain, then it was rain on the verge of combusting and becoming a falling fire. And beyond the cloud and rain and fire, another place entirely, as ambiguous as the confusion of elements that half hid it. A sea that became a sky with no horizon to divide or define them. Quiddity. She was seized by a fierce, barely controllable desire to be there, to climb through the schism and taste the mystery beyond. How many thousands of seekers, glimpsing in fever dreams and drug dreams the possibility of being where she now stood, had woken, wanting to die rather than live another hour, knowing they could never have that access. Woken, mourned, and still gone on living, hoping in the agonized, heroic way her species hoped, that miracles were possible, that the epiphanies of music and love were more than self-deception, were clues to a greater condition, where hope was rewarded with keys and kisses, and doors opened to the everlasting. Quiddity was that everlasting. It was the ether in which being had been raised as humanity had been raised from the soup of a simpler sea. The thought of quiddity, tainted by the yad, was suddenly more distressing to her than the fact of their imminent invasion. The phrase she'd first heard from Kissoon revisited her. Quiddity must be preserved. As Mary Morales had said, Kissoon only told lies when he needed to. That was no small part of his genius, to hold to the truth as long as it served his purpose. And quiddity did need to be preserved. Without dreams, life was nothing. Perhaps it would not even have come into being.
"I suppose I must try,"
Jaffee said, and took one more step towards the maw, bringing himself within touching range of it. His hands, which had seemed completely devoid of strength a minute before, had a lick of power about them, all the more visible because it oozed from such wounded flesh. He raised them towards the schism. That it sensed his presence and purpose became apparent before he'd even made contact. A spasm passed out from its lips, running up through the room it had hauled into itself. The frozen distortions shuddered, softening once again.
"It's wise to us,"
Jaffee said. "We've still got to try," Tesla replied. The floor beneath their feet was suddenly jittery. Pieces of plaster dropped from the walls and ceiling. Inside the maw, the clouds of fiery rain bloomed towards the cosm. Jaffee laid his hands on the softening intersection, but the schism was having no truck with undoers. It threw a second spasm off, its violence sufficient to throw Jaffee back into Tesla's arms. "No good," he said. "No good." Worse than no good. If they'd needed evidence of the yad's approach, they had it now. As the cloud darkened, its motion unmistakable. As Jaffee had guessed, the tide had changed. The throat of the schism was not concerned with swallowing, but with vomiting up whatever was choking it. To do so, it started to open. With that motion, the beginning of the end began. Chapter 7. The book in Hotchkiss's hands was called Preparing for Armageddon, and it was a manual instructing faithful brethren on how to do just that, a step-by-step guide to surviving the imminent apocalypse. There were chapters on livestock, on water and grain, on clothing and bedding, fuel, heat, and light. There was a 5-page checklist entitled Commonly Stored Foods that ran the gamut from molasses to venison jerky. And as if to whip up fear in any procrastinators who might be tempted to put off their preparations, the book interspersed these lists with photographs of calamities that had occurred across America. Most of them were natural phenomena, forest fires raging, unchecked and uncheckable, hurricanes laying towns flat in their passage. There were several pages given over to a flood in Salt Lake City in May of 1983, accompanied by pictures of Utahns building walls of sandbags to contain the water. But the image that loomed largest amid this catalogue of final acts was the mushroom cloud. There were several photographs of that cloud, underneath one of which Hotchkiss found the simple legend, "The first atom bomb was detonated at 0530 hours, July 16, 1945, at a location named Trinity, by the bomb's creator, Robert Oppenheimer. With that detonation, mankind's last age began." There was no further explanation. The purpose of the book was not to explain the atomic bomb and its construction, but to offer guidance on how the members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints might survive it. No matter. He didn't need details. All he needed was that one word, Trinity. In some other context than Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, here it was. The three-in-one reduced to a single place, a single event indeed. This was the Trinity that superseded all others. In the imagination of the 20th century, the mushroom cloud loomed larger than God. He stood up, preparing for Armageddon in his hand, and crossed through the chaos of discarded books to the front of the store. Awaiting him outside was a sight that stopped him in his tracks. There were dozens of animals running free in the lot. Puppies rolling around, mice running for cover with kittens on their tails, lizards basking on the hot asphalt. He looked along the row of storefronts. A parrot flew out through the open door of Ted Elizando's store. Hotchkiss didn't know Ted at all, but he knew the stories about the man.
As a source of gossip himself, he'd always attended closely to what was said about others. Elizondo had lost his mind, his wife, and his baby. Now he was losing his little ark in the mall as well, setting it free. The task of getting the information on Trinity to Tesla Bombeck was more important than offering words of comfort or warning to Elizondo, even if he'd had any words to offer. The man clearly knew what danger he was in, or he wouldn't have been releasing his stock. And as to comfort, what words were there to offer? Decision made, Hotchkiss started across the lot to his car, only to be stopped again, not by a sight this time, but by a sound, a short, anguished human cry. Its source was the pet store. He was at the open door in 10 seconds. Inside there were more animals underfoot, but no sign of the Liberator. He called the man's name. "Elizondo? Are you okay?" There was no answer, and it occurred to Hotchkiss that the man had killed himself, set the animals free, then slit his wrists. He picked up his speed, weaving through the displays, the perches and the cages. Halfway down the store he saw Elizondo's body, slumped on the far side of a sizable cage. The occupants, a small flock of canaries, were panicked, fluttering back and forth, feathers dashed from their wings against the wire. Hotchkiss dropped the book and went to Ted's aid. "What have you done?" he said as he approached. "Jesus, man, what have you done?" As he got closer to the body, he realized his error. This was no suicide. The wounds on his face, which was pressed against the wire, were not self-inflicted. They were traumatic, cobs of flesh torn out of his cheek and neck. The blood had spilled through the mesh and covered the bottom of the canary's cage, but it had ceased to pump with any gusto. He'd been dead for several minutes. Hotchkiss stood up very slowly. If it hadn't been Elizondo's cry he'd heard, what had it been? He took a step towards the book to reclaim it, but as he stooped to pick it up, a motion between the cages distracted him. What seemed to be a black snake was gliding across the floor just beyond Elizondo's corpse. It moved quickly, its clear intention to come between him and the exit. Had he not had to pick up the book, he might have outrun it, but by the time he had Preparing for Armageddon in his hand, it was at the door. Now that it was in full sight, several facts became clear. That this was no escapee from the store. No household in the grove would have given it a home. That it bore as much resemblance to a moray eel as it did to a snake, but even that likeness was vague. It was, in truth, like nothing he'd seen before. And finally, that it had left smears of blood on the tiles to mark its advance, and that the interior of its mouth was also wet with blood. This was Elizondo's killer. He retreated in front of it, evoking the name of the Savior he'd long ago forsaken. "Jesus!" The word brought laughter from somewhere at the back of the store. He turned. The door to Ted's office was wide open. Though the room beyond had no windows and the lights weren't on, he could make out the figure of a man sitting cross-legged on the floor. He could even make a guess at his identity. The misshapen features of Tesla Bombeck's friend Raoul were unmistakable, even in the gloom. He was naked. It was that fact, his nakedness, and therefore his vulnerability, that tempted Hotchkiss into taking a step towards the open door. Given the choice between fighting the snake or its charmer, and they were surely in league, he chose the charmer. A naked man squatting was not much threat. "What the fuck's going on here?" Hotchkiss demanded as he approached. The man grinned in the murk. His smile was wet and wide. "I'm making licks," he replied. "Licks?" "Behind you." Hotchkiss didn't need to turn around to know his exit was still blocked. He had no choice but to stand his ground, even though he was increasingly appalled by the sight in front of him. Not only was the man naked, but his body, from the middle of his chest to the middle of his thigh, was swarming with bugs. The store's supply of lizard food and fish food here assuaging another appetite. Their motion had him hard, his crooked member the focus of their endeavors. But there was a sight as repulsive or worse on the ground in front of him, a small heap of animal excrement, droppings gathered from the cages, in the midst of which a creature was nesting. No, not nesting, being born, swelling and unknotting itself in front of Hotchkiss. It raised its head from the shit, and he saw it was another of what this monster-maker had called licks.
Nor was it the only one. Glistening forms uncoiled in the corners of the little room, all lengths of featureless muscle, malice in their every squirming motion. Two emerged from behind their maker. Another was climbing up the counter to the right of Hotchkiss and wriggling towards him. In order to avoid it, he took a backward step and realized too late that the maneuver had put him within reach of another of the beasts. It was at his leg in 2 beats, ascending it in 3. He dropped Armageddon a second time and reached down to strike at the thing, but its gaping mouth struck first, the twin motions throwing him off balance. He staggered back against the shelf of cages, his flailing arms bringing several of them down. A second snatch, this time at the shelf itself, was just as fruitless. Built only to bear kittens in their cages, it gave way beneath his weight, and he fell to the ground, the shelf and its load coming down after him. Had it not been for the cages, he might have been slaughtered on the spot, but they delayed the licks converging on him from front door and back. He was granted 10 seconds' reprieve while they tried to worm their way between the cages, during which he managed to roll over and prepared to get to his feet. But the creature fixed to his leg brought such hope to an end, its jaws sinking into the flesh of his hip. The pain took his sight for a moment, and when it returned, the other beasts had found their way to him. He felt one of them at the back of his neck, another wrapped itself around his torso. He started to yell for help before the breath was squeezed out of him. "There's only me," came the reply. He gazed up at the man called Raoul, who was no longer squatting in ordure, but standing over him. Still hard, still swarming, one of the licks draped around his neck. He had the first 2 fingers of his hand in its open mouth, stroking the back of its throat. "You're not Raoul?" Hotchkiss gasped. "No." "Who—" The last word he heard, before the licks wound around his chest, tightened its knot, was the answer to that question. A name made up of 2 gentle syllables, Kiss and Soon. It was these words he thought of at the last, like a prophecy. Kiss soon. Caroline, waiting on the other side of death, lips ready to press to his cheek. It made his last moments bearable, after all the horrors. "I think what we've got here is a lost cause," Tesla said to Grillo as she emerged from the house. She was shaking from head to foot, hour upon hour of exertion and hurt taking its toll. She longed to sleep, but she had a terror that if she did, she'd have the dream Whit had had the night before. The visit to quiddity that meant dying was very close. Maybe it was, but she didn't want to know about it. Grillo took hold of her arm, but she waved him away. "You can't hold me up any more than I can hold you. What's happening in there? The hole's started to open again. It's like a dam's going to burst. Shit!" The entire house was creaking now. The palms lining the driveway were shaking down dead fronds as they rocked, the driveway cracking as though it was sledge-hammered from below. "I should warn the cops," Grillo said. "Tell them what's coming. I think we lost this one, Grillo. Do you know what happened to Hotchkiss?" "No. I hope he gets out before they come through." "He won't. He should. No town's worth dying for." "I think it's time I made my call, don't you?" "What call?" she said. "To Abernethy? Break the bad news?" Tesla made a small sigh. "Yeah, why don't you? The last scoop." "I'll be back," he said. "Don't think you're getting out of here alone. You're not. We're going together." "I'm not leaving." He got into the car, not really aware, until he tried to align his hand with the ignition key, just how violent the shaking in the ground had become. When he finally succeeded in getting the car started and backed it down the driveway to the gate, he found any warning to the cops was redundant. The bulk of them had withdrawn a good distance down the hill, leaving a single vehicle just outside the gates, with 2 men posted as observers. They paid little notice to Grillo. Their twin concerns, one professional, one personal, were watching the house and preparing for a rapid retreat if the fissures spread in their direction. Grillo drove on past them and down the hill. There was a half-hearted attempt by one of the officers lower down the slope to halt him, but he simply drove on by, heading to the mall. There he'd hoped to find a public telephone in which to make his call to Abernethy. There, too, he'd find Hotchkiss, and warn him, if he didn't already know, that the game was up. As he negotiated the rat maze of streets, blocked or plowed up or turned into chasms, he experimented with headlines for this last report. "The end of the world is nigh" was so commonplace. He didn't want to be just another in a long line of prophets promising the apocalypse, even if this time, finally, it was true. As he turned into the mall just before his eyes alighted on the animal jamboree going on there, he had an inspiration. It was Buddy Vance's collection that brought it to mind. Though he suspected he'd have a hard time selling the idea to Abernethy, he knew there was no more appropriate headline for this story than "The Ride is Over." The species had enjoyed its adventure, but it was coming to an end. He stopped the car at the entrance to the lot and stepped out to survey the bizarre spectacle of animal playtime. A smile came to his lips, despite himself. What bliss they knew, knowing nothing, playing in the sun without the least suspicion of how short their span was. He crossed the lot to the bookstore, but Hotchkiss wasn't there. The stock was scattered over the floor, evidence of a search that had presumably ended in failure. He headed along to the pet store in hope of finding some human company and a phone. There was a din of birds from inside, the store's last captives. If he had time, he'd set them free himself. No reason why they shouldn't get a glimpse of the sun. "Anyone home?" he said, putting his head around the door. A gecko ran out between his legs. He watched it go, the same inquiry on his tongue. It went unsaid. The gecko had run through blood on its way out the door, blood smeared and spattered everywhere he looked. He saw Elisando's body first, then the companion corpse, half buried beneath cages. "Hotchkiss?" he said. He began to haul the cages off the body. There was more than a smell of blood in the air. There was the stench of shit, too. It came off on his hands, but he kept up his labors until he'd seen enough of Hotchkiss to be certain he was dead. Uncovering his head confirmed that fact. The skull had been crushed to smithereens, shards of bone sticking up like broken crockery from the mush of his mind and senses. No animal housed in a store this size could have committed such violence, nor was it easy to see what weapon might have caused it. He didn't linger to ponder the problem, not with the very real possibility that those responsible were still in the vicinity. He scanned the floor, looking for some weapon, a leash, a studded collar, anything to ward off the slaughter. His search took him to a book, dropped on the floor a little way from Hotchkiss's body. He read the title aloud. "Preparing for Armageddon?" Then he picked it up, flipping through it quickly. It seemed to be a manual on how to survive the apocalypse. These were words of wisdom from Mormon brethren to members of the church, telling them that all would be well, that they had God's living oracles, the First Presidency and the Council of the 12 Apostles to watch over them and advise them. All they needed to do was take of that advice, spiritual and practical, and whatever the future brought could be survived. "If ye are prepared, ye need not fear," was the hope, no, certainty, of these pages. "Be pure in heart, love many, be just, and stand in holy places. Maintain a year's supply." He flipped on through it. Why had Hotchkiss selected this book? Hurricanes, forest fires, and floods? What did they have to do with Trinity? And then there it was, a grainy photograph of a mushroom cloud, and the words beneath identifying the place where it had been detonated. Trinity, New Mexico. He read no further. Book in hand, he ran out into the lot, animals scattering in front of him, and got into the car. His call to Abernethy would have to wait. How the simple fact that Trinity was the birthplace of the bomb fitted into the story he didn't know, but perhaps Tesla would. And even if she didn't, he'd have the satisfaction of bringing her the news. It was absurd, he knew, to be so suddenly pleased with himself, as though this information made some difference to things. The world was going to end. The ride is over. Yet having this small piece of the puzzle in his hands was enough to momentarily put the terror of that fact aside. He knew no greater pleasure than to be a bringer of news, a messenger, a nuncio. It was the closest he'd ever got to understanding the word happy. Even in the short time, no more than 4 or 5 minutes, that he spent at the mall, the grove's stability had deteriorated further. 2 streets that had been accessible on his way down from the hill now no longer were. One had virtually disappeared entirely. The earth had simply opened up and guzzled it. The other was strewn with wreckage from 2 toppled houses. He found a third route that was still passable, and began up the hill, the tremors in the ground becoming so violent that on occasion he could barely control the car. A few observers had appeared on the scene during his absence, in 3 unmarked helicopters, the largest of which was hovering directly over the Vance house, its passengers attempting to make, no doubt, an assessment of the situation. They must have guessed by now that this was no natural phenomenon. Perhaps they even knew the root cause. Damour had told Tesla the existence of the yard was known to the highest of the high. If so, there should have been firepower ranged around the house hours before, instead of a few frightened cops. Had they not believed the evidence in their hands, the generals and the politicians? Were they too pragmatic to think that their empire could be put in jeopardy by something that belonged on the other side of dreams? He couldn't blame them. He wouldn't have lent that notion a moment's credibility 72 hours ago. He'd have judged it a nonsense, like the talk of God's living oracles in the book on the seat beside him, an overheated fantasy. If the observers stayed where they were, directly over the schism, they'd have a chance to change their minds. Seeing was believing. And see they would. The gates of Coney Eye had been toppled. So had its perimeter wall. He left the car in front of the pile of rubble, and, clutching the book, climbed towards the house, upon the face of which something he took to be a cloud shadow seemed to sit. The ructions had opened up the fissures in the driveway, and he had to tread with care, his concentration befuddled by a distressing quality in the atmosphere around the house. The closer he got to the door, the darker the shadow seemed to get. Though the sun was still beating down on the back of his head and on Coney Eye's cake-in-the-rain facade, the whole scene was grimy, as though a layer of dirty varnish had been painted over everything. It made his head ache to see it. His sinuses pricked, his ears popped. More distressing than these minor discomforts was a palpable sense of dread that grew stronger in him with every step he took. His head started to fill up with sickening images, culled from his years in the newsrooms of a dozen papers, looking at photographs no editor, however squalid, would have put to the press. There were automobile wrecks, of course, and plane crashes, bodies in pieces that would never be reassembled. Inevitably, there were murder scenes. But it wasn't these that headed this assault. It was pictures of innocence, and the harm done to them. Babies and children, beaten, maimed, dumped out with the trash, the sick and the old, brutalized, the retarded, humiliated. So many cruelties, all filling up his head. "The yard," he heard Tesla say, and swung his eyes around in the direction of her voice. The air between them was thick, her face grainy, as though reproduced, not real. None of it real. Pictures on a screen. "It's the yard coming," she said. "That's what you're feeling. You should get away from here. There's no use in your staying." "No," he said. "I've got a message." He was having difficulty holding on to that thought. The innocents kept appearing, one after the other, bearing every kind of wound. "What message?" she said. "Trinity." "What about it?" She was shouting, he realized, but still her voice was barely audible. "You said Trinity, Grillo." "Yes?" "What about it?" So many eyes looking at him. He couldn't think past them, past their hurt and their powerlessness. "Grillo!" He focused his attention as best he could on the woman shouting his name in a whisper. "Trinity," she said again. The book in his hand had the answer to her question, he knew, though the eyes, and grief in the eyes, kept on distracting him. Trinity. What was Trinity? He raised the book and gave it to her, but as she took it from him, he remembered. "The bomb," he said. "What?" "Trinity is where they exploded the first atomic bomb." He saw a look of comprehension cross her face. "You understand?" he said. "Yes. Jesus, yes." She didn't bother to open the book he'd brought. She just told him to get away, back towards the road. He listened as best he could, but he knew there was another piece of information he needed to convey. Something almost as vital as Trinity, and as much about death. Try as he might, he couldn't bring it to mind. "Go on back," she told him again. "Out of this filth." He nodded, knowing he was useless to her, and stumbled away through the dirty air, the sunlight brightening the further he got from the house, the images of the dead innocents no longer dominating his thoughts. As he turned the corner of the driveway and came in sight of the hill again, he remembered the information he'd failed to convey. Hotchkiss was dead. Murdered. Head crushed. Somebody or something had committed that murder, and they were still loose in the grove. He had to go back and tell her, warn her. He waited a moment to let the images the yard's proximity had induced clear from his cortex. They didn't go entirely. He knew that the instant he went back towards the house, they'd return with fresh intensity. The poisoned air that had brought them on was spreading and had already caught up with him again. Before it befuddled him afresh, he pulled out a pen he'd brought from the motel in case he'd needed to take notes. He'd brought a paper, too, from the receptionist's desk. But the parade of cruelties was coming at him again, and he feared losing the thought while finding the pad, so he simply scrawled the word on the back of his hand. Hotchk was as much as he could manage. Then his fingers lost the power to write, and his mind the power to hold anything but grief for dead innocence, and the thought that he had to see Tesla again. Message and messenger one flesh, he turned about and stumbled back into the yard's cloud of influence. But when he reached the place where the woman who shouted in whispers had been, she'd gone closer still to the source of these cruelties, where he doubted his sanity could survive to follow. So much suddenly made sense to Tesla, not least the atmosphere of anticipation she'd always felt in the loop, particularly when passing through the town. She'd seen films of the bomb's detonation and of the destruction of the town, on documentaries about Oppenheimer. The houses and stores she'd puzzled over had been built to be blasted to ash, so that the bomb's creators could observe their baby's wrath at work. No wonder she'd tried to set a dinosaur movie there. Her dramatic instinct had been on the button. This was a town waiting for doomsday. It was just the monster she'd got wrong. What better place for Kissoon to hide the evidence of his crime? When the flash came, the bodies would be utterly consumed. She could well imagine what perverse pleasure he'd have taken in plotting such an elaborate creation, knowing that the cloud that destroyed the shoal was one of the most indelible images of the century. But he'd been outplotted. Mary Morales had trapped him in the loop, and until he could find a new body to leave in, he was its prisoner, his will perpetually holding the moment of detonation at bay. He'd lived like a man with his finger on a crack in a dam, knowing that the moment he neglected his duty, the dam would burst and overwhelm him. No wonder the word Trinity had thrown his thoughts into confusion. It was the name of his terror. Was there a way to use this knowledge against the yard? An outlandish possibility occurred to her as she returned into the house, but she'd need Jaffe's assistance. It was hard to hold on to any coherent thought process in the cesspool that was spilling from the schism, but she'd fought off influences before, from movie producers and shamans, and she was able to hold the worst of it at bay. It was getting stronger, however, the closer the yard came to the threshold. She tried not to contemplate the extent of their corruption, if this, the merest rumor of their approach, could so profoundly affect the psyche. Not in all her attempts to imagine the nature of that invasion had she considered the possibility that their weapon would be madness. But perhaps it was. Though she was able to ward off this assault of vileness for a time, she knew she'd capitulate to it sooner or later. No human mind could keep it at bay forever, and would have no choice, drawing in such horrors, but to take refuge in insanity. The odd Ouroboros would rule a planet of lunatics. Jaffe was already well on his way to mental collapse, of course. She found him standing at the door of the room where he'd practiced the art. The space behind him had been entirely commandeered by the schism. Looking through the door, she truly understood for the first time why quiddity was called a sea. Waves of dark energy were beating against the shore of the chasm, their surf spilling through the schism. Beyond it she saw another motion, which she was only able to glimpse briefly. Jaffe had talked about mountains that moved, and fleas. But Tesla's mind fixed upon another image to characterize the invaders. They were giants, the living terrors of her earliest nightmares. Often, in those childhood encounters, they'd had the faces of her parents, a fact her analyst had made much of. But these were giants of a different order. If they had faces at all, which she doubted, They were impossible to assimilate as such. One thing she was certain of. Caring parents they weren't.
"Do you see?"
Chaffee said. "Oh, yes," she said. He asked the question again, his voice lighter than she'd ever heard it.
"Do you see, Papa?"
"Papa?" she said.
"I'm not afraid, Papa,"
the voice out of the Jaff went on.
"They won't hurt me. I'm the Death Boy."
Now she understood. Jaffee wasn't simply seeing with Tommy Ray's eyes, he was speaking with the boy's voice. She'd lost the father to the son.
"Jaffee," she said, "listen to me. I need your help." "Jaffee?"
He made no reply. Avoiding sight of the schism as best she could, she went to him and took hold of his tattered shirt, hauling him towards the front door.
"Randolph," she said, "you've got to speak to me."
The man grinned. It wasn't an expression that had ever belonged on that face. It was the grin of a Californian prince, wide and toothy. She let him go.
"A lot of good you'll do me," she said.
She couldn't afford the time to try to coax him back from the adventure he was sharing with Tommy Ray. She'd have to do what she was planning alone. It was a notion simple in the conceiving and, she guessed, damn difficult, if not impossible, in the execution. But she had no alternative. She was not a great shaman. She couldn't seal the schism, but she might move it. She'd proved twice before that she had the power to pass in and out of the loop, to dissolve herself and others in thought and remove them to Trinity. Could she also jump dead matter, wood and plaster, a piece of a house, for instance? This part of this house, for instance. Could she dissolve the slice of the cosm she and the schism occupied and remove it to point zero where a force was ticking that might fell the giants before they spread their madness? There was no answer to the questions this side of attempting the suit. If she failed, the answer was no. Simple as that. She'd have a few moments the wiser for her failure, before wisdom, failure, and her aspirations to shamanhood became academic. Tommy Ray had started to speak again, his monologue now deteriorated to a ragged babble.
"Up like Andy," he was saying, "only higher. See me, Papa? Up like Andy. I can see the shore. I can see the shore."
That, at least, did make sense. He was within sighting distance of the cosm, which meant the yard were almost as close.
"Death Boy," he started to say again. "I'm the Death Boy."
"Can't you tune him out?" she said to Jaffee, knowing her words were falling on deaf ears.
"Woo-wee!" the kid was shouting. "Here we come! Here we come!"
She didn't look back towards the schism to see if the giants were visible, though she was sorely tempted. The moment would come when she'd have to look it in the eye, but she wasn't yet ready, wasn't calm, wasn't girded. She took another step back to the front door, and seized firm hold of the door-jamb. It felt so damn solid. Her common sense protested at the idea of being able to think such solidity into another place and time. She told her common sense to go get fucked. It and the madness that was spewing from the schism were not opposites. Reason could be cruel. Logic could be lunacy. There was another state of mind that put aside such naive dichotomies, that made power from being in between conditions. All things to all men. She remembered suddenly what Damour had said about there being a savior rumored. She'd thought he'd meant Jaffee, but she'd been looking too far afield. She was that savior. Tesla Bombeck, the wild woman of West Hollywood, reversed and resurrected. The realization gave her new faith, and with the faith a simple grasp of how she might make the suit work. She didn't try to block out Tommy Ray's idiot whoops, or the sight of Jaffee, limp and defeated, or the whole nonsense of the solid becoming thought and thought moving the solid. It was all a part of her, even the doubt, perhaps especially that. She didn't need to deny the confusions and contradictions to be powerful. She needed to embrace them, devour them with the mouth of her mind, chew them up, swallow them. They were all devourable, the solid and insolid, this world and that, all edible and movable feasts. Now she knew that. Nothing could keep her from the table. She looked at the schism dead on. "Not even you," she said, and began to eat. As Grillo had got within 2 steps of the front door, the innocents had come back to claim him. Their assault more pitiless than ever, this close to the schism. He lost the power to move forward or back, as brutalities rose around him. He seemed to be treading on small, bloody bodies. They turned their sobbing faces up to him, but he knew there was no help for them, not now. The shadow that was moving across quiddity brought with it an end to mercy. Nor would its reign ever end. It would never be judged, never be brought to account. Somebody moved past him towards the door, a form barely visible in an air thick with suffering. Grillo tried hard to grasp a solid sight of the man, but garnered only the briefest glimpse of a thuggish face, heavy-boned and lantern-jawed. Then the stranger went into the house. A movement on the ground around his feet took his glance from door to floor. The children's faces were still visible, but now the horror had a new twist. Black snakes, as thick as his arm, were crawling over the children as they followed the man inside. Appalled, he took a step forward in the vain hope of stamping one or all of them out. The step took him closer to the edge of insanity, which paradoxically lent force to his crusade. He took a second step, and a third, trying to put his heel on the heads of these black beasts. The fourth step took him over the threshold of the house, and into another madness entirely. Raoul? Of all people, Raoul. Just as she'd got a grip on the task before her, he stepped through the door, his appearance here so shocking she might have put it down to some mental aberrance, had she not been certain of her mind's workings now as she'd never been certain in her life before. This was no hallucination. He was here, in the flesh, her name on his lips and a look of welcome on his face. "What are you doing here?" she said, feeling her grasp of the suit slipping from her. "I came for you," was his reply. On its heels, and on his, came grim comprehension of what he meant by that. There were licks slithering over the doorstep into the house. "What have you done?" she said. "I told you," he replied. "I came for you. We all did." She took a step away from him, but with the schism occupying half the house and the licks guarding the door, the only route of escape available to her was up the stairs. At best, that promised a temporary reprieve. She'd be trapped up there, waiting for them to find her in their own good time, except that they wouldn't need to bother. In minutes the yard would be in the chasm, after which death might very well be desirable. She had to stay put, licks or no licks. Her business was here, and it had to be done quickly. "Keep away from me," she said to Raoul. "I don't know why you're here, but just keep your distance." "I came to see the arrival," Raoul replied. "We can wait here together, if you like." Raoul's shirt was unbuttoned, and around his neck she caught sight of a familiar object, the shoal medallion. With the sight came a suspicion. That this wasn't Raoul at all. His manner wasn't that of the frightened nunciate she'd met at the Mission de Santa Catrina. There was somebody else behind his semi-simian face, the man who'd first shown her the shoal's enigmatic sigil. "Kissoon," she said. "Now you've spoiled my surprise," he replied. "What have you done to Raoul?" "Unhoused him, occupied the body. It wasn't difficult. He'd got a lot of nuncio in him. That made him available. I pulled him into the loop the same way I did with you. Only he didn't have the wits to resist me the way you or Randolph resisted. He gave in quickly enough." "You murdered him." "Oh, no," Kissoon said lightly. "His spirit's alive and kicking, keeping my flesh from the fire till I go back for it. I'll reoccupy it once it's out of the loop. I certainly don't want to stay in this. It's repulsive." He came at her, suddenly, agile as only Raoul could be, leaping to catch hold of her arm. She yelled at the force of his grip. He smiled at her again, closing on her in 2 quick steps, his face inches from hers in a heartbeat. "Gotcha," he said. She looked past him to the door where Grillo was standing, staring into the schism against which Quiddity's waves were breaking with mounting frequency and ferocity. She yelled his name, but he didn't respond. Sweat ran down his face, saliva dribbled from his slack jaw. Wherever he was out wandering, he wasn't home. Had she been able to sit in Grillo's skull, she'd have understood his fascination. Once over the threshold, the innocence had disappeared from his mind's eye, superseded by a sharper distress. His eyes were drawn to the surf, and in it he saw horrors. Closest to the shore were 2 bodies, thrown towards the chasm, then dragged back by an undertow which threatened to drown them. He knew them, though their faces were much changed. One was JoBeth McGuire. The other was Howie Katz. Further out in the waves he thought he glimpsed a 3rd figure, pale against the dark sky. This one he didn't know. There appeared to be no flesh left on his face to recognize. He was a death's head riding the surf. It was further out still, however, where the real horror began. Forms massive and rotting, the air around them dense with activity, as though flies the size of birds were feeding on their foulness. The Yad Uroboros. Even now, mesmerized, his mind, inspired by Swift, looked for words to describe the sight, but the vocabulary was impoverished when it came to evil, depravity, iniquity, godlessness. What were those simple conditions in the face of such unredeemable essences? Hobbies and entertainments, palate cleansers between viler courses. He almost envied those closer to the abominations the comprehension that might come with proximity. Tossed in the tumult of the waves, Howie could have told him a thing or two. As the yard had closed on them, he'd remembered where he'd sensed this horror before. In the Chicago slaughterhouse where he'd worked 2 years previous. It was memories of that month that filled his head. The slaughterhouse in summer, blood congealing in the gutters, the animals emptying their bladders and bowels at the sound of the deaths that went before them. Life turned to meat with a single shot. He tried to look beyond these loathsome images to JoBeth, with whom he'd come so far, on a tide which had conspired to keep them together, but couldn't get them to the shore fast enough to save them from the slaughterers at their backs. The sight of her, which might have sweetened these last despairing moments, was denied him. All he could see was the cattle beaten on to the ramps, and the shit and blood being hosed away, and kicking carcasses being hooked up by one broken leg and sent down the line for disembowelment. The same horror filling his head forever and forever. The place beyond the surf was as invisible to him as JoBeth, so he had no idea of how far, or indeed how near, they were to its shores. Had he had the power of sight, he'd have seen JoBeth's father stricken and speaking with Tommy Ray's voice. "Here we come! Here we come!" And Grillo staring out at the yard, and Tesla on the verge of losing her life to a man she called, "Kissoon! For pity's sake, look at them! Look!" Kissoon glanced towards the schism and the freight being brought by the tide. "I see them," he said. "You think they give a fuck about you? If they come through, you're dead like all of us." "No," he said. "They're bringing a new world, and I've earned my place in it. A high place. You know how many years I've waited for this, planned for it, murdered for it. They'll reward me." "Signed a contract, did you? Got it in writing?" "I'm their liberator. I made this possible. You should have joined the team back in the loop. Lent me your body for a while. I'd have protected you. But no, you had your own ambitions. Like him." He looked at Jaffe. "Him the same. Had to have a piece of the pie. You both choked on it." Knowing Tesla couldn't leave now, when there was nowhere to leave to, he let her go and took a step towards Jaffe. "He got closer than you did, but then he had the balls." Tommy Ray's whoops of exhilaration were no longer issuing from Jaffe. There was only a low moan, which might have been the father or the son, or a combination of both.
"You should see," Kissoon said to the tormented face. "Jaffy, look at me. I want you to see." Tesla looked back towards the schism. How many waves were there left to break before the yacht reached the shore? A dozen? Half that number? Kissoon's irritation with Jaffy was growing. He began to shake the man. "Look at me, damn you!" Tesla let him rage. It granted her a moment's grace, a moment in which she might just begin the process of removal to the loop afresh. "Wake up and see me, fucker! It's Kissoon! I got out! I got out!" She let his haranguings become part of the scene she was picturing. Nothing could be excluded. Jaffy, Grillo, the doorway out to Cosm, and of course the doorway to quiddity. All of it had to be devoured. Even she, the devourer, had to be part of this removal, chewed up and spat into another time. Kissoon's shout suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" he said, turning to look at her. His stolen features, not used to expressing rage, were knotted up in a grotesque fashion. She didn't let the sight distract her. That, too, was part of the scene to be swallowed. She was equal to it. "Don't you dare!" Kissoon said. "Hear me?" She heard, and ate. "I'm warning you," he said, moving back in her direction. "Don't you dare!" Somewhere in the recesses of Randolph Jaffe's memory, those 3 words, and the tone of their delivery, started an echo. He'd been in a hut once, with a man who delivered them in just that fashion. He remembered the hut's stale heat and the smell of his own sweat. He remembered the scrawny old man squatting beyond the fire, and most of all he remembered the exchange now delivered into his head out of the past. "Don't you dare!" Red rag to a bull saying dare to me. I've seen stuff, done stuff. Prompted by the words, he remembered emotion, his hand going down to the pocket of his jacket to find a blunt-bladed knife that was waiting there, a knife with an appetite for opening up sealed and secret things, like letters, like skulls. He heard the words again. "Don't you dare!" and opened his sight to the scene in front of him. His arm, a parody of the strong limb he'd once owned, went down to his pocket. All these years he'd never let the knife out of his possession. It was still blunt. It was still hungry. His withered digits closed around the handle, his eyes focused on the head of the man who'd spoken from his memories. It was an easy target. Tesla saw the motion of Jaffe's head from the corner of her eye, saw him push himself away from the wall and start to raise his right arm up from the vicinity of his pocket. She didn't see what was in it, not until the last possible moment, by which time Kissoon's fingers were tight around her neck and the licks around her shins. She'd not let his assault stop the removal. It, too, became part of the picture she was devouring. And now Jaffy, and his raised hand, and the knife she finally saw glinting in his raised hand, raised and falling, driving into the back of Kissoon's neck. The shaman screamed, his hands dropping from her throat and going around the back of his head to protect himself. She liked his cry. It was the pain of her enemy, and her power seemed to rise on its arc, the task she'd undertaken suddenly easier than it had ever been, as though part of Kissoon's strength was passing to her in the sound. She felt the space they occupied in her mind's mouth and chewed on it. The house shuddered, as a significant piece of it was wrenched away and removed into the closed moments of the loop. Instantly, light. The light of the loop's perpetual dawn, pouring in through the door. With it the same wind that had blown on her face whenever she'd been here. It blew through the hallway and took a portion of the yard's taint with it, off across the wasteland. With its passing, she saw the glazed look leaving Grillo's face. He grabbed hold of the door jamb, squinting against the light and shaking his head like a dog maddened with fleas. With their maker wounded, the licks had left off their attack, but she didn't hope they'd leave her be for long. Before he could redirect them, she made for the door, pausing only to push Grillo ahead of her. "What in God's name have you done?" he said as they stepped out onto the bleached desert earth. She hurried him away from the relocated rooms, which, without a structure around them to spread the load of Quiddity's breakers, were already coming apart at every corner.
"You want the good news or the bad?" she said. "The good. This is the loop. I brought part of the house through." Now she'd done it. She could barely believe she'd succeeded. "I did," she said, as though Grillo had contradicted her. "Fuck me, I did." "Including the yard?" Grillo said. "The schism and whatever's on the other side came, too. So what's the bad news?" "This is Trinity, remember? Point zero." "Oh, Jesus." "And that," she pointed to the steel tower, which was no more than a quarter of a mile from where they stood, "is the bomb." "So when does it blow? Have we got time?" "I don't know," she said. "Maybe it won't detonate as long as Kissoon's alive. He's held that moment all these years." "Is there any way out?" "Yes." "Which direction? Let's do it." "Don't waste time wishing, Grillo. We're not getting out of here alive." "You can think us out. You thought us in." "No. I'm staying. I have to see it to the end." "This is the end," he said, pointing back towards the fragment of the house. "Look!" The walls were toppling in clouds of plaster dust as Quiddity's waves were thrown against them. "How much more end do you want? Let's get the fuck out of here." Tesla looked for some sign of either Kissoon or Jaffe in the confusion, but the ether of the dream sea was spilling out in all directions, too thick now to be dispersed by the wind. They were in it somewhere, but out of sight. "Tesla, are you listening to me?" "The bomb won't go till Kissoon's dead," she said. "He's holding the moment." "So you said." "If you want to run for the exit, you might make it. It's in that direction." She pointed beyond the cloud, through the town, and out the other side. "You'd better get going." "You think I'm a coward." "Did I say that?" A wave of ether curled towards them. "If you're going to go, go," she said, her gaze fixed on the rubble of Coney Eye's lounge and hall. Above it, just visible through Quiddity's spillage, was the schism, hanging in the air. It doubled in size in the space between blinks, tearing itself open. She readied herself for the sight of the giants. But it was human forms she saw first, 2 of them, thrown up and out onto this arid shore. "Howie?" she said. It was, and beside him Jo Beth. Something had happened to them, she saw. Their faces and bodies were a mass of growths, as though their tissue had sprouted some vile blossom. She braved the next wave of ether to go back to them, shouting their names as she went. It was Jo Beth who looked up first. Leading Howie by the hand, she sought Tesla out in the turmoil. "This way," Tesla said. "You have to get away from the hole." The tainted ether was inducing nightmares. They itched to be seen. But Jo Beth seemed able to think her way through them to a simple question. "Where are we?" There was no simple answer. "Grillo will tell you," she said. "Later. Grillo?" He was there, already getting that same distracted look she'd seen in his eyes at the door of Coney Eye. "Children," he said. "Why is it always children?" "I don't know what you're talking about," she told him. "Listen to me, Grillo." "I'm listening," he said. "You wanted to get out. I told you the way, remember?" "Through the town." "Through the town." "Out the other side." "Right. Take Howie and Jo Beth with you. Maybe you can still outrun it." "Outrun what?" Howie said, only raising his head with difficulty. It was weighed down with monstrous growths. "The yard or the bomb," Tesla told him. "Take your pick. Can you run?" "We can try," Jo Beth said. She looked at Howie. "We can try." "Then go to it, all of you." "I still don't see," Grillo began, his voice betraying the yard's influence. "Why I have to stay?" "Yes." "It's simple," she said. "This is the final trial. All things to all men, remember?" "Damn stupid," he said, holding her gaze as though the sight of her helped him keep the insanity at bay. "Damn right," she said. "So many things," he said. "What?" "I haven't said to you." "You didn't need to. And I hope neither did I." "You were right." "Except one. Something I should have told you." "What?" "I should have said," she began, then grinned a wide, almost ecstatic grin that she didn't need to fake because it came from some contented place in her, and with it terminated her sentence, as she'd terminated so many telephone calls between them, and turned away, heading off into the next wave out of the schism, where she knew he couldn't follow. Somebody was coming her way. Another swimmer in the dream sea, thrown up on the beach. Tommy Ray, the death boy. The changes wrought in Jo Beth and Howie had been profound, but they were kindness itself compared with what he'd sustained. His hair was still Malibu gold, and his face still bore the grin which had once charmed Palomo Grove to its knees. But his teeth were not the only gleam about him. Quiddity had bleached his flesh so that it resembled bone. His brows and cheeks had swollen up, his eyes sunk. He looked like a living skull. He wiped a thread of saliva from his chin with the back of his hand, the pinpoints of his gaze directed past Tesla to where his sister stood. "Jo Beth," he said, moving through the wash of dark air. Tesla saw Jo Beth look back towards him, then take a step away from Howie as though she was ready to part from him. Though she had urgent business to finish, Tesla could not help but watch as Tommy Ray moved to claim his sister. The love that had ignited between Howie and Jo Beth had begun this whole story, or at least its most recent chapter. Was it possible that Quiddity had undone that love? She had the answer a beat later, as Jo Beth took a second step from Howie's side till they were at arm's length, her right hand still holding his left. With a thrill of comprehension, Tesla saw what Jo Beth was displaying to her brother. She and Howie Katz were not simply holding hands. They were joined. Quiddity had fused them. Their interlocked fingers became a knot of forms that bound them together. There was no need for words. Tommy Ray let out a shout of disgust and stopped in his tracks. Tesla could not see the expression on his face. Most probably there was none. Skulls could only grin and grimace. Opposites collided in one expression. She saw Jo Beth's look, however, even through the intervening murk. There was a little pity in it, but only a little. The rest was dispassion. Tesla saw Grillo speak words to summon the lovers away. They went immediately, all three. Tommy Ray didn't move to follow. "Death boy," she said. He looked around at her. The skull was still capable of tears. They welled on the curve of his sockets. "How far are they behind you?" she asked him. "The yard?" "Yard?" he said. "The giants?" "There are no giants. Just darkness." "How far?" "Very close." When she looked back towards the schism, she understood what he meant by darkness. Clots of it were emerging, carried out on the waves like gobs of tar the size of boats, then rising up into the air above the desert. They had some kind of life, propelling themselves with rhythmic motions that ran down through the dozens of limbs arrayed along their flanks. Filaments of matter as dark as their bodies trailed beneath them like coils of decaying gut. This was not, she knew, the yacht itself, but they couldn't be far behind. She glanced away from the sight towards the steel tower and the platform on top of it. The bomb was her species' ultimate idiocy, but it might justify its existence if it was quick in its detonation. There was no flicker from the platform, however. The bomb hung in its cradle like a bandaged baby, refusing to wake. Kissoon was still alive, still holding the moment. She started back towards the rubble in the hope of finding him, and in the vainer hope of stopping his life with her own hands. As she approached, she realized the clots had purpose in their upward movement. They were assembling themselves in layers, their filaments knotting so as to create a vast curtain. It was already 30 feet in the air, and each wave that broke brought more clots, their number rising exponentially as the schism widened. She searched the maelstrom for a sign of Kissoon and found both him and Jaffe on the far side of the rubble that had been the rooms. They were standing face to face, hands at each other's throats, the knife still in Jaffe's fist, but held from further work by Kissoon. It had been busy. What had once been Raoul's body was covered in stab wounds, from which blood was freely running. The cuts seemed not to have impaired Kissoon's strength. Even as she came in sight of them, the shaman tore at Jaffe's throat. Pieces of his flesh came away. Kissoon went back for more instantly, opening the wound further. She directed him from his assault with a cry. "Kissoon!" The shaman glanced her way. "Too late," he said. "The yard's almost here." She took what comfort she could from that almost. "You both lost," he said, taking a backhanded swipe at Jaffe which threw the man off him to the ground. The frail, bony body didn't land heavily, it had too little weight. But it rolled some distance, the knife going from Jaffe's hand. Kissoon offered his opponent a contemptuous glance, then laughed. "Poor bitch," he said to Tesla. "What did you expect, a reprieve? A blinding flash to wipe them all away? Forget it. It can't happen. The moment's held." He started towards her as he talked, his approach slower than it might otherwise have been had he not sustained so many wounds. "You wanted revelation?" he said, "and now you've got it. It's almost here. I think you should show your devotion to it. That's only right. Let it see your flesh." He raised his hands, which were bloody the way they'd been in the hut when she first heard the word Trinity, and glimpsed him daubed with Mary Morales's blood. "The breasts," he said. "Show it, the breasts." A long way behind him, Tesla saw Jaffe getting to his feet. Kissoon failed to notice the motion. His eyes were all for Tesla. "I think I should bear them for you," he said. "Allow me to do you that kindness." She didn't retreat, didn't put up any resistance. Instead, she dropped all expression from her face, knowing how much he liked the pliant. His bloody hands were repulsive, the hard-on pressing against the soaked fabric of his trousers more disgusting still, but she succeeded in concealing her repugnance. "Good girl," he said. "Good girl." He put his hands on her breasts. "What say we fuck for the millennium?" he said. She couldn't quite discipline the shudder that ran through her at the touch and the thought. "Don't like it?" he said, suddenly suspicious. His eyes flickered off to his left as he understood the conspiracy. There was a glint of fear in them. He started to turn. Jaffe was 2 yards from him, enclosing, the knife raised above his head, the glint on its blade, an echo of the glint in Kissoon's eyes. Two lights that belonged together. "Don't!" Kissoon began, but the knife dared to descend before he could forbid it, sliding into his wide right eye. Kissoon didn't scream this time, but expelled his breath as a long moan. Jaffe pulled the knife out and stabbed again, the second stab as accurate as the first, puncturing the left eye. He drove the blade into the hilt and pulled it out. Kissoon flailed, his moan becoming sobs as he fell to his knees. With both his fists wrapped around the knife, Jaffe delivered a third blow to the top of the shaman's skull, then went on stabbing, the force of the blows opening wound after wound. Kissoon's sobs stopped as suddenly as they'd begun. His hands, which had been scrabbling at his head to ward off further cuts, fell to his sides. His body stayed upright for 2 beats. Then he fell forward. A spasm of pleasure ran through Tesla that was indistinguishable from the highest pleasure. She wanted the bomb to detonate at that moment, matching its completion with her own. Kissoon was dead, and it would not be bad to die now, knowing the yard would be swept away in the same moment. "Go on," she said to the bomb, trying to sustain the bliss she felt until the flesh was burned off her bones. "Go on, will you? Go on." But there was no explosion. She felt the rush of pleasure start to drain from her, and the realization appear in its place that she'd missed some vital element in all of this. Surely, with Kissoon dead, the event he'd sweated all those years to hold at bay had to come? Now, on delay. But there was nothing. The steel tower still stood. "What have I missed?" she asked herself. "What in God's name have I missed?" She looked towards Jaffe, who was still staring down at Kissoon's corpse. "Synchronicity," he said. "What?" "I killed him." "It doesn't seem to have answered the problem." "What problem?" "This is point zero. There's a bomb just waiting to detonate. He was holding that moment at bay." "Who was?" "Kissoon, isn't it obvious?" "No, babe," she told herself. "It's not. Of course it's not." The thought was suddenly clear in her head that Kissoon had left the loop in Raoul's body, intending to come back to claim his own. Once out in the cosm, he hadn't been able to hold the moment. Somebody else must have done it for him. That somebody, or rather that some spirit, was still doing it. "Where are you going?" Jaffe wanted to know, as she started in the direction of the wastes beyond the tower. Could she even find the hut? He followed after her, still asking questions. How did you get us here?" "Ate it up and spat it out. Like my hands? No, not like your hands, not at all." The sun was steadily being blocked out by the mesh of clots, the light only breaking through in patches. "Where are you going?" he said again. "The hut. Kissoon's hut." "Why?" "Just come with me. I need help." A cry in the gloom slowed progress a moment. "Papa?" She looked around to see Tommy Ray stepping out of shadow into a patch of light. The sun was strangely kind to him, its brilliance bleaching out the worst details of his transformed state. "Papa?" Jaffy stopped, following Tesla. "Come on," she urged him, but she already knew she'd once more lost him to Tommy Ray. The first time it had been to his thoughts. This time it was to his presence. The death boy started to stumble towards his father. "Help me, Papa," he said. The man opened his arms, saying nothing, nor needing to. Tommy Ray fell into them, clutching at Jaffy in return. Tesla offered him one last chance to assist her. "Are you coming or not?" The answer was simple. "Not," he said. She didn't bother to waste a breath on the issue. The boy had a prior claim, a primal claim. She watched their embrace tighten as though they were squeezing the breath from each other. Then she again set her sights on the tower and began to run. Though she forbade herself a backward glance, as she came to the tower, her lungs already aching and still a bruising distance to go before she found the hut, she looked. Father and son had not moved. They stood in a patch of brightness, wrapped around each other, with the clots still assembling behind them. From this distance, their construction resembled the work of a monumental and funereal lace-maker. She studied the curtain a moment, her mind racing through interpretations and finding a solution to its existence both preposterous and plausible. That this was a veil behind which the Yad Uroboros were going to rise. Indeed, there seemed to be motion behind its folds already, a greater darkness, assembling. She took her gaze from the sight, glanced up briefly at the tower and its lethal load, then started off again in the direction of the hut. The trip in the opposite direction, through the town towards the perimeter of the loop, was no easier than Tesla's. They'd all been on too many journeys into the earth, into the sea, to islands, caves, and to the limits of their sanity. This last trip demanded energies they scarcely had to give. With every other step their bodies threatened to give out, the hard desert floor looking comfortable by contrast with the agony of advancing. But the oldest fear known to man drove them on, that of the pursuing beast. It had neither claws nor fangs, of course, but it was all the more lethal for that. A beast of fire. It was only when they reached the town that they slowed their pace long enough to exchange a few gasping words. "How much farther?" JoBeth wanted to know. "Just on the other side of the town." Howie was staring back at the yard curtain, which had now mounted 100 feet and more. "Do you think they see us?" he said. "Who?" said Gretel. "The yard? If they do, they don't seem to be following." "That isn't them," JoBeth said. "That's just their veil." "So we've still got a chance," Howie said. "Let's take it," said Gretel, and set the pace down the main street. It wasn't chance. Tesla's mind, befuddled as it was, had the route across the desert to the hut inscribed deep into it. As she trotted, running was beyond her. It was the conversation she'd had with Grillo back at the motel that she went over in her mind, the exchange in which she'd confessed to him the extent of her spiritual ambition. If she died here in the loop, and that was virtually inevitable, she knew she'd come to understand more about the workings of the world in the days since she'd arrived in Paloma Grove than all the years previous. She'd had adventures beyond her body. She'd encountered incarnations of good and evil, and learned something of her condition because she resembled neither. If she was gone from this life soon, either at the instant of detonation or at the Yad's arrival, she had no complaint at that. But there were so many souls who had not yet made their peace with extinction, nor should have to. Infants, children, lovers, peaceable people, the planet over, whose lives were still in the making and enriching, who, if she failed now, would wake up tomorrow with any chance to taste the same adventures in spirit she'd had denied them. slaves of the yard. What justice was there in that? Before coming to the grove, she'd have given the 20th century's answer to that question. There was no justice, because justice was a human construct, and had no place in a system of matter. But mind was in matter, always. That was the revelation of quiddity. The sea was the crossroads, and from it all possibilities sprang. Before everything, quiddity. Before life, the dream of life. Before the thing solid, the solid thing dreamt. And mind, dreaming or awake, knew justice, which was therefore as natural as matter, its absence in any exchange deserving of more than a fatalistic shrug. It merited a howl of outrage, and a passionate pursuit of why. If she wished to live beyond the impending Holocaust, it was to shout that shout, to find out what crime her species had committed against the universal mind, that it should now be tottering on execution. That was worth living to know. The hut was in sight. Behind her, the suspicion she'd had that the yard were rising behind the veil of clots was confirmed. The giants of her childhood nightmares were emerging from the schism, and would soon draw that veil away. When they did, they'd surely see her and come in a few thunderous strides to stamp her out. But they didn't hurry. Their vast limbs took time to draw up from quiddity. Their heads, the size of houses, every window blazing, were immense and needed the full machinery of their anatomies before they could be raised. When she began again towards the hut, the glimpse she'd had of the emergence began to resolve itself in her mind's eye, her wits making coherence of their titanic mystery. The door of the hut was closed, of course, but it wasn't locked. She pulled it open. Gossoon was waiting for her. The shock of the sight of him took her breath away, and she was about to retreat out into the sun until she realized that the body propped up against the far wall was vacated by spirit, its system ticking on to preserve it from mortification. There was nobody behind the glazed eyes. The door slammed closed, and without wasting any more time she named the only spirit here that could possibly be holding the moment in Gossoon's stead. "Raoul?" The weary air in the hut whined with his unseen presence. "Raoul! For God's sake, I know you're here. I know you're afraid, but if you can hear me, show me somehow, will you?" The whine intensified. She had the sense that he was circling the hut like a fly trapped in a jar. "Raoul, you've got to let go. Trust me and let go." The whine was beginning to hurt her. "I don't know what he did to make you give up your body, but I know it wasn't your fault. He tricked you. He lied to you. He did the same to me. Do you understand? You're not to blame." The air began to settle somewhat. She took a deep breath and began her persuasions again, remembering how she'd first bullied him into coming with her back at the mission. "If it's anybody's fault, it's mine," she said. "Forgive me, Raoul. We've both of us come to the end. But if it's any comfort, so's Gossoon. He's dead. He won't be coming back. Your body won't be coming back. It's destroyed. There was no other way of killing him." The hurt of the whine had been replaced by another deeper ache, that of knowing how much his spirit must be suffering, dislocated and frightened, unable to let go of the moment. Gossoon's victim, as they'd both been. In some ways so much alike, nunciates both, learning to climb out of their limitations, strange bedfellows, but bedfellows nevertheless. Which thought inspired another. She spoke it. "Can two minds occupy the same body?" she said. "If you're afraid, come into me." She let that notion hang in the silence, not pressing him for fear his panic would escalate. She waited beside the cold ashes of the fire, knowing every second he remained unpersuaded, gave the yacht another foothold, but devoid of further arguments or invitations. She'd offered him more than she'd offered anyone in her life, total possession of her body. If he didn't accept, she had no more persuasions. After a few breathless seconds, something seemed to brush the nape of her neck like lovers' fingers, the stroke suddenly becoming a needlepoint. "Is this you?" she said. In the beat it took her to ask the question, it became self-directed, as his spirit, entered her head. There was no dialogue, nor any need for dialogue. They were twin ghosts in the same machine, and in the instant of his entering entirely conversant with each other. She read from his memories the method by which Kissoon had claimed him, pulling him through to the loop from the bathroom in North Huntley Drive, using his confusion to subdue him. He'd been easy meat, weighed down by leaden smoke, mesmerized into performing one duty and one alone, the holding of the moment, then wrenched from his body to do that duty in a blind round of terror that had not ceased until she'd opened the door. She had no more need to instruct him in their next act they had to perform together than he'd had to tell her his story. He shared her comprehension. She went back to the door and opened it. The yard's curtain was huge enough now that its shadow touched the hut. There were still some shafts of sun breaking through, but none near the threshold upon which Tesla stood. Here there was darkness. She looked towards the vale, seeing the yard assembled behind it. Their silhouettes were the size of thunderheads, their limbs like whips plated to beat mountains with. Now, she thought, or never. Let the moment go. Let it go. She felt Raoul do just that, his will releasing its hold and shedding the burden Kissoon had laid upon him. A wave seemed to move from them towards the tower above which the yard loomed. After waves of suspension, time was unfettered. 5:30 on the 16th of July was moments away, and so was the event that marked that innocent instant as the beginning of mankind's last madness. Her thoughts went to Grillo, and to Jo-Beth and Howie, urging them on through the exit and into the safety of the chasm, but her urgings were interrupted as a brightness began in the heart of the shadow. She couldn't see the tower, but she saw the shock spring from the platform, the ball of fire becoming visible, and a second flash appearing the instant after, the brightest light she'd ever seen, from yellow to white in a blink. "We can do no more," she thought, as the fire began to swell obscenely. "I could be home." She pictured herself, woman, man, and ape in one bruised body, standing on the step of the hut, the light of the bomb blazing on her face. Then she imagined that same face and body in another place. She had only seconds to work with, but thought was fast. Across the desert she saw the hosts of the yard drawing their veil of clots aside as the blazing cloud grew to eclipse them. Their faces were like flowers the scale of mountains, and they kept opening, throat upon throat upon throat. It was an awesome display, their hugeness seeming to conceal labyrinths which turned inside out as they uncovered themselves, tunnels becoming towers of flesh, if it was flesh they had, and turning again and turning so that every part of them was in constant transformation. If singularity was indeed their appetite, then it was as salvation from this prodigious flux. Mountains and fleas, Jaffee had said, and she saw now what he'd meant by that. The yard was either a nation of leviathans, itching with numberless parasites and opening their guts over and over in the vain hope of shedding them, or the parasites themselves, so numerous they imitated mountains. She would not know which, this side of life, or Trinity. Before she could interpret the countless forms they took, the explosion eclipsed them, burning their mystery out. At the same moment, Kissoon's loop, its task fulfilled in a fashion its creator could never have anticipated, disappeared. If the device on the tower failed to consume them utterly, they were undone nevertheless, their madness and their appetite sealed up in a moment of lost time. Chapter 8. As Howie, Jo-Beth, and Grillo had entered the confounding terrain at the perimeter of the loop, the tiny time to either side of 5:30 a.m., July 16th, 1945, which Kissoon had created, commandeered, and been captive of, a light had bloomed behind them. No, not bloomed. Mushrooms had no flowers. None of them looked back, but pushed their exhausted bodies to one last superhuman effort, which carried them, the fire at their backs, into the safety of real time. They'd lain on the desert floor, unable to move for a long while, only dragging themselves to their feet when the risk of being fricasseed where they lay became impossible to discount. It was a long and difficult haul back to California. They found a highway after an hour of wandering, and after another hour a deserted garage along that highway. There Grillo left the lovers, knowing that hitching a ride with such freaks in tow would be impossible. He found a ride himself after some considerable time, and in a small town bought a beaten-up truck with the entire contents of his wallet, including his credit cards, then headed back to the garage to pick Jo Beth and Howie up and drive them back to Ventura County. They lay in the back of the truck in a deep sleep, their exhaustion so utter nothing woke them. They arrived back at the Grove just before dawn of the following day, but there was no possibility of access. The same authorities who'd been so slow, negligent, or, as was Grillo's suspicion, complicit in not defending the Grove against the forces erupting in its midst, had now, with the eclipse of those forces, become obsessively cautious. The town was sealed off. Grillo didn't challenge the edict. He simply turned around before he came to the barricades and headed along the highway until he found a place to park the truck and sleep. Their slumbers weren't interrupted. Some hours later, when he woke, he found the back seat empty. His every joint aching, he got out, took a piss, then went to look for the lovers. He found them up an incline, sitting in the sun. The transformations that quiddity had worked upon them both were already in retreat. Their hands were no longer fused. The bizarre forms that had remade their faces had burned away in the sunlight, until they were no more than marks on once flawless skin. With time, they too would probably disappear. What he doubted would ever fade was the look in their eyes when they met his gaze. The stare of two people who had shared an experience nobody else in the world had shared, and had become in that sharing possessed by each other. More than a minute spent in their presence, and he felt like an intruder. The three of them talked briefly of what was wisest to do now, and concluded that staying in the vicinity of the Grove was best. They made no mention of events in the Loop or in quiddity, though Grillo burned to ask what it had been like to float in the dream sea. With rough plans laid, Grillo went back to the truck and waited for them to come down. They came after a few minutes, hand in hand. There had been no paucity of witnesses to Tesla's relocation of a part of Coney. Observers and photographers, both parked on the hill and hovering above it, saw the facade grow smoky, become transparent, and finally vanish entirely. With a portion of its structure summarily removed, the entire house succumbed to gravity. Had there been only 2 or 3 witnesses, doubts might have been cast on the veracity of these accounts. It was only in the pages of the National Enquirer and its fanciful ilk that solid wood and slate were whisked off into another plane of being. But there were 22 spectators in all. They each had their vocabularies to describe what they'd seen, some stark, some flowery, but the root facts remained a constant. A substantial part of Buddy Vance's museum to the true art of America had been snatched into a different reality. Some of the witnesses, those weariest among the number, even claimed to have caught a glimpse of that place. A white horizon and a bright sky, dust blowing around. Nevada, maybe, or Utah. Any one of 1,000 wide-open places. America had no shortage of those. The country was huge, and still full of emptiness. Places where a house could reappear and never be found, where mysteries could be happening every day of the week and nobody be any the wiser for it. For a few of the witnesses, seeing what they'd seen, it was the first time it had ever occurred to them that maybe a country could be too big, too full of open space. But it occurred now, and it haunted them. One of those spaces, at least for the foreseeable future, would be the ground upon which Paloma Grove had been built. The steady process of its destruction didn't end with Coney-Eye's relocation into the Loop. Far from it. The earth had been waiting for a sign and had got it. Cracks widened to fissures, and fissures became chasms, overturning entire streets. The most affected of the villages were Wind Bluff and Deerdell, the latter virtually flattened by shock waves from the vicinity of the wood, which disappeared in its entirety, leaving churned, smoking earth in its place. The hill and its sumptuous properties were dealt a severe a blow, or several blows. It was not the houses immediately below the place where Coney-Eye had stood that took the brunt of the destruction, though it would scarcely have mattered. Their owners had been among the first to leave, vowing they'd not return. It was the Crescent. Emerson moved south 200 yards, its houses concertinaed in the process. Whitman went west, the houses, by some quirk of geology, pushed and tipped into their own pools. The other 3 crescents were simply laid flat, much of the debris finding its way down the hill and damaging countless houses in its descent. All of which was academic. Nobody would be salvaging anything from their houses. The entire area was deemed unstable for 6 days, during which time fires raged unattended, destroying a large part of the property which the ground had not overturned or swallowed. In this regard, the unluckiest village was Stillbrook, the sometime occupants of which might have eventually claimed some of their personal belongings from their houses, had a fire not flared in a house on Fellowship Street on a night when the kind of wind that had once brought drovers out into their yards to smell the ocean been blowing, the gusts driving the flames through the village with devastating speed. By morning half the village was ashes. By the evening of the same day, the other half. It was that night, the night after Stillbrook burned, and 6 days after events on the hill, that Grillo came back to the grove. He had slept more than half of the intervening time, but he didn't feel that much better for the rest. Sleep was not the palliative it had been. He wasn't eased by it, soothed and comforted by it. When he closed his eyes, his head played out scene after scene from the past. Most of the show was recent. Ellen Nguyen featured strongly, asking him over and over again to give up kisses and use his teeth. So did her son, sitting in bed surrounded by balloon men. There were guest appearances by Rochelle Vance, who did and said nothing, but offered her beauty to the parade. There was Goodman Fletcher, down at the mall. There was the Jaff in the upper room at Coney Eye, sweating out power. And Wit alive, and Wit dead, face down in the water. But starring in the story was Tesla, who'd played out her last trick on him, smiling and not saying good-bye, even though she knew it was. They'd not been lovers, not even close. In a sense, he'd never quite understood what he felt for her. Love, certainly, but of a kind difficult to express, perhaps impossible, which made mourning her equally problematic. It was that sense of unfinished business between Tesla and himself which kept him from returning any of the calls Abernethy left on his answering machine back home, though God knows the story itched in him, and itched and itched. She'd always expressed ambiguity about his making the truth public, even though she'd sanctioned his doing so at the end. But that had only been because she'd thought the issue academic, the world almost finished and little hope left for the saving of it. But the end hadn't come, and she'd died in the act of preservation. He felt honor-bound to keep his silence. Discreet as he was being, however, he couldn't keep from returning to the grove to find out how its demise was progressing. The town was still a no-go area when he arrived, police barricades surrounding it. They weren't difficult to bypass. The grove's guardians had become lax in their duties in the days since it had been sealed off, given that very few people, whether sightseers, looters, or residents, had been foolhardy enough to want to tread its turbulent streets. He slipped through the cordon with ease and started his exploration of the town. The wind that had driven the fire through Stillbrook the day before had dropped away completely. The smoke of that conflagration had now settled, its taste almost sweet in his mouth, like the smoke from a fire of good wood. It might have been elegiac under different circumstances, but he learned too much about the grove and its tragedies to indulge such sentiments. It was impossible to view the destruction without regretting the grove's passing. Its worst sin had been hypocrisy, going on its blithe, sunny way, willfully concealing its secret self. That self had sweated out fears and made dreams real for a while, and it had been those fears and dreams, not Jaffee and Fletcher, which had finally torn the grove apart. The Nunciates had used the town for their arena, but they'd invented nothing in their war that the grove had not already nurtured and fed in its heart. He found himself wondering, as he walked, if perhaps there was some other way to tell the story of the grove without flying in the face of Tesla's edict. If he forsook Swift, perhaps, and tried to find some poetic mode in which to couch all he'd experienced. It was a route he'd contemplated taking before, but now, as then, he knew without attempting it he'd fail. He'd come to the grove a literalist, and nothing it had shown him would ever dissuade him from the cult of the reportable fact. He made a circuit of the town, only avoiding areas where trespass would have amounted to suicide, making mental notes of the sights he saw even though he knew he couldn't use them. Then he slipped out again, unchallenged, and returned to L.A., and to more nights filled with replayed memories. It wasn't the same for Jo Beth and Howie. They'd had their dark night of the soul on Quiddity's Tide, and the nights that followed back in the Cosm were dreamless. At least they woke remembering nothing. Howie tried to persuade Jo Beth that they were best going back to Chicago, but she insisted that any such plans were premature. As long as the grove remained a danger zone, and the bodies there were unrecovered, she wasn't going to leave the vicinity. She didn't doubt that Mamma was dead, but until she was found and brought out of the grove to be given a Christian burial, any thought of a life for them both beyond this tragedy was not to be contemplated. In the meanwhile they had a lot of healing to do, which they did behind closed doors in a motel in Thousand Oaks, close enough to the grove so that when it was deemed safe to return, Jo Beth would be among the first to do so. The marks that Quiddity had left upon them soon receded into memory, and they were left in a strange limbo. Everything was finished, but nothing new could begin, and while they waited, a distance grew between them that neither encouraged or intended, but neither could prevent. The love that had begun in Buttrick's steakhouse had instigated a series of cataclysms for which they knew they could not be held responsible, but which haunted them nevertheless. Guilt began to weigh on them as they waited in Thousand Oaks, its influence growing as they healed, and came to realize that, unlike dozens, perhaps hundreds, of innocent Grovers, they'd emerged physically unscathed. On the 7th day after events in Kissoon's Loop, the morning news informed them that search parties were going into the town. The destruction of the grove had been a big story, of course, theories being advanced from countless sources as to why the town had been singled out for such devastation when the rest of the valley had survived with no more than a few tremors and some cracks in the freeway. There was no mention amid these reports of the phenomena witnessed at Coney Eye. Governmental pressure had silenced all those who'd seen the impossible happen in front of their eyes. The entry into the grove was cautious at first, but by the end of the day a large number of survivors were back in the town looking to salvage keepsakes and souvenirs from the wreckage. A few were lucky. Most weren't. For every Grover who came back to a once familiar street to find their house intact, there were 6 who met a scene of total ruination. Everything gone, splintered, smashed, or simply vanished into the ground. Of all the neighborhoods, the one least damaged was, paradoxically, the least populated, the mall and its immediate environs. The polished pine Paloma Grove Shopping Center sign at the entrance to the parking lot had slid into a hole, as had a fair portion of the lot itself, but the stores themselves were virtually undamaged, which meant, of course, that a murder investigation, never solved, got under way as soon as the bodies in the pet store were discovered. But corpses aside, had there been Grovers to shop, the mall could have been open for business that day without much more than a dusting off. Marvin, Jr., of Marvin's Food and Drug, was the first to organize a removal of unspoiled stock. His brother had a store in Pasadena and customers who couldn't give a damn where their bargains originated. He made no apology for the haste with which he got about his profiteering. Business was business, after all. The other removal from the grove, of course, and this a business of a grimmer sort, was that of bodies. Dogs and sound-sensitive equipment were brought in to establish whether anybody was left alive, the efforts of both drawing a blank. Then came the grisly task of retrieval. By no means every Grover who'd lost his life was found. When the final calculations were made, almost 2 weeks after the search began, 41 of the town's members were unaccounted for. The earth had claimed them, then closed over their corpses. Or else the individuals in question had slipped away into the night, taking this opportunity to reinvent themselves and start afresh. One of the latter group, so rumor went, was William Witt, whose body was never recovered, but whose house, upon investigation, was found to contain enough pornography to keep the combat zones of several cities supplied for months. He'd had a secret life, had William Witt, and the general suspicion was that he'd chosen to go and live it elsewhere. When the identity of one of the two corpses in the pet store was revealed to be that of Jim Hotchkiss, one or two of the astuter journalists noted that his had been a life dogged by tragedy. His daughter, they reminded their readers, had been one of the so-called League of Virgins, and in remarking on this the writers took a paragraph to comment on just how much grief the Grove had endured in its short life. Had it been doomed from the outset? The more fanciful commentators asked, built on cursed ground? There was some shred of solace in that thought. If not, if the Grove had simply been a victim of chance, then how many of the thousands of such communities across America were vulnerable to the same outrages? On the second day of the search, Joyce McGuire's body was found in the ruins of her house, which had sustained considerably worse damage than any of the surrounding property. It was taken for identification, as were the bulk of the bodies, to a makeshift mortuary in Thousand Oaks. That onerous duty fell to Jo Beth, whose brother would be numbered among the missing 41. Identification made, arrangements were begun for her burial. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints looked after its own. Pastor John had survived the leveling. Indeed, he'd left the Grove the night of the Jaffs' attack on the McGuire house, and hadn't come back till the dust had settled. And it was he who organized Mama's funeral. Only once in that time did he and Howie cross paths, and Howie was quick to remind the pastor of the night he'd blubbered beside the refrigerator. The pastor insisted he remembered no such incident. "Pity I haven't got a photo," Howie said, "to jog your memory. But I've got one up here." He pointed to his temples, upon which the last traces of Quiddity's reconfiguration of his flesh was fading. "Just in case I ever get tempted." "Tempted to what?" the pastor asked. "To be a believer." Mama McGuire was consigned into the embrace of her chosen God 2 days after that exchange. Howie didn't attend the ceremony, but was waiting for Jo Beth when it was all over. They left for Chicago 24 hours later. Their part in events was very far from over, however. The first sign that the adventure of Cosm and Quiddity had made them part of a very select band of players came half a week after they'd got to Chicago, with the arrival on their doorstep of a tall, handsome, gone-to-Harrowed stranger, dressed too lightly for the weather, who introduced himself as Demure. "I'd like to talk to you about what happened at Paloma Grove," he said to Howie. "How did you find us?" "It's my job finding people," Harry explained. "You may have heard Tesla Bombeck mention me?" "No, I don't think so." "Well, you can check with her." "No, I can't," Howie reminded him. "She's dead." "So she is," Demure said. "So she is. My mistake." "And even if you did know her, there's nothing Jo Beth and me have to say. We just want to forget about the Grove." "There's not much chance of that," a voice from behind him observed. "Who is this, Howie?" "He says he knew Tesla." "Demure," the stranger said. "Harry Demure. I really would appreciate a few minutes of your time. Just a few. It's very important." Howie glanced at Jo Beth. "Why not?" she said. "It's damn cold out there," Demure observed as he stepped inside. "What happened to summer?" "Things are bad all over," Jo Beth said. "You noticed," Demure replied. "What are you two talking about?" "The news," she said. "I've been watching it. You haven't." "It's like a full moon every night," Demure said. "A lot of people are acting very strange. The suicide rate's doubled since the Grove breakout. There's riots in asylums across the country. And I lay money we're only seeing a little part of the whole picture. There's a lot being kept under wraps." "Who by?" "The government. The church. Am I the first one to find you?" "Yes," said Howie. "Why? Do you think there's going to be others?" "For certain. You two are at the center of all this." "It wasn't our fault," Howie protested. "I'm not saying it was," Demure replied. "Please, I haven't come here to accuse you of anything, and I'm sure you deserve to be left in peace to get on with living. But it's not going to happen. That's the truth. You're too important. You've seen too much. Our people know it, and so do theirs." "Theirs?" JoBeth said. "The Yard's people. The infiltrators who kept the army at bay when it looked like the Yard were about to break out." "How do you know so much about all this?" Howie wanted to know. "I have to be a little careful about my sources just at the moment, but I hope I can reveal them to you eventually." "You make it sound like we're in this with you," Howie said. "We're not. You're right. We do want to get on with living our lives together. And we'll go wherever we have to, Europe, Australia, wherever, to do that." "They'll find you," Damore said. "The Grove brought them too close to succeeding for them to give up now. They know they've got us spooked. Quiddity's tainted. Nobody is going to have many sweet dreams from now on. We're easy meat, and they know it. You might want to live ordinary lives, but you can't. Not with fathers like yours." It was JoBeth's turn to express shock at his words. "What do you know about our fathers?" she said. "They're not in heaven, I know that," Damore said. "Sorry. Bad taste. Like I said, I've got my sources, and very soon I hope I can reveal them. In the meantime, I need to understand what happened at the Grove better so that we can learn by it." "I should have done that," Howie said softly. "I had a chance to learn from Fletcher, but I never took it." "You're Fletcher's son," Damore said. "His spirit's in you. It's just a question of listening to it." "He was a genius," Howie told Harry. "I really believe that. I'm sure he was out of his mind on mescaline half the time, but he was still a genius." "I want to hear," said Damore. "Do you want to tell me?" Howie stared at him for a long moment. Then he sighed, and with a tone very like surprise, said, "Yes, I think I do." Grillo was sitting in the 50s Cafe on Van Nuys Boulevard in Sherman Oaks, trying to remember what it was like to enjoy food, when somebody came and sat opposite him in the booth. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the cafe wasn't full. He raised his head to request some privacy, but instead said, "Tesla?" She was dressed in quintessential bombesquerie, a flock of ceramic swans pinned to a midnight blue blouse, a red bandana, dark glasses. Her face was pale, but her lipstick, which clashed with the bandana, was glitzy. Her eyeshadow, when she slipped her glasses down her nose, was the same shade of riot. "Yes," she said. "Yes, what?" "Yes, Tesla." "I thought you were dead." "I've made that mistake. It's easily done." "This isn't some illusion?" he said. "Well, the whole damn thing's that, isn't it? All a show. But us, are we any more illusory than you?" "No." "Us?" "I'll come to that in a minute. First you. How are things?" "There's not much to tell. I went back to the Grove a couple of times, just to see who survived." "Ellen Nguyen?" "She wasn't found. Nor was Philip. I went through the rubble personally. God knows where she went." "Want us to look for her?" "We've got contacts now. It hasn't been much fun as far as homecomings go. I had a body to deal with back at the apartment, and a lot of people asking difficult questions, but we've got some influence now, and I'm using it." "What is this we business?" "Are you going to eat that cheeseburger?" "No." "Good." She pulled the plate over to her side of the table. "You remember Raoul?" she said. "I never met the mind, only the body." "Well, you're meeting him now." "I beg your pardon?" "I found him in the loop. At least I found his spirit." She smiled, ketchup around her mouth. "It's difficult to make this sound wholesome, but he's inside me. Him and the ape he used to be, and me, all in one body." "Your dream come true," Grillo said. "All things to all men." "Yes, I suppose so. I mean, we suppose so. I keep forgetting to include us all. Maybe it's best I don't try." "You've got cheese on your chin." "That's it. Bring us down." "Don't get me wrong. I'm glad to see you, but I was just beginning to get used to the fact that you weren't around. Should I still call you Tesla?" "Why not?" "Well, you're not, are you? You're more than that." "Tesla's fine. A body is called by what it seems to be, right?"
I suppose so, Grillo said. Do I look like I'm freaked out by all this? No, are you? He shook his head. Weird, but no. I'm cool. That's my Grillo. You mean our Grillo? No, I mean mine. You can fuck all the great beauties in Los Angeles, and I've still got you. I'm the great imponderable in your life. It's a plot. You don't like it? Grillo smiled. It's not bad, he said. Don't be coy, she said. She took hold of his hand. We've got some times ahead, and I need to know you're with me. You know I am. Good. Like I said, the ride's not over. Good. Where'd you get that from? That was my headline. Synchronicity, Tesla said. Where was I? D'Amour thinks they'll try New York next. They've got footholds there. Had them for years. So I'm gathering half the team together. He's gathering the other half. What can I do? Grillo said. How do you fancy Omaha, Nebraska? Not much. That's where this last phase began, believe it or not, in the Omaha post office. You're kidding me. That's where the Jaff got his half-witted idea of the art. What do you mean, half-witted? He only got a piece of the thing, not the whole solution. I don't follow. Even Kissoon didn't know what the art was. He had clues, but only clues. It's vast. It collapses time and place. It makes everything one again. The past, the future, and the dreaming moment between. One immortal day. Beautiful, Grillo said. Would Swift approve? Fuck Swift. Somebody should have. So, Omaha? That's where we start. That's where all the lost mail of America ends up, and it may have some clues for us. People know stuff, Grillo. Even without realizing it, they know. That's what makes us wonderful. And they write it down? Yes. Then they send the letters out. And they end up in Omaha. Some of them. Pay for the cheeseburger. I'll be waiting outside. He did, and she was. I should have eaten, he said. I'm suddenly hungry. D'Amour didn't leave until late in the evening, and when he did, he left 2 exhausted storytellers behind him. He took copious notes, flipping the pages of his pad back and forth as he tried to make sense of the way fragments of information related to one another. When Howie and Joe Beth were talked out, he gave them his card with a New York address and number on it, scrawling another private number on the back. Move as soon as you can, he advised. Tell nobody where you're going, nobody at all. And when you get there, wherever it is, change your names. Pretend you're married. Joe Beth laughed. Old-fashioned, but why not? D'Amour said. People don't gossip about married folks. And as soon as you've arrived, call me and tell me where I'll be able to find you. I'll be in contact from then on. I can't promise guardian angels, but there are forces that can watch out for you. I've got a friend called Norma I'd like you to meet. She's good at finding watchdogs. We can buy a dog for ourselves, Howie said. Not her kind, you can't. Thank you for all you've told me. I have to get going. It's a long drive. You driving to New York? I hate flying, he said. I had a bad experience in the air one time, minus plane. Remind me to tell you about it. You should know the dirt on me now I know it about you. He went to the door and let himself out, leaving the small apartment reeking of European cigarettes. I need some fresh air, Howie said to Joe Beth once he'd gone. Want to walk with me? It was well past midnight, and the cold from which D'Amour had stepped 5 hours before had worsened, but it stirred them from their exhaustion. As their torpor lifted, they talked. There was a lot you told D'Amour that I didn't know, Joe Beth said. Like what? The stuff that happened on the ephemeris? You mean Byrne? Yes. I wonder what he saw up there. He said he'd come back and tell me, if we all survived. I don't want second-hand reports. I'd like to see for myself. Go back to the ephemeris? Yes. As long as it was with you, I'd like that. Perhaps, inevitably, their route had brought them down to the lake. The wind had teeth, but its breath was fresh. Aren't you afraid of what quiddity could do to us? Howie said. If we ever go back? Not really.
Not if we're together.
She took hold of his hand. They were both suddenly sweating, despite the cold, their innards churning the way they had the first time, when their eyes had met across Buttrick's steakhouse. A little age had passed since then, transforming them both. "We're both desperados now," Howie murmured.
"I suppose we are," Jo Beth said. "But it's all right. Nobody can separate us."
"I wish that was true."
"It is true. You know it is."
She raised her hand, which was still locked in his, between them.
"Remember this," she said. "That's what quiddity showed us. It joined us together."
The shudders in her body passed through her hand, through the sweat that ran between their palms, and into him.
"We have to be true to that."
"Marry me?" he said.
"Too late,"
she replied.
"I already did."
They were at the lake's edge now, but of course it wasn't Michigan they saw as they looked out into the night. It was Quiddity. It hurt, thinking of that place. The same kind of hurt that touched any living soul when a whisper of the dream sea touched the edge of consciousness. But so much sharper for them, who couldn't dismiss the longing but knew Quiddity was real, a place where love might found continence. It would not be long before dawn, and at the first sign of the sun they'd have to go to sleep. But until the light came, until the real insisted upon their imaginations, they stood watching the darkness, waiting, half in hope and half in fear, for that other sea to rise from dreams and claim them from the shore. End of The Great and Secret Show, The First Book of the Art, by Clive Barker. Narrated by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 1990. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row Publishers, Incorporated, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022.
End of book.